Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Saturday and welcome to the Series E Esports Arena Halo Infinite 25K launch event. We got them all in there. My name's Jay, so I'll be hosting today, and I've got the man himself, CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Endress, in the studio with me today. Happy Saturday, Tyler. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Had a few too many cocktails last night, so a little fuzzy. But other than that, I'm vibing. Things are good.
I'm
very excited
back.
for today.
He made it to the studio, and that's what matters.
When you have a 4 o'clock start time,
yes,
PM 4 o'clock. That's nice. That's
you can get away with it a little bit.
You can go a little hard the night before. Yeah, exactly.
You got your head in the right place. We're obviously excited to be here, and today is an incredibly special day for us here at Esports Arena. Obviously, we've just recently eclipsed a year since you launched Series E with Apex Legends. Yeah. We've recently added Guilty Gear under that umbrella and had our first week on Thursday.
Which is a ton of fun to watch. I mean, I know everyone here is probably, shooters, but like fighting games and like we're watching Guilty Gear, like it's a ton of fun. The whole combos that they're trying, once you understand the game, like that is, I think, one of the best esports to watch is fighting games. So tune in to Guilty Gear Strive on Thursday nights, guys. It is a ton of fun to watch for sure.
It's awesome, and the FGC community is just built different. It's awesome.
It is.
Really, really cool.
They're not. Yeah, they respect each other.
Yes, 100%. So obviously we launched Guilty Gear Strive then this past week, and now, just like that, a quick turnaround. We're not going to wait another year.
No.
We've got another Series E title for everybody, and it is going back to the roots of Esports Arena. If you know the history of this company, it started with you and Halo 2 back in the day.
Back in the day. I mean, the reason, I guess that's not the reason why we started the company, but it is a founding reason as to how I got involved in esports. We, like everyone back in the day thought they were the best at Halo 2. And it was
of course, Tyler.
But I mean,
Tyler.
First of all, at a local level, I really was. Like in our college, like people came down to our dorm because they thought we were cheating, and they would just all watch us play together because we were that good at the game. I mean, Halo 2 was the game. We strategized. CTF, spawn points, all that sort of stuff like that. That to me was the most fun. I think like nostalgia that I have of when I think back to video games was after a game was done, we would all spend like a good 15, 20 minutes like dissecting that game and what could we have done better and what we need to do better against this next team on the next time. And so we played these same 4 guys like in our dorms like over and over again, and they were really good too. And so we wanted that type of competitive feel and experience. And then when Halo 3 came out, it was still very competitive as well, but I just loved sort of that 4-shot kill, not too much equipment in the game and things like that. So Halo 2 I thought was pure. But really it was how could everybody get an opportunity to be better at the game they love, competing at a local level when nothing out there was existing for that. I mean, MLG came around once a year. I went to MLG Anaheim in 2007, and I think we just got washed. I mean, they're like the cliff of people that were the top of Halo versus the people who thought they were good at Halo. There's a big gap, big old gap there. And it was like, man, we want to be at the top, but we just didn't have enough time to compete. We didn't have enough money to travel and things like that. So that was always a challenge, and that's why Esports Arena was created at this local level that would host tournaments on a nightly basis for any game there is that's out there that's got a great community that's following it. So yeah, Halo is, I guess it is the reason as to why. I mean, the main
planted
reason.
the seeds.
It planted the seeds. I mean, and then Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, like we loved that game too, and then we competed that in college, and it was like we always said to ourselves, wouldn't it be cool if we just had a place like this that we have built in our apartment that we can go to and compete and play against other people on a LAN, line, as opposed to playing online, because there were so many cheaters online, modded Xboxes, things like that. So it was such a challenge. But now, of course, things are different, and to see that esports has grown this much, and that we have grown this much with esports, and Series E has been successfully launched and is still succeeding. What better way to bring it back to the roots? A new game, Halo Infinite. We got a great relationship with Microsoft. We've been doing Halo for over a year now, Halo 5 tournaments. So this is our first ever Halo Infinite tournament that we've run too. And I hear we got some big names.
I mean, we have some of the best teams in the world coming out to compete today.
That's insane.
We got
I love it.
16 squads and 25 $25,000 on the line. We are ready to go to the casters, but I want to ask you one more thing before we go, Tyler. It's really coming full circle here. You talk about the roots of this company in Halo, in your experience competing back then. Now it has come essentially full circle here. We're jumping into Halo Infinite. Just how does that personally feel to you?
I think it's pretty big. I think something because Series E has shown success, and that Series E could fit, and that was like a big, that was my baby, right?
Yeah.
Developing Series E. And the fact that it can be picked up and brought into another category and another category is just speaks to the success and the volumes of what Series E can do. But I think a game like Halo Infinite, because it's so hot right now and it is a pure game, I mean, it runs fresh, it runs good, the community's brand new, and it's Halo. So, I mean, it's one of those things, it's like, dang, such an iconic title like Halo has now adapting, or we're adapting to that with Series E, which is something that we started from the grassroots as well. So it's definitely nostalgic. It definitely feels good. I'm very excited, very excited. We've got a ton of announcements coming up about Series E and how you guys can get involved and compete in Halo. But today it's about the 25K and just announcing Series E with Halo. So I'm excited for today, to be honest. It's going to be a ton of fun watching the action.
It's going to be awesome. If you guys want any more information about what's going on with us, Halo Infinite, and Series E, just keep tuned in to our website over at esportsarena.com and make sure to follow us on Twitter at esportsarena. We'll be putting out announcements as this kind of develops over the next month, so keep an eye out there. But as Tyler mentioned, we're ready to go. 16 of the best teams in the world. We got $25,000 on the line. Let's kick it off right now.
Let's do it.
Hey, Garrett, I think you're muted, but what's going on, everybody? It's the Series E. We're kicking this thing off today. We got 12 of the best teams in the world joining us, and I got Garrett joining with me, Tools, if you don't know him. Definitely an up-and-comer in the scene. I love the fact that he's going to be sitting here with us today, enjoying some of the action. Garrett, did you figure out your mic situation yet? Nope. All right, well, so while Garrett gets that underway, guys, if you don't know me, I'm Clutch. Love the fact that we're getting this thing kicked off here today. It's a Saturday, not typically our Esports Arena's days for Halo, but we're doing something special today. 12, like I said, 12 of the best teams in the world, $25,000 is on the line. And we have some special guests. Like these teams that are invited, they're not just 12 of your average place teams. They're not 12 of your nobody teams. Like these are the highest tiered orgs in the world, right? We have Sentinels, Optic Gaming, Cloud9. Everybody you could expect is wanting to compete in this, and guess what? They got the tickets they needed. Format of the tournament here, double elim brackets, as well as best of threes all the way up to that winners finals. Well, there will be best of fives from the winners finals to the losers finals, and then that grand championship. Of course, you want to see the games go all the way to the distance. That's another best of five there, and potentially a bracket reset. We've already seen some of that occur already in the Halo Infinite action, as far as what we've been able to showcase. And now as we take a look at the teams here, we're going to have a lot of familiar names with Cloud9, Sentinels, Optic Gaming, but there's a lot of organizations that have been able to join into Halo, get a part of these pieces to the rosters and put their own squads together. So we have the newcomers like Space Station Gaming, who's going to be making some noise here with Formal, Oxygen, Navi. You have the Pioneers, you have E United as well, and there's just tons of talent across the board. Even G1 gets a ticket to the dance, and if they can create some of the magic they were able to create earlier on in those HCS qualifiers, G1 could create some more upsets, knowing that they've been able to beat G2, a solid roster of veteran pros. We'll see what they have in store for us today, but there's a lot on the line, a lot of money on the line for us today. Like I said, $25,000 dispersed across some of these top placings, and obviously only one team gets to go home with the crown, but there's a lot of difference between that first and 12th spot, and a lot of these teams preparing for ACS Raleigh, they want to not only use this as practice, not only use this as an opportunity to gain some confidence against some of these top teams, but also just like show off their org, represent them well, because all of these teams newly formed, newly signed under these organizations, they want to start off on the right foot. So very excited to see what some of these new organizations are able to do. If they're able to create some upsets, maybe some chaos in the bracket early, we could have a more exciting show as we go on.
Welcome back, Clutch. I'm excited to be here with you. Finally, everyone can hear me. Let's get it going on, guys. $25,000 on the line. We got the Halo Infinite Launch Invitational. And Clutch, to be honest, I'm super excited about this because this is the first time that we're going to see international play. We're going to see EU teams, Latin American teams, North American teams, all going at each other today. And I couldn't have a better partner to do it with. Clutch, how you doing today?
Garrett, if you're there, I can't hear you.
Well,
once again, technical difficulties.
Hey, we'll power through it.
I believe, as we had an opportunity to look at the teams right there,
let's
go. Starts to continue to get stuff fixed. You guys can tell we have an exciting tournament ahead of us, and with all the teams going on, with all these teams that are entering this tournament, I think we can strongly expect matchup after matchup to be very, very intense, right? Like very highly contested. I think even at the start of brackets in some of these tournaments, you're starting to expect opportunities for warm-ups, opportunities for easy matches for the top dogs, but there's not going to be any of that here today. We're going to have, from the get-go, some of the best teams going at it, right? Highly contested matches. If you show up not warmed up, you're not ready, because the other team, they're going to be ready, especially with $25,000 on the line. Super exciting opportunity for everybody involved, and nobody really finds themselves as underdogs just yet in Halo Infinite. So I believe our first match of the day going to be PK versus E United, and a little bit of a opportunity for PK, right? We've seen in these esports arena tournaments, PK comes out hot, and they can produce even championships from this thing. If you've been paying attention to Halo over the past year, PK has won multiple esports arena tournaments. E United, they're no slouches either, though. They've been in multiple finals. They've won a LAN event as individuals, and because of it, they're going to come in thinking that they have the real opportunity to take home all of the cash prize in this tournament. I love the idea that we're going to get an opportunity here to really showcase some of this talent early on.
I'm excited for this, guys. If you weren't aware, United, they've been killing it, getting top 8, top 4 multiple times throughout the weeks, but we haven't seen this PK roster match up against any of these North American squads yet. And I'm so thankful that today, with this invitational tournament, we're finally going to get to see it happen on the main stage. There's so much money on the line, so much pressure, and we're going to see Latin American, if the Lat AM teams can really hold with North America's best, because this EU United squad looks absolutely nasty. I love the fact that we have Spartan and Ryan getting back together. They squash the beef. Their team, and King Nick, he just won an absolute stellar FFA round. The man looks absolutely cracked out of his mind. And then Rain, what else to say? He was considered probably the best Halo 3 player in MCC the last year. He comes back and it looks like it's translating quite well to Halo Infinite. This EU United roster is a roster to watch out for, and I'm interested to see how PK stacks up.
Yeah, this EU United roster, like you said, it's one of the most tried and true practice rosters coming into today's tournament, coming into early Halo Infinite, any tournament that they've been involved in. I've been kind of let down by this roster, honestly. Like, I expect these guys to almost be in the finals with as much work as they're putting in, as talented as I think that this roster can be when they're playing at their best. But they haven't played their best in tournaments. So this is another opportunity here today with a lot of money on the line, probably the most money we've had in Halo Infinite on the line as of today, for them to step up. And right before Raleigh, what a moment it would be for them to come home with a win here today. But they got to go through PK first. And PK, having pretty much dominated the entire LATAM scene so far in Halo Infinite, they're looking to now put their power to the test against some of these North American rosters, like they would if they were able to go to Raleigh, right? So very excited to see what PK is made of. And I think, honestly, Garrett, when we talk about PK, they've been playing in esports arena tournaments consistently. And I mean, when I say consistently, I mean like every single week they're ready to play with their roster for almost a year, probably over a year now. And because of it, I feel like they have a comfortability of playing in these tournaments, and that could provide a big advantage, especially early on.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights, they're not unfamiliar with this stage whatsoever. We have seen them absolutely demolish North American teams in Halo 5 back in the day. But hey, Clutch, like you said, new game, new pros, new everything. Who knows what will translate? One thing I do know, though, Tapping Buttons is an absolute monster. He's going to come out today and he's going to be throwing his weight around. That's the player to watch out for. Obviously, everyone else we know and love from PK going to be there. Drift, Atso, Gambino. It might be actually Avenue today. I'm not sure. I have conflicting rosters, so I want to make sure we get that roster confirmed. But this PK roster, they're familiar with the stage. It's a new game. It's going to be really their first time playing in the tournament structure against North American teams. They've been dominating down there in Latin America and been killing those tournaments. Question is, how do they really stack today? And I think we're going to turn some heads right now. I think Tapping Buttons is going to come out and he's going to show why he's regarded as the best Latin American player.
Yeah, there's no doubt that if you talk about the LATAM scene and you want to talk about the best player in the LATAM scene, I think Tapping Buttons has rised to the occasion over the past probably 5 years. He's pretty much dominated the scene. Any team that Tapping Buttons chooses to be on, that's the best LATAM team in my eyes. That being said, there's a lot of competition that comes out of that LATAM scene. Fire and Ice is always a strong competitor. They've had their own success in esports arena tournaments. I believe they've even won a few of these as well. So the LATAM scene, there's a lot of talent. Tapping Buttons, he's kind of running the show down there. But when he comes into North America soil, what does his skill transfer over towards some of the top dogs? Because when you look at the other side of even just this series, these North American players, they know tapping very well, but they don't view him as like maybe the god or the greatest player in their region, right? Like Ryan New Brain, these guys aren't going to back down. And for Tapping to kind of find himself and establish himself in this series, he's going to need the rest of the boys to step up as well.
I think you bring up a great point, Clutch, and the fact that North American teams, they're aware of these players. Obviously, they know the names. Does that mean they respect these players? Not really. And you're going to see that throughout the gameplay. They're not going to really pay much attention. They're going to ego out a lot. They're going to think that they're just better and they're going to make those plays. And what I think normally happens is that we'll see the respect is paid quite heavily on the other side. What we see with the Latin American teams is they'll be a little bit more afraid to ego challenge some fights. And that's one thing I love about this PK roster is I don't think they really suffer from that same mentality that some of the other Latin American teams do. But this is their chance to come out, wave their flag, say, hey, we belong to stay. They're going to give us a little sneak peek of what we're going to see in Rally. And I absolutely love it because I think this roster can get it done. I'm a huge fan of PK. That being said, man, Spartan looks different on this game. Spartan can absolutely take over games in a flip of a switch. And if their back is against the wall, that's the man to watch out for on E United. If it's coming down to a 49-49 or a last second flag that needs to be capped, you're going to see double, triple overkills come from Spartan on the other side. And the question is, how does PK respond to the slaying prowess of these teams?
I think they have to play their own game, right? I think that's the biggest benefit to something I alluded to earlier was PK has been in these esports arena tournaments for a long time. They've been competing against some of North America's best. It might be mishmash rosters of Saiyan, Frosty, and some combination of some of the better players over in North America, but they play against these guys regularly, right? They have consistent tournament experience now against some of North America's best players. They may not have played each of the individual teams across the way, but the individual battles that you're talking about in game, those still happen. They're consistently in those fights. And the more you're in those fights, the more you're able to produce results. And the more you're able to get comfortable and produce results in your favor, the more comfortable you feel overall in the series as well. So they're not going to be, this is one of those examples where a foreign team is going to play against a North American team. And you would almost assume that the foreign team might be a little intimidated. I don't see that out of PK. I think that they have that practice. They have the reps they need. And they've done such a good job of being dedicated and getting that practice where they can in these esports arena tournaments over the past year. And because of it, moments like these should be much easier. But that being said, we've always seen E United as one of those teams that can really break into the top three, potentially win a whole tournament with anybody competing in it. So PK is still going to have their hands full here in this first round.
Absolutely. And you know what? PK, I feel kind of bad for them because I feel as if they got a little bit of a short draw on this bracket. We're in round one winners, and they're going up against E United, what is largely considered to be probably the fourth best team in North America, just sitting on the outside. I'm surprised that, maybe they're not facing one of these, Vandals or an Oxygen esport, a team that is just on the outside of top 8. PK, they're going to have to start off their bracket and win against a very tough team in E United. And Clutch, I want to hear what your predictions are. What do you think? Is this PK roster going to be able to get the job done today?
No, I don't think PK is going to be the favorite here in this series. I think I'm more expecting E United to come out hot, make a statement with this series, and not only this series but this tournament as a whole. I alluded it earlier as well. E United has to step up, especially before Raleigh, and kind of make a name for themselves, find their footing within the top ranks of the Infinite power rankings, right? And what better of an opportunity than to do that with the most money on the line in Halo Infinite as of yet. And that's here today with the Esports Arena tournament. So I'm expecting United to put on a show. Unfortunately, I think PK may have to go into an early losers bracket run where they have shown prowess in Esports Arena tournaments in the past. So I'm excited for that. But in a best of 3, anything can happen. And if PK come out right, make a few statements, win a few pivotal battles here in game 1, we could be looking at them with the advantage, pushing E United's back against the wall very early.
I'm gonna go the opposite. I think PK comes out and makes a statement right here. I don't necessarily think they're gonna win. I don't think they're gonna go out quick. I think they're gonna take some maps. They're gonna push us how far it needs to go. I think we're going to the last map in the series, and then we'll see what happens in the Slayer. I believe this should be a best of 5. If it's a best of 3, we'll see it in the objective.
It's a 3.
Either way, we're going. I think we're going to the final game. I think PK at least takes away a game, and that, like you said, Clutch, what happens in game 3s? What happens in game 5s? It's a coin flip. Honestly, it doesn't matter how experienced you are, how much time there's been. It comes down to that one moment. All PK has to do is push it to that last game and see what can happen. I still give the edge to E United. I think they're absolutely phenomenal. But PK, they've been dominating over in Latin America. And like you said, Clutch, I don't think they're scared of nothing this tournament. I think they're going to come out. They want to prove it themselves. I think they're going to ego out every single kill. And I love the chances that I see from PK. I'm a huge Tapping Buttons fan. Guys, I might be a little bit biased because of how much I love Tapping Buttons and what he's been able to do. Hey, you know what? I'll be biased. I'll be the representative for the Latin American fans out there, because I think this roster can make some upsets happen. And E United, a roster that I think they consider themselves to be a consistent top 3 team, haven't been able to quite break that barrier yet consistently. Now PK, they could be, rocking the boat a little bit. And if they can take an early game, then E United, the question is their mental and if they can withstand it. And I think PK could potentially find their upset if they can come out strong and take the first game.
That's a hot take, to be honest.
We started hot. Clutch.
Wasn't aware Skip Bayless showed up today, but we got Gyarados Skip Bayless over here, who's gonna. I like the fact that you're so convicted in your prediction, but I'm gonna let the gameplay speak for itself. If I'm E United, like I said, I'm very well practiced coming into this tournament. A lot of individual skill, a lot of teamwork. These guys have been together for a while too. E United has. This roster, they've mixed matched a few players here and there, but I mean, I remember in the H2A days, like these guys were playing with each other, right? Back when we went back to Halo 5 ended, we went back to H2A, Halo Reach. Like these guys, they have a lot of time and experience together. They've been waiting on these moments for Halo Infinite to come out, represent a strong organization like United is. And because of it, I'm pretty confident to say that these guys want to start off on the right foot. It is a best of 3, Garrett. So really anything can happen in a best of 3, but I'm not sure if the experience on E United is going to let anything happen. I think that they're going to determine their own outcome and like I said, make a statement with this win.
Yeah, guys, absolutely. We love to talk about these rosters all day. We will get into the game. I promise, guys. Obviously, if you guys have been following the pro scene for a while now, you'll know that there is this custom game glitch that makes this, rosters get shuffled up. You're not on the right team. Observers get thrown into games. So sometimes it can be a little bit of a hassle to get started. We promise we're trying to get it. Everyone's in the lobby. They're starting up the games. We just have to get that one lucky start, and then we'll be there. But taking a look around the world, some of the teams that came out to play, one team that I'm looking at is Navi and what they're able to do, because this will be the first EU test on North American soil. Obviously, connection always plays an issue, but we're familiar with some of these EU rosters from back in the Halo 5 Esports Arenas days coming in and making some upsets. Specifically, it was usually that cartel roster. Navi, though, they have some slaying power. They could potentially make something happen. What do you think? What do you think of the EU chance on this side today, Clutch?
Yeah, I think if Navi's representing the EU side, we still have a lot to learn from the European Halo style, right? I think everybody's very excited to see Cartel on American soil later on, like a week from now in Raleigh, and the show that they have the opportunity to put on. But I mean, if we're strictly talking about this Navi roster, we haven't seen enough out of them, right? They've been third in the European tournaments, and because of that, that kind of makes you wonder what the heck's going on. Because if you look at the names on this roster, these are guys that are typically running the European scene, or have been at least for fairly a long time now. But Cartel, they took over at the end of Halo 5 and they never looked back. So I wonder if this is going to be Navi's like comeback tour, or if we're going to see an opportunity for Navi to step up and regain kind of their European throne, represent the European region as the #1 scene. But we haven't seen enough out of them yet. It's shown me that they can do that. And because of it, what does that mean for their chances against North American teams? Typically, even the best European team struggles against North American teams when we talk about the top 8. And for them to be the 3rd seed coming out of that worries me. They always will have that potential to step up, get better, and improve. The game is still so new. These teams are still learning so much on a day-to-day basis that, I mean, it could only take a couple of days of practice for something to click in their heads and they completely right the ship. But I haven't seen it myself, so I can't speak on it until they show me that they're capable of that exact performance.
Yeah, one thing I would like to point out, right, is that we haven't really seen real a test of the EU scene since 2018 on LAN, right, where we had the World Championships in Halo 5. And, in those 2 years, I guess 3 years now, man, the COVID has got me crazy. We've seen the French monsters come to play. I mean, we've seen the EU scene explode in talent. So who knows? Maybe 3rd in EU is good enough to break top 8 in NA. I don't think so. Hey, Clutch, I won't get that hot with it today. I'll hold myself back, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the gameplay will have to speak for itself. And that's the beautiful thing about competitive Halo, right? Nothing is determined before the match. Everything is decided in the gameplay. And as we hop into the gameplay, E United versus PK round 1, we're already on board with a member of PK. He unfortunately is going to lose that camo, and already he's a player in the base of E United right now. And if Gambino can stay alive here, there's a good opportunity for his team to start off early like you predicted.
And Gambino gets a huge win versus Spartan, but unfortunately will be taken out on the push out. But Nick gonna answer back on the kill on Atso. He's gonna be able to clear out the base, and this is what it's all about, right? Finding the kills, clear your base, get to that halfway point, start laying down some damage and find those kills. And this is gonna be the first chance for E United to potentially make something happen, as we see Nick trying his best to stay alive. But who was that got just right into the back of the base? It's Drift. He's got the flag out and he's trying to make a play.
No, this is actually E United that's running this flag right now. Unfortunately, they do lose 2 players. It was a 2v2 for a situation there. Another member of E United in the base of PK right now. And with the flags, looks like they're both being pulled and they're both in the closet. This is a very important life for Sparty as he tries to stay alive. Back flag, but if he's not able to get these kills, this could be bad.
Oh, the flag is getting returned. Tapping buttons coming in. Find a clutch kill. Flag still out. His chance to get that. But no, Atso, he's going to be in trouble with the flank coming in. He's able. No, he does get taken out. Nick with the massive flank. He finds 2, and that's going to allow them to get the return and the flag out and away. One thing to notice on this map, there are 2 pistols that spawn, one on either side. And with the close quarters combat, you could expect a lot of these players to go prioritize that pistol to win some close engagements, and looks like Nick used that to get the first flag in for his team.
E United kind of coined this flag run during the last HCS kickoff qualifier, where they love to pull it into the closet. They love to safely transfer it across top dynamos and into their own closet, running it across the bridge and punching it in. They did that so many times that I think that they've started a meta with it in that last kickoff. You see it already being used here today. A killing spree comes through as well for Ryan Noob. And when Ryan Noob is on a killing spree, typically that means objective results are coming quickly.
Right, he's so efficient with it. He's going to get in the back base. Knows that he needs slays. He's going to find one with the back towards him. Can the pistol get the job done? No, it cannot. He's trying to get away, and tapping is going to be able to get him on the wrap back. As we see the push coming in, Drift is going to get to that top mid position, a power position to be had. You're going to have so many angles, and you're going to be able to provide support. Unfortunately, Atso going to be taken out as we see Drift come back to the base looking for some sort of straggler. I'm not sure there's anyone to be found at the moment, but he's going to be looking around, and there we go. Flags are out. It's going to be, I believe, Rain who has the flag to run. And he's going to already have it to the halfway point. Just a couple more slays, and they're going to be able to get this one in.
Yeah, that kill on Atso is going to immediately give them numbers. Fortunately for PK fans, 2 members of United just get taken down. The flag still at that middle point, and it looks like Drift from that enemy's base was able to create a nice opportunity for a sandwich there, shutting down that potential flag cap for United. But I mean, it's not over yet. The pain is still in place. Ryan Noob still in the enemy's base, able to pull another flag even if the return comes through, and if he can get this kill, it could be massive.
My Ryan Noob. Oh, talk about having a mastery of the sandbox and the movement in the game. He doesn't waste any time. He doesn't use a clamber. He has the pistol out. He's able to find the clutch kill and get this flag closer. Unfortunately, tapping buttons is going to come from behind and find that kill. But my God, Ryan Noob making some things happen early on. As oh my gosh. Am I witnessing some ghost stories? Did that player just pop out of nowhere on your screen? I don't know if Camo's that good.
Camo is that good, that strong, and when you're able to prioritize it, collect it, and put it to use, you're going to see exactly what it can do. The flag return comes through. The second flag goes on the board for E United now, and look at the stats at the top left. It's going to be Rain, 11 and 5 over double positive on a map with very little power up, power weapon play. Rain is really starting to take over, and if Rain can heat up, if Rain can play at the highest level, this E United team is really in store for a run today.
Rain pushing through. He is 11 and 7 thus far. The man has been absolutely killing it on the Slay department. He's going to be holding down the home base while Nick gets his flag off and away. Once again, taking it through the Dynamos is he's going to try to find another. Gambino goes down. The return coming in for Drift. They desperately need to stabilize out of this position. They're finally able to get that kill. This is going to be a big one for Drift. He's able to win it, and he has control of utilities for now. And with 3 players in the back base, if he can stay alive and land damage, this could be the opportunity that PK has been waiting for.
Yeah, PK needs to find a way to turn that first kill and snowball it into getting more of E United down. Unfortunately, back-to-back fights won on E United's side is going to probably dispel any opportunity for a flag cap that Gambino has. You see, he's honestly forced to play defense in this situation, and he gets taken out as well, even with that heat wave in hand. And unfortunately, PK's first signs of life, they get shut down. And right now, 2-0, it doesn't feel like it's too far out of the question for a comeback. But United, with their ability to play defense and continuously force PK off on their back heels, it's going to get ugly as the clock continues to move in this game if they can't find a better opportunity to get some flag runs.
Well, Spartan has a critical piece of the sandbox on his body. That camouflage can absolutely make the difference in the fights. Unfortunately, Drift is going to be able to find him with the nade as his flag is on its way. Rain trying to win the piv. There's another player from behind. He's laying down as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough as Tapping was able to find the kill, but trade outs are happening. This top control could be critical to this flag run success, as it's going to be Ryan Noob trying to find some more damage. He's able to get Atso, and he's still able to find more damage, just staying pushed up. Even if this flag doesn't go in, which it will not, what it allows is for an easy reslay and re-pull as he's finding kill after kill. And I love this aggression. Go down the middle. You know you have the opportunity to do so. That nade gonna slow him down for the time being, but the damage is done. The next flag is out, and look at this control that E United has. Utils blocked. They love this run, and they're going to be putting it to work today, as you can see them absolutely slaying out and getting another flag on its way.
Yeah, as Ryan crosses the halfway point, you're seeing how dominant E United can be, even against a fairly strong PK team. These teams do not look like they should be in the same position in the bracket. It's very early. It's obviously round one. Wanted to start this one off the right way. They're showing you what the kind of practice that they've been putting in can do when it's tournament time.
Nick, you guys might have known him as King Nick, has been slaying out of his mind, 20 and 13 to start this game as he's trying to patrol and just keep an eye on the back. But here we go. A push could be materializing for, actually, right when I say it, they go 2 down. PK just not quite able to get the slays and push past that halfway mark. But this camo is going to be integral to deciding who can make this next push. And it looks like E United will secure it for their side.
I mean, look at the difference in slays right now. E United dominating, not just with the 3-0 scoreline, but absolutely across the board. They're outslaying PK right now. It's only tapping buttons with 15 at a -1 performance that even seems like he's able to compete right now. And it's so difficult when you don't have numbers on a map like Aquarius. It's so fast-paced where you have so many opportunities to get angles, to gather some of the sandbox, to collapse on spawners, that PK just feel overwhelmed right now. A 4th flag now being ran, and with 3 minutes and 15 seconds, PK would have to pull off a miracle to stay in this game.
Well, the double kill could be the miracle that they need. The nade comes in, and it's going to stop Rain in his tracks. He's going to wrap on back. His teammate should be spawning, but that's another 2 down in favor of PK. They could stabilize right here. Ryan Noob also going to go down. The flag is now on out, but the quick kill comes for E United to stop that flag run for now, as Gambino trying to get into this back base and make some plays happen. They are able to get the return. The question is, can they get the flag on out? He's trying his best. He's thrusting left. He's thrusting right. Unfortunately, the pressure is too much, and it's going to be King Nick as he's able to find another, keeping his stat line up, going 27 and 15. Not every day you see someone double positive in a competitive match, but they have just absolutely, like you said, all the slays, all the objective. Really, PK has been on their back foot, and they need to have something changed now. And on a map like Aquarius, it's just so hard to do so. There's no sniper rifle, there's no rockets. It's all your BR and teamwork communication. Atzos in the back base, he's going to be able to pull this flag out, but the question is, can they execute? As he's gonna probably go down. Yeah, there we go. Two just immediately melt him out. PK just haven't been able to get the quality flagpole that we've seen E United get time and time again.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we're hopping on board with the 5th and final cap for E United. It's going to be Rain with the flag run into the utility. Again, it's coined by E United. They want to do this every time. They're able to do this every time. And with it, you're going to see this flag get punched in, make it 4-0. Not only just 4-0, with 1 minute and 30 on the clock, they can virtually just about stand still and win game 1. If you're PK, you're trying to get your confidence right for game 2. You want to start to get some kind of momentum. You know that this game's out of control, that this game's out of hand. You want to build some confidence, but they're not able to do it. This 3 dead again for PK, as E United feel like they just punched the 1st or that 4th flag in. They're already pulling the 5th one with 1 more round of slays. They're going to end this game in dominant fashion and 5-0 in the scoreline.
Just a matter of time. And Brian, not feeling the need to stop running, even though he had the camouflage. He gets as far as he can, and the final flag will go in. 5-0 domination from E United as we take a look at the stats lines. 30 and 19 from Nick. Guys, this man, he just came off winning a free-for-all tournament. Now he's doing it all for his team. E United looking absolutely dominant and clutch. Like he said, it might have been a little bit too spicy of a take, because E United, they don't look as if they're gonna miss a step in this matchup.
Yeah, I think you were talking some nonsense before the series started.
You gotta keep me in check. You gotta keep me in check. I like it.
We will not hold it against you, but in the future, just understand that there might be some different outcomes other than, I guess, the heavily one that you were biased towards. So just acknowledging your bias is the first step to fixing the problem, right?
Ooh.
Is acknowledging that there is a problem. But let's not focus on that, right? This PK team, they're strong. Don't get me wrong. Like, this PK team has dominated the LATAM scene. They can compete with America's best when they're playing at their highest level. Can they consistently do that? I don't believe they've shown me that they're that consistent. But the important thing to pull away from game 1 right now is how good is this E United team going to be, right? Like, they have the expectation that We talk about Optic, Sentinels, and Cloud9. Those are the 3 best teams in North America. United, they would say otherwise. They want their names put in that hat. They want their names in that S tier class of teams that can win any tournament. They're showing you right now that they can dominate. Even the good teams, they can dominate. Against the best teams, they're going to have to show us later on in the tournament how well they can compete against those teams as well. But I think the first step is dominating like the medium teams in order to get there, obviously. And on the back of Nick's performance, I mean, that's unbelievable. That's what you need from King Nick. That's why you picked King Nick up, right? You talked about Spartan's ability to slay for this team. Well, guess what? When you play against the great teams in the world, you need more than one slayer. Everybody's got to do their part. Nick, he's been a little bit inconsistent, but every single time I feel like I've watched him play in Infinite, he's gone off. He's going to need to find that ability to continue that even against the best teams, but it's great to see early on in this tournament, especially if you're an EU United fan.
Yeah, I felt what we really saw was the team composition of EU United come out and shine right there. This team was built on the foundation of Ryan Noob and Rain, who can just let 2 young slayers go out and do what they need to do. And we saw that. Ryan Noob and Rain, they both held it down. I think they both had double-digit assists. They were making sure that they're blocking the appropriate spawns, and they basically said, hey, you know, we have King Nick. He's basically Hulk. He's gonna go in your base. He's gonna mess you up. That's exactly what happened. And I love these teams that keep building up. EU United's an example of 2 old heads that know how to get it done. They've been playing with each other for so long. I love the duo of Rain and Ryan. We saw them do some incredible things throughout Halo 5 and Halo Master Chief Collection during the Pro Series in the last couple years. And now you combine, in my opinion, another great slaying duo in King Nick and Spartan. And you can see why a lot of teams had this team just outside the top 3. And today, $25,000 on the line, the biggest tournament yet. This is their chance to say, hey, we're not top 4, we're not top 6, we're top 3, we're S tier, and there's no debate about it.
Yeah, you love to see it, right? You love to see the formulation of this team, like, be showcased, right? Rain and Ryan knew, to your point, they knew what they were doing when they signed Spartan and King Nick. They have to put it all together in tournament, like in front of us, and showcase it to the world. And what better way to do it here and now? $25,000 tournament here today, 12 teams invited, and they want to be number 1, right? They want to go into Raleigh with a little bit of confidence, right? Like what they've been able to produce so far as results, they probably could have seen as lackluster, and because of it, they want to come out here hot. They've done so here in game 1 of our esports arena tournament today, and here we go for game 2. It's already an overshield in the hands of Drift, and that's exactly what they need, right? If we want to talk about what does PK need to get back into this series, they need to start dominating the power up scavenge story that Halo Infinite is really based off of at a competitive level. You have to scavenge for better weapons. It's much more difficult to do when you're getting spawn killed on Aquarius, but we're already seeing an opportunity to reset that storyline here in game 2.
Absolutely. The overshield was put on. It took 2 rockets to take him out. I'll take the 1 for 2 trade all day. Waste both those rockets on my overshield player. Get that thing off the map. The problem is for PK is the rock control heavily in favor of EU United right now. I believe most of the map runs through this rock side. You can see why there's so many goodies to work with as Rain is putting this shotgun to work. He was able to put the 2 into the body, 1 into the head with the BR switch. And for the first time in Halo's history, we're really seeing a new story told with the shotgun. No more 1-shot 1 kills. It's all about this full auto shotgun that can absolutely put down damage from long distance and put you at bay. And right now we're seeing a complete setup from EU United. They have 2 players on rock side, 2 players on truck side. Unfortunately, the kills are coming through for PK. That setup has the potential to break. Right now they have to get this kill over towards rocks. Not quite able to find the finish. A player flanking through to the lockers, and they're trying their best to keep them on down. Tapping buttons, able to find the kill, and this is the chance for PK to start getting some map control of their own.
Yeah, we're seeing PK in a great position here with Overshield coming up in 8 seconds to potentially get some control of the map, get this power up, put it to use, and finally take the lead in this series. And there it is, up. Just 1 kill right now in the game, but with an Overshield, what are you able to translate this to? Overshield, Bulldog, Shotgun, that's a great combination. If he can apply some pressure here, which it looks like he has every plan to do, but unfortunately the Overshield, it's a race. He does get the reversal, and that's a great trade. That's a great use of the Overshield, and now we're seeing PK with a little bit of momentum.
That's what making me a little nervous right there. Like you said, you had all the goodies, the overshield, the grapple, the shotgun. You can't ask for more. And he still somehow almost loses his life. He's still alive though, and he's still laying down the hurt. One player in lockers. He's trying to take care of him with the nades, not quite able to do so. He understands he's in trouble. He's holding the goodies that need to stay alive. You cannot give this shotgun up for free as he takes a retreating route. 15 seconds tell these Rockets they're going to be pivotal to the push of this next 10 kills or so, as we see the shotgun is getting pressured. Atso trying his best to stay alive. A player lockers, he's going out, he's ego challenging, the kill comes through. Drift with the help, this shotgun's still alive. Atso showing a master class of how to stay alive with the power weapons as he's patrolling the mid of this map. Rockets are up, the question is who can get them with this player and lockers. They're not going to have a clear route, they need to clear it out, and that's exactly what Atso's able to do, but the Rockets go to E United. Otherwise, oh man, such a close opportunity for PK, but E United seems to get the top end of it, getting the Rockets out and map control back for the team.
Yeah, and just like that, you're seeing the scoreline just with one kill. It seemed like PK just had so much momentum, so many things go right, so much control of the map, and somehow still not able to really run away with the lead. On a map like Bazaar Slayer, you typically see that team that gains map control is able to snowball that into a greater lead than we saw PK able to do. And right now, you're seeing E United now with control of those Rockets. What have they been able to do? They've gained complete inside control of the map. You're seeing PK stuck bottom Rockets. You're seeing them stuck on sides of the bases with no sight lines, no real opportunity to use a ton of teamwork with sight lines. And overshield goes into the hands of E United. And once again, PK with they're getting pushed around the ropes right now in the ring, right? They have to figure out a way to regain map control and not let it go this time around. But unfortunately, E United's kind of got to mess up for that to happen.
Oh, this shotgun could be key to making it happen, as we see the shotgun and the Mangler playing action for PK. Unfortunately, they go 3 down anyways. Man, they just have full control. And you can see E United well aware of the next spawn cycle as they're getting shots in. Oh man, the kill comes through. This could be 2 for PK as Drift finds another. The break is happening. The goodies are down towards Rockets. Like you said, it's all about scavenging in Halo Infinite. Find the power weapons and put them to work, as we see Drift staying alive as long as he can in these lockers, doing his job and surviving. Unfortunately, you can only survive so many nades as 4 or 5 come through. Atso able to use that grapple to reposition and get behind, and now all of a sudden E United's on their back foot and the score keeps tightening. Man, it is like Thanksgiving dinner in my household. My belt, man, after that feast, it's pretty tight, and this game just keeps tightening up. E United needs to try to find a way to pull away because PK is waiting for our opportunity to strike, and so far, in my opinion, they've done a much better job at controlling the shotgun, the grapple, and putting it to work.
Yeah, and even though PK is doing a much better job, they still find themselves down here in game 2, and they need to win this game to push this series to the distance. And unfortunately, E United, without control, without the power-ups, power weapons, they've been able to not only stay in this game, which is so difficult to do, but they've been able to still keep the lead here. You see multiple members in this corner trying to stay alive, and if they're able to, that would be massive for E United. But PK tried to throw their nades into that corner, unable to get those kills successfully. Now, because of it, E United, they've regained their shields. They're looking to push. Multiple members of PK go down. That's 3 dead. And E United, they've started to extend this lead. Now it is up to 6, and PK is on the brink of winner's bracket elimination.
And those 2 players staying alive in lockers is the reason why this is happening. The 2-kill swing is going to be so vital for E United to take away this game. Drift able to land the critical kill over at Truck, as he's going to alleviate some pressure for now, but they need to regain their map control, and Drift trying to make it happen. He's landing down cross map shots. The push is going to be happening from E United at any moment. The question is, how do they handle it? A 5-kill deficit to make up. They're going to need to be able to get this next overshield, these next rockets, in order to make something happen, but they have to survive until that time is ready. As we see really a stalling pattern from both teams, both poking out their shots, waiting for any opportunity. And there we go. First blood has been struck in, and now make it 2. It looks like PK gonna lose this fight and the map control with it, and this could spell disaster for this Latin American squad.
Yeah, what a terrible time to die if you're a PK fan, because Rockets and Overshield, I believe, just came up. They're both in the hands of E United, and with that, there's an 8-kill lead with only 7 kills needed from EU United side. They have PK trapped in the back of this base. A huge pivotal is won by Gambino. If there's any chance of signs of life, Gambino could have potentially just began that spell. But right now, Gambino, when you get those kills, when you create those openings, you want to be able to push out. He goes back to his base, does get that thrust in his back pocket, but at what cost? Because how many openings can you expect to create against this strong United squad? Because right now, Drift, he's taken down. Gambino trying to make a play into the corner, but the teamwork, the sidelines are too strong for United.
That timing loss was so critical, right? The scavenging is a big part of this game, but nothing will ever beat the timing loss. If you give up too much time, too much opportunity to let this team set right back up, they're not going to let you get away with it. As we see Nick coming through, he got, I guess, interlink. That's when your dynamo grenades link up and you find a kill through connection. And that's exactly what we love to see from this E United squad. They collapse well. They're able to execute on their opportunities. These players tapping and Atso trying their best to stay alive. It's not meant to be, as the Overshield player will find the final blow, 50-42. And really what we saw, the pivotal point in that game were the 2 players from E United staying alive in lockers.
Yeah, I think the game was just about tied, and typically Slayers are always decided on that one momentum swing where a team gains not only full map control, but full control of rockets and Overshield and where the score goes once that's collected all by one side. I think we saw the kills were just about tied up, maybe a 3-kill lead for United, but as soon as that happened, it got up to 8. It got up to 10 or close to it at one point, and you can't really manifest a comeback against that, especially when you don't have that same sandbox to your advantage. Unfortunately, PK just didn't have control at the right time, lost numbers at the very wrong time, and because of it, they not only lost game 2, they lost the series. Like we said, they're going to have an opportunity to go into elimination bracket, make a run. They've been known to do so in esports arena tournaments, but United moves on through the winners bracket. And I, for one, not too surprised at the results, but very happy with what I'm seeing out of United so far early in this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, their objective game looks clean as it can be. The Slayer was close, but like you said, it comes down to pivotal moments in E United. It looks like they're well and ready to execute on whatever pivotal moment shows up within their games. They're a team that's scrappy, that's hungry. They want to make waves today, and the best way to do that is to come home a little bit richer. $25,000 on the line. They're trying to work to get their lion's share. They're playing for first, and it is so obvious in their gameplay. They are very buttoned up. You can tell the communication's on point. They're not going to let many things slip by, and the question is, how do they execute against the best teams? Because like you said, Clutch, this is a team that we expect to bully on the mid-tier teams. If you're not within that top 6, they're going to put the hurt to you, and they're not going to make it look close whatsoever. The question is, how does this team fare versus Cloud9, versus Sentinels, or versus this Optic Gaming roster that looks like they have some of the best talent in the scene?
Yeah, and we've even seen them beat Sentinels so far in Halo Infinite in a tournament format. They came back to get beaten by Sentinels, but I mean, that's competition, right? If you can hang, if you can win 50% of those series, like that's probably what is kind of expected. You never want to consider yourself to not be in the same tier as those top teams. I don't think United does, but from an outside perspective, we're all waiting for United to show us more, and I think they gave us a little bit of a glimpse, but the real test is yet to come.
Oh man, we have so many more matches to watch today, guys. This is just round 1 of the $25,000 Halo Infinite Launch Invitational. We have so much more to come, guys. This is insane. $25,000 on the line. But not only that, this is the tournament to really announce the Series E competition. We see it in Apex. It's so incredible that these teams are going to have chances to get paid on salary, to compete weekly for prizes, to be sponsored by some of these great sponsors that are sponsoring us today in this broadcast. You got to stay around, learn more about Series E, because it's going to absolutely take over the world. If you are a top amateur team in Halo Infinite and you want to make your waves, Series E is the way to do so. And I love the fact that we have all the best teams here today showcasing the talent in this $25,000 tournament. This is the biggest one by far. We've had these seeding tournaments and they've been great. I've been loving to watch them. Clutch, your commentary has been awesome. But, the prize purse has been a little lackluster. That's all I'm going to say. A couple grand here and there. Now, $25,000 on the line. Money speaks. How are these teams going to compete? And so far, what we've seen from E United has only showed promise. These teams look like they're ready to finally play for some real money.
Yeah, no, these guys are chomping at the bits, right? Everybody wants to turn being a professional video game player into into their profession, into their job, right? This is another step into that direction. And you're already seeing some of the best in the world try and take that prize money, take that opportunity to call themselves a professional Halo player at the end of the day. Series E is going to offer that opportunity to a number of players. Who's going to grab the crown when the crown is up and available? We're seeing it here today. We've already jumped into one match, but now we're jumping into a second match. It's Optic Gaming, one of our strongest teams in Halo Infinite, and they're going up against the fellas. And taking a look already, this game just 30 seconds underway. You're seeing Ola on screen, finding himself a nice two-piece with the heat wave, going to work early.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a slaughter early in the making. Don't let Ola get behind enemy lines, because he's going to make you pay every time. This heat wave is definitely the power weapon on the map, and he's putting it to work. Already players trying to push into him. Well, that's a bad idea. Ola knows exactly where you're coming from. He's going to be able to get that first kill, and with that one, that's going to be a flag cap in favor of Optic Gaming. And you can see the pressure is already on. They're working on getting the second, and Ola is just masterfully controlling the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those series where I think we learn more about Optic Gaming than we do about the fellas. We know how strong this Optic Gaming roster has been throughout all of Halo Infinite so far. It feels like it's the Optic Gaming show. It's no surprise to see them with just a minute and a half into this Aquarius CTF game, already up 2-0. They are absolutely dominating the fellas, and unfortunately for the fellas, Garrett, you said somebody has to get the wrong draw as far as how the bracket played out. I'd have to say playing Optic Gaming in round one, that's a tough draw.
Yeah, I mean, when you have to go up against what many consider to be, bar none, the best player in the game thus far with Lucid, and he's showing why, as he's 5-1 early on. But here we, this could be, oh, this is just another flag happening. You know, for some reason, I thought blue team, maybe making some plays. The fellas, they're still on their back foot, but Lucid has been looking absolutely incredible for these first couple weeks of Halo Infinite. It's really between him and Trippy, you can really make a case for a 1-2 punch of the best two players in Halo Infinite. And Optic Gaming, first and second, they've been showing it at each tournament that they show up to, why they're considered the best.
I don't think you get the results that they've gotten so far in Halo Infinite without the entire team being some of the best players in the world, right? We're talking APG and Ola. When you talk to me about rosters and we speak about maybe who the strong players are on the team, well, my head immediately goes to, well, who's the weakest link on this team? If APG or Pistola is quote-unquote your weakest link, you've got a damn good team in front of you. And right now, we're seeing how good this Optic Gaming team can be. We're not even 3 minutes in the game. The fifth flag is being run. Slurpee G doesn't even have a kill yet. And Optic Gaming is looking to end Aquarius CTF in a dominant fashion. You thought United's first performance was great. Well, Optic Gaming always going to find a way to one-up, it looks like.
Yeah, this last flag rounding around the corner. Can he stay alive? No, he cannot, but Ola's there to get it on in. Trippy will gladly take the death, and we see Lucid, what was that, a 3-minute game or something? He's still able to put 12 on the board. And, talking about dominant game one victories, I don't think you can get much more dominant than that. Optic Gaming showing why they're considered the best in the game.
Just a glimpse of what we're expecting to see out of Optic Gaming today. SorPG ended up getting one of those at the very, very end in order to not get goose. The fellas, unfortunately, like we said, this is a bad draw. When you look at a bracket and you're going up, potentially in Halo Infinite as of this point, I mean, scrimmers say themselves, but game one has spoke for the rest of the teams in this tournament. You better watch out because Optic Gaming is ready to play at a very, very high level.
Well,
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back here into Studio Blue inside of Esports Arena HQ in beautiful Irvine, California. My name is Jay, so I'll be hosting here all throughout the day. You saw me at the start of the show and just wanted to jump in for a little bit to talk about, first of all, do want to say thank you to everybody in the audience and, of course, all of the players. Obviously, we've dealt with some technical issues with some bugs in the lobby that has delayed a couple of things, so we appreciate all of your patience sticking with us through that. Seems like everything is starting to smooth itself out. We're going to get right back into that Optic Gaming and the Fellas matchup as soon as we're ready to get back over there. So, again, thank you and appreciate your patience on that front. I want to go back and talk about that E United PK matchup that we saw to start off the show. And obviously, 2-0 scoreline, the win for E United. They move on the winner's side. But I would say don't count out PK just yet. Bit of a rough start for them, sure, but they did show some really good signs of life in that second game on Slayer, and I think they're going to have a better showing going to the loser side. This is a squad that has been able to show that they can compete with some of the best of the best. If you guys have followed our Halo 5 Microsoft Sunday tournaments, you've seen a ton of PK getting late in brackets, winning big matchups against tough teams, and that's when you get those mix-ups of those kind of star-studded GOAT rosters, as we like to call them, and PK can beat those teams, so I think they can certainly compete with the Optics, with the Sentinels, with the E Uniteds in this bracket. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to run through 3 of them to get deep in that loser side of the bracket, but they're going to make these matches, I think, very close and very interesting. So don't count them out just yet. You definitely, if you see them matched up with a squad you're rooting for, you, I would say, should be at least a little bit worried. So looking forward to seeing more from PK down on the lower side of the bracket. But obviously, if you're an E United fan, you're loving it, especially Nick popping off in that first game and E United just having complete control there on Aquarius. It's a map that I love because I feel like it very much well rewards that coordinated team play. No real power weapons. The heavy focus is around the rotations, team fire, and controlling camo, and it really felt like E United did exactly that. The rotations were clean. They got very good pushes with the flag, and they 5-0'd PK, and that just shows an incredible amount of control from E United, good knowledge of the map and where they could make plays, and they just absolutely dominated that first game. So they were definitely feeling really good there. Obviously, things get a little mixed up when you go to Slayer, especially on Bazaar. Bazaar, for me, as a Slayer map, feels a little coin flippy. Obviously, gaining control of Overshield and Rockets is a huge boon to your squad, but it seems almost kind of like a coin flip Slayer map in a sense. So a little weird there, but we saw signs of life from PK there, but United kind of stamped that down there once they approached that 35 kill mark. They said, all right, we're not going to let them have a chance, have a hope in this game and make some things happen. We're going to close this out clean and take the win. And they were able to do it. So well played from E United. Again, they do move on. And obviously, we jumped over to watch Optic and the Fellas there and saw some good things in this first game. And of course, that match is going to continue. And I think we're ready to go. So I'm going to hand it back over to our casters and get right back into the action.
Back to the action. We are Ola already on out, and we can see why this Optic Gaming roster is so devastating. 17-6 early on as they're quickly making work in game 2. Ola doing his best to get behind enemy lines, laying down damage, and the Wizard himself, known for staying alive, doing some more of it right now.
Already 19-6, Optic Gaming looking to dominate this first series, and it's no downfall to Fellas, right? They know the players that they're playing against. They know how great this Optic team has looked so far throughout Infinite, so this is great practice for the Fellas, but unfortunately, it's at the extent of their winner's bracket opportunity, their run today. It looks like it's going to have to go through the elimination side because 21-9, a killing frenzy this early for Trippy. It's impressive, but how long can he keep this going? Already 10-2-0. If he can go on a perfection, it would be something to remember for this Optic Gaming team and all the fans out there that want the green wall to be as dominant as they can.
How long can he go? I can tell you the answer right now. He can go all game. This man is absolutely filthy, and he's putting in more work. I think Trippy is the unsung, I shouldn't say unsung, because everyone knows how filthy this man is, but he doesn't quite get as much credit as I think he deserves, because when there's a player that needs to step up, consistently has been Trippy to do so. And you're seeing why in this first game, starting off this game 12-0. He basically just has as many kills as his team has combined. Look at him finding another one. That Bulldog putting in work, finding kill after kill. And the question is really, can he get this perfection? And you know, right now I think he's playing for it. I think he's gonna get a perfection if he keeps going the way he is. That being said, he's gonna be leading the charge. He finds one, using that grapple to try to get away, but the long nade gonna cut that short. You know, I shouldn't have said nothing. I feel sorry for Trippy. I'll send the check in the mail. I'm sorry I cost you the perfection, but getting away that long nade just cuts it short.
It's a testament to what you were saying, though, right? When you look at this Optic Gaming roster, you look at Lucid and how he's considered the best player in the world, if not top 3. You look at APG and Owen, they are understood entities that you added to your team for a reason. APG has been doing it for almost as long as Pistola, but they've been at such a high level throughout their careers. They know what they got when you talk about those two being added to this roster. It was Trippy that was really the big question mark. It was Trippy, like, will he take the next step in his Halo career to become one of the best in the world? Because he floated around that top 6, top 4 area a little bit in Halo 5, and because of it, you thought, is this where the train stops, or is the train going full steam into potentially what could be one of those championship careers that we've seen manifest, right? Everybody takes those steps. It's just a matter of when that train stops. Trippy, that train is kept going. And Halo Infinite, he has found his comfort zone. He has found his opportunity to take advantage of everything. And with it, he has brought this Optic Gaming team to the top. Without him, none of this would really happen, right? I think when you look at everyone across the board, it's Trippy that's had the most impressive, to me, so far Halo Infinite career, and it's because he had to for this Optic Gaming roster to be as successful as they can be. And right now, at a 17-2 performance, Trippy is putting on a show for all of the Green Wall fans that have supported him so far, and look forward to seeing him in the future. So great job so far here from Trippy. And if you can take anything away, the hard work, it's paid off for him, and with this opportunity, he's looking to run with it.
Yeah, absolutely love to see from Trippy. He's a player that never stopped grinding, and some may consider Halo Infinite really a game that was just built for his type of style. A player that really enjoyed the Halo 5 mechanics but could get it done in Halo 3. This game seems to be the perfect blend between the two, and players like Trippy have really benefited from that fact, as they're just one kill away. APG, the man has been on a tear the last couple of weeks. You can tell that how much these wins really do mean to him, as he has, I guess, what is a pseudo T-squared combo on this map. Both weapons in hand. He's not going to be able to find the last one, but nonetheless, the steak dinner is out. They're getting it medium rare, and this is looking impressive from this Optic Gaming squad. Really, any player on this roster can step up and get it done.
It's not like they needed to step up.
No.
But they did anyways. Optic Gaming, the most dominant series probably in a Halo Infinite tournament as of today, and what better time to try and start that winner's bracket run towards this $25,000 tournament. Optic Gaming coming out with all cylinders pumping, right? They are already in 6th gear. They are already in max capacity. They are fueled and ready to go for the day. I mean, Garrett, I don't know about you, but just as a big Halo fan myself, just as like the spirit of competition, we're going to be able to see the best teams in the world. I want to see them playing their best as well, and it already shows me that E United and Optic Gaming are playing some of the best Halo we've seen from them. But a team that we want to see shine, the team that we know has the opportunity to compete with those two, it's Cloud9. And as we jump into Cloud9's first round against Team War, we're going to see what Cloud9 is made of early on, because this Team War team is a very strong competitive team amongst the top 12 and the top 8. If Cloud9 can dominate them similar to how we saw Optic and United win their first series, that will tell us a lot about how Cloud9 is playing today as well.
Yeah, Cloud9, one thing that can be said about Cloud9, sometimes they need some motivation to play at their highest level, but one thing that motivates them more than I think any other team is the paycheck. This team absolutely comes out to play when there's money on the line, and I expect to see that from them today. That being said, you know, Team War, these might not be your most well-known players, but if you've been around in the scene, you know these guys, you know what they're capable of. Super CC in the last Halo 5 major tournament online in 2021. He went out and he got second place. You know, he has that he has some great performances underneath his belt. The question is, can he help lead this team to potentially finding some upset material against Cloud9? I don't think it's gonna happen because, hey, Cloud9, they look absolutely incredible. Specifically, Renegade thus far this season has been looking like a top 3 player in my book. That being said, I'm going to say about 18 players are top 3 players. You know, just get with it today. But Renegade's been looking especially stellar as they've been getting this flag across the way. As Eco is going to be the first line of defense, he's going to be able to find one on set, keep that flag alive for now. As he's going to be going to another, that return is going to come in, and now the flag is out and away. He's going to get it to the door, and that should be enough. Once again, this Dynamo run has been so deadly today, and we're seeing why, as the flag is already halfway through.
Yeah, we thought we were going to see Team War potentially put that first flag on the board, but Eco Smith shuts it down with that double kill, gets the flag to the closet. Stellar does the rest to get it there, and it can punch this in. Cloud9 will take an early lead, but the fire, it comes from top middle. The flagpole comes through. The Slays even go in Team War's favor, and this newly formed team, as of yesterday, they announced themselves. What an announcement it would be if they can take down Cloud9 here in this series, and an early lead, an early flag cap could potentially start that steamroll to happen.
In order for it to happen, just Zero needs to stay alive. All his teammates down. Luckily, the flag is back, so they can spawn in and get right to where they need to go. And Jazero doing his best just to lay down damage and keep Cloud9 away. And that will allow them to put the first flag on board. And we have finally seen one of the top 3 teams really bleed today. This is the first cut that we're witnessing. And now the question is, can Cloud9 recover as they're pushing in to find a kill? It's going to be Eco in the one-on-one fight. He's going to find the damage to put that player down, but not able to get away as Penguin gets his trade out.
Unfortunately, Eco goes down there, so no real opportunity for a counter cap, but you do see Penguin still controlling this utility. If he can stay alive, win this 1v1, it'd be massive, but a nice 1v1 for Team War is going to flush him out. Unfortunately, the flank from Stellar could result in a double kill, but a great nade from Septify actually removed Stellar off the map, and only Eco was alive off spawn. Team War have done it. They have played defense. They have gotten the slays they needed to regain a little bit of map control. But not only that, they put that first flag in. They've taken the lead, and now they can smell what it feels like to have a little bit of momentum in their favor against one of the best teams in the world.
Renegade trying to do some damage control with those dynamo grenades. Gonna keep that player back as he pushes forward. Leaves the scraps for Stellar to pick up. Unfortunately, not able to stay alive. 2 go down for Team War as Eco keeps the relentless push forward. Gets to the halfway mark, putting in the damage. Penguin gonna come in for the flank. That's gonna be an easy enough kill. And now they have the utility control that they've been wanting. The question is, what is the next step, and can they execute? Because 2 times we've seen thus far this game, they have not been able to execute on the back end. They get the position that they want, but not quite able to get the flag back into their side. Team War has a flag out of their own, but their base currently controlled by Cloud9.
This is dangerous, right? Cloud9 tried to overextend. It was Eco and Renegade, I believe, but they lost Stellar and Penguin. Jazero picked up a massive double. Not only that, the flag was being pulled. And right now, Cloud9 are on the brink of going down 2-0. If they can't get this flag returned, they're going to find themselves at a very large deficit with minimal time remaining in this game 1. You do not want to go down in a best of 3, 1-0 with the Team Slayer on the line, because Slayers in Halo, they can be so inconsistent. They can just really be resulted as one player pops off, and you cannot have that if you're a Cloud9 fan, if you're a Cloud9 player. But right now it looks like they've done what it takes to get the return. 3 dead for Team War. The flag in the hands of Cloud9, and everything that we thought Team War could potentially have had is stripped away from them, as well as the lead, as long as this flag can make it across this bridge.
I wonder if Eco's not feeling himself on the flag juggle today, because it's definitely faster to flag juggle in this game. He opts to sprint the entire way through. He's able to get that flag back and into his base. They're able to tie it on up. That early start is able to be minimized. We're basically at 0-all again with 5 minutes left in this game. The question is, what can they get done? Super CC trying his best to stay alive. The damage is coming through. Renegade finds himself a double kill. Eco has control of the back base, trying to clear it to find anyone that could potentially cause an upset on their side, and now just has the cross. It looks like Cloud9 is early on trying to find the control necessary to get this second flag in, and you can see all the dots for Team War on the opposite side of the flag. It's going to be tough for them to find the stop.
Yet another opportunity or situation we run into here where Cloud9 has a member in Team War's base, and that player is literally watching his flag get pulled. Now he's forced to make a really interesting decision, right? You're seeing it right here. Renegade, actually the player with that flag, is going to get it all the way into his closet, and no one on Team War is in the enemy base. And right now, Renegade punching it in at an 18-12 performance, takes his team and gives them the lead. So you blink. Cloud9 down 0-1 in game one. You blink and you miss it. Two flags immediately come back to back for Cloud9 right now, and with the control they have, with 3 minutes and a half left remaining in this game, you're seeing Cloud9 start to build the momentum that they may need the rest of the tournament. But mostly, where did Team War's momentum go, right? They just had what they thought was the lead on one of the best teams in the world. It's removed in just less than a minute and a half span.
And it really shows you how Halo can be momentum based, right? We're talking about the second flag cap being just meters away from being capped. All they had to do was clear out the base. But when you're talking about the world champions that Cloud9 are, it's so tough to get it done. And it's another flag out and away. What is that? I mean, I got to take a look at the watch, man. What is that? 3 minutes, 3 flags? This Cloud9 roster, they're answering right back. They showed weakness early on, and then all of a sudden they say, hey, we can't lose to a team like this. We are the third. We are in the top 3. We need to show why. And they're turning it on up. They get another 3 down, and now it's up to Renegade and Eco to clear it on out. And Renegade finds himself a triple kill, and he's still looking for more, going for the over. Unfortunately, Skeptify gonna be able to stop that one short. Eco gonna get this 4th flag out and away, and with 2 back in the base, you can't imagine this one not going in, as he gets it right next to the flagpole, slides it on in, and all of a sudden a 3 flag lead for this Cloud9 roster with just about 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, the 4th flag gets punched in, and just like that, Cloud9 show how dominant they can be, how quickly they can be that dominant. It was an unbelievable performance for Team War to stay in this game, to even have the lead over halfway across the game. But Cloud9 has dispelled any of that story. If you just tuned in, you would think that this was a beatdown in Cloud9's favor. And as of right now, it's every bit of so, right? Cloud9 starting to find that momentum, starting to build. You saw the triple kill from Renegade come through, and because of it, it created so much space to get another flag cap on the board. When Renegade can heat up, when he can do that kind of damage, you're going to see this Cloud9 team start to run away with a lot of games.
And one thing that really has changed for this Cloud9 roster is picking up the sandbox, making an effort to go get the thrust, to go get the heat wave, to pick up the pistols, find whatever advantage that they can, and they take whatever advantage to the maximum. Renegade has had this heat wave for what feels like forever, and he's been able to find kill after kill. This man really had a slow start to the game. Well, he's going to finish at 27-14 as Penguin's getting this last flag back into the base. He's going to opt to go the safe way as he goes into these back stairs, but that will be the last flag cap. And what a reversal of a mentality. Oh my gosh, I was so close. What a reversal in gameplay from Cloud9. Talking about getting their buttons pushed really early on. Team War looked absolutely stellar for the first 5 minutes of the game. And then, Cloud9 had something to say about it. They absolutely put in work and just worked Team War out. And we're going to go on to game 2. And we're going to see how this Team War roster responds. But man, Cloud9 just absolutely pummeled them for about 7 minutes.
It was very surprising to jump into that game, see how much time was off the clock, and see Team War take the lead early on. But it was refreshing to see Cloud9 kind of weather the storm and understand that, hey, guys, we've been here before. We know who we are. We're very comfortable with the players that we are. Adjust accordingly, and when they switched the flip, you could see it, right? They never lost control since. You saw Renegade heat up. It just was a matter of time for them to get in those positions. They stopped with these weird stalemate positions where their flag's being pulled, but they're in the enemy base, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work out in their favor. And when they are able to play the Halo that they know, that they can understand, that they can control, Cloud9 is the best in the game at that, right? So very refreshing to see them kind of turn that ship around, start to perform well, because like I said, when we first jumped into that game, we've seen Optic We've seen it United. They're both playing very, very, very strong today. We want to see everybody playing strong today, especially when it comes to like that top tier teams. Cloud9 kind of proved in the second half of that game that, hey, don't forget about us. And Garrett, you didn't say the sentence, but everyone could tell you were thinking it. Cloud9 doesn't think that they're a top 3 team. Cloud9 thinks they're the best team in the world. They have for a long time now. And they're going to be able to have another opportunity to prove that today. But that's why we have the competition at hand. And very excited to see where they can go. But first, they got to handle business in game 2 because game 1 wasn't as easy as we might have thought.
No, I mean, they turned it up at the end, but that first 5 minutes, it was concerning for Cloud9. And what really turned around the game was, once again, that overextension that we saw from those 2 players on Cloud9. They got back into the base. They let Team War run that flag all the way back towards their sides. And they said, hey, if you're going to do it, you have to win this pivotal fight. We're going to take as much map control as possible. We're going to let you get back. But if you lose this, we're not giving it up once again. And that's exactly what happened. Cloud9, they stayed alive. They were in the base. Team War just could not get back into the groove after they lost that pivotal fight. And we could really see 2 different games. If Cloud9 would have did the overextension, those 2 players in the back base died and Team War hits that second flag cap, I'm not sure if Cloud9 recovers and wins that game. Really, it was that moment that allowed them to start pushing through and absolutely dominating. And now Cloud9, I want to see them play a more of a complete game versus Team War in this game to really shut up all the haters and show why they consider themselves to be the best team in the game.
Yeah, I think if we learned anything about Cloud9 throughout their run in Halo 5, throughout just basically how this team as a collective group performs, is that when they have control, they are the most dominant team. And when they get control, they don't give it up very easily. They may have been combating for control early on for about 6 minutes of that game, but once they got it, we saw the records and the action that they can produce with it. It'll be up to Team War to make sure that they do not let that kind of control fall into Cloud9's hands once again, but already 2 straight kills in the kill feed go towards Cloud9. It looks like rockets are going to be in the hands of Eco Smith, and I believe they were able to acquire Overshield as well. So when you talk about control, Cloud9 have everything they want here in game 2 already.
Renegade getting that double kill, taking the pressure off Eco, letting him just push all the way through to this bar. And he's going to be looking for some more, but the splits have happened. So the Team War completely on the other side of the map. These rockets not really going to play an impact for a little while as we see Renegade once again leading the charge. He's using the Mangler, that 2-shot pop. This gun is so devastating if you get up close. You know, it's a little bit hard to aim, but when you're talking about the best players in the game, they're going to make it work. And you can see Renegade, that's going to be his tool of choice on this map as he's going to wreak havoc in back bases.
Yeah, Renegade getting so much information for his team, clearing out this entire base is going to say, hey, they're all at the other base. We know where they are at this point. They do lose Eco in the kill feed, and now Renegades still are Penguin. It's going to be up to them to control this map. I love the idea of getting this grapple, pulling the Mangler out and getting close and personal to Team War. You already see the first kill come through. The second assist is going to be for Renegade, and he finds a 3rd player. And look at the aggressiveness. Like, even if Renegade gets taken down there, that's a positive swing in Cloud9's favor. And not only that, but you're forcing Team War to play so reactive, play numbers down, and honestly win that pivotal, or the game continues to snowball against you. How many times can Renegade kind of perform that kind of pressure against Team War before they break completely?
You know, the question has always been asked, Fletch, what would happen if you gave Barry Allen the Flash, the Spider-Man webs? And I think today we just witnessed it. Renegade showing what would happen, because the way this man plays, he plays so fast, he plays so aggressive. You give him a grapple hook, you let him do a little bit, a couple Spider-Man moves on the map, he'll show you exactly what it looks like when you make the fastest man, the fastest POV, be able to swing into action as he's doing his best to stay alive. Once again, they have 3 rocket side, and they're letting Renegade hold down the truck side to himself, and you're seeing why he gets the 2-shot beatdown. He's playing for more, he's getting more information, gonna pick up the noob combo for now, but this is gonna be too much for Team War to handle. The collapse is starting to come in. Renegade backs down towards his rockets once again, and these rockets are gonna be so pivotal for the next couple kills, and he's already on top of it, laying down the damage, saying, hey, whoever's behind me, you pick it up. I'm gonna alleviate some of this pressure so that you can get away with these rockets. And Renegade, I believe it. I think he is the fastest POV in Halo Infinite.
I mean, it's pretty incredible to watch just how aggressive he likes to be. He likes to be up in the face. He does not miss when he does it. They dropped the Mangler there. A nice little button combo from Eco Smith to drop the Mangler in the mid-fight, pulling his BR out as fast as possible, finishing that kill as well. But this is the Cloud9 show, 26-13, already doubling the kills of Team War. And for Team War on a map like Bazaar Slayer, when you give up that control early, when you give up power-ups and power weapons consistently, and you're trying to fight for the middle of the map, this team, I believe they're just newly formed. I know they just announced yesterday. They're going to have a hard time breaking what Cloud9's control looks like, and this is what I kind of feared for them. A team like Team War that, honestly, I think will shock us at Raleigh and honestly create a couple of upsets along the way, now is just manhandled by Cloud9 because of what the early game produced, right? You saw Cloud9 jump out to that early lead, and you thought Trippy's performance on Bazaar Slayer was nice just not too long ago. We're seeing Renegade literally duplicate that performance here with a 15-2.
What I love to see from Renegade is this man goes out of his way to prioritize pickups on the map. Whatever he thinks will give him the advantage in the next fight, you'll see him grab, and he'll use it to immediately push forward. And he's doing it more and more. That noob combo gonna find him 2 kills. He turns around. He's already trying to find support for the third. He's once again gonna be leading the charge. This man literally has no fear. He is the most confident player in Halo Infinite, and it's for a reason, as we see him use himself as bait to find it so Eco can find another kill. That noob combo once again playing in. This might be the weakest version of the noob combo yet in Halo's iteration, and Renegade making it look easy as he's found kill after kill. Now just Zero trying to stabilize on out. He found the Mangler to use. Once again, the scavenging gonna play a huge part in how successful you are in this game. And can he use the Mangler to start building a little bit of momentum for his team as they're finding some more kills? But when we look at that stat column, there's one that jumps out to me right now. Septify needs to find his footing because he's 1-12, and his team they're feeling their hurt right now.
I mean, this is a culmination of everything that you've given Cloud9 so far in this game, right? You touched on it a little bit as far as like the scavenging in Halo Infinite and how important it is. Watch every single point of view we flip to. If they have an extra thing in their kit, it was intentional that they went and picked it up. If you're in the Twitch chat right now and you're trying to improve, if you're stuck in Diamond and you're trying to get the Onyx, or you're stuck in Gold and you're trying to get the Plat, notice how often these players are just taking advantage of the sandbox around them. Scavenging in Halo Infinite is so important, and it's honestly a new quality that Halo players are really going to have to pick up on. Rockets, Overshield, Manglers, Plasma Pistols, Thrusts, all the equipment at bay. And you're seeing right now the team with the lead typically is running away with that scavenging story. The game now going to be over. The series over, 50-29. Cloud9 take the series 2-0 over Team War. So if you're a Team War fan, if you like those players, if you want to see them take the next step, you're going to have to do so through the elimination side. But not because they're a poor team, because they matched up against the juggernaut that is Cloud9.
Cloud9 showing why they're so dominant. Renegade, he had an incredible start, but towards the end, Eco caught up. You know, Renegade started off, I believe it was like 15-2. He ends the game with 18 kills, but yeah, Eco is right behind him in the stat line. Those two getting it done for their squad today. And I think we're going to see it more and more as we go on throughout this tournament. The scavenging is going to play such a story, and I love to see the best players do it, Clutch, because you can see what kind of advantages they gain, why they do it. Towards the end, we're seeing every single little bit of ability being used, whether it was Super CC thrusting towards the rockets to make sure he could get that kill as early as he could, or the Mangler playing that one-shot beatdown kill, or get the two-shot pop to switch to the BR to find kills. We're going to see that storyline develop as we move towards Rally, and today it's going to be in full force, and you're really going to want to watch out. Whatever POV you watch of these top 3 teams, they're going to show you why it's so important to scavenge and how they use it to their advantage.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch it. It kind of trickled down across, like you say, the top 3 teams, and then what are the top 6 teams doing that also the top 3 teams are doing, but maybe not as much of, right? It's how much strategy and how much meta have you been able to adapt into your Halo Infinite gameplay? And you see it from Optic Gaming's point of view, the #1 seed right now in Halo Infinite. I believe that they are pushing that to its limits, or they're trying to push it to its limits, and they are exposing the most they can out of that. Teams need to follow suit, right? Teams need to catch on if they want to have similar successes to using the Mangler more often, to using those dynamo grenades, power like overshield rockets, like those things are obvious. It's the other things like the plasma pistol that can come into play. Even the Needler, if used correctly in the right format, yes, you can think that the Needler is like a joke weapon where you're kind of trash talking, but it's also pretty damn effective if used correctly. So situational uses of all the sandbox right now is utterly important to these team successes. And you're seeing the best in the world showcase what they know what to do with these weapons. It's kind of up to you to decide where you're going to go with that and how can you create the new meta as far as using these sandboxes to your advantages against some of the best in the world.
The sandbox plays a pivotal role at all times in this game. Cloud9 get themselves a little bit further in that winners bracket, where you see Optic Gaming doing what it takes to get their job done. We saw E United do it as well. The top teams keep showing why they're top teams. $25,000 on the line to get it done, as we see these teams juggle on out. Guys, it's been incredible. I want to see what they have to say over in the analyst booth. What happened in these last couple games? We'll see in a little bit. But guys, the incredible action. Do not go anywhere.
The action, honestly, has been incredible. Tools and Clutch, man. The breakdowns are awesome. Tons of action so far. I've loved getting to listen to both of you there. But my name is Jaso, back here once again. We're moving through this bracket right now. My good friend Tony will be joining me here in just a little bit. He's just about ready to go. But I'm just curious what you guys are thinking right now. It's been a lot of very interesting action so far. Obviously, we've seen Optic crushing it. They're the #1 seed for a reason. A lot of people looking at them as favorites to take it at the major in Raleigh next weekend, and they're certainly playing like it right now. Cloud9 getting a big W there. Now we'll have to see how things shake out in that losers bracket. Obviously, I think PK certainly going to be a threat on that side, but I think we've got a very interesting matchup coming up very soon with the way the bracket panned out. KCP and E United will be matching up in round 2 on the winner's side, and I'm looking at Pioneers as one of the dark horses to win this event. I think they are an incredibly talented roster. They're good across every single mode. They've got some incredibly talented, high-skill players over there, and I think they can duke it out with a lot of these top squads. And I would say outside of the top 4 kind of big names that you're looking at, I think Pioneers should be in the conversation to win this kind of event and to be a considerable threat every time they show up to play in a tournament. So definitely keep an eye on them. But I'm just wondering who's been your standout so far today, whether it's a team or a specific player. I know we got to see E United pop off in their first series, and Nick was a big part of that, getting over 30 kills in their first matchup there against PK. Looked really strong. We had Ryanoob cycling flags like a maniac there on Aquarius. So let me know, Twitch chat. Who's been your standout, whether it's a team or a specific player, and who do you think is going to take it all? Is everybody on the Optic train here today? Maybe you're leaning more towards Sentinels, or is it somebody else in the bracket? Are you on the KCP hype train like I am? Let me know. I do want to hear from you. And again, I will be joined by my very good. We've got a special announcement video. Okay, let's check it out.
Guys, why not be reckless, aka why not be casting, and I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And that bit of mine, does this man even miss? Insert team name here are going off right now. Back on Renegade, goes after the double. Oh my god! And planted on the one and only's head. 3 down, go team next. The avenue is absolutely out of control. If this man isn't the best player in the lobby right here, the body shot on Frosty ends up getting the double kill, and that is going to be a killing spree.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time, Esports Arena. Why not be casting? Tony, welcome to the show, man. I know you've had a busy day today, but I expect no less energy from you here. How you doing, my man?
I can't hear you, so I do apologize. But wow, I was not obviously, I knew I was going to be signed here by ESA as a content creator and a caster, but I had no idea you guys are going to be announcing this tonight. I thought I was doing some analyst work. I'm over here ready to break down the stats. I got my notes and wow. Thank you so much for that amazing video. That was absolutely incredible, and it truly is an honor to be able to work with you all.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you, my man. It's been awesome getting to work with you for so long. We've been obviously together months and months and months doing Microsoft Sunday Halo 5. Obviously, you bring tons of energy, great analysis, and a good voice for the community, which is incredibly important. I know you spend a lot of time talking to all of these players, picking their brains, trying to understand the way that they see the game, and helping that, influence the way that you look at the game when you come out and you cast and you analyze and you break everything down. So I think that is an extremely important voice, and obviously I'm very excited to get to continue to work with you more. I know you've been crushing it, grinding. You've been doing all kinds of HCS broadcasts since they dropped Infinite early, and that's obviously been awesome to watch, but I'm excited that we'll continue to see you here on the esports arena shows, and definitely looking forward to it. Hoping that you can hear me right now. I do want to ask you though, Tony, we've had a couple of matches in the books here. We got a couple of big teams obviously in the bracket. Is there one that's been a standout for you so far?
As far as the team that's standing out, I feel like the top teams are who we thought they were. We knew that, I would say Optic are kind of the number one team that won 2 out of the 3 events. Sentinels actually sneaking in and winning that 3rd event. So, and also Cloud9 obviously finishing 2nd place twice, ultimately at 3rd place once. So we knew that was going to be the top 3 teams. In my opinion, I think EU United has been really consistent and kind of sitting at that top 4 spot. However, some might say SSG might be taking that top 4 spot. EU United might be bumped down to 5. So we kind of knew who our top teams are. And to be honest with you, when it comes to competitive Halo, we've always been top heavy. However, I would say I didn't expect the fellas to get 5 vote like that. I'm gonna throw some respect on their names, man. I love me the fellas, man. And love me some Touche. Designful is absolutely insane. I didn't expect them to get 5 vote. Hopefully they make a run throughout the lower bracket.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. I wasn't expecting either, but you do highlight there is some really, really good top-end talent in the bracket. I want to pose a tough question then for you, Tony. You're talking about, the top squads are who we thought they were. You've got to take either Optic or the field. Who wins? Is it going to be Optic or anybody else?
If I have Optic or the field, that's tough. I think I'm going to take the field just because I think Sentinels can pop off at any given moment. Let me tell you, man, we're talking about the best players in the game, and everybody's leaning towards Lucid, everybody's leaning towards Renegade, everybody's leaning towards Frosty, but you also got to remember Royal 2. Royal 2 can slay with the best of them. When it comes to point and click, there's probably no better than World 2. And if his controller dies, he'll just switch like a mouse and keyboard. He's that good at both inputs. And obviously with Snakebite, that IGL extraordinaire, along with Slaying. Their team is just so good. Lethal Shot is deadly. Then you have Cloud9, who I feel like have the most approved. Cloud9, in their minds, they know they're a number 1 team. And at this point, it's just about putting it to action. If you do it with the largest prize pool, $25,000 that we've seen in the Halo Infinite so far, that's going to really be like, I guess, kind of springboarding and really feel confident on that momentum going into Raleigh, which is what, in just less than a week now. So if you give me Optic or the field, I'm going to take the field, even though Optic are number 1 right now, just because there's so much talent, EU United, SSG, so on and so forth.
I think the fact that you say it is still a tough question to answer says all you have to know about Optic. They're an incredibly talented team. But we do have our next matchup ready to go. So Tony and I are going to be here in between matches all day to break things down, do some analysis, check out some replays, all that good stuff. So make sure to stick around for that. But I'm going to throw it back to Tools and Clutch to get you into the next game.
is coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true slime trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Tools. I am joined with Clutch, and we've seen some incredible matches. But before we get into it, Clutch, I just had to say congratulations to our fellow caster. Why not be reckless? Tony getting signed with Esports Arena. We love to see that here, guys. You don't know how much of the grind this man has put in. So all the congratulations in here. Spam in the chat, whatever you need to do. But congratulations to Tony. But Clutch, we got some more important, I shouldn't say more important. We got some important things going on. We got round 2 of our winners. KCP, the Pioneers, going up against EU United.
It looks like we're going to have SSG versus Optic on screen, though. I mean, based off the observer mode, a little bit of
oh, yeah.
a different series, but I mean, just as important, right? Just as intense. I mean, Optic Gaming versus SSG, these two teams, they're fighting for that top spot. Optic already having claimed it a few times in Halo Infinite throughout their tournament runs, but this SSG roster, one I'm very excited for, one that has a lot of potential with the young guns and Formal coming back from Call of Duty into Halo. I mean, they want results, and I don't think that they've seen those results as of yet, but I have a lot of high hopes for this team. The broadcast production switch it over, so it is going to be this Pioneers versus EU United, so thankfully we're switching back over to the Pioneers. A little bit different score line, though, as we already see Pioneers off to a very heavy lead here in round 1, 77-28.
Pioneers, a roster that often feels disrespected by the rest. A bunch of Halo 5 grinders that have really made their name into the late cycle of Halo 5 when it was Druck and Soul Snipe who placed top 8. Actually, it was top 6 at DreamHack Atlanta 2018, the final Halo 5 tournament, and then made some noise in the Pro Series as they're going up against the tried and true E United. Often this KCP roster really taken, gets put down, not really seen as what they consider themselves to be a top half team. I believe that they think that they're firmly in the top 4 and that they can make things happen. And so far, it looks like they're putting the pressure to EU United as they're going to get this first game done, as Talik will finish holding that ball for the team.
Facing elimination.
Play's not too differential between the two teams there in round 1, but the scoreline and the ball time, like you pointed out, is a very one-sided affair for Pioneers. We were only able to jump into the end of that round, so it'll be very telling to watch this second round. We can't really say what the issues for E United were, but it is a very surprising scoreline because this E United team, they're going to have to go up against Pioneers several times throughout their infinite careers if they want to get to where they want to be. And right now, Pioneers getting the best of them here in game 1.
Pioneers trying to not let this go into a third round. This ball just sitting on the spawn, either team waiting for their opportunity to push in, and Spartan could have just been the catalyst. He finds one, he's immediately challenging out for the second. The nade will catch him as Manny's able to clear out the long hallway as he pushes on forward. Gonna miss his clamber and have to push back for now as Nick pushes through to the tower. He's able to find that kill, and this could be the pressure that's needed for E United to finally get this ball out and away and to get some more time on the board as they're finding kill after kill, make that 2 down. And here we go, Rain finally able to get it, and look at that, he prioritizes getting the grapple for his team. He stays alive, but that's going to be so important. Right now they have the opportunity, play the ball out the window, stay in yellow, grapple it back when you need to, find the rotations, but that grapple going to be impactful on this map.
It'll be interesting to see how he pairs that grapple with this oddball right now, because typically you don't want your oddball carrier carrying the objective as well, because he can't be taking advantage of that grapple. But 3 kills immediately come through for United, and their first opportunity at a setup here on stream is looking great. here, and it's going to be needed because the sword carry, he gets taken down by Sparty with great use of the Mangler. And right now, E United doing everything they can to dispel what happened in round 1 of this game 1. Take this first game to the distance, and on the back of Sparty with this sword, that could be the realistic opportunity they now have. Up 50 seconds already.
Spartan tried his best with that sword. He's able to get one with the blueberry to the face, gonna cut him short. And we can see Rain still with this ball. He has 3 grapples to get away whenever he needs to. The camo is up. You could see him try to grapple that away. Oh, and that is the bane of my existence right there. I can't tell you how many times I've done that in matchmaking. It is so tough to hit that small little camouflage with that grapple, but he's able to stay alive in the meantime. Rain able to recover. He's gonna throw that ball, finally letting someone else take the load for now. You definitely don't want your camouflage player on top of that ball, but what we've really seen is Spartan has just been let loose in the back, in the behind of KCP. Their flank has been absolutely devastated by Spartan this game, as he's been racking up kill after kill, getting damage on the board. He's 10-4 in just this round.
The ball is in a pretty tough situation, so even though E United gets that camo, has the grapple, really gets a few slays in their favor, they're not able to accumulate more time right now. We haven't seen them pick up any real significant time since that ball has been down in the bottom middle part of the map, and because of it, you're wondering if United and Rain specifically wish that he could kind of have that play back, maybe use that opportunity to end this round 2, because the longer you stay in this round, the more of an opportunity you give Pioneers. Fortunately, though, you get to play with this early lead that you've built, but it's still not over yet, and small blunders like that, maybe not punished all the time, but the times they are, you remember.
Look at this Spartan. He maintained the tower. He maintained the top yellow control for as long as he could, and now he just grapples that ball towards him, and look how far KCP is to the action. He feels the pressure, he gets the ball out, and he's gonna use this shock rifle so incredibly well. I believe he might be the best player in the game with the shock rifle. What I've seen him do with it on Twitter, that man has absolutely put in the time to perfect that weapon. And now the camo back into the hands of E United. This time Nick gonna take it for a wild ride, as he has players to his left and to his right, not able to stay alive for now, and KCP finally finding their opportunity to get this ball away with some sort of control. Unfortunately, it looks like Spartan's gonna be the one to cut it short, as he's able to find one and apply the pressure for now. Z-Manny gonna give a parting gift before he goes down, but Druck has this ball away, and he's looking. Yeah, there they are. The push is coming in. He plays it early as his teammates have control over in Turbine, and he's going to give up his life, but they have the grapple and they're ready to make the plays.
They've already got the ball into the pipe situation, but they just need slays to come through from their side. But Pioneers doesn't have the slays to really compete right now in this second round, and because of it, E United still look to continue the press that they've been able to apply so far here in this second round. A nice kill right there is going to break any chance of a setup that Pioneers might have had, and already with the United and the ball in hands, 13 seconds to go to take this to a round 3. They're looking to capitalize, and yet another dominant round performance from them, even more so than what we saw on the Pioneer side in round 1.
And this should do it. There we go. E United tie it up 1-1. And what we saw was a dominating scoreline for Pioneers in round 1. Well, round 2, it was doubly as bad for the Pioneers. E United absolutely dominated the slaying, the setups, the time on ball. Just about everything went in E United's favor that last time. And now a quick camo grab from Nick, using the drop slide technique to launch himself straight into that camouflage, and he somehow gets away with it. And this could spell an early disaster for KCP, as they're gonna have to contest the camouflage. And Nick, if you let him have first shot, he's not gonna lose.
And he's gonna get first shot with this camo whenever he wants it, typically. So great job by Nick to understand, to position himself, top elevator, scan the area, find that first kill, open up the map for his team, and already they have the ball in a location where they're going to be able to rack up significant time unless the setup is broken. And 3 down for United. Pioneers do just that and keep this round 3 close. Not only that, but they themselves should be in a pretty good opportunity here to get some ball time and get it to a place where they feel comfortable to set it up. I do believe that ball carrier is taken down with a crucial kill from Ryan Noob, so if you're Pioneers, you want to be able to manifest these slays into something objective oriented, but E United getting that one pesky kill has shut down everything for them.
At United, whenever they lose their setup, they make an effort to throw that ball into the middle of the map, and they take advantage. They make KCP work for every second of time, and we can see that's already playing an effect on this team. Pioneers had to waste about a solid minute of time just to get this ball back into their hands, and already E United is threatening as they find 2 kills. It looks like Nick's trying to make it more. He finds some great shots into that player at bottom stairs. Rain will find another on Manny, and it looks like E United has completely flipped this control on its head. They're going to be able to maintain the back spiral, and they're finding kill after kill as Rain is absolutely gross from across the map, doesn't miss a shot, able to get his kill. The stick will take down Soul Snipe, his one from the grave, but this is looking all E United in our round 3.
Rain needs to be careful here. A bit of an overextension from him going past the window situation there has allowed Pioneers the opening they need. They get 3 dead. Smarty, the last guy alive with the shock rifle, misses both shots, lands a little bit of a third, but it's not enough to get him a melee kill. And right now, Pioneers, they not only broke E United's setup right there, the ball stays on the map, and because E United doesn't play it, Pioneers now have an opportunity at the same exact setup.
Basically 0-0 at this point. KCP has the hold for now. Talik sitting bottom mid with this shock rifle. Maybe the unconventional position will allow him to find an easy kill as he gets up and now has the cross. The C push is coming. Rain taking shots. Manny gonna be able to find that kill. Druk has the sword to himself, and this is looking like a devastating hold for KCP. It's gonna take so much effort for E United to push through, and Soul Snipe's gonna be the one that's holding off the turbine push by himself. He finds one. He rotates back towards his team as kill after kill has lined up the feed for KCP. They're getting the job done as Soul Snipe finds another pivotal kill at the top tower. And now look at all these spawns coming out of a long hallway.
Every single one of these kills Pioneers is able to get numbers in their favor with this setup is massive. They've been able to accumulate over 60 points with just this setup alone. 75-31 in round 3. Do or die for E United. You maybe have one more opportunity at a good push, and it looks like they're starting it now.
The problem is the push makes the ball play off, and they did all this work to get themselves into C. Now the ball is going to spawn as far away from them as possible. They're going to have to reslay one more time as Rain pushes straight for this ball. He's taking damage. Can he get around the corner? Around the corner he does. Rain, with no fear for his life, gets the ball and gets it away, and this is going to be a solid 15 to 20 seconds of free ball time before KCP can even think about getting the push.
Yeah, you see KCP had just lost 2 fresh players right there, trying to stay alive here, but it's this player on screen. It's Nick that's the most important player in the map, finds a kill, and just starts that clock all over again for Pioneers to get all 4 players alive and get on a respawn. Once again, finds another pick. This camo, it's becoming so crucial to E United's potential comeback. They've got 30 seconds on the board already. 66-82, now down less than 20 points. E United look to make this comeback a reality.
Nick, he's behind 2 players. The question is, do these 2 know that he's coming in? He gets one with the sword. I believe Ryan Noob found one, but there is another to take care of. Pollock was able to find Spartan on the map, and now Nick is basically by himself. He does have the sword to work with, but he's not in the optimal position to make something happen. He has 3 players in front of him, not able to get one as KCP minimize the damage taken for now. They maintain the lead, and you see them just start to expand. It's gonna be up to Soul Snipe to hold this ball, but we see beautiful positioning coming out from KCP.
Look at the points. They need 5 points to win this round. They're going to take this game 1 from E United right now. With 1 second remaining, they get it. The kill does not come through for E United. 2-1. Pioneers steal game 1 in this series. They make their presence known here and now.
That wasn't really that big of a steal, though. KCP played incredible on the second half. One slip up from E United, absolutely taking advantage of. KCP get the job done, and really E United had to play that ball out at the end, but was not able to do so. We saw them win round 1 decisively, and round 3 it was a little bit of a nail biter, but they dominated the first half and they used that lead. All it took was one great break, and because of that 60-70 seconds the ball time that they held over at Spiral, all they had to do was hold it for a measly 15, 20 seconds when they broke the setup, and it was too much for E United to handle. And now all of a sudden their back is pressed against the wall, and we're gonna have to see what this team is made out of, because this is gonna be a dangerous spot for E United to sit in. They believe themselves to be in contention for the top 3 teams. Well, you can't be losing games to the Pioneers.
I mean, you pointed it out, right? The mess up that determined the outcome to game 1 was outside in blue. And E United had their first opportunity at that setup. They racked up a good chunk of time, 20, 30 seconds. That's great. That's a phenomenal chunk of time that you awarded yourself and a great opportunity to win that game 1, but you have to play the ball, right? You have to get that ball off the map before the setup is broken, because if you don't, the other team is going to have that same opportunity. And with that opportunity, we saw the Pioneers not only gain those 20 to 30 points, but turn it into about 60 to 70. And when you're able to hold a setup like that so significantly, so strong, you just put yourself in such a good position, like you said, to rack up just a couple chunks here and there and make up the rest of the points that you need. They were able to do so there at the very end. Unfortunately, E United making just a crucial blunder could determine their winners bracket lives here. Going into a game 2 Slayer is not something you ever want to do down 0-1, especially against such a strong team that you consider a very big threat in this tournament that the Pioneers are. E United, they don't have a ton of time to rewrite this ship, but game 2 is a must win for their winners bracket hopes. And you know that they have every intention of trying to make it to the finals through that winners bracket side. And unfortunately, the script's not looking like that's going to be the case.
Well, one thing United does have going for them is game 2 is a Slayer, and that's where they have the edge over KCP. We saw in round 1 of Oddball, it was 100 to 28, something like that KCP won, but the Slays, they were about even. And then the story in round 2, E United dominated the kill feed. And round 3, it was a little bit more of a back and forth with an edge to KCP. But when it comes to the slaying ability, there is a clear advantage for E United. Pioneers have better objective efficiency, but it doesn't matter when the objective is just to get 50 kills. But not a great start as Manny finds 2 looking into the back. I don't know how you let Rockets get away for free, but that mistake could cost them dearly early in the Slayer as they go down 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about massive blunders. Nobody even keeping the Rocket guy in check. Manny says, if they're not going to watch it, I'm just going to go for it. Ends up going for it, having a perfect timing on a flank on 2 players, using 1 rocket to kill 2 players. You see, sometimes rockets don't work out in your favor in Infinite, where you're almost guaranteeing that you should have gotten the kill. He actually finds 2 with it, finds a 3rd in the opening, and already an 8-3 scoreline for Pioneers. Everything, including timings, going their way so far.
You can see they're making an effort to pick up the sandbox. We see Talik with this Sentinel beam. This thing can absolutely shred, and he's playing a position where he can jump up into tires and find an easy kill if needed. He's trying his best to stay alive. 2 over at Cafe. He's the middle man, and he's going to be the one that takes care of any player that tries to take a shortcut to the action. This Sentinel beam, you get up close and personal with it, it's going to melt your life away, as we see really a standstill. You don't see this often. Just Halo Infinite really plays itself to be a bit faster than this, but KCP has their setup and they're not moving an inch.
Yeah, they have the setup they want. It's up to E United on how they want to break it. I like that E United slowed the game down, because if this game continued at the pace it was at, they could have found themselves drastically behind. They cut that deficit down to 5, stopped the game entirely, and let's see if E United can formulate some kind of a setup break here that could potentially get them back into this second game.
Spartan, he finds the flank, but his teammate went down as soon as he did. Nick is going to get the trade out, and now Cafe control in favor of E United, but is that enough to get this Rockets and just try to make a play? He's going to have to worry about these players over at tires. It looks like Ryan Noob was able to get away with the Rockets for now, so KCP has the setup, but Ryan Noob has the boomsticks, and he's able to find 1 as they're starting to break their way into this map. And now it's Talik who's under pressure. He's trying to get away. E United have finally found the break, but Soul Snipe has the help over top. He's going to be able to find 1. Druck trying to his best over at tires to stay alive. Ryan Noob able to find 2 kills with those rockets, but isn't enough to break the setup, as they are still holding this Cafe to PD lane.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Even though E United get rockets, they find 2 kills with those rockets, but they're so separated, they're so far between each other that no real ground was made for E United. The score still in Pioneer's favor. It just gets dwindled down to 3. Nice shots out of Nick. Make it a double kill for him. Make this a 2-kill game for E United, and that could be the opening E United won.
I just have to point it out, Clutch. They were perfectly fine holding out their setup that they had. The second they started to push it into E United's territory, that's when Nick said, hey, this ain't you. This isn't you. We're going to take advantage. They're able to flip the setup completely on its head. Looks like KCP might have gotten a little too greedy trying to push out for spawns. And what they had a really dominant hold in the beginning of this game, all of a sudden, it's basically a tied game. They have no control. And we've already seen what Nick can do with this rifle. He's holding down the lane. You cannot expose your head. 3 shots, 1 to the head, it gets it done with this stalker rifle. And you absolutely know Nick has one of the grossest aims in this game. He's not going to let you get far.
No, but he does get caught out right there, and because of it, that could be Pioneers' opening to breaking this setup. We saw how much trouble E United had, but once again, they slowed the game down to a halt, and they figured out the opening they needed with rockets coming up in 5 seconds. Every kill here going to be crucial. The map control is everything for Pioneers right now, and they should get these rockets. Let's see if that's the case.
I love that awareness from Talik, right? They find the kill over at C. He knows that PD's open. He turns around. He doesn't go for the rockets. He lets Soul Snipe get it because he's aware of the spawns. And really, I consider Talik to be the in-game leader for this Kansas City Pioneer squad, and we're seeing why. Soul Snipe able to go 1 for 2 on the rockets as he finds one. They get their setup back, and he's rotating back towards his team. And looks like they're going to allow the B spawn for now, but he's going to be ready for it. The nades come in, and Soul Snipe pushed out and away. So they're going to be conglomerate over here at Cafe. This could be dangerous for KCP as E United amounts a push. But it looks like Soul Snipe trying his best to get out and stay alive.
Yeah, look at the score line though, 25-14. Ever since those rockets have been picked up by Pioneers, it's been all Pioneers in the kill feed. They've had all the control they want. They've gotten all the slays they want. And on the back of a 10-4 performance right now for Manny, we are seeing this KCP roster come to life.
Yeah, I think Mr. Soul Snipe went Mr. Worldwide right there. He did a complete wrap from PD all the way to top benches. Not sure what that was all about, but he was eventually taken out. Soul Snipe looking for his next kill, able to find it on Ryan Noob as the score keeps to grow, basically doubled at this point as they're finding kill after kill. And E United, it looks like they're folding for now. All 3 of them at PD. They have one good push to break a setup and potentially start getting themselves back into this game, but this is dangerous territory to be in. You're down double digits, and that 40 kill mark keeps approaching on the end of KCP. And look at that, Soul Snipe was able to get the shotgun, and although he died, he brought it back for his team. And it's all about the sandbox. We've been saying that since this broadcast has started. If you're able to control the sandbox, you can control the pacing, you can control the kills, and you can guarantee yourself a victory.
Yeah, these next set of rockets are a must-have win condition for E United, and what they do with them could potentially determine the outcome of their tournament. Live Sparty, he actually gets taken down in the tram, and unfortunately for that, he loses the shotgun. Nick trades the kill out though, but unfortunately trades, they're not going to work out in E United's favor, and trades are exactly what Pioneers are looking for. They get the kills, they actually come out on top in this situation, and 14 kills now separate these two teams. But more importantly, a game 1 win for Pioneers has put them comfortably in the driver's seat to continue their winners bracket as E United start to crumble.
Oh man, it is an absolutely devastating effect that KCP has had. They were able to trade out Ryan Noob, get those rockets, and they break right back on in. And with only 10 kills left, I think this is all done for. Like you said, it really is a crumble from the side of E United. They had their chances. It looks like they blew it, and now they're looking for a miracle, because that's what it's going to take for them to get back into this game as KCP looks to round it up. 9 kills left to get to 50.
It's so difficult to manifest a comeback and a Slayer to 50 kills down this margin. If United was able to pull this off, it would be something special, but unfortunately, Pioneers, they've got all of the time to work with, right? 4.5 minutes on the clock. If they wanted to, they could probably try and slow this down and figure out a way to just trade kills out. Just 7 kills needed for Pioneers to steal this series away from E United fans, and the Pioneers have everything they want right now. Rockets don't come up for another 30 seconds. A bit of a blunder there from Talik, but he actually picks up a kill on a Nick right before. So a trade comes through, and that's a recipe for success for Pioneers fans. You'll love to see it as the heat wave, the Sentinel beam from Manny comes in. The body disrespect. Get that thing off the map. We're going to fry you and advance here. 47-35. I mean, Pioneers coming out with one of the most impressive performances against one of the best teams in North America right now. This is exactly what I wanted to see coming into today's tournament.
I love to see this from the Kansas City Pioneers. They really have just played their own game. There was one time where United broke the setup. KCP spawned up and they broke it right on back. And now all they have to do is play trade for trade. They need 2. Well, guess what? United needs 12. All you have to do is find a couple trades within there. Druck playing throughout the middle of the map, looking for some sort of kill. There's a one shot, and that's going to do it. Ryan Noob sees the respawn screen and now the defeat screen, as that was a dominating victory for the Pioneers. Z-Manny showing some disrespect throughout that game, giving some body shots, but I gotta say it, it's well deserved. Pioneers just played a better game too. They looked as if they were a dominant team in that second game, and I'm excited to see what they can do in this winner's bracket.
Yeah, Pioneers looked like the better team in both games, right? And rightfully so. They're going to advance in our winner's bracket. United letting the fans down once again in Halo Infinite. It'll have to be Raleigh that they step up. I guess they do have this loser's bracket run, but to rewrite this ship from the direction that they've been going down, that's going to be difficult for them to do. But fortunately, they get that opportunity in a WM bracket. I couldn't be more excited for the Pioneers, guys. And knowing the hard work that they put in coming up to Infinite, hearing all of the slander as far as that they're just Halo 5 kids, that they won't have success in another Halo, that they won't be able to find their footing and compete against the best in the world. They have other plans.
Oh, guys, that has been an incredible start to our winners round 2. Pioneers, they make it to the semifinals. $25,000 on the line. We'll see what comes up next. Stay with us.
Going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They look.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that
Welcome back, everyone. We weren't gone for long, and guess what? We have our next match up. Now, Sentinels, they just won the last tournament. They're going up against G2, a roster that has a lot of question marks around it about how far they can go. Some consider them to be a dark horse, some consider them to be a flop. Wes, what's your opinion on this G2 roster?
Yeah, you know, they have a lot of individual talent, but will they be able to put it together? The pieces have to come together for them to have 4v4 success. We know that these guys are individually skilled, but individual skill can only get you so far. And when you're competing against the competition that's in a tournament like this where 12 teams are invited. They're the 12 best teams pretty much in the world outside of maybe Cartel. And you're seeing that individual skill is not going to carry you that far. So a lot will be answered as far as how they've adapted as a team. Because when you talk about the individuals like Arctic, like Sab, Gilkey, Straight Sick, like these guys, they don't miss. It's just a matter of, are they in the right position? Do they have the right awareness? Are they shooting together? Are they playing off of each other well enough to find success? Going up against a team like Sentinels, you're going to find out very quickly if you have what it takes. And right now, we're watching Royal 2. He's on screen, already picking up a nice kill and creating a lot of space for his team with 2 dead. 0 points on the board for now, but I expect Sentinels to get off to an early lead now when they have numbers and control like they do.
Royalty just going to be left to his lonesome over there. Royalty, one of the players I consider probably to have the best aim in all of esports, not just Halo. That man hardly ever misses, so you can just let him rain terror wherever you see him. This G2 roster, I really think it has to run through Gilkey. If we see the Gilkey that we saw the last year in the Halo 3 Pro Series, then we're going to see this G2 roster go far. If we see the Gilkey that is a little bit more inconsistent, that's where this G2 roster could run into trouble. But we'll see what happens here today as they're trying to make the upset versus the reigning champions. Here we go, Royal 2. He's going to use that Mangler to its best of its ability. He knows exactly what needs to be done to hold down this lane. He's trying to find this player in the back elevator, not quite able to land his movement to find that last shot, but Snakebite able to find a kill of his own across the map. Frosty says, I don't need your help, Royal 2. I'll do it my own. Now, even though the kill's heavily skewed in the favor of Sentinels, not getting that much ball time from it.
Yeah, that's a big critique, I would say, that we have of Sentinels up until this point, is they may not be the most efficient team when it comes to getting their slays. They like to overslay a lot before playing the objective, and unfortunately, that can come back to bite them. Will it this series? That's left to be determined, but I don't think G2 is going to be that scrappy team that keeps the game close. If I'm G2, you have to find your footing in the slays department as well with Sentinels for anything to be manifested as far as some momentum for your team. Unfortunately, that's a much harder task said than done, right? Like, when you're talking about individual skill, yeah, we can pump up G2's individual skill all we want, but we know who the guys on Sentinels are. They've gotten to where they are for a reason, and because of it, it's going to be either a closely contested battle of G2 shooting phenomenal, or Sentinels probably runs away with this game the more that they have an opportunity to play the game and spawn on the map, right? You're seeing it right now with the perfect setup towards elevator, kills coming through in Sentinel's favor. Now the points as well start to result in that scoreline.
G2 is a roster that's gonna have to beat this team as a team. Sentinels will not lose to a team based off individual skill. They're too well balanced for that to happen. As Royal 2 racks up some more time, he hears someone underneath. Well, it doesn't even need to help right now. Snakebite able to find the first, and he's able to find the second, using Royal 2 as a gravitational well to pull those players out of position, as Snakebite feeding himself 10 kills and 3 deaths thus far this game, as he lands the cross map shot with that Mangler to break shields and to find another easy kill. The score keeps racking up in favor of Sentinels as they have finally crossed the halfway mark at 50 kills. And look at this, all of G2 basically stuck in that long hallway, and that ball just about as far away as it can be. They're really depending on finding these next couple slays to break this setup.
G2 is doing exactly what they need to, though. They tried pushing across catwalk, but when Sentinels were able to control yellow and where that commander rifle spawns, it's almost impossible to break that setup. You're gonna receive way too much damage pushing across catwalk or bottom catwalk, to where it's so difficult to try and to come through those doorways with enough shield to be able to win a 1v1 against a Royal 2 or a Snakebite. We saw it several times that G2 tried that strategy. They finally pushed the glass side of the map. They got control of yellow, but unfortunately they put all the resources in that again, and they only had one angle that they were coming from. Because of it, Sentinels were able to just freely focus all of their attention onto that one doorway that they would be coming out of, and you're seeing the score. It's 96, 97. This is going to be 100 points to 5 right now, and it's because G2 need to figure out a way to break this setup. They could not find the recipe there in round 1.
Well, Snakebite was just masterful that last game of using the ball as a bait piece to find positional play and to get kills from behind. Sab trying to rewrite history this time around, trying to find a better performance in round 2. He's able to get 1, but 2 go into the favor of Sentinels. Gilkey trying his best to maintain that Batman position, to be the last line of defense and to make sure no one can get away with that ball easily. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really have the help now. He's going to be this first player to push. The question is, can he get the kills? He's able to push it just right. Finds Royal 2 with half shields. Now looking for the second. He's able to get the damage in, and this is exactly what G2 needed. Kills going in their favor. That ball could be racking up time in just any moment, but they still have to execute on these kills, and it's taken them too long. This is ball time that they could have been getting. Instead, it looks like we're staying at a standstill.
Yeah, they were able to successfully trade kills throughout this round so far, but G2 with no real opportunity to get the ball out of the middle of the map. It's so difficult because of all the sight lines that can be done. A massive 1v1 in pipes there, I believe. It was by either Lethal or Frosty, and because of it, it looks like Sentinels is going to put the first points on the board here in round 2. G2 need to be careful because we saw how strong of a setup Sentinel can hold in round 1. If they are able to replicate that here in round 2, this game will be over very quickly.
Snakebite has the ball, but no one in front of him to really weather down the push for now. He's going to drop an op to Slay, finds one with the grenade, and now he's going to be that forward player. I love the adaptability from Snakebite. He's really doing it all this game as he gets up into the face. Killing spree for him. He killed it in game 1, went 14-4. Well, he's doing it some more in this second round as he starts off this game 5-1, and more importantly, they are able to get this ball out and away and into a setup. Now, Gilkey has the shock rifle. That could be the power weapon needed to break this setup. And with camo coming up soon, the question is who gets control of this camo and who can control the pace of the game. And oh man, we talked about it time and time again. It's about using the sandbox clutch, and that's exactly what Snakebite does to get away with camo.
Yeah, he gets that camo. I would have liked to see him grapple the ball and at least have it towards his team in the turbine, but he has other plans. He has every intention on slaying right now. Finds the first kill with the backsmack, spots another player bottom middle. Not the greatest shots, but the job gets done. Arctic gets taken down as well. 2 kills for Snakebite come through, and that should be the control back to Sentinels' favor, but it looks like Gilkey's been able to deny the ball from moving too far as of yet. A great job by Gilkey to keep his team in this round. 37 seconds isn't impossible, but if Sentinels gets another setup before we see G2 go on a run, this game, this second round, and this entire game 1 could be heavily in Sentinels' favor.
Gilkey, I think, choked the kill on Frosty, and that could come to haunt them as Frosty now finds the kill on Gilkey. He gets the shock rifle for his team. Arctic coming in from the back way. He's able to find one, looking for the second on the ball. That ball is going to get away for now and push them towards the 50-point threshold. They've hit it, and now, oh my god, what a rotation from Sentinels. They get away from the pressure. They lost sword, they lost shock rifle. It didn't matter as they maintain this ball, as they just out rotate G2, and they're keep racking it up. Oh my god, Sentinels showing why they're one of the best teams in this game. They play so well off each other.
Yeah, it's so difficult to beat a team like Sentinels, and unless you're on your P's and your Q's, and you probably need to be on the rest of the alphabet as well. And unfortunately, G2 not having that kind of performance here today. This G2 lineup still figuring things out, still working through the difficulties, it seems, as far as getting their individual skill and utilizing it all, and figuring out the best way they want to play Halo Infinite. Not a lot of time before Raleigh, not much time before this game 1 of this series is over, and because of it, G2, they're going to have 3 dead yet again. Sentinel's going to have control, bringing that ball towards the elevator where we've seen them hold a complete setup for an entire round before. This could be the beginning of the end.
I just want to point out, Snakebite's 11-1. I believe that puts them at like 25-5 for the game. We're talking about quintuple positive. Really, to me, he's been able to stop every push just by himself. Unfortunately, we did lose the game, but I think Clutch, we may have known how that one was going to end at the end of the day, because that looked all Sentinels. And really, MVP of that game for me, Snakebite. He positioned himself so well, found the critical double kills, consistently stopped the push of G2, and was really a one-man army.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dominant Sentinels performance, right? And it leaves you wanting more from G2's side. G2 is going to be one of those teams that it feels like they have the skill to place better than what they're going to place, it seems. And it's all about how they can go about improving. And unfortunately, that recipe is not ever easy, right? And sometimes you have to go through some grueling losses in order to do so. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to really fix things here before this tournament's over, but there's a lot to be fixed, it looks like, especially when Sentinels is just able to hold one setup against you and basically in the first round there. Things like that cannot happen. G2 needs to have a better understanding of how they want to break these things and be more successful at it, like hands down, right? It can't take you more than 4 tries at breaking a setup or the game's virtually over. You make those mistakes once, it's shame on you. You make them 4 times in a game, and you got to go back to the drawing board at some point. They are still in this series. They do have a Slayer to play with, and Sentinel's known for slipping up in some Slayers. That could potentially be where G2 finds some life, but they have to show me that they have more in the tank than what they did in game 1, and I'm not sure they do.
Well, one thing to say about that, right? G2, they might have their kinks right now. They might not be the best team at the moment, but we have players on that roster like Straight Stick who've been around the block for a while, and they know what it takes to be successful. If you recall back to DreamHack Atlanta 2018, that Straight Stick roster that ended up getting top 6, they started all the way in open bracket. They lost round 1 of winners to go into the losers bracket. They have experience with getting knocked down, with having to play on their back foot and figuring out a way to get it done. And the question is, can that experience that players like Straight Stick and Gilkey have really help their new up-and-coming Slayers in Arctic and Sab? And I think it's a possibility. They just have to figure it out by rally. And I'm very confident in that team that they'll get together and they'll figure it out. It might take them a while. It might take some brutal beatings from Sentinels, but that's a team that I think has legs in the long run. They have a longer focus. The question is, how long can you really afford to take? Because, man, that was a brutal game 1 to watch.
I mean, if we're going to go in that direction and that train of thought, right? Like, not to bash G2 or anything, but like, their ambitions exceed all of their past results. Mm-hmm. And to mention things that Gilkey has done or Straight Stick has done throughout their careers, it's like they've always left me wanting more. It's like Gilkey, yes, he had that Halo 3 tournament at LAN in the MCC era where it was unbelievable to watch him play, but it was like, where is this every other series that I've watched you play? Where has this been the past 10 years? And it's a level of like, how can we get this consistent? Straight Stick has also gone off against some of the best teams in the world throughout his career, but the level of consistency, sometimes it's not there. And it's often not there a lot more than what we see, the glimpses of the potential of these players. They've got to figure out a way to hone that potential and to manifest more consistent results if they want any opportunity of trying to compete for some of this, not only this prize money, but the stakes that are on the line here in Halo Infinite. I mean, everybody is gunning for that top spot, and with the talent around you, you're looking around like, these guys are big dogs. And if you want to be part of the big dogs, you got to play like one. And unfortunately, G2, I mean, it's going to take everybody playing better, because it's not up to one individual. It's not on Gilkey's back. It's not on Stray Six back, or Arctic and Sab are not carrying their own weight. Like, they're going up against teams that all 4 players are world-class calibers. I mean, you start with Optic and you're looking at that roster and you're going from top to bottom. I mean, APG is arguably like the guy that needs to step up the most on that team. And like, when APG is that factor, like, you're in a good spot as a team. So everybody on G2 has got to figure out a way to elevate their gameplay. And not a ton of time to do it here today, but they have to figure out advantages that they can exploit using their own gameplay. And unfortunately, that recipe, it hasn't come through at a consistent rate.
Well, the question is, can they answer back in this game? To Arctic trying his best to stay alive. Rocket's still around in play. It looks like they just got picked up by who else? Lethal. He's able to find the trade out. Unfortunately, did cost his own life. So those Rockets going to be down in tires. Looks like Royal 2 trying his best to get in there and get away with them as Snakebite holds down the cross. Looks like Royal 2 was able to get those Rockets, and that should be enough to give Sentinels some breathing room early on into this game. So it's up to G2 once again on their back foot early on. They're going to have to find a way to break through.
A nice sneaky play from Gilkey here. He's hiding under the grass, was able to find a kill, stay alive. Royal 2's been looking for him this whole time, and Gilkey making a play to keep this game close. Now 6-9, still in Sentinels' favor, but G2, if they have any hope, it's probably in the Slayer right now to turn this series around. Now that Gilkey gets taken down, we'll have to see what Sentinels is able to do with the man advantage.
Frosty's going to be able to find Arctic on the way out. He's trying to get the cross pulse rifle, not able to find the shots to connect. And now shotgun into the hands of Sav. He finds Snakebite trying to get away, and this could be the opportunity for G2. Once again, the Bulldog is so important on this map. You don't normally want to be over at purple, but when that shotgun's coming up, you want to be able to grab it and take it away and start to control the map with it. Arctic has a fight against Frosty and Snakebite. Snakebite gonna come out on top with the help of Frosty, and now the damage has been done. G2's on their back foot. They're back spawning B. Frosty lining them all up, gets the double perfect, and now trying to find some more damage to lay down. He's gonna find another player in front of him, and this is why Frosty was the Halo 5 MVP. It's because he doesn't lose 1v1s. Gilkey, we'll see you 8 seconds later.
Look at Frosty's positioning. His entire team was tower side of the map, and he gained so much information as he got that double kill that he knew where the other two members were going to be from G2. They're able to not only get those 2 kills, but also have the information that they flipped the map successfully. All of G2 spawning towards the police department area is going to be stuck with very limited space to push out here. You see Frosty anchoring this tower, this balcony position, now looking to be aggressive, and the rest of Sentinels coming from the left side. G2 are in once again a terrible position to come out on top.
Yeah, and you can't even afford to play trade for trade at this point. You've gone down too much. You have to break setups and gain advantage. There is no more going 1 for 1, going 2 for 2 at this stage of the game when you're down by 13. And it looked like Frosty is just going to control the mid of this map, uses the nerd jump, trying to get high with the pulse rifle. Went for a cheeky little ninja, straight 6 saying, no, I'm not going to fall for that. I've been around the block a bit too long for that one to work on me. But once again, all Sentinels has to do is play trade for trade, and that's exactly what's happening. They're using themselves as bait, pulling players from G2 out of position and finding kill after kill. The push from G2 is happening, but Sentinels, they look to be rock solid in their setup. And once again, it's about pulling a player out and finding the trade. Sentinels will take it all day.
Yeah, 26-14 right now. Sentinels in the driver's seat of this series, looking very dominant. G2 on their back feet again. A nice 1v1 against Sab, against Frosty right there. Gives Sab the lead. And that could be a massive kill, right? You got 10 seconds for Rockets to come up. You've created a little bit of space. You've got information on where the rest of the Sentinels are. They're going to be spawning on the police department side of the map once again. And G2 now in maybe a favorable position to try and get these rockets. Looks like Arctic was able to acquire those. A couple kills come in their favor. Maybe you can manifest some kind of momentum here. Another kill from Arctic could be massive, and there it is in the kill feed. The rockets get put to great use.
They're able to find that too, but they're not breaking any hold. They're going to maintain their spawns for now. That shotgun B is going to find Arctic. They're going to go find the stalker rifle. The shotgun's still down over by the oddball spawn. And now, really, they're slowing down this game. The question is, how slow can you get it? Is Sentinel's going to allow you to find pick after pick? And it looks like Sab is the player that's isolated, and I think Sentinels knows it as they're trying to materialize a push over by purple. But look at this beautiful positions from Sab. He's able to find a player in the back. That's going to be the trade out. He's able to get shots into the second. The push from Sentinels does come through, and look at that. Royalty finds Arctic out of position, and I believe that's going to stop the potential flip of this game. I thought G2 had an opportunity right there, but Arctic dying is just going to put us into back of the more of the same old. 2 setups. Sentinels trying their best to break in, but at this point, right, all they have to do is go trade for trade. They're okay with giving up their lives as long as it's traded out, and that's what we're seeing from Sentinels. They're pushing in with really no regard for their life as long as they find the kill.
Yeah, Sentinel smells blood in the water right now. You see Lethal just jumping at players, trying to get those trades, trying to get this game over with. 9 kills separate the 2 teams, but not only that, but a game 1 victory for Sentinels make this series a very fathomable win for the Sentinels roster. They look to continue their tournament lives through the winner's bracket right now. Snakebite being aggressive, finding another kill, extending this lead to 10. Not only that, but the map control all in Sentinels' favor, and G2's hopes of advancing right now through the winner's bracket dwindling as each kill comes across the board.
Rockets are up on the map. If G2 wants to make this comeback happen, it needs to happen without Rockets. Stalker rifle over at backseat. Can they find the kill on Frosty before he gets away? The shots are coming through, but not able to get the kill as he's going to waste both those rockets. Although he dies, the job is done. You take the power weapon off the map and you went 1 for 1. That's all you can really ask for as they get themselves one step closer. Only 8 kills left for them to get to 50. And you can see them really just no regard for their life as G2 finds 2. You think Snakebite? I think he just he was like, oh, I was gonna push. My teammates go down. We'll just head back as Frosty's taking the one-on-one fight. He'll win that one versus Arctic. And now it's up to Snakebite to hold down this back flank by himself.
Yeah, Snakebite wisely backing down, taking a look at the score. It got down to 7 right there, and all of a sudden, Sentinel starting to know that, hey, if we take this G2 team too lightly, they can come back in this game. They have the capability and the individual skill to manifest that. So let's not give anything away for free. Right now, it's still a 7-kill game. Make it a 6-kill game as G2 pick up a kill or 2 in the feed. But with such little room for error remaining, it's Sentinel's game to lose right now. And Royal 2 with this shotgun back tower finds another easy kill, making it one step closer to Sentinel's advancement.
Beautiful paint on that shotgun. So he's waiting for his opportunity. There we go. There's a player in PD. They're going to be able to find that one kill. Straight Stick with a Stalker rifle is able to find his own across the map, but they have to find 9, where Sentinels only has to get 2. And both these players stuck back in red. Well-placed grenades can take both of them out. Well, a flank does the same. Royal 2 is able to get there. Frosty collapses as well. Those 2 players caught out of position, and it will cost the game. A 2-0 victory for Sentinels as G2 tries their best to get back in that game 2. There was opportunity, but not quite able to materialize it at the end.
No, and G2 will be kicking themselves for the early mistakes they made in that game too. But in all honesty, that series was a better team playing a worse team, and Sentinels coming out on top, rightfully so, with the performance they were able to put on. 17 kills out of Sabinator is very impressive. I'd like to see more Sab gameplay as we continue Halo Infinite's story. I do think he's one of those very talented individual players that's on the come up right now, but it's G2 as a whole that needs to figure out a better way that will produce better results for them to play Halo Infinite. Right now, they're playing Sentinels' game, and Sentinels was able to take that series fairly easy.
Oh, man, I just want to see more from this G2 roster, because we've seen the individual talent. Like, we've seen Gilkey be the best player in the game at some points in his career. And I want to see that again from that G2 roster. I want to see these players step up because I think they have the capabilities of doing so. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to take a little bit more time because Sentinels, let's just be honest, the way it is, they rolled through G2 that game. Game 1 wasn't particularly close, and the way that game 2 started, you could basically count G2 out from the start.
Yeah, when we talk about tiers and the rankings of Halo teams in the world, right? Sentinels and G2 typically land in 2 different tiers, and I think that was the story that we saw there in that series. G2, unfortunately, able to play when they're all clicking and they're all playing their best. They may be able to compete with some of the best teams in the world, but I do not believe we saw G2's best. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to bring their best to their game. They do have the elimination bracket in order to potentially provide that as a storyline for us as casters, but unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and see what they have left in store.
Well, as they go to their drawing board, let's go to our drawing board. Let's see what our analysts saw in the back. We'll be right back.
Thank you, gents. Yay, so back here, I got my man Why Not joining me once again, and we see a nice clean 2-0 from Sentinels there, taking out G2. The first game on Oddball, relatively close and back and forth, Tony, but then we go to Slayer, and interestingly enough, a game mode that I feel like a lot of times can get pretty fast and loose and pretty aggressive. Sentinels were actually able to slow things down, control it, and take a pretty convincing 2-0 win. What were your kind of thoughts on that best of 3 we just got to watch?
Yeah, man, I think the matchup was absolutely fantastic. I mean, obviously, Sentinels are they're a tier above, as Wes said. You know, when you look at both of those squads, they tend to end up on 2 different tiers. However, every time we see G2, they get better and better. These are 4 very hungry players combined with a coach that really does his work with the film review. And I feel like we have not seen G2 peak just yet. The game has only officially been out for 3 days now. Just imagine we see them come January, come February. G2 are only going to get better and better.
And I mean, I think it's important to look at an organization like G2 with the incredible wealth of history that they have, the success and the championship pedigree as well as this organization has across multiple titles, right? Probably the best European organization in League of Legends, incredibly talented teams in Counter-Strike history. They've done things all across esports, and now coming to Halo, I think this is an organization that is going to put in the time and the resources to build up this roster and have them competing at the top level because, you know, knowing Carlos as an owner, he is not going to accept anything but championship contention from this team. So I know that they are going to get there, and I think the point you make, let's see what they're like in January and February. I think they're going to be an incredibly talented team when we get to that point. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll have to see what they can do with the losers bracket, but we are getting ready for an interesting matchup here next, Tony. The one coming up, we're going to have Cloud9 and Inconceivable, which is Snipedown's roster. What excites you the most about that specific matchup here in Winners Round 2?
Let me tell you guys, don't you dare touch that dial. Grab your popcorn and get ready. Renegade and Bound used to be the duo. When they used to play in twos tournaments, they were almost undefeated throughout every tournament, and it was absolutely insane. Now we see them split up, go their separate ways, and now we're going to see them go back up against each other. Boo Boo Dubu and Renegade used to team on that Splice roster. Remember that
Yes.
Splice and Sentinels rivalry for so long? Hey, Boo Boo Dubu was a part of Splice for a bit and even won a championship with them as well. So this is just going to be so exciting. Plus, you also have Snipedown coming back from Apex. Renegade tried to dabble with Apex too, and he was actually pretty good himself. And watching those two go at it, there's a lot of storylines here. Both of these teams are star-studded, and now they're about to go at it. This is going to be incredible.
I think it's going to be incredible as well. And the match is ready to go, and so are our casters. So Tony and I are going to hand it back off to Clutch and Tools to get it going.
We could possibly ask for so many relationships between these two teams. Cloud9 and Inconceivable going to be heading for it in our semifinals. Guys, this is going to be, in our winners round 2. Guys, this is going to be an incredible one to watch. Clutch, early on, right before we get into this game, I want to hear what your predictions are between these two teams.
You know, I just want to see some good Halo. I want to see the series go the distance. This Inconceivable roster is one that I'm so excited about, their future, their opportunities. With the addition of Snipedown being put on this roster, I really think that they have an opportunity to, the sky's the limit. When they're playing their best, I think that this team will be able to win any and every event that they can. It's just a matter of getting everything to click. When I watch this team scrim, they're so close to beating the likes of Optics in games. They are so close to competing against Cloud9 in the scrims. It's just a matter of a couple of different decisions need to go their way. Maybe the internet connections are a little bit of a problem, but what I have seen is a ton of individual skill at this roster. We talk about Bound's opportunity in Infinite. He's just an up-and-coming player. No one knows what the kid looks like. I've seen his screen enough. I don't care what he looks like. The kid is good at Halo. Snipedown being back. I mean, you know Eric Rona. Everybody in this scene knows Eric Rona. Everybody in just about any Halo or any FPS scene knows who Eric Rona is. There's a reason for that. It's because he leaves statements where he goes, right? I expect Inconceivable to be playing at such a high level. And I haven't even talked about the other team. That's the world champions in Cloud9. That Splice roster minus Shotzi plus Penguin. What they've been able to do, absolutely impressive. This is the clash of two titans. In my opinion, 2 of the top 4 teams we have in Halo Infinite. Either one of these 2 teams wouldn't shock me if they won the entire tournament itself. I'm not going to predict the series, but I expect plays being made on both sides in a very high contested match.
Yeah, I think we have the most talented players we could possibly ask for in this game. One thing I love about this Inconceivable roster, right? It feels as if we're seeing history repeat itself. And remember back in the day, Halo 3 came around. There was a kid that was up and coming. No one knew who he was. All of a sudden, he comes to his first tournament. He's on a pro team, and he made some noise. That was Snipe Down. Now we come back 10 years later. Well, guess what? There's a player. No one really knows who he is. He absolutely has been killing it in the game online. Everyone's been calling him an onliner. They don't think he has to do what they can do on land. Well, guess what? Bound's trying to make the same story happen twice because he really does look like Snipe Down reincarnate. He's going to come out to his first land. He's going to be on that top roster. How much noise can this guy make? Because when you watch his gameplay, you know he's a little bit different. Honestly, I'm not convinced that he's even human. I think he's part of the Matrix. Something's going on back there because he's just built different. He looks absolutely incredible. I think Bound has the best movement in this game, and we're going to see why in this series. When you see him in a pickle, he's going to be able to find a way to maneuver his way out or to find some sort of advantage using the techniques on this game. You go watch his stream, he's spending hours at a time wandering around in the academy mode, just finding new grenades, finding new jumps, finding new techniques and mastering them. So he has them in his toolbox and he's ready to pull them out when it matters most. And you know what? $25,000 on the line, Clutch. I think that's when it matters most.
I think we're talking a lot about the underdogs in this series right now.
Okay.
Bound, he's got a lot to prove, right? And I think rightfully so. He's put himself, I mean, I'll touch on it for just a second, right? Snipe Down, his story in Halo 3, it was something special, but he didn't go to that tournament with a team that could win the event. Bound has already found himself on a team that can contend for championships. But we got the Cloud9 story on the other side of the line, and that's potentially our best team in Infinite right now. I know the results have favored Optic, they've favored Sentinels. When we get to a LAN, when the money is on the line and the lights are the brightest, I expect this Cloud9 team to find a whole nother gear to step into. We'll see if they're capable of that here today. Already 3 down for Cloud9 though, and Inconceivable on the back of Snipe Downs. Great shots. Is going to be able to jump off to an early lead, but a great job by Penguin to shut Snipe down, maybe delay some ball time right there. This is going to go back and forth, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams have the capability of taking a tournament, and we're going to see who comes out to rally and who plays stronger. But the Titans have to match in our winners round 2, and we'll see who gets away with it. Looks like Cloud9 going to be able to earn some time for Cloud9 able to earn some time for now, but not able to get too far away with it as Boo Boo Doo finds himself on the flank. And guess what? He has that shock rifle in the back pocket. That gun to me is one of the most exciting to watch. Unfortunately, he's going to find himself on the respawn screen as it's Renegade who's trying to find himself in a better position. You know, you don't see the Disruptor come out too often, but that's where it's really useful. It can break shields really fast. It can get you a kill where you don't deserve one, and that's exactly what happens to Renegade. He's able to get the drop on a player and get the trade out, but the shock rifle back into the hands of Falcated and Inconceivable as they're trying to find their way to this ball. Looks like no one from Cloud9 really in a position to contest it for now, as Foul is able to find the trade out. Sword in the hands of Eco, but he goes down, and that's going to allow Inconceivable to grab some control that they've been needing to get this ball away.
Yes, unfortunately, this ball has not been moved. With all of these 3 down calls, neither team really being able to get the ball into a comfortable position where they're able to rack up some significant time. So all of these slays, although they're going back and forth, they're giving each team its windows for advantages. It's not resulting in the scoreline. I'd love to see a little bit more efficiency out of these 2 teams. Unfortunately, right now we're on board with, I believe it was Boobadooboo, and he gets taken down with the sword. He thought he could close the distance on that player. That player wisely backs up, spots Boobadooboo at the immediately wrong time, and because of it, Cloud9 get 3 dead. Not only that, they pick up the ball, and this is where we're going to finally see a team jump out to the lead.
That noob combo comes out, and actually he's able to find the kill. Boobadooboo trying to get out of that doorway to dodge the bullet, but not able to do so. The noob combo claims another victim on stream. Guys, I promise you, it's not that easy. The gun's not that easy to use. We've been seeing kill after kill with the noob combo. It actually is a bit tough to use in this game, as Renegade's trying to get away with his life. Ends up baiting himself for a second, but hey, what can you do? The flank comes through. Snipe Down's going to be able to find 1, potentially 2, as he gets the shots in. That player trying its best to stay alive, and the sword not going to be enough for Penguin to stay alive, as Snipe Down has broken the top glass setup, and now they're getting the ball time. Boo Boo Doo not feeling the pressure at the moment as Eco is able to find the kill on the ball, make it a double kill. Did he have camo? I'm not sure, but he's making absolute plays as he finds another one. Bounds going out. My God, Eco making plays. He's finally taken out. Someone get him off the map.
Eco breaks this setup of Inconceivable basically by himself, catches Snipe down off guard there in that top glass area, and unfortunately that's a massive blunder for Inconceivable. It really looked like they were going to have an opportunity to hold that setup successfully. Fortunately, it does appear that they've broken that setup from Cloud9 as well. Stellar gets taken down with that sword, I believe, and because of it, Inconceivable, yet again, another chance to rack up some significant time, get right back into this game, only being down 10 points.
All time going in favor, Inconceivable. Snipe down, opting to drop it out into the open as he felt the pressure, but he was able to find two. Cloud9 able to get that ball back into their hands, but not able to get the camel. The camel actually still down. It's going to be a triple kill for Stellar. He opts to go for ball instead of the camouflage. We're going to leave that for one of his teammates to grab. I believe it was Penguin who was able to grab the camouflage for himself. And now, actually, it was Renegade who gets that camo, and he's going to put it to absolute work. We know this man and what he can do. He's going to use this camo to find first shot potentials and take down player after player as a perfect kill comes down as he takes down Mr. Eric Rona. And now the Mangler in hand. Oh, my God. Don't let Renegade do it. There we go. Someone finally takes him out.
Bit of an over challenge there, though, and that's 3 dead for Cloud9. Inconceivable. They get the play ball immediately. You see a player going for sword out of his way. It's sniped down. Unfortunately, he loses his ball carrier, and right now, Inconceivable don't look like they're in position to make this ball, to have this ball be put in an opportunistic setup right now. It's going to take pivotal kills, maybe one on the bound, on the back of Bound, but the stick off the wall for the double kill. Killing spree. Brown starting to create something.
Hey, you know, it might have been a bit of a slow start for Bound. Give him his opportunity and he'll take it. He finds the double kill, getting some cheeky, sticky kill. Now, the shock rifle in hand. Can he hit the headshot? No. Stellar gonna put him down, and that's the shock rifle, man. It can be absolutely deadly if you can hit the shot. When you're feeling pressure, that thing is, it feels impossible to hit at some points. Really, one of the best guns I think has been added to Halo Infinite. It really feels like it can be a sniper rifle at some points, but if you're not good enough with it, you will get punished as Eco trades out with the sword player. Little blueberry to go.
A nice job by Eco to get that kill on to Snipe Down. He was starting to run rampant with that sword, starting to become a serious problem and thorn in the side of Cloud9. You see Inconceivable was able to rotate the ball all the way to blue. Now with pressure on them, they're forced to play it. You see Valkyrated trying to stay alive. His teammates are here, but the ball, it's been played, and unfortunately, they're going to be all at blue right now. So even though they were able to slay out, because you almost prematurely played that ball, you now have to go figure out a way to reslay and get that back into a prime position.
Ball is very exposed at the moment, but it looks like that is no problem for Cloud9. They end up just going down for it anyway, having confidence that they'll be able to get up kills on the back end, and that's exactly what happens. Snipe Down now in the position to try to make a play. Unfortunately, the flank comes in just before he notices, and that's going to cost them dearly as Cloud9 racks up more and more time. Only 15 seconds until they take this game away. There's one push left for Inconceivable, but they're so far away. With only 8 seconds left, can Penguin out-rotate? The grenades are coming in. Only 4 more seconds. One lands perfectly, and it will get the kill. Inconceivable, not quite done yet, but Eco trying to put the nail in the coffin, and he'll do just that. Round 1 for Cloud9.
A very, very close round 1 right there. Inconceivable. It's kicking themselves probably for a few mistakes, but overwhelmingly able to compete with Cloud9 right there. They just needed to get a set of slays or 2 more, and they probably would have come out on top. It's all you can ask for as a fan right now. Jumping into round 2. Cloud9 start out hot, picking up the first 2 kills. Not only that, but the camo goes into Eco's hands, and they need to shut him down. A massive kill from Fabricated shuts that down. The ball still being top middle is big, and because of it, Inconceivable might be able to weather this storm, even though they've been outslayed early on.
Kill feed still lighting up for Cloud9. Now, finally, Inconceivable find 2. Looks like the push is coming in. Cloud9 trying to find another. Escape routes being looked at. Not quite able to find that kill. I'm not sure where that one player went away, but hey, will take it foul, able to find the kill on Eco. And now Cloud9 trying to break the setup of Inconceivable. You can see this ball player very isolated from the teammates, finally able to get back towards his teammates, but they've given up top red, and that is the position that you really want to keep when you have that A control, right? Because you have to be able to have the cross map shots into that top A catwalk, and it looks like Inconceivable gonna have the chance, Cloud9 gonna have the chance for an early break.
Yeah, but this 2 kills are massive for Inconceivable. The teamwork, the angles, they all come through. 3 straight kills for Inconceivable right now. They are able to hold this elevator setup. They can force the blue plat spawns right now, and you see them come through. They're already ready for him. Booba laying down some great damage, needs to stay alive here. But if Snipedown can play his life well in pipes, it would have been massive. He goes down, Renegade finds that kill, and now Inconceivable needs to be worried about this setup.
Well, I love what Cloud9 does right there. There's one kill that matters the most. Oh my god.
My god.
Jeez.
Who was that? Renegade with the shock rifle lands that kill, and that is not an easy shot.
No, that is not an easy one. Renegade showing why he's the player to go pick that one up. Oh my god. We saw some devastating carnage right there. Camo coming on up. It's going to be up to Penguin to make a play. He's finding the shots, but not able to get the kill. The nade, not going to be able to get it done. Renegade goes down as well, but the trade out happened. Camo still on the map, though. Booba trying his best to get it away. Unfortunately, 2 players from Cloud9 ready for the action. Booba trying to find his opportunity to get to this camouflage. It looks like it's finally there. Grenade still doing the damage. Camo still on the map. I'm not sure if Snipedown was able to grab it and get away. I think Snipedown has the camo now. Unfortunately, he gets taken down from Stellar, so that camo not going to be basically null and void for this rotation as the break comes through for Cloud9. Inconceivable. They're going to have to break in once again. That ball is in a precarious situation. They have to find these kills over by Sword as they're able to grab one. Renegade gets the trade out on Snipedown. Bound and Booba working together to control this pipe room. Now trying to get this ball away. Man, this is just carnage. This ball has been in a terrible spot for either team to try to get time.
Yeah, but I love what we're seeing out of Booba. How he played that situation, understanding that he was not able to bring that ball any further towards that knockback spawn. Understood that he had to back up and stay alive. If he's not able to do that, we would be looking at Cloud9 with a complete setup. So phenomenal play out of Booba keeps his team at least at the score line that it was at. Now you're seeing it pay off for Inconceivable. They do play the ball. They get 2 kills in the kill feed, but at least Cloud9 weren't able to turn that situation into a setup, because from my point of view, Cloud9 had an opportunity there to really find a hole in Inconceivable's rotation there with the ball, and because of it, they would have come out probably on top in this situation. But the score being 54-0, already down 1 round, Inconceivable need to continue what they've been doing so far here in round 2 to stay in this game 1.
Well, Bound will eventually be found out. Booba doing his best to lay down the hurt. He finds the 2 to pop the shield. Camo is up on the map, but Booba is shredding the entirety of Cloud9 as he finds another double kill. Gonna be able to pick up this ball and get it away. And honestly, I'm surprised to see Cloud9 fat goose egg.
Killing frenzy for Booba. I was wondering when I was gonna see the Booba that we saw take over games in Reach in Halo 5. Now Booba is starting to do that. If he can play at the level we know Booba ceiling can be, this Inconceivable roster really has the potential to win any tournament, right? With the likes of Bound, Snipedown, and Falcated at your side, Booba, you are in the driver's seat trying to manifest victories. You love to see him turn up here in round 2 to take this game 1 the distance.
Yeah, we gotta get to a round 3. And, you know, a dominating performance from Inconceivable thus far. Booba really championing the cause for now. But here, it's going to be a critical play spot as we see Booba finally taken out. And it's Cloud9 that comes out on top. The 2-on-2 fight goes in their favor, and they will be able to get some ball time for now and try to get themselves back into this game. But with 80 points being on the board for Inconceivable, it's not an easy play. You can't just play the ball prematurely like we saw in round 1, because it can cost you dearly. As we see Renegade be the forward player, he's going to use this disruptor pistol to try to create an advantage. Foul able to take him out instead. And now it's Inconceivable that's making the push. Boo Boo Dubu gonna be leading the tip of the spear through the tower. He's able to find 2, and an absolute devastating effect for this Cloud9 roster. Their setup is broken. Now they have to play a reset right off their spawn as Renegade is able to finally neutralize Boo Boo Dubu.
It's always a pleasure to see Boo Boo Dubu heat up, and right now when his team needs him most, it seems like that's the case. You see Inconceivable already on top of the ball, starting to rotate it. Cloud9 pressed to make sure this ball carrier doesn't get farther, but Falcated, he gets a little bit of help. And because of it, not only those 18 kills from Falcated matter, but the ball time to get them closer to 100 points to take this to the round 3 is exactly what Inconceivable fans wanted to see. Falcated in a perfect position. He's not going to have any pressure on him, it looks like, in time to end this round. And because of it, you see Inconceivable take round 2. And this game 1, it's going the distance. We're going to hop into a round 3.
Dominating game 2 performance. We'll see who can get this camo off rip this time around. Boo Boo Dubu opting to play towards tower. He's going to find one player to deal with at the catwalk. Camo still up in play, and he's going to be able to get that top control. And now he can patrol the entire mid of the map. He's checking the camo. He's making sure no one gets away with it. He has a one-on-one fight with Shock Rifle. Not quite able to take that kill as he tried to live. Unfortunately for Inconceivable, Cloud9 wins the fight for Camouflage.
What will they be able to do? We've already seen Camo impact the first 2 rounds so significantly. We've seen Eco go off with it. We've seen what Inconceivable can manifest as far as ball times related with that camo. Renegade does have sword as well, and this is a very bad situation for Inconceivable to find themselves in. Giving up camo, giving up sword, giving up a lot of map control as Renegade with this shock rifle finds another kill. This could be where Cloud9 look to steal game 1 if they're able to turn this into a setup.
Oh my god, Renegade. Okay, so let's talk about this real fast. You have shock rifle, you have sword, you had camo. This man had all the goodies, and you show why you put this player in this position. Renegade absolutely executes when you give him any sort of advantage, and that's what he's doing right now. He's staying alive. He's playing this masterfully as he's checking all his angles, but it looks like the push is materializing on the other side of the map. Can he find the pick necessary to alleviate that pressure? No, he cannot. Inconceivable finally able to break the ball setup, but all the power weapon control still into the hands of Cloud9. It's going to be up to Renegade to make something happen. Boo Boo Dubu flies on out, but he gets deleted. But finally, Renegade sees the respawn screen, and it's Inconceivable that has the setup.
A little bit of a blunder there by Cloud9. They had a complete setup, and unfortunately, too many resources over towards the elevator while the ball was still in pipes. It allowed Inconceivable to break that setup without having to face the Renegade spree that was going on, right? That was a great job by them to do so. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's been able to manifest into more than just that setup break momentarily. We see camo go in the hands of Renegade again, and if it's anything like the start of this round 3, this score could get ugly because Renegade, able to find a killing spree with the first camo, was able to get his team this early lead. Let's see if he can push them across the finish line now that he has the second.
Must be nice to get camo, go on a killing spree, eventually die, and then spawn right back up and push 5 feet forward and get the next camo flush. That's when you know you have the rotations right. You know you're playing exactly what you need to do. And Renegade is finding himself all the goodies. Hey, that's a sword. I'll take it. Camo finally gets out, but you know, you trade one power weapon for another, and all of a sudden Renegade looks to be in a dangerous position to really ruin Inconceivable's dreams, as we'll see Cloud9 eventually make that push through. Inconceivable finally getting some time on the board, down by about 20 something seconds for now. They have the setup at back spiral, and no pressure really to be seen from Cloud9.
Now they do get 2 kills, Inconceivable do, in the kill feed, and one of them being Renegade. So knowing that sword grapple player is down is massive for Inconceivable fans right now. He is in a tough position here, so he chooses to play the ball. Unfortunately, the knockback not strong enough to knock him in that direction off the map, and because of it, Boo Boo Dubu loses his life. Cloud9 in a perfect spot to pick up that new fresh ball. And Inconceivable, even though they racked up a little bit of time there, made this game close, Cloud9 was ready for the play ball. They were able to get control of it very early on, and now it looks like they're going to extend this lead, unless we see Inconceivable get us around the slays here, but losing 2 is massive.
Oh, there we go. Inconceivable able to find 2. Renegade, knowing he's in trouble, he's going to try to push this ball back towards his team, and he's able to do so. So those 2 kills not going to matter in the time for the time being. We can see that shock rifle player making his way towards the long hallway. That gun could make a difference. With camouflage coming up, though, it's going to be up to Snipe Down to make something happen. Bound was able to grab the camouflage and get it away. So the tools are in the hands of Inconceivable to make this comeback a reality. Come on, Ben, stay on the map. Oh my God, just by the nick. Woo! You know, talk about living on the edge right there. Bound able to stay alive with the camo. 3 players ahead of him. He's going to be able to find the shots on the first. Not quite able to get the kill in time. The repulse eventually going to be able to find it. You know, he can't survive it 2 times in a row.
He does find 1 kill though, and that stops the full-fledged push from Cloud9 for a little bit, but the rest of Cloud9 looking to push in this glass situation. A great bait and switch coming out of Inconceivable right now. Get the kill, and nice Fallicated. You have just done your job. You're able to get your team back into this game. Now down 22 points, but Fallicated, he's holding onto the ball. They're able to climb back. Boo Boo Doo still doesn't have a kill in this round, and his team is looking to take the lead.
So he's all of his momentum in round 2 as we see Cloud9 trying their best to put this game away. Inconceivable still with ball time though. Boo Boo Doo getting it done in the objective this game as he's 0-9. Bound's going to be his savior with the sword in the control room. He finds the first on Penguin. If anyone pushes, they're going to find the end of that spear. Unfortunately, oh my God, so close. Oh, not able to get it done. But this ball time still racking up in the favor of Inconceivable. Boo Boo Doo, he doesn't even have to shoot his rifle to win this game because he's been able to rack up as much time as possible. Eventually the kill comes through. Penguin spawns up. He's able to find a perfect kill as they're trying to get back into the rotation. The lead has flipped. Inconceivable. Only 13 seconds for them to win this game.
Yeah, but Cloud9 do such a good job of repositioning, getting back up top for the play ball that they forced. They're able to get the kills they needed, force the split spawn, keep 2 currently dead, and because of it, they get that ball safely to Elevator. We've seen how strong Sentinels was at holding this setup. Will we see the same similar story from Cloud9, or will Inconceivable be able to break this with only 13 points remaining? They have 1 last chance.
Let's see if Boo Boo Doo gets a kill this round. He's still 0-9. Renegade feeling the pressure from underneath. He's going to drop down, and Boo Boo Doo not able to get the job done, and that could spell disaster too, trying to push through this turbine, but they're going to have to beat these players out. Looks like Renegade's trying to milk the last 2 seconds, not quite able to stay alive. It's Snipe Down that leads that push. He's able to find that kill, and now it's Inconceivable with ball time, and it's almost as if the story has flipped. All of Cloud9 spawning out. They try to fake out the rotation towards Pipe Room, and he's going to come back to Elevator, and that might be able to get the job done. Only 2 more seconds remaining. They're able to get it done. Boo Boo Doo doesn't even have to get a kill. Drops a donut to win round 3.
Bound has 21 kills in game 1. Round 3 of game 1, Bound had 21 kills and pushes his team across the finish line, but it was Inconceivable as a whole that really impressed me in that last round. Even if Boo Boo Doo doesn't have a kill to his name, everything was being done right by Inconceivable. The play balls, the setups, they were strong. The power weapon control, the camo control was heavily in their favor in the second half of that 3rd round. And because of it, they're able to play with all of these advantages and manifest that not only just like a 40-point comeback, but to come out and win that 3rd round outright was so important. We've been waiting for Inconceivables to create an upset in one of these tournaments and establish themselves as one of these top teams in Halo Infinite, and this could be the series we've been waiting to see.
Oh man, that was Inconceivables back being against the wall and really just deciding what they can do and just punching through the pain. They were absolutely getting decimated by Renegade at the beginning of that round 3. They figured out the hold, and what really was the key moment to me, Clutch, was when they were all tripled up inside top red in that back glass area. We saw all of Cloud9 swarming, and they baited each other so well up in that top glass, and they found 3 kills. They didn't even go down, and really that kill, that momentum, I think that's what really transformed that round 3 but Bound looked absolutely different. He played his heart out in that third round. Boo Boo Doo, sometimes you get the objective role, you make it happen. 0 kills from him. You won't see that every day, folks. 0 kills and a victory in a round of oddball.
Well, I mean, that second round was all Boo Boo Doo, right? He had a killing frenzy. So if we want to talk about how they got to round 3, it was on the back of Boo Boo Doo's performance. Everybody on Inconceivable stepping up when it matters. Falcated had big kills. Snipe Down was consistent the entire time. And because of it, Inconceivable, now in charge of this series, have an opportunity to end this series here in game 2. Cloud9, however, they have other things in mind. They've already started out game 2, 7-0. You're seeing Renegade with the Stalker Rifle absolutely put in work. He's got Thrust in his back pocket as well. And if there's anything you learned about Renegade and Thrust, it's that he can put this combo to use and be extremely difficult for Inconceivable to deal with.
Renegade with that Stalker Rifle, so pinpoint accurate. It can be tough to hit when you're not aiming in, as there's not much to forgive. Unfortunately, he goes down. Eco's going to be the first line of action. He's going to take on the one-on-one fight. Don't lose those ones, foul. See you later. 8 seconds to get back in as that perfect kill comes in from Eco. He's going to cut the map. He's going to try to split it in half. Unfortunately, there's a player at top C that's going to stop him short. And we can see the push materializing from Inconceivable towards B. And now it's going to be up to Eco to stay alive and potentially find the pick necessary to stop this push, because Inconceivable has broken through B.
It's going to be so difficult for Inconceivable to climb back here in game 2. The start that they had is so unacceptable when it comes to trying to win this game 2. You almost prefer to just go to game 3, but right now they're starting to try and take a little bit away, right? It's still early on. You still have an opportunity to maybe get some of the power weapon controls and climb back into this over time. Unfortunately, Cloud9 find a few kills over there towards the B stronghold, and because of it, 17-6 is our score line. I believe the second set of rockets should be coming up, and I'm not sure Inconceivable are in a good position to compete for him. You do see a player trying to make his way out there. Bound, he's going to be surrounded. Does he get the trade onto Eco? The answer is yes. But those rockets, they're part of the win condition, and unless you're able to put those to use and in your team's favor, it's going to be even harder to come back now that they're off the map.
Love Penguin using the ping system to show his teammates exactly where those rockets were, so that he didn't have to be the one that had to go pick them up. He can get that information to his teammate. Renegade is able to grab it, and now Renegade's telling, hey, there's another weapon for you guys to pick up. Never mind, I'm going to take it myself. Renegade's on a tear. We saw him use that drop shield before to find a cheeky kill towards PD. Now what can he do with it with the Stalker Rifle on hand? Only a couple more shots left with the Stalker Rifle. But this is what I love about the gameplay of Renegade and the gameplay of players like Bound as well. As you can tell that they've been built on the sandbox. We saw in Halo 5, we're seeing it in Halo Infinite. They will find whatever's on the map to give them that advantage and use it. Snipe Down's able to find himself a double kill, but the flank is coming through from Renegade. He's able to land the damage down. Unfortunately, no more shots left in that Stalker Rifle to use, as Renegade is taken down as the 2-on-2 push comes into C. Bound's able to find one with the help of Boo Boo Doo Boo. One player left and the trade outs happen. But man, they are down by just too much to afford these trade outs. Inconceivable have to find a setup and to start racking some kills up to have the potential to get back into this game.
Yeah, we were able to see a slowed down version of what Street Slayer looks like, but unfortunately, I don't think you're going to see something similar when Cloud9 is in the lobby, especially when they had that comfortable lead that they're able to play with. Cloud9 looked to step on the throats of Inconceivable here in game 2, take this to a quick game 3, and unless Inconceivable really right this ship, get these rockets, and potentially start to play perfect Halo from here on out, it's going to be very difficult. Great shots, perfect shots, might say, from Snipe Down. That's a start in the right direction, but unfortunately, he's traded out immediately.
Penguin able to pick up one in the mid-map. Renegade now by his lonesome in the back A, trying to find these players that are around him. He's going to be able to find one. Renegade really one of the few pros that I've seen use this commando. Not really a weapon of choice for many, but he'll use it over the BR to try to find advantages in gunfights. Unfortunately, going to be taken down. Stellar, though, on the flank, he's able to find two, and that's the job that was needed from Renegade. Stall long enough for the flank to come in and for the kills to materialize, as Stellar's able to find one more, and it's only 7 kills until Inconceivable are put out of their misery on this Slayer map and can potentially find something to happen in the objective.
Yeah, when you're Inconceivable at this point in the game, you just want to go next, right? You just want to start the mindset it takes to win game 3. You were able to take the first objective, so there's a lot of hope still there, right? You can't dwindle on what happened in game 2 so far, but Cloud9 looking to press their advantages, and unfortunately Inconceivable is not able to really slow this game down either way. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. 2 more kills to go for Cloud9 to make sure that we see a game 3 in this series, and I think Inconceivable are going to be ready for a mental reset and an opportunity to start off a little bit different than they did here in this game 2.
Well, Clutch, looks like your prediction is coming true. You said we were going to go the distance we will go. Defeat screen for the side of Inconceivable. Stake is served as we see 50-30 be our final stat line. But here we go. Game 3 is to come. And honestly, guys, it's a coin flip for me. We saw a dominating performance from Inconceivable in game 1 and just as strong a performance from Cloud9 in game 2. Which one of these teams comes out and performs in game 3?
Yeah, we're going to need to see Boobadooboo play consistently to what he was able to do in round 2 of the oddball game. Ever since outside of that round, it's been a really poor series from his statistical wins, and statistics don't tell the whole story. And yes, he's probably dealing with a lot of unfavorable positions, especially in that game 2, where when Cloud9 is aggressive, they have numbers, they have better guns, they're able to press their advantages, and it feels like you probably don't have a lot of opportunity as far as an individual is concerned trying to combat back against that. But 0 kills for as long as he had it in game 2, 0 kills in that 3rd round of oddball, even though they came out on top. Kills are going to produce the outcome of the game eventually, you'd have to think. So you want to see him step it up in that slaying department like we know Boobadooboo can. But fortunately, they get an opportunity to reset. And it's one game to take the series, and Inconceivable know that they can play with this Cloud9 team. It's just a matter of getting started on the right foot, because that game 2 was all she wrote from about the 7 kill mark on.
Yeah, I think the key for this Inconceivable roster, you have to find a way to stop Stellar. The man carved you up the last game, 17 kills for him alone. And what he was really doing, he was finding the weak points in the setups, and he was just getting behind players, finding easy double kills, letting Renegades soak up a lot of the damage, laying down the hurt, and then finding the flanks and getting easy doubles. You can't afford to let Stellar off the hook again. You have to keep that man in check. And obviously, it's going to be the battle of your main slayers. It's going to be Snipe Down versus Renegade, in my opinion, in this next game. Who's going to win those pivotal fights? Who's going to be the difference maker? And who's going to allow their team to push forward? Obviously, we've seen great performances from, I think, just about every player thus far in this series. We've seen some downsides, but once again, Boobadooboo, he might be having a rough couple games, but we know what he's capable of. Killing Frenzy in round 2 of that oddball, I can see him for sure finding his way back in. He's been on main stage more than just about anyone else in the scene. He knows what it takes. The man's had the pressure on before. I don't expect him to choke in this 3rd game.
It's not a matter of choking to me. To me, it's a matter of momentum swings and how teams are able to balance those momentum swings. Like, it's very difficult when Cloud9 gets that complete control of the map to combat against that, right? Like, you're split spawning, you got to try and slow the game down, but Cloud9's not going to let you slow the game down ever, it seems, when they have the lead and they want to charge. Inconceivable needs to figure out ways to gain advantages in their favor and then press those advantages. They were able to do it in game 1, and that's why they came out on top. They have to formulate that same kind of recipe in game 3, right? We're talking power-up control, power weapons control. It was all Cloud9 last game. In the oddball, it was much more of a 50-50 battle for those stuff. You have to figure out ways to put Boobadooboo in his prime, and that's with camo and the ability to be sneaky and the ability to formulate and dissect teams based off his comfortability and his space on the map. Creating space for him is so important for Inconceivable's success. It's not easy to get space against a team like Cloud9, but you have to find ways if you want to win this game 3.
Back to objective we go. Inconceivable, they had the advantage in game 1, and we saw the round 3 in which Boobadooboo, he didn't even have to drop a kill, and they figured it out. Now that was largely due to the fact that Bound went absolutely ham. He went Hulk. He had I think 25 kills, something like crazy in that round 3 just by himself. The question is, can he replicate that performance in Aquarius Flag? Both these teams, this is a map that's really fast, but whatever team can really take advantage is gonna find the W, as Renegade's able to find 2. Boo trying to get back to his base to find the win. Thrust versus thrust. Boo comes out on top. He's gonna be able to stop the push for now. He has another. Can he get the next? No, Penguin's gonna shut him down, but Bound quickly there for the trade out. But getting that 1 kill will stifle the push for now.
Yeah, both teams battling for map control right now. It seems that Cloud9 has the significant advantage now that the Snipe Down and Bound duo have gone down, and right now Inconceivable going to be stuck in the back of their base. Last 2 players alive. We'll see if they're able to fend off the Cloud9 push.
Still are going to leave Boo with a Blueberry to go, but Eco has this flag out, and he has it to the halfway point. His teammates are spawning in front of him. All he has to do is get this flag a little bit further. He's going to opt to go back for the slays instead, immediately taken out. Looks like that flag could be dead in the water if these kills do not go into the favor of Cloud9. Inconceivable able to get the kills. They're back on it, and looks like they're going to need a heat wave to work with as well. This could spell a counter cap if they're able to execute, because Boo has the most powerful weapon on the map.
Whatever Inconceivable did to break that flag run and stop it, get that return, and manifest one of their own right now is so important for their confidence going into the rest of this game. That was a great job led by Snipe Down, I would assume, to get that flag return that we saw on screen. Not only that, Boo picking up a kill in the kill feed's almost going to guarantee that this flag is going to be punched in. And right now, Fallicated puts his team, Inconceivables, in the lead here in game 3. And look, to close the door on this winner's bracket series, you love to see the resiliency out of Inconceivable right now.
And this is the difference, right? Cloud9, you're not playing against Team War this time. You're playing against Inconceivable. You can't afford to give up counter caps. You can't afford to make these mistakes, because they will punish you, just like we're seeing right now. This is the second that could be coming in. Snipe Down puts it right on in. 2 flags in a matter of 60 seconds.
Look at what Inconceivable was able to do with that return. They were able to get control of the map, and with that control, they have put in 2 consecutive flag caps. Unbelievable job by them to take advantage of the space they created for themselves, and that's exactly what they need to do to win this game.
Renegade finally able to take down Snipe Down. That could alleviate enough pressure for them to start getting into this space and making some work happen. Foul trying his best to stay alive. Penguin eventually going to be able to find that kill. The flag is out and away from Cloud9, but a beautiful nade from Snipe Down across the map. And although that's not going to stop the flag from being ran, what it does is alleviate the amount of pressure that they have on that side. This could be the opportunity for Inconceivable to fight back in their home base. We'll see it. There's 1 player ahead. Unfortunately,
wait a minute,
they're not finding kills on Cloud9. No, Inconceivable find the stop. And to me, it was that grenade that started the damage. Cloud9 not able to get this flag in. They're gonna have to put some more work in. And there's 3 players. Renegade's in trouble. He's trying to get away. He pulls the flag. Once again, how is this man alive? He's going back into the back base again. 1 player ahead of him. He's gonna fall. This flag still out for any player to get. Double kill from Boo. Dopo. Get onto that flag. Get the reset. Well earned. What a stop from Inconceivable.
What an unbelievable push from Inconceivable to deny that flag from going in when everything looked like it was going Cloud9's favor. 1 player gets in the base. He creates chaos, and because of it, he buys enough time for the rest of Inconceivables to show up. They aren't going to be able to get a counter cap from the looks of it, but the damage control is done. Inconceivables deny Cloud9 from capping the fight. They actually get the touch, though. Snipe Down doing absolute work right now. Finds the kill, gets a touch on the flag, and Snipe Down playing objective. Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. If he's able to efficiently do this in his gameplay, he can be the best player in the game. Hands down. The selflessness that we're seeing out of him right now with an 11-6 performance. Welcome back, Eric Rohn.
Oh, man, you can see what the difference is on this roster. Guess what? The next one is out. Boo, top fragging for his team. Now running this flag out and away. The kill feed is dominated in blue. Looks like this Inconceivable roster gonna find another one to get in. And there we go, 4-0. And we're only 5 minutes into this game. Oh my, Boo, use the movement. Get up and close. You're gonna be able, oh no, that grenade doesn't get the trade, but the damage is done. Bound has the 5th flag out, but the kills aren't there. He's gonna go back for the frag out. He hits the cross map heat wave, puts that damage in. Look at this movement. Oh no, he was going for the drop slide. Unfortunately, gets a dead slide. not going to be able to get that flag back into his base for now. But look at that. Foul is there to get the support. He picks it up where it's down, and this is just a run to get it in. A dominating game 3. Boo Boo Doo 14 and 7. Sniped down 14 and 9. The two pair together so well. What a game 3 from Inconceivable.
An absolute beatdown. That's the Inconceivable. That's the ceiling for Inconceivable. When they're able to roll like that, when everybody's clicking and Boo Boo Doo is able to find his comfort zone, you can see the damage that they're done. They just 5-0 Cloud9 on Aquarius CTF, and Cloud9 looked damn good on that game type earlier today. Inconceivable, welcome to the party. It's great to have you here. And if you're able to continue to perform like that, we're going to have a pleasure watching you continue your route through winner's bracket.
My God, what can we say other than this team is they're legit, guys. There's a reason why they picked up the players that they did. I'm so glad to see Snipe Down back into this game. He's the perfect mentor for players like Bound. You know the potential that this roster has. They haven't been quite able to show it through the qualifiers yet. But, you know, 25K on the line, the first real prize pool in Halo Infinite's since Halo Infinite's launch. And we're seeing what this Inconceivable roster is really capable of. And they're getting themselves one step closer to the winner's final and a top 3 guaranteed finish.
Yeah, it's honestly a pleasure to see, right? Going into Raleigh, one of my big question marks was Inconceivable going to be ready for the rest of the competition? Because this roster, top to bottom, they're stacked. They have what it takes to win. They just haven't shown us that in their scrims yet, and they've been close, but they haven't crossed that hump. That series could be the beginning of something really special for this roster. I couldn't be more excited to continue to watch them compete, not only today, but until Raleigh, until their future in Halo Infinite. It's phenomenal to see Eric Rona on a contending team. You know, Booba Doobu and Falcated have been towards the top the last few years of Halo, and it's a pleasure to see them piece it together, as well as the addition of the young gun Bound, that's the newcomer in the squad and the scene, making a name for himself, even in just online tournaments.
Well, I mean, witnessed one of the greatest Game 3 performances from Inconceivable. Let's see what our desk had to say about that stunning performance.
Huge victory there, 2-1 for Inconceivable over the Cloud9 roster. They will move on to the winners semi-finals, and they will face off against Sentinels here a little later in the bracket. On the other side, we do have Optic and Pioneers, and that will be the next matchup coming up here very soon. But my name's Aso. I'm joined once again by my good friend Why Not to talk about what's going down right now. Tony, anything stand out to you in that last matchup?
It was so close with game number 1 and game number 2, but my gosh, game number 3 was insane. I just kept asking myself, like, where was this Inconceivable, like, early on? This was so dominant coming out of him. It was literally insane. I can't believe what I just saw. And like Wes said before he sent it over to us, that's the ceiling that Inconceivable is playing at. You know, they have a little bit of roller coasters going through some of these series, especially against some of these top teams. But when they're peaking, my God, do they peak.
They're incredible. And obviously there's, you know, big name value on that roster, and they are delivering on the kind of potential you see when you look at a roster like that on paper. We'll just have to see if they can keep it rolling into Sentinels, because that's going to be the biggest test that they have seen so far in the brackets. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. Tony, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. Obviously, you know, the big part of this event is not only is it a launch event for Halo Infinite, which officially completely released a few days ago, but it's the launch of Series E Halo Infinite. I know you and I have been heavily involved in Series E Apex Legends over the last year, and now bringing Series E to a title near and dear to both of our hearts here with the Halo franchise. What does it mean to you to see something like this coming to a scene that you've been so heavily involved in for so long?
Yeah, you know, Shaman will probably tell you how much I've been bugging him to get Series E over towards Halo. Series E is so important to esports, and it literally needs to, it literally paves the way for what grassroots and semi-professional esports is going to be going forward. You know, you give an opportunity for these players that may not be household names in their respective esports, but they come out of nowhere, play, or at least in the past, they've played in a qualifier, and then the top teams actually got sponsored by different orgs. They received a monthly salary where they played weekly against each other, but then on top of that, they also get to play against the top of the top pros, literally in Series E and Apex side of things. Teams like TSM, teams like G2, all of them play once a week against the semi-professional league. It's incredible. It gives players the opportunity to get sponsored by big names. It gives them an opportunity to grow as content creators as well, because a lot of content that's being involved around them, and even earn a little bit of a monthly salary and consider yourself a professional player. It's so amazing to have in esports, and I've been dying to have it in Halo 5, and it is coming soon.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, and I think the thing that I love the most is I feel like it covers all of the bases that you need to work on as one of those maybe amateur up-and-coming players. Is you can get paid, you can get experience, you can compete and learn from great talent, and you can show your stuff on a big stage. So I think it is certainly an incredible opportunity. We're about to go to break. Do want to give, though, a special shout out to our friends at Razer. Obviously, they've been partners with us here at Esports Arena for a long time, and ever since the start of Series E, we're incredibly excited to always work with them. And do want to let you know, these awesome Razer Halo Infinite peripherals, you're going to want to grab them for your setup, especially because each one comes with an exclusive Razer cosmetic in-game. So you can get a skin for your battle rifle, some challenge swaps, a skin for your Spartan, and more. So make sure to go pick those up. A big shout out and thank you to our friends over at Razer. Tony and I are going to take a break. We're going to go to a quick commercial, but when we come back, Tools and Clutch will be getting you ready for winter semis. Don't go anywhere.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top bars, flavored splash.
It's fruit freshing. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome to our winners semi-final. Guys, it's been an incredible tournament thus far. We saw what I believe to be the best series just now, but hey, we got two powerhouses going up against each other clutch. Optic Gaming going to be taking on Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, and this will tell us a lot about Pioneers and how they've been able to continue to improve throughout their Infinite experience so far here today. We know who Optic Gaming is. They come in with two wins under their belt from the HCS series, the kickoff qualifier. So Optic Gaming, we know how strong of a team they can be. It's just a matter of, can Pioneers play at that level? Are they able to manifest gameplay that can compete with Optic Gaming right now? Because every time you see Optic Gaming in scrims, every time you see them playing in tournaments, they come out on top. Outside of that most recent ACS kickoff qualifier where they only placed second, so not a terrible performance to have as your worst performance so far throughout Infinite's exposure. But Pioneers, although we've seen some good out of them, we're gonna have to see greatness if they want to win this series and get to that winners bracket finals.
Well, Pioneers are feeling themselves, though. Remember, they just took down E United in a decisive 2-0, winning the oddball and a slayer, and what really was a blowout. Now, can they use that momentum to potentially find an upset versus Optic Gaming, right? To me, it's about Pioneers finding the one game and just pushing this to a third and seeing what they're capable of doing. But like you said, I mean, this Optic Gaming, they are the final boss of Halo Infinite thus far. They are the juggernaut. The music starts playing when you have to play against them. And can KCP stand up to those lights? I'm not too sure, but I love these Halo 5 grinders. I love this Kansas City Pioneers roster. I'm hoping that they're able to do something and to make this a little bit more interesting than the 2-0 that we normally expect from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I definitely think that they come into this series as underdogs, and they're very willing to play that underdog role. We've seen that come to their advantage several times throughout their early careers so far here in Halo, right? Like, although Halo Infinite's just getting started, they didn't really punch their ticket to some of these top performances and standings until late in Halo 5. Before or after LANs were all over, the Kansas City Pioneers really started to take the scene by storm. They're no surprise to Optic Gaming, but Optic Gaming, they have only championships in mind, as the Green Wall always does. We'll have to see how those two Titans clash. As we jump in here to game one, you're seeing 3 dead for the side of Pioneers, and unfortunately, that's probably going to result in full map control going into Optic Gaming's hands. However, I believe the B Stronghold does go in Pioneers' favor, so if they're able to play around that, maybe they can make this scrappy and come out with an early lead.
Well, it's so interesting, right? It was a 3-2 push towards the shotgun, and the one-on-one fight was won by the Pioneers over at B, but now they're gonna have to do it once again, and those missed shots aren't gonna help. Soul Snipe gonna get pushed out of B. That shotgun gonna do all the work. Trippy finds himself a double kill, and that early control all but gone. Not I don't feel like you normally see that much of a push for the shotgun where you send 3 and 3. That's what we saw, 3 down for both teams momentarily at the beginning of the game. And it looks like Optic Gaming ends up on top at the end of the exchanges. They're going to hold A and B and have KCP trapped all the way back at C and trying to find their way towards B.
With the game being so new, it's such a pleasure to see different strategies, especially when it comes to starting strategies. You saw Optic heavily invest resources towards that shotgun side of the map. What do? They're able to get the shotgun and now put it to work. Having Trippy come over here towards the B Stronghold, get that first shotgun kill. He's been running rampant ever since. Jumps up, finishes the player that was in A, and now he's going to look up to get back into A. The Stronghold does get transferred over, but kills come through, and Optic Gaming is going to have an opportunity here to continue this early lead. I love the aggressiveness out of Trippy as well. The sandwich comes through for Lucid, and yes, that's that beginning push. Maybe it was unorthodox from the start of Halo Infinite, but we've only had this game out for 2 weeks. Because of it, these starting strats, they're continuing to evolve, and Optic Gaming staying on top of the meta.
Trippy becoming a one-man army over at A. He was able to take down 3 players just by himself, but the Rockets go in favor of Optic Gaming as KCP tries to find the flank over at A. Ola is going to go down, and it looks like Talik's been able to get this Stalker rifle, but with the worst position. Oh my God, he didn't even, dude. Okay. Talik, I see you. Let's see some more of that as the spawns come in at C from Optic Gaming. They're all trapped into the back of C. Finally, KCP has a hold, but it looks like they're opting to push out through this purple. 2 players for Talik to take care of. The question is, can he get the job done on the other side? Soul Snipe has his hands full with the push coming from B stairs. Manny able to find the first on Trippy. Now it's up to Talik to hold him off over at Shotgun. They're maintaining their position. The push now coming. We can see the spawn did come in. Optic Gaming able to force the shotgun spawn, and that will collapse. That will cause a collapse on A. Although the trip cap was in momentary effect for Kansas City Pioneers, the question is, can they maintain the 2 cap of B and A as the push from Optic is coming?
Yeah, Pioneers did a great job of flipping the map immediately as the cafe push from Optic Gaming came through. Fortunately for them, they've been able to hold on to B, and they subsided the push onto B from the A side from Optic Gaming. But for how long is that going to be doable? 4 go down for Pioneers, and you're looking at Optic Gaming starting to get some ground, it appears, towards this B stronghold. Are they going to try and defend A? Are they okay with B and C control? It looks like they wanted to defend A, but they weren't able to deny that exactly, and now they find themselves in a very tough position.
Yeah, look at Trippy just trying to find what option he wants to explore. He's able to get the shotgun, but not able to stay alive. His stat line absolutely crazy to start this game at 10-5. Although Kansas City Pioneers, it seems as if they found their foothold, and you wouldn't really expect them to have a lead with how this game really started out early on. But there they go, trip cap in effect. Optic Gaming on their back foot. It's going to be up to APG to win this fight over at Rockets. He's able to get the damage in. Lucid finds the trade out. Rockets into the hands of Optic Gaming, but Druck able to find the kill with the shotgun and keep those on bay. Soul Snipe now with the flank, and this looks incredible for Kansas City Pioneers. They've been able to get the Rockets in the position which they only have access to it, but the question is, can they get away with it? And the flank comes in, back smack on Ola, and this is looking devastating for the side of Optic Gaming. Can they get CC? Is not found. The point's still on board for KCP as the shotgun rings shots from across the map. Oh my, Optic Gaming, this is not what I expected. Kansas City Pioneers in firm control of this map thus far.
I mean, look at the difference in slays. Optic Gaming heavily outslaying Pioneers up until this point, but the score, it results in Pioneers is having a great lead. The scrappiness of their objective, their ability to rotate on time, they're showing exactly what they were able to apply in Halo 5. And that's an objective efficiency. This team is known for being able to be annoying with that objective and the ability to out-rotate teams at times. They're seeing that display right here in Halo Infinite. The game 1 of this series, they may not be able to keep up with the slaying of Optic, but if they can continue to play the game type better, they may just come out with a win.
Kansas City Pioneers is probably one of the most objective efficient teams in the game, and they're going against one of the most slay heavy teams in Optic Gaming. The question is, which one does reign supreme? Because how long can you maintain not having the majority of the slays? And we're seeing why it's so hard to win a game when you do not outslay at the moment. Optic Gaming, they have a trip cap of their own, and look at this, all of KCP getting trapped into that back seat. We see the push coming in. Lucid's gonna find a quick flank and a kill on Druck, and now all of a sudden the A spawns are gonna spawn over by PD and B. If Optic can get back and find these slays in time, this could spell disaster for KCP. The kills coming in favor. Trippy able to get a double as he increases his stat line 18-8 to start this game.
That's all 4 dead for Pioneers. Optic Gaming right before Rockets come up, get total control. And if you thought Pioneers was going to be able to keep this efficiency up, you thought wrong. Optic Gaming now look to step on the throats of Pioneers here in game 1 with total control, Rockets in their back pocket, and absolute all the information they need, knowing that Pioneers have spawned PD. They look to sandwich here. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to fight out of this position, and already Optic Gaming green numbers.
Druck able to win the fight over at B, but can he survive the war? No, he cannot. The shots come in. Druck trying to get the scrap time. He's able to get in there and stop the trip cap for now, but the score is absolutely flipped on its head. Optic Gaming now with firm control and a lead that grows. C starting to be taken by Kansas City Pioneers. We can see Tog using the nerd spot in Red Closet, not able to stay alive for just a bit longer, but Optic Gaming's push towards B is secured. Now it's up to Soul Snipe to make the play. Soul Snipe gets into there, but there's a Bulldog to worry about, but the Bulldog doesn't matter. Druk comes in. The team shot's too strong. They're able to find two. They're breaking it through. The cafe spawns are coming in. Kansas City Pioneers has their opportunity, but there's one player to worry about in the back of C. Talik tries his best. He's not able to get the kill, and now the CA control is in favor of Optic Gaming. One player makes all the difference at C.
Yeah, unfortunately, Talik loses his life to that player that spawned into C, and because of it, you're going to see Optic controlling A and C. This is not a setup that can be held for a long period of time, but Pioneers, they have to try and fight out of the middle of the map. With that, they're going to be sandwiched, it appears, from this situation. The trade does come through, but all the while, A actually gets transferred over, and that's amazing for Pioneers fans. You needed to figure out which direction they were going to go in. They chose A. I love the idea of the setup coming through for the A and B setup, but right now, Trippy making a mess of what the B Stronghold setup looks like because he's trying his damnedest to get this transferred over. Ola and APG find kills, and with that, Optic Gaming regain control.
As those moments where you're able to stay alive. Trippy was made one shot for about 10 seconds or more right there. Able to stay alive, secure the base for his team, and now because he was able to stay alive, he has quick access to the next spawn. He's putting in the damage, he's putting in the hurt. Lucid holding down the back A spawn, but all of Kansas City Pioneers trapped back at C as we see Trippy and APG gonna be the first line of defense. Whichever way KCP decides to come on out, they're gonna have to slay through those two. And now it's APG that goes down. He went for the push, not able to get the kill. Soul Snipe's gonna be able to find the trade out. Druk gonna be able to find the next. And now they're gonna be able to get their hands on BC already in their control. And this could be a trip cap momentarily as A being captured by Optic Gaming.
Look at Talik able to stay alive over towards A. There's two players for Optic Gaming trying to contest this stronghold, trying to deny the triple cap. Talik unfortunately gets a shield back, but loses his life. And that's going to be the signal that Druk needs to back up with this shotgun. He's going to be forced to make a play here if he wants his team to have any opportunity to still take game one. Unfortunately, a trade's not going to do it. 3 go down for Pioneers, and Optic Gaming once again flipped the map on Pioneers' forehead.
Oh man, Optic Gaming. I mean, really, what the difference is the Slays. We're seeing great objective work from both teams. I think KCP probably has the edge when it comes to playing an efficient objective, but the Slays have just been way too much for KCP to handle, and it's showing at the end right here. But a potential trip cap coming in at the end of the game, and with only 50 points needed, 50 ticks, this could be it. They have to hold this for just about what, 25 seconds, and they can stop A. This is definitely a possibility. Talik is gonna go down. The push is coming through to B. They're trying to get in time. They're able to do so. They've stopped it. The comeback is looking real as they're starting to get back. They're spawning C. They're playing for the collapse. They have to find these kills. Optic Gaming gonna be able to stop it. Lucid with the rockets to make it happen. Soul Snipe needs to stay alive. He's not able to do so. Trippy finds the kill. Talik now in position. He finds one to go. Nades coming into B. He's trying to find the player at B stairs. Unfortunately, the stalker rifle is going to prove to be too much. APG, he captures the hill, and now only 10 seconds needed for Optic Gaming. Kansas City Pioneers need to get into a hill right now.
They look to try and push B, but Manny loses his life. He's a little bit before the opponents, before his teammates, and unfortunately, because of that, the numbers is everything Optic need to close out game one. It's as close of a game in strongholds as you can get, 250 to 232. The Pioneers fall short, but not without making it extremely scrappy and competing against the best in the world at one of their best game types.
But we're talking, a very close game. But we're talking about a 20 to 30 kill differential between those two teams, which is insane to think about. Optic Gaming heavily outslayed, but still having trouble versus KCP. And to be honest, if Lucid didn't have those rockets in the back of the base, I don't know what happens right there. I think KCP gets those couple kills. Lucid getting a little bit lucky with those rockets to find that pick out and eventually alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, those rockets came up monumental, right? If KCP is able to secure those rockets in their favor, we're probably looking at a different outcome there in game one. But to your point, I think throughout the entire game, we saw Optic heavily outslay KCP. KCP made it very scrappy, but we got a Slayer coming up for game two, and KCP, knowing that they just heavily got outslayed, need to be able to focus more on their individual gunfights and in order to keep this series intact, right? You're winners bracket lives are on the line. You have to figure out a way to take a Slayer, and after getting outslayed by 30, even though the game was close, that's got to be a pretty overwhelming mental hurdle to try and get over, because you just got outplayed for the entire game necessarily when it comes to the point and shooting part of Halo, and unfortunately that's all this game 2 is going to be dictated on.
Well, my counterpoint to that, remember our previous round, E United versus KCP. We said the same thing. Hey, you know, Kansas City Pioneers, they won game 1, but they were outslayed pretty heavily throughout that entire game. Can they do it in game 2? You know, the slaying, it definitely favors the other team. They come out, they win 50-30. I think the biggest thing about this KCP roster, they're objective efficient. And when the objective's getting kills, well, damn, they're going to be efficient at finding those kills. I'm excited to see what they're able to do. I still do favor Optic Gaming, but I wouldn't be counting KCP after that performance. I think they're playing to win, and they'll do whatever it costs to make sure that they find themselves in the win column.
Yeah, you want to see them prioritize the power-ups and power weapons a little bit more than they were in game 1. Rockets being the only real power weapon on the map other than maybe the Bulldog shotgun in the right hands. You got to figure out a way to deny Sam from getting those rockets. I mean, not to harp on one life too much, but when the game is that close, one life is all it takes to make the difference. When Sam's able to find those rockets, find the 2 kills he was able to, that's all the space Optic Gaming need in order to win game 1. You have to figure out ways to use those in your advantage and to take those weapons and push your space in order to steal games in the series, especially against the best in the world. Those mistakes do not come twice.
Yeah. Bizarre Slayer going to be our next matchup, guys. Rockets on the map, grapple, thrust, mangler. When we're talking about a map that has about as much utility as you could possibly want, it's Bizarre, and that's where KCP lacked the most, and that's Optic Gaming's strongest suit, in my opinion, is using the sandbox to their best ability. Dropping down, trying to find 2. Manny able to find the trade out on the first. Talik able to find the trade on APG. Looks like this overshield will go in favor of Pioneers, and I believe Rockets did. No, yeah, Rockets did as well. Manny able to get those rockets. He wastes both of them, but looks like KCP having no problem starting off hot, starting this game 5-2.
Yeah, no, this is a major surprise, right? Not the same start we saw in game 1 from the Pioneers. They're starting off hot and on the right foot. Unfortunately, the overshield immediately erased by a combo, but a great job by Druck to make it to that thrust back, get a kill, and not only that, but get some great damage into 2 more players, because he's able to win that pivotal 1v1. He's able to allow the rest of his team time to collapse on these players. And now Kansas City Pioneers up 9-3 early in this Slayer. You wondered if they were going to be able to keep up in the kill department. So far, the map control, the power-up control, the power weapon control, all in Pioneers' favor.
Manny finding himself a killing spree early in this game, starting off 5-0. This is why rocket side control is so important, right? He's able to get those rockets. He found a couple picks. Guess what? You're out of rockets? Well, just go pick up the Bulldog, get the job done, do what's necessary. He's going to find the easy cleanup on APG. Although they find that kill, they do not have mid control at the moment. They still have to find this kill on the player underneath rocket spawn. That player, I wonder who that is. That is staying alive at the moment. Manny needs, I think it's Trippy. Talik's able to find the trade out for now, but look at this. This is full control in favor of KCP. Looks like Optic is going to have some work to do, get out, but that first kill, Lucid able to find the critical piece to break that control open as he's going to take over rock control.
Yeah, what a blunder by Manny. That death is going to result in APG having the space to get out towards Overshield, pick this thing up. And now look, Optic Gaming, they have control of the middle of the map. All of a sudden, Lucid's in your face with grapple. APG finds a double. Lucid finds a third. And with it, the score is starting to go heavily in Optic Gaming's favor. It's one death by Manny that's created this entire storm of Optic Gaming's ability to push. When you overextend just a little bit, you can be punished immensely in Halo Infinite. We're seeing that showcase here in game 2.
Absolutely. Optic Gaming is a roster where you give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. And that's what we're witnessing at the moment. APG doing his best to stay alive at lockers. He's getting the damage in, but his teammates are finding the kills. 6 and 4 for APG early on in this game as he's going to be leading the push. He has one in front. The second comes in. Soul Snipe finds the kill, and that will weather the storm for now. But KCP far from having control on the map as they're going to have to find some more. And once again, the pivotal spot You can see the mark come in from Talek. He's telling his teammates, hey, we gotta get control of tower. The rocket spawn is the most important spawn on this map. We need its control as Ola goes down. Trippy with the quick trade out.
17-16 this game, nearly all tied up after the hot start from Pioneers. Optic Gaming have done what they can to make this game to a game. 18-17 now, and battle for control continues to go down. You do see right now Pioneers look to make their way out rocket side of the map. A great job by them to find that first kill onto Trippy, and that could be the opening they need to regain this control of the map. You don't want to see Manny trade here, and a phenomenal job of playing his life, dipping, dodging with that Mangler, getting that kill onto APG is massive. Unfortunately, loses his life to grenades, but space has been created for Pioneers, and that's something they didn't have moments ago.
Unfortunately for KCP, though, Lucid has control of the Mangler, and he's in the most powerful part of the map. He's going to be finding cross-map shots. This overshield play is going to be so important. Lucid doing his best to stay alive. Jiggle peeking in the corner. They're going to give up the overshield for now, but can they recover? And that's a great start for it. Lucid sniping Manny from across the corner. And that's the only thing we can say towards it, man. Sheesh is right, but above them, overshield still in play for KCP. Lucid somehow doing his best to stay alive. Finally gets taken out as two players pop that corner at the same time. KCP baiting and switching each other to find kills on the map, but how long can they maintain as the push finally comes through? Lucid spawns back up and finds the kill.
Yeah, just a 4-kill lead now for Pioneers. We're seeing them still in control of the middle of the map. You see he's waiting on dynamo grenades. Talek doing a phenomenal job trying to use the most of the sandbox and their respawn rates to his advantage. Unfortunately, he actually pushes, loses that shotgun, loses Druck as well, and Optic Gaming, we've seen what they can do with just a kill or two. They can gain control of the middle of the map. They can start to run away with this game again. We'll have to see if that's the case. They pick off Manny, and now Pioneer is going to be stuck over at this blue base. They look like they could be in trouble.
Optic Gaming having the utility needed to break players out of power positions. That spike grenade made all the difference in getting that player out of lockers. Massive amounts of damage that allowed Lucid just to put a single commando bullet into the shoulder and find the kill. Now Druck trying his best to get away, unfortunately not able to do so. And now we have an even game. It's basically 0-0 at this point. The hot start from the Kansas City Pioneers has officially been nullified. The question is, can they do it in the late game when it's all down on the table? Can they clutch on up? Trippy trying his best to stop their momentum. He's going to rotate back out. Overshield coming up soon. Lucid's in position, but two players from KCP are going to try to break in through trees. Trippy going to find a different angle. Gets back down for the moment being. Overshield still up. He has a grapple. Can he grapple it away? Yes, he does. Can he get it on the body? Yes, he does. Optic Gaming has the momentum that's needed. Now can they execute as he refills his grapple?
Look at the execution here from Trippy. Just such beautiful pressure. He's able to apply the dynamo grenades, the grapple onto the overshield to get him so much opportunity here. He's getting so much information on these players for Pioneers, applying so much pressure. They feel stuck in the back of the space. They look to try and use teamwork to get out, but Trippy, he denies that from happening. The killing spree comes through. The double kill as well. Plays his life perfectly. He doesn't over challenges, and because of it, you now see Optic Gaming with a 6-kill lead.
Oh my, Trippy making all the difference, and he's not going to stop. Soul Snipe's going to see the respawn screen as the trade out happens. Druck finally has lockers, but they have no presence at Rockets at the moment. They're trying to find the cross map shots. You can see all the spawns come in on Rocket's side for Optic Gaming, and it allows the singular player who is over on the flank to find the kill, and that's APG, and that's going to make all the difference. You can see the complete setup for Optic Gaming. KCP has to fight out, and they can't afford to trade at this point. The game has just gone too far along. They just have to win every gunfight.
They're going to have to do more than that. They're going to have to control this middle of the map and trap Optic Gaming as they find picks, but Optic Gaming look like they have that exact same strategy in store for Pioneers. You're seeing how well they're able to control this map. There's no overextension to find on Pioneer's side. You see the pink one push comes through. A trade in Trippy's eyes is a very big success as you approach the 50 kill mark, 44-36.
Optic Gaming trying to bail out their performance from all of this game. Not having his greatest one at 3-12, but can they get the job done? APG gonna get found out from some nades. Trippy, he's on the opposite side of lockers. He's gonna have some pressure being applied. Overshield is gonna go into the favor of KCP. The question is, can they use it to get themselves back into this game? Trippy finds the utility, the answer, the antidote if it is, to the overshield, but it's so damn hard to hit. The question is, can they do it? Only 4 kills left for Optic Gaming to secure this game 2 and punch their ticket into the winners final. Trippy breaks out into the middle of the map. He finds 2. Now going to be looking for the 3rd. He gets the shots in, but Tog's going to stay alive. 2 kills needed for Optic. 9 for KCP to get themselves back into a game 3.
Lucid finds 1 and just 1 kill remaining for Optic to close the door on this series and find themselves in another winners bracket finals. Who's it gonna be? Soul Snipe shuts down Lucid for the moment, but 49-42, you're gonna need perfect Halo, and that's not gonna come through. Soul Snipe goes down, and Optic Gaming win game 2, 50-43.
And too many inches were given up. You could give 1, you could give 2, but I felt like there's 3 moments in that game that KCP had control, and a singular death cost it all. Optic Gaming breaks it wide open, and they take that game away. Kansas City Pioneers, I mean, you got, that's just practice, repetitions. You got to be in that position more, because you can't throw away games like that. You have to push that to a game 3 every single time when you start off that hot.
Yeah, they started the game the right way, the way they wanted to, but it was shortly after you saw Optic get a few kills. The overextension from Manny, bottom pink, was the opening they needed. You give Optic an opening, they're going to kick the door down and make their presence known. They were able to tie that game up by that 30 kill mark, even take the lead and start to run away with it. Small mistakes against these top teams are going to be punished immensely. That's something that Kansas City Pioneers is going to learn throughout their Halo careers. You got to basically play perfect. Even when it feels like Optic Gaming doesn't have to play perfect, you have to play perfect, because you don't have the same level of individual skill and teamwork to compete with those guys. You got to figure out ways to play more efficient than them, play better Halo than them. The Pioneers are capable of it. They just haven't been able to put that recipe to success as of yet. But Optic Gaming, they stand tall once again.
Optic Gaming fighting themselves in the familiar winners final spot. Let's throw it over to our analysts and see what they have to say.
Thanks, Tools. Yay, so, and why not here in Optic with a 2-0 win, move into the winners finals. They guarantee themselves a top 3 spot in today's tournament as they take out KCP here. We will talk about Optic, certainly, I would imagine, through the rest of this tournament, but I do want to take a moment, Tony, because I think KCP is one of the most slept-on rosters in Halo right now. They've got an incredibly talented roster. I think Manny is super, super sick. They made that second game certainly very close down the stretch. What are your thoughts on KCP? I think this is just an underrated team that people need to put some respect on.
I mean, yeah, you know me. I've always been a fan of KCP for quite some time, going back to our Microsoft Sundays with Halo 5, and they were always putting in that work. And it was funny because when KCP dropped the Manny and picked up Super CC Evades, I was like, okay, I guess I wasn't mad at the choosing with the roster. Then suddenly, literally before the last qualifier, maybe a couple of days before, they end up dropping Super CC again, picking up Manny, and having their best placing in that final qualifier. And that's when people started to realize, like, hey, look, KCP, this is a real squad. This is a top 8 talent with maybe even top 4 potential. And we're seeing it once again here, $25,000 on the line, and them really putting in that work. And yes, it was a 2-0 in favor of Optic. However, all of those games were so close, and each and every one of them, the Pioneers were right there in it. And if a couple things go their way, we're talking about them moving into the winners finals instead of Optic, and that would have been a statement.
It certainly would have been a statement, and I think if you're in the losers bracket right now, KCP is a team that you don't want to run into. They are absolute demons in the bracket. I think they should be favorites down there to make it to losers finals. So that's certainly going to be something to follow. We will keep an eye on that as the night continues. So well played. You are seeing some highlights on your screen from the match we just played, and it was really a team effort from Optic here. Lucid, Trippy, and APG all had great games. Bit of a down one in Slayer for Pistola, which we're not used to seeing, but it feels like since Pistola's return to competitive play has been, a bit of a roller coaster for him, but can still have those pop-off performances. But really, all of Optic showed up big in this one, and it's a reason why they take out a strong KCP roster and move on to winners finals.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we know that Optic won 2 out of the 3 qualifiers. They even finished second place in that third one for a reason. They are that good, and they are kind of the, I would say probably if you had a power rankings, I would probably put them as the number 1 team. Yes, again, Sentinels obviously won the last qualifier, but 2 is more than 3. The 2 is more than 1 the last time I checked. So I'm going to give it just slightly
I like that math,
to
Tony.
Optic. And really, I mean, like, Lucid is so damn good. And then when you combine him with like the secondary Slayer and Trippy, like at any time Lucid is not popping off, Trippy's like, oh cool, it's my turn to shine. No problem. I'll go 12-0. That's no problem whatsoever. And then you have APG and Pistola who round out the roster so well. Pistola's flanks on a map like Livefire, going down bottom mid, getting down right behind enemy lines, opening up so many lanes for his teammates is so crucial. And APG is effective on the map even without power weapons. He doesn't need it. He's very aggressive. He's in your face, and you have to account for at all times. And that kind of allows Lucid and Trippy to sneak in there and clean up the kills. This squad is just so well put together.
Yeah, it's really a squad that you can't just focus on shutting down one player and that'll kind of take care of everything. You really have to play kind of a full court press against this roster. They are all that good. They can all pop off. They can all bring a lot to the table when you have to compete against them. So super excited to see them continuing. And now we have another matchup coming up here very soon. It's going to be on the other side of the bracket. We got Inconceivable and our friends over at Sentinels. Who are you feeling there as we welcome in the boss man himself wants to come into the studio and say hello. What's going on, Tyler?
Hey, how we doing?
Whoa.
This is your new boss now, Tony.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the club. Why not? Welcome.
Oh man, I wish I would have dressed. I don't have my tie on. I didn't know I'm meeting my boss today. I didn't know.
Don't worry about it. You're good.
No. You should have worn a tie.
Tyler, what's going on? Have you enjoyed the show so far?
No, it's been phenomenal. I love watching this, and I just wanted to, because I think we got a bit of a break. A match just ended.
Yep.
And so it was like, we'll either go to a break screen or Tyler fills in and just tries to crack as many jokes as he possibly can.
And go.
Oh, man.
You set yourself up for this time.
I have no jokes.
That's okay. Tony and I were actually talking a little bit earlier. Obviously, we're both incredibly excited about the potential of Series E coming into the scene. Obviously, Tony is one of those grassroots guys that's been around for so long, understands a lot of these players that will likely be coming into competing for Series E. So it's an incredibly exciting opportunity.
Yeah, I'm watching chat, Tony, and I'm telling you, it's like everyone's digging you. Everyone loves your casting, and everyone's like, oh, let him cast. I heard someone say sometimes he gets a little too aggro. And, like, it's actually pretty funny, too, because JC, that was the same thing. I don't know. Can Tony hear me? Or no?
Tony should hear you.
You can? Okay, cool. Just making sure. All right.
Yeah.
But I was saying, you used to get pretty aggro though when you casted League of Legends.
Oh,
too.
I'm all about the hype.
Yeah,
I'm
all
gonna
about
let
it too.
the game feed my energy and let it go back and forth. I'm all
I think
about
that's
it.
big. I think that's real big. But having Tony, why not on board? It's big for us. I think it's big for we got Jamerson on board, who's the ESA. Jamerson now handling Apex Legends with Series E, and then now we've got Why Not. I mean, I'm pretty pumped because it means that we've got someone who understands the scene a lot better than we do, right? And knows the players a lot better than we do. And then you can have some sort of rapport. You could be, just into the scene, integrated more so with Series E as well as all the players and whatnot too. So I'm happy to have him on board for sure.
And I'm excited, Tony. You're going to be in Raleigh next weekend, right? Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah.
That's going to be exciting.
Yes, I'll be at Raleigh, and it's going to be exciting. We haven't had a LAN in over, I think, almost 2 years now, since January 2020 at Anaheim, actually. And it's just like,
that's right.
We love online tournaments. It's obviously fantastic to be able to compete for big money right from the comfort of your own home is kind of magical in its own sense. But to be in an environment where you can, even as a spectator, you can feel the intensity, you can feel the pressure and the excitement in the building. there's nothing like it. So I'm excited to be at Raleigh. I get to watch some of the best, and it's going to be great.
I mean, I like the fact there's a LAN coming back. I mean, we've been doing LANs for a long time now. We've been sanitizing everything down. And look, I understand like the state of the industry, the state of the country right now. But at the same time, it's like if people want to go out, they want to go to LAN, and they're taking the precautionary measures and things like that. I mean, I think it's okay, right? I'm happy that there's LANs coming back. I'm happy that people are feeling comfortable enough to go to these LANs, given the fact that these precautionary measures are being taken. And I think the hype's just going to be there. I mean, it's like one of those first LANs that's back. And for a new game like Halo Infinite, and you got some of the old scene, you got some of the new scene, they're all going to be there. They haven't seen each other in a while. You're going to have some new up-and-comers here. So for sure, man, I'm happy that Tony's going to be there and represent ESA in Raleigh. We have a location in near Raleigh, actually.
Yes, we do.
It's in Holly Springs. So we should be running some why not? We should have you go out there early, and we should have you run some Halo Infinite, practice rounds or something like that with the group at our store in Raleigh that we've got out there. That'd be fun to see.
I think we can make that happen, and we'll have to make sure, Tony, you're going to come to MLG Anaheim.
There is no way I'm going to miss out on the opportunity to be 10 minutes away from you guys. I don't care if I have to backpack there.
Tony,
I'm going to be there giving every one of you guys a hug. And I think I have a tie here somewhere. Going back to our previous, I swear there's a tie here somewhere.
I'm not sure what's good.
He's going for the tie. Tony, you get the tie.
Yeah, he's got the
and
tie.
I'm just curious what kind of.
There it is.
There we go.
There you go.
My man looking sharp. There it is. You know what, Tony?
With the golf collar too. I love it.
Tony, you make it to Anaheim, and first round's on me, my man.
Oh, hey, if it's the first round's on him because we have free alcohol here in the building. That's why. That's the only reason.
I mean, I was gonna maybe we go out and get dinner, and I buy him a
Why didn't you lead to that? Why did you lead with that? I would have been there last week. I'll be right back.
Well, hey, now you're under the banner. We'll get you a fob. You'll be good to get in the door. You're good to go. Yeah,
I love it.
Hey.
I'm not sure what's going to take longer, the flight to Raleigh or the drive from Anaheim to Irvine.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. We are getting ready for that next match. We are going to go to a quick break, folks. But when we come back, we got that other winners semifinal on deck. So don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done.
I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong. They look.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like
We saw an incredible action in the top half of the bracket. Well, that's not all done. Optic Gaming's waiting in the winners final. Let's move on to the bottom. Sentinels taking on Inconceivable. It's going to be an incredible one to witness. Who's going to be heading to our winners final to face against Optic Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, the battle of two titans, right? Inconceivable and Sentinels are very familiar with each other. Not sure if they've matched up so far in any of the Infinite tournaments as at this point, but Inconceivable looking stronger than ever. The results of those series wouldn't matter to me because you got to love what you're seeing at Inconceivable, right? Their ability to upset Cloud9 in the winners bracket is a massive step in the right direction for these guys. They have the potential to take the whole thing. This is another big series that they're going to have to come out on top in if they want to find themselves champions at the end of the day. Sentinels, having won the HCS qualifier last week, is in a great position to continue their kind of momentum that they've built so far in Infinite, but only one team going to be able to come out on top. And in a best of three, we have very little gameplay to decide the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, Inconceivable. I mean, props to them. Massive upset. Now you get to face the juggernauts, the dynasty, the people that have done it. I mean, Clutch, you know better than anyone else. You sat behind those guys and coached them. These guys are different. They're built different. They know what needs to be done. They know what needs to be done, and they're just winners. Inconceivable, very much an unproven roster, a newish team. Snipedown coming back after years of being away from Halo, and they have to play against the dynasty to get themselves into winners final and try to play against Optic Gaming. I'm not so sure that can be done.
Yeah, I would hold off on the not proven roster.
Hey,
Yeah, I mean, we're talking Snipedown. His legacy in Halo is almost unmatched. There's probably less than about 7 or 8 people if I do the math on what Snipedown's been able to accomplish. And then Boobadooboo and Falcated, they've been there, they've done that, they've been around for a little bit. If you've been watching Halo throughout the Halo 5 scene, you would have seen these guys win a tournament or two, and you would have seen them play some damn good Halo while they're at it. The addition of Bound is that unproven, unspoken skill set that we're not quite sure what we have in this package, right? We're not sure what kind of a player Bound is going to end up turning out to be, but if he's anything like the people think he is, he's going to be an absolute superstar in this league. It's an incredibly exciting time for Inconceivable fans to step up and to be excited about this roster because they do have what it takes to take down a team like Sentinels. They do have what it takes to win an entire tournament. 3 of these players are expecting to be in every finals, and the 4th one, he's new, but he has an ego that shows me that he expects the same results as his teammates. So I'm very excited for this series. Sentinels gonna come off that win, building some momentum. Like I said, I mean, they really want to start their Infinite legacy on the right foot, which means tournaments after tournaments after tournaments going in their favor, just like Halo 5. And to your point, it hadn't been the easiest start for them, but they're still like, that ball's still rolling, and the first land's going to dictate a lot of how these two teams view each other. But I like where Inconceivable's at. I like the opportunity that they have, especially with the fire that Snipedown seems to have now that he's back in Halo.
Well, here we go. Gameplay is up. Inconceivable, like you said, they have Snipedown, top 7 player of all time. Now, on the other side, Sentinels. I mean, we've had the list, right? I think you voted on it, Clutch. All four of them in the top 10 of all time. Let's see what happens. We're getting into the action. Foul going to be controlling this tires room for now. The 2 cap is in effect for Inconceivable, so they will start putting points on the board. 2 players pushing out towards purple. Foul can't quite seem to clean up the 1 shot as the push comes through to C. It looks like Snipedown's trying to get the cleanup, but they can't get it done as well. Boobadooboo, he can't get it done as well. What is going on, Sentinels? They break on through to C. They make it happen.
The bait, the switch, the positioning, it's so difficult for Inconceivable to deal with. 1 by 1, they choose their BR fights, but Sentinels bait and switching perfectly right there. Are able to flip the map. They're able to get B and C control for now. And Inconceivable, they started off exactly how they wanted to, but ever since then, it's kind of been a rocky road. There's still plenty of gameplay to be determined in this game 1, but Sentinels already showcasing a little bit of their teamwork early on.
Frosty, he picks himself up a killing spree and heads all the way back to C. He's going to be the one responsible for stopping the push if they do decide to push to C instead of A. And the C push looks like it's happening. Unfortunately, that player, Frosty, very much ready for bound. And Boo Boo Doo Boo, you're gone as well. The triple kill potential is here for Frosty. He's going to let that player stay alive in C for now. He's okay with the hill being given up for now because the push to B is on its way. Lethal's able to secure that, and all of a sudden he spawns over at C. Well, good night. The duo come in together, Snakebite and Royal 2, they get it done. And now, Inconceivable, they're on a dangerous spawn cycle. They have to break out of it.
It's going to be really difficult for them to slay out right now. They've got Frosty in their face with a shotgun. I'm not sure if the melee lands, but if it does, Bound's going to have a real hard time transferring A over. Fortunately for him, the cavalry, they seem like they've arrived, and they have to figure out a way to get that control of A, move their way onto B, but the Slays need to come through as well. And right now you're seeing Frosty with almost as many kills as the entire Inconceivable roster so far in game 1.
Snipe Down trying to make a play happen for his team. Unfortunately, he's going to come up against Rockets. Snakebite able to find the one, and he's out of the way. Only has a stalker rifle to work with, an incredible gun, but there's not much to be forgiven on it as he's taking the fight one-on-one. Falcade's gonna come out on top, and now it's up to Frosty to get the trade out, and he'll do just that. And we can see Frosty once again prioritizing getting the Bulldog and using the utility on the map. They're able to capture C and A, but B, really the power position on the map, and you can tell that Sentinels wants to make the push when they can.
Yeah, Frosty, taking a look at the screen, he's by himself over here. Actually, Roll 2 spawns over here, so now it's a 2-2 split for Sentinels. How are they going to make this work? Because Inconceivable is caught in the middle. Need to figure out which direction they want to go in. You want to see their entire team kind of push out in that all in one direction to overwhelm one of the two sides. Roll 2 being pushed here. He's able to trade with Falcade. It actually stays alive as well. The melee working out to his advantage, and Sentinel is keeping the most unorthodox setup right now on street strongholds that I've seen in a long time. Holding these two distant positions is almost near impossible. You had to think it was a matter of time for Inconceivable to take over one of them. They do get A, but the Slays come through. Double kill for Sentinels are once again going to push the strongholds in their favor.
Well, it's interesting. Frosty decides to completely give up the C spawn. You can tell that they are prioritizing maintaining the A hill, because normally you'd see a rotation, right? You're getting one hill captured, well, let's just rotate to where they're weakest. Instead, they bring everyone back to A. They decide to slay out for the kills, and they're able to regain A. Unfortunately, the kills that control not to maintain, as Inconceivable has finally broken on through, and Snipe Down gets a huge kill on Frosty. Keep these rockets in your control. We've seen how they can absolutely change a map. In the previous game, KCP lost because of one rocket that Lucid fired. Now, Inconceivable with control, and the man that basically has the most experience in this game with him in hand. Snipe Down able to find one with the grenade, 0 with the rockets, but the trip cap is in control of Inconceivable, and you can see the red room spawn coming in for Sentinels as they're finding kill after kill. Inconceivable really turning this game around in just a matter of moments.
I mean, I can't tell you how important it was for Snipe Down's life there, right? Able to get the kill onto Rockets, able to play his life, the trigger discipline to not blow his teammate up as he's able to get that kill. As Snipe Down's able to save the Rockets, it turned into a great opportunity to control the map for him. He's able to do tons of damage with the Rockets, maybe not find a kill, but at least his team's not getting rocketed at that time. They're right back in this game, 111 to 98. Sentinels, yes, they have control of C and B for the moment, but Inconceivable needed a spark to get back into the score of this game. That's exactly what they got out of Snipe Down.
Oh man, Snakebite just missed one bullet out of a 3-round burst and doesn't get the double shot beatdown because of it. And now B's gonna go in favor of Inconceivable. Really, Snakebite, the last line of defense over at B, and that kill gonna cost dearly as they're starting to feel the pressure as the 2 caps in effect. Sentinels trying to break in through A, but huge kills in favor of Sentinels. They're able to find the A hold Bound, watching these rockets, but clearly not in position to pick them up.
Okay, now Sin have that AC combo right now. Rockets coming up could be the most pivotal power weapon on the map for this game 1. It looks like they're going to go in the hands of Sentinels. The shotgun in the hands of Royal 2 right now. He's just anchoring C. He's kind of by himself at this point. He knows Inconceivable is going to be forced to go in one of the two directions. It looks like they've chosen A as the stronghold. How quickly can Royal 2 acknowledge this and advance on the map?
Clearly, Sentinels has changed the meta to their liking. Normally, we see teams hold a B, A, or a BC. These guys opting for the AC, using that back shotgun lane as the transfer point, and it's working out for them at the moment. They're going to be rotating back to A to try to get these kills. Tires is Frosty. He goes down as Snipe Down finds the final shot. Bound was able to stay alive, but not able to get the help for Boo Boo Doo as Snakebite's able to stop A. And although B control still in the hands of Inconceivable, they aren't getting points on the board.
I mean, what an unorthodox game we're seeing right now of Street Stronghold. Snakebite getting that kill top tower is so pivotal for Sentinel's success right now. Snipe Down still alive, still making plays over towards the tire area, but Inconceivable have to figure out a way to get A control. Snakebite still being a nuisance over here. 3 members of Inconceivable trying to hunt him down, and finally it looks like Snipe Down is going to take him down, but at what cost? The score was once just 20 points. Now it's up over 100.
And now, really, if Sentinels wanted to, they could push out to B and try to break that hold. Instead, they're going to be playing the mid-map. Oh my God, he goes into A. What a monster. Royal 2 gets the reset. Inconceivable has been powerless to the AC hold, and it's absolutely dominating at the moment. Frosty finds another kill, holding down purple. He's rotating back towards C. B stairs will pick him up, and finally, it seems as if Inconceivable has admitted defeat. They say, we're going to push to C. We're going to hold BC. You can clearly tell that they wanted A, but Sentinels is not giving up an inch.
Yeah, what happened with Rockets, though? They go in the hands of Inconceivable. They do have B and C control right now. Inconceivable needs to make a play with these Rockets. Falcated finds one. Potentially he's able to pick up a thrust there. We'll see what he's able to do. He's forced to trade in that second scenario. Inconceivables is scoring currently. They've got numbers in their advantage again, but Sentinels looking to push B. How long can they fend them off for?
Well, there's 2 and B. Snipe Down trying his best to stay alive in this red room. The nades not coming in. He's going to have an opportunity to get into B and try to stop. And stop, he does. Snipe Down goes big. Royal 2 gets the trade out because of the team nade that comes through. Bound doing his best to stay alive at B stairs. Frosty shuts him down. And now it's once again the Sentinels push. Looks like Snakebite is going to find the kill on Boo Boo Jubu, but he lost all his team help, and those nades will come through. And once again, the B has been stopped. Actually, no, who got in there? I believe it was Royal 2 who was able to finish out that B hold, and now they have the A-B setup, and Frosty's ready for the A push. He's checking his lanes. Snakebite gets the spawn. The cafe push is coming. They find the team shot. Instantly melted and sniped down. They only have 20 seconds to get this done. Make it 13. Every second is a tick, and they're one step closer to a dominating Game 1 performance.
Sentinels look to lock down A and B right now. Multiple members of Inconceivable are actually in B. You see Frosty a little bit out of place over towards the shotgun. Does find a kill, and he's got a lot of time to work with now. You see that B stronghold does go over, so Inconceivable still with the opportunity to keep this game alive. Snipe Down finds one on the lethal. They know Frosty is back shotgun somewhere. They know, but they can't go near him. Snipe Down has to play this situation perfectly, understanding that Sentinels is going to have to go towards C. Boobadooba is going to come from up top. Snipe Down needs to find an angle to help his team. Unfortunately, he has to deal with the player above him. Does get the kill. A and B are still continued to be held by Inconceivable. They're able to flip the map successfully, and Snipe Down may have just clutched up.
Bound was able to get the rockets. He's pushing through. He's trying to find some easy kills. He opts to get the one on Snakebite. Foul finds the next, and all of a sudden a trip cap possibilities in place. Royal 2 goes down. Unfortunately, Frosty's gonna find Snipe Down. The reset is in. No trip cap in effect, but 50 seconds to hold for this comeback to happen. It's Falcated versus 2. He finds the first on lethal. He's trying to get back to back A. There's 2 players to take on. He's looking for the first. He has the shots on the side, able to take down Royal 2. Can he kill in the base? No, Snakebite comes out on top. Snakebite has the help. Frosty gets the kill. They're able to rotate out at A. C is taken by Inconceivable. but damage has been done. Can Sentinels push into B? It's up to Sight Down to stay alive with the help of Bound. He's under pressure. He's doing his best. He's jumping doorway to doorway, doing his best to dodge the nades. The push comes through. The shotgun too much, and 3 go down. It's up to Boo Boo Doo. He's not able to do it. B will switch control, but the A spawns have come in. Inconceivable, able to get into A. They will maintain control for now.
Sentinels is going to be able to push C for free right now. Snakebite picks up a big kill into A, and because of it, Sentinels will take game 1 of our winter semifinals against Inconceivable. It wasn't without drastic measures being needed. The rotations were almost perfect for Inconceivable, but it was just too little too late. Too perfect of Halo was needed. And Inconceivable tries to get out of the hole that they were continuing to dig in that game 1. They almost were able to do so, but I mean, it doesn't get any closer. I mean, Tools, you lost your hat in the middle of the game somewhere along the way.
You know what, Clutch? I gotta do it. I went off this wild ride. I can only take so much. My God, bro, this is too much. This is too much. Let me get the headset on. This is just a wild ride, man. I cannot stand what's going on. You know, the rodeo's in town. I feel like I just witnessed some bullfighting or something. This is too much. This is just too much. I'm losing my mind. What a game 1 to start us off.
Was that a mini cowboy hat?
Yeah, it was an actual cowboy hat. You know, I come from the country. You know me, Clutch. I see you. Bring back the Among Us streams, Clutch. I want to see Sheriff Clutch come back. You know, I got to see the cowboy hat. You got to get yourself a cowboy hat as well. If you don't have the cowboy hat,
no, the question is, what size cowboy hat was it? Because you do have a childhood. You have a large head, but I think that was a mini size cowboy hat.
That was a mini size hat. I don't know.
I got a normal cowboy hat in the closet, but we're gonna keep that in the closet for now. Back to the series at hand. I'm not sure quite what I witnessed on your camera, but I'm sure the Twitch chat out there is loving the entertainment. But more so, the entertainment of both these two teams colliding here in the winter semifinals. I mean, I want to see a game 3 after that game 1 performance. I mean, Inconceivable did everything they could to push that game to the limit. Sentinels ended up winning just the crucial gunfight against Boo Boo Doo at the end. It would have been an unbelievable double from Boo Boo Doo. Unfortunately, he just needed one more shot to be missed on him in order to probably finish off that kill. And because Sentinels hit that shot, they won themselves that game. It could have gotten even sweatier if Boo Boo Doo was able to get that reset on the B and hold that stronghold with that kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 2 moments in that game, right? 2 gunfights that come down and decide that game. You know, the spawn, the flip spawn over at A Cafe, where Inconceivable had a chance. They weren't able to pick up the kill. They weren't able to get it done. And the other that you were talking about. Man, what an incredible game 1. We're moving on to game 2. Bizarre. We saw an incredible series between KCP and Cloud9. The question is, what happens this time around? I'm not sure. To me, this is 49-49 action. I don't think either team is going to really run away with this one. Sentinels, though, they dominated the first half with that AC hold. Clutch, I wonder if you can talk a little bit more about that, because that's really the first team that I've seen really try to maintain the AC hold. Teams have done it, you know, they keep the hold, they do it for a while, but maintaining and prioritizing an AC hold, something I haven't seen on Street Stronghold.
I don't know if they prioritized it, but when it fell into their hands, when the cards were laid out onto the table, they were able to balance it so well, and both teams actually did a great job. But we're going to talk about that later, because jumping into game 2, we already see the battle for Overshield. It's being won by Lethal, none other than number 2 on the greatest of all time. He's going to pick up that Overshield. We'll see what he's capable of now that he's got the middle of the map controlled for his team. So much space for them to play with now. And Sentinels look to try and end this series in a 2-0 fashion. Inconceivable in a very tough position here early in game 2. They need to get out of it quickly.
Lethal has a little bit of Overshield left to work with. 2 down in those bottom rockets. Oh, I'm making 3. Oh my God, they're all around, trapping themselves in those corners. It looks like Sentinels is going to come out on top, though. Frosty able to find one of the Mangler. Royal 2 gets the Bulldog for himself. And the one player trying to get away from bottom rocket, sniped down, not able to get himself away. Rock control in the favor of Sentinels and weapon control as well. The question is, how long can they maintain the push coming through? Royalty able to find one with the nade, but loses the Bulldog at bottom rockets.
Just a 5-kill game so far, so not too much damage so far from Sentinels' side, but Inconceivable have to figure out a way to regain control before the second overshield, or before the second set of rockets come up, because right now Sentinels hasn't been able to, or hasn't given up the middle of the map right now. 11-6. It's so difficult to push out of a base if the enemy team has control of that middle of the map. You're seeing Sentinels sit a little far back right now, pink or rocket side of the map, and because of it, Inconceivable may be able to push up. Doesn't look like they've gotten out of the base as of yet, and time's ticking, and power-ups, power weapons, they're coming up. You see overshields in 5 seconds. Royal 2 basically standing on it. Bound with a massive kill, could have potentially just kept his team in this game. Oh!
What? Well, I think Snakebite was a little preemptive on trying to grapple that overshield away. Instead, he gives his back straight up to Bound. I'm not sure what we witnessed, but my God, it comes into a kill for Bound. Well, we see Snipe Down on our screen. Full control really in favor of Inconceivable. Well, here we go. Royal 2 trying to break his way on in. The Rocket side not as strong as I once thought, as we see Sentinels start to push in. Snipe Down is able to find the kill on Frosty. Lethal trying to take down that trade. The grenades come in, and the trade is complete. The thrust gonna keep that player's life for now, but Royal 2, his only job is to maintain this rocket spawn, and he's doing a beautiful job at it. Bound tries to get from behind, but guess who has their headset cranked up? Royal 2 is not letting anyone get on the flank anytime soon. Rockets in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Royal 2 doing such a great job of being patient there at the rocket side of the map. Finding Bound is basically going to award him these rockets for free, and now Sentinels have all the control they want. They've got the second set of rockets, and what is now a 6-kill score line could blow to over double digits if Inconceivable isn't careful.
2 rockets still in the chamber for Royal 2. He's been absolutely killing it this game at 7-3 as he's laying down their hurt. The splinter grenades will do enough. Snakebite's able to get the trade. The push now materializing. They want to get them off their spawn, but the rocket side push is happening. And look at that. Sentinels just dominating the feed. And how great is this? They picked up the rockets, I believe 40 seconds ago. Still hasn't fired a single shot. This is just showing how much control Sentinels has. They haven't had to use the power weapons yet. They're waiting for their opportunity. If they can get these this overshield as well as the rockets, they can really break this game open.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. It's a 9-kill game. They haven't even shot either one of the rockets, and they can use the rockets to now secure this overshield and push their lead even further. You see the first rocket kill comes in for Royal 2 right there. The overshield gets picked up, and now the snowball is still continuing to go downhill for Sentinels, right? 29-18. Royal 2 and company just using these power weapons to snowball them into the next power up or power weapon is such perfect Halo. If your team is able to do so successfully with the control they have, I mean, there's zero chance they're going to give Inconceivable of coming back.
Inconceivable, they have to figure it out now. They really are running out of time. Royal 2, the man feels like it's been alive forever, but he's only really racked up assists since then. Went back on him about, what, a minute and a half ago. He was 7-3. Well, now he's 8-7-3. And look at it, Lethal, he's just out of ammo. What the world is going on? Sentinels has not felt the pressure from Inconceivable, and it's showing. They've just been playing their game as Bound eventually does find Royal 2 in the back of the base. He's going to be able to get that one thrust left over. But Inconceivable, they just haven't been able to apply the pressure that Sentinels needs in order to really take away this game. And those split, oh my God, those dynamo grenades are just so deadly. Doesn't matter where you're at, you're gonna get pinged with those, and it's so hard to get out of that field of play. But here we go, Royal 2 once again having to take on the fight. The shotgun eventually does come reigning supreme. Boo Boo Doo Boo, can he use this bulldog to get his team back into the game?
He's got the kill. Bound finds a second, and Inconceivable for the first time in this game too probably feel like they have a little bit of control they get to play with now. They're down 11 kills with overshield coming up. This is such a crucial overshield to the win condition that they have if they want to stay in this series.
2 go down in favor of Inconceivable. Bound is going to get traded out and immediately answers back Sentinels with 2 of their own. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets up and close. He's able to get 1 and the assists on the next. Rockets are up, and no one from Sentinels really in position to play for them at the moment. Overshield grappled towards Bound. He's going to be able to put that on top of his body. Snakebite able to, actually, no, it was Sentinels that was able to grapple the Overshield away. So Rocket's going to go in favor of Inconceivable. Oh my, Okay, Snakebite. Snakebite making some wild grapple plays today. He's going to get taken out once again. 2 rocket kills, 4 bound. As this game starts to tighten up a little bit, although still a huge mountain to climb to get back into this game.
Yeah, an unsuccessful control from Inconceivable in the middle of the map right there. Rockets and Overshield both coming up, and somehow, even though Sentinels is fighting out of one base, they're able to secure both the Overshield and the Rockets. We saw both of them get put to use there by Snakebite. The grapple had a large play in both of those stories, but unfortunately, Inconceivable had to deny that from happening if they wanted to stay within striking distance. But a 5-kill game nonetheless. With those Rockets and Overshield off the map, they're able to close the distance a little bit onto this Sentinels roster. Now down 7 kills. They lose 2 immediate players, and those 2 deaths could be the start of the nails in the coffins of Inconceivable's winners bracket run. Unfortunately, Snipedown stuck in this closet. It's going to be pushed, naded out, and Snakebite finds him with the battle rifle. And now it looks like Inconceivable, the map control they had is now erased completely.
Yeah, it's so hard to come back into games when you give up too much of a lead, just because Sentinels don't really have to value their life anymore. They can go and chase kills. They can try to find you around corners. You saw Snakebite had no hesitancy to push Snipe down in that lockers, and it earns himself a kill, even though it's a high risk play. And that's what Sentinels will continue to do as they storm closer to finishing this game. Only 5 kills remaining for Sentinels to get the job done. 14 needed for Inconceivable to come on back. Frosty, he has the utility in his back pocket. This Mangler is gonna be putting in work if he can find a player up close. And there's the player. He finds one. Bound goes down. Another 2 pushing out. He finds shots on 1. That player playing for Overshield, but really Inconceivable have no lane to play for that Overshield. The thrust comes in, and unfortunately not able to stay alive. And with only 1 kill left to go, Inconceivable's hopes and dreams of getting into the winners final seem to disappear.
Sentinels knew they could bait the Overshield, and with that bait, they're able to pick up the necessary kills to end this series 2-0 in favor, but not without Inconceivable putting up a hell of a fight. Not only in game 1, but the comeback in game 2 was very realistic up until they lost control of the middle of the map when they were down 5, and with that, it looks a little bit more lopsided than probably it was. But that's the story of Halo, right? Like games can be decided on 1 or 2 kills. And when those 2 kills come through, it's what the team's able to do with the space and the momentum that they've created for themselves. Unfortunately, Inconceivable not able to deny that from Sentinels' grasp. And because of it, we're going to see another winners finals with Optic on one side, Sentinels on the other. Inconceivables is going to be pushed to the elimination side. We'll see if they have what it takes to climb all the way back.
And I feel like the story's starting to become a little bit old. Clutch. Winners final. Who else? Optic Gaming, Sentinels. It feels like a story as old as time at this point. Halo Infinite definitely seems to be dominated by 2 teams thus far.
It's been early though. There's been 3 weeks of gameplay. I still expect Inconceivable. I still expect Cloud9 to make waves, to make pushes for tournaments, runs for championships at the end of the year. I think we have a lot of teams that have a lot of talent. Even E United can step up and compete with some of the best in the world. And then we have dark horses that can create upsets wherever they may choose in the bracket. So it's an exciting time in Halo. We do have the 2 probably juggernauts meeting up in the finals, but it's not without high contention from the rest of the competition so far here today.
I'm so glad that we're going to see the rematch happen momentarily, guys. The winners final, Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. We saw it. We've seen this battle a couple times before. Once it's gone over to Optic Gaming, where it was Sentinels who had the winners bracket advantage, 2 best-of-5s. They go in Optic Gaming's advantage. And then on the flip side, it was Optic Gaming that had the advantage. Sentinels, they come from the losers bracket. They get it done in 2 best-of-5s. We're really going to see which team can take the lead on this day. But hey, first of all, I want to hear what our analysts had to think about that last game. Let's throw it on over to them and see what they saw.
2-0 victory there for Sentinels over Inconceivable. They will move on to face Optic in winners finals. Yay, so and why not here once again. Tony, are you surprised at all with the way that last series played out between Sentinels and Inconceivable?
You know, I would like to say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. I mean, Sentinels live in winners finals. To have a winners finals without Sentinels is kind of, it's crazy to me to even think about. I was rooting for Inconceivable. I love to hear an underdog story. You know, Sentinels on paper, definitely the favorites. If you don't have him number one, you probably have him number two. And very rarely do people have him as a number three squad. It's usually top two or bust when it comes to Sentinels. That dynasty has been absolutely incredible. Inconceivable, good squad, can pop off any given moment, and maybe we'll see them do that again in the lower bracket. But this is all about this new rivalry that's coming out. Sentinels versus Optic. You guys have been seeing the chatter. You guys have been watching Twitter. It's been real, and this rivalry is not going to disappoint. I can't wait to watch these two go at it. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention that these are the first and second best teams in the world right now. Put them in whatever order you choose, but they certainly belong at the top of pretty much every single leaderboard. So awesome that we'll get to see them in winners finals, and we'll get to see both of them at least one more time apiece, because one will go to Grands, and we'll get to see one more match from the other, at least down in the losers finals. So there's still plenty more Optic and Sentinels gameplay ahead of us tonight. Tony, I want to put you on the spot then a little bit, because we're talking about these squads. Obviously, we've already mentioned that these are the two squads that won all of the Raleigh qualifiers leading in. Do you have a favorite here if you had to predict who's going to take this winners finals, especially considering it is going to be now a best of 5? Who do you have winning winners finals this time around?
You know, I'm going to be honest with you, man. If you asked me this question before the tournament, if these two teams matched up, who do I have winning? I always really gravitate towards Optic. I love the way that team is formulated. Lucid's absolutely out of control. Trippy is a great secondary slayer, and APG and Pistola just know their role and they play to perfection. I love the way the squad is put together. However,
I was going to say, there's a butt
Sentinels are playing insane right now, man.
Yeah.
Royal 2 is absolutely not missing. Frosty's going insane. Snakebite's doing just freaking snakebite things. And Lethal has one of the smoothest shots I've ever seen. I gotta go with the boys Sentinels. I'm sorry, Optic. I'm sorry. Plus, the last time I bet against Snakebite and they won, he tweeted me and let me know about it. So I can't go against the two-time ever again.
You know what, Tony? I've asked you a lot of times on our Microsoft Sundays for predictions. I feel like every time I feel like I have a grasp on, all right, I think he's going to go with this team, I'm wrong every single time. I know you're a big fan of the underdogs. I love it that I can just never quite pin you down on where you're going to go. Because I would say, I'm surprised that you're going with Sentinels here. I can understand why, though, because I agree. I think they have been incredible today, especially because it feels like they're able to build leads and then they can be in complete control, right? They're willing to slow things down and really kind of strangle a team out of a game. They don't just have to run you over with speed and force. They'll build a 5 to 10 kill lead, and then they're just like, hey, we're just going to slow down the pace and just make you suffer through the rest of this game. So they look incredibly controlled, very strong, and they've got to be feeling good going into this winners final. So Tony has Sentinels. You know what? I'm going to trust his expertise and go with Sentinels myself, but let us know who you guys are thinking in Twitch chat. We've got winners finals between Optic Gaming and Sentinels on the other side of this break. I'm certainly excited about it. Tony is too. We're going to go to a quick one here, but we'll be back with winners finals after this.
Even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshing.
The wait is over. Winners final starting now. Optic Gaming going up against Sentinels. My name's Tools. I'm joined with the one, the only, the bestest, Clutch, my favorite coach of all time. Clutch, love what you've been doing. I just want to gas you up a little bit right here because we're about to witness a great.
If we're gonna gas me up, we talk about my career as a player. The coach stuff. It was fun. I was good at it, but it's definitely on the back foot of what I would have liked to be known for, right? And it feels like nowadays people know me as a like CLG's coach, and as great as the time and experience as that was, as I cherish those moments, playing is where my heart was. Playing is where my heart is. The competition itself, being able to determine more of the outcome, was definitely an important piece for me that drove me. Speaking of the competition, though, we're going into the winners finals here, Tools, and we have juggernauts on both sides. We have Optic Gaming versus Sentinels.
Man, we got two incredibly talented teams. Look at this. We got to have a best of 5 as well. We're going to start off with CTF on Bazaar. I'm trying to remember if we've seen Bazaar CTF yet on stream. I don't think we have. It was in the first game. I don't think we have, though. Slayer Recharge will be our second game, and Livefire Strongholds for our third. And we'll get to see if we need the fourth or the fifth. But man, both these teams have looked absolutely dominant as they've come through the winners bracket. We've seen a couple close games between their matches, but so far it seems as if both these teams in the driving position.
All right. Now, if you've been paying attention to the scene at any point in time, this rivalry, it's starting to kick up. Sentinels, who were once Optic Gaming, now have to play against Optic Gaming and the new baddest boys in town, because Optic Gaming have been running the show since Infinite has come out. We're hopping into the gameplay. We expect this best of 5 to go the distance, Tools, but we'll see how the players are trying to determine the outcome of this series. So far, Optic Gaming with an early lead. Great plays out of Ola to get that kill under Royal 2. Unfortunately, across the map, it looks like Frosty's made a play of his own.
All right, Clutch, I just want to point out, he still has camo. Like, Ola is still holding camo. He hasn't popped it yet. Very interesting play. Something we haven't seen a lot. We've seen him with overshield occasionally, but usually when a player picks up camo, they opt to put it on their body right away. Interesting that Ola decides to carry it for so long. Sentinels getting that ball away towards C. It looks like Ola was taken down, so that camouflage is neutralized. But so far, interesting start from both these rosters. Ola did his best to stay alive, not quite able to break the setup from the back, but it looks like Sentinels has a clear hold over towards C.
Yeah, this is going to be Sentinels' first opportunity to set up. To your point on Ola controlling that camo and not activating it, that just shows the confidence Optic Gaming can play with, right? They can play so comfortable, even against the best in the world. They're trying to min-max everything they can. That shows you how high of a level of Halo they're expecting to be able to play. Right now, Sentinels' setup is broken very quickly from Optic Gaming. 40 points on the board for Sentinels early on in this game, though. We're going to see if Optic Gaming can figure out a way to get control in a setup of their own. That first camo not really coming into play, but this next one coming up in 5 seconds could determine the mid-game and how teams are able to weather the storm.
Yeah, clearly Sentinels takes advantage in the beginning of the game. This next camo is going to be very important for Optic Gaming to get a control of, and it looks like it has been picked up from Optic as Lucid is taken down. Lethal rotating this ball back towards Batman. He's going to throw it out. They're going to opt to slay as they don't have camo and they are not sure where that camo player is. Lucid once again taken down as he's been the tip of the spear for this Optic Gaming roster thus far. One thing to notice, though, both teams not really opting to go out of their way and grab that sword. I don't know, maybe a gentleman's agreement between the two, but no sword action thus far.
There's no gentleman's agreements between these two teams. There is only bad blood right now for these two teams competing against each other. You see Optic Gaming get a few kills of their own. They get the ball into yellow, and with that, they've got great opportunity here to climb back in this game. Down just about 30 seconds, but kills continuing to go in their favor is going to allow them to score the ball, some points. They're going to have to rotate it out, though. A little bit of Optic out of position to deal with the push from Sentinels right now in this ball carrier. Although he's able to play his life fairly well, he's immediately taken down from Snakebite. And now the ball being down bottom middle could be a very bad thing for Sentinels.
Well, Lucid tried to repulse the player off the map. Unfortunately, he lands on a platform. Lethal does eventually bite the dust. As Lethal's pushing forward, he finds another one on Royal 2, really alleviating the pressure from Tower. Only one more player to deal with. This ball carrier, Trippy, should be able to drop if needed and find the kill. Once again, Optic being able to recover from the position, be able to find a hold, and now it's going to be up to Sentinels to break with the camouflage coming up soon. The problem is for Sentinels, they're spawning on the bad side for camo pickup. They're going to have to break through the tower, break through C, and try to get positioned for that camo, all while Trippy racking up the time.
Yeah, Trippy is going to be forced to play. They've lost 2 of his teammates, so he prematurely plays this ball. It's actually a great decision by him. The pressure comes through. He's unable to land the shots with the commando to get the kill. Does break the shield of that player, but unfortunately not enough to get that kill before he's taken down. And yes, Sentinels have broken the setup. Optic Gaming have taken the lead, however, with that setup 70-53.
Lethal wins a critical fight over at red, and you can see Snakebite, as soon as that fight was won, he goes, he instantly grabs the grapple, he gets this ball, and he pushes it back to their hold. It's going to be up to Lethal to take on the fight of those players pushing through pipes. As the rotation comes in from Snakebite, he's going to rotate all the way to Royal 2, but there's one player in position, and it's Ola. Ola wins the big fight. Now it's up to Snakebite to win his. He's not able to do so. Lucid gets in position. Lucid finds another one. Frosty to his back, and all of a sudden, Optic has broken the rotation. They try to rotate too early, and it costs Ola with the pivotal fight to take down Royal 2 and to break the hold.
Yeah, that break in that rotation is going to pay dividends for Optic Gaming right now. 10 points remaining for Optic to take this win. Sentinels looking to try and break this setup, but the rotation going to continue towards blue for Optic Gaming. And with 4 points remaining, the ball carrier is no shield, but he looks to end round 1. He does so. A great job by Trippy to hide behind that box for the last possible point. And now Optic Gaming came back in round 1, steal round 1, and now have the lead here in game 1.
And you talked about at the beginning of this round 1. It's about min-maxing Optic Gaming. They feel comfortable with that. They held the camo. Well, they min-maxed their ability to hold the ball. And they didn't really need to go and overslay 2 or 3 times in order to find their setup. They did it once. They found it. They got a nice 70 seconds from it. And now they're looking to do more. Lucid able to grab the camouflage. He tries to get the back of Royal 2. He gets it done with the BR anyways, and he's the most forward player. He's going to take the next shot. Unfortunately, his shield's not back. Lucid will pick up that win, but now the push coming through. Frosty was able to find Ola, but the trade, Lethal was able to find Ola, but the trade was immediate. The ball trying to go into the hands of Snakebite as he uses the grapple once again. APG in position to stop it this time around as Sentinel starts to materialize their push through the bottom tower. Ball time going in favor of APG as we see all the Sentinels start to conglomerate over towards C.
This could be where game 1 is decided right here. Won or lost for Optic Gaming. Can they hold this setup? They're opting to rotate the ball into pipes. APG taking damage from behind, able to successfully get it into the pipes control where his teammates are going to have his back. The sword carrier is going to be spotted there as well, so they're going to have a great opportunity to hold this. The player in the middle of the map jumps up on the bat ledge. He doesn't go down, but it's going to be so difficult to get into pipes without an opening, without a kill. APG does lose his life, but Sentinels lose 2 in the process.
Look at that. Lethal once again getting up close and personal. Lucid taking out this Mangler, proving to be truly a gun that can dictate games if you're able to use it successfully. Trippy, he has the sword and the ball. Sword versus Mangler, what's going to come out on top? You can tell Lethal very much valuing the position of the play. As Trippy tries to get back up into top heaven, he's going to throw down some nades, not quite able to take that engagement for now. Snakebite finds 2, and all of a sudden Trippy's in trouble. He's trying to find the angle. His sword too far from reach to be effective at this range, but he buys enough time for Lucid to come from the back and to steal the ball away. All of a sudden, Optic Gaming, even when their setups are being broken, they're able to stay alive, reposition, and retake.
So well played by Trippy. He didn't really do much other than stay alive, but he distracted multiple members of Sentinels right there. The focus on the Trippy wasn't successful, right? They need to either kill Trippy and create the space in that direction, or they're going to get sandwiched. Lucid comes with the sandwich, and surprise, now Optic Gaming not only have a great lead here in round 2, but they have sword, they have grapple, and they have control of a complete setup. You love to see the perfect Halo being played out of Trippy here to allow his team to get control here in blue with the ball and run away with the second round.
Tried his best to stay alive, unfortunately not able to do so. He'll give the sword over to APG, but Lethal wins the big fight. Did Lethal see the sword come out though? No, he's just gonna leave it at the bottom of the base. No sword for Lethal, and it could just be Optic Gaming that go back and pick it up once again. Frosty finds one. The ragdoll effects come out as that player gets thrown out, and 4 go down for Optic Gaming. Sentinels, they have the hold. Snakebite, he has the ball position in favor of Sentinels. The question is, can the kills go in their favor?
Yeah, it does look like Optic Gaming is going to look to push the control room right now. You see the ball immediately with that information is going to be rotated into pipes. I love the rotation out of Sentinels, but they're going to have to do so much more if they want to crawl back in this second round.
Maintaining ball time. They're going to throw it out for now. They're going to opt to take the fights, and the fights they will. Snakebite finds one. He finds two. Two go down, gets the Mangler in his control, and it's Frosty on the other side. He loses the fight to Lucid, and now Lucid's in position. It looks as if maybe that play was too premature. The win quite easy for them as Royal 2 is able to get it back into the hands with the grapple. Once again, using the sandbox to the best of their ability. But Optic Game was able to secure the camouflage while this happened. Actually, no, Frosty, he finds the kill on APG. The camo has been neutralized. The comeback starting to materialize as the positional game is being won by Sentinels at the moment. And here we go, Mangler in hand. He misses the first shot and dies. Lucid with the critical kill to break open the setup.
That shot would have held Sentinels' setup, but unfortunately the miss comes through. Lucid with the massive kill with the pressure has created the opening that Sentinels needs. I mean, Optic Gaming.
Another kill going in favor of Optic. Sentinels able to find the trade outs. Ball time being secured by Optic Gaming as they take closer. Only 15 seconds for them to take this game. They throw it out into the open in a baitable spot, but there it is. Sentinels quickly in position to grab that ball and try to rotate away as Frosty finds another kill in the feed. Royal 2 doing his best to rotate. Normally you want to see him with the BR in his hands, but you got to get the job done. Trippy doing his best to maintain this lane, but he's gonna have pressure applied at any moment. He has to win whatever fight comes towards him as Sentinel starts to dominate the feed. The comeback starting to look more and more a reality. Remember how Optic Gaming started this game in dominating performance. They won round 1. They dominated the start of round 2, but all of a sudden Sentinel starting to materialize. They're getting it done. Ola able to hold the ball. Only 10 seconds for Sentinels to come and break in, and really no one in position. Make it 5. Can anyone get there? Lucid finds 1 kill. There's no one going to be able to get there in time, and Optic Gaming hold the ball and hold the comeback off as they're able to take game 1.
I mean, it's Trippy playing so smart, playing so patient at all times. It's so impressive to me how consistent we see him make the right decisions. He lost 2 teammates. Sentinels has a complete setup. He's under heavy pressure in that long haul situation. He somehow stays alive, and because he stays alive, he's able to now impact the game when his teammates come off respawn. If he loses his life there, his teammates are not going to have the same support that they would have had if Trippy goes down after they lose their 2 lives. But because Trippy's able to play the situation slow, understand that, hey, we built this lead. We're able to play with this lead. We're able to play around this lead. He finds the opening, right? Like, and it's just like a testament to his patience, to understanding the gravity of the situation and kind of like the moment and how much time he actually has in the moment, as opposed to we need to break this setup as fast as we can do it because Sentinels is on the threat of coming back, right? If Trippy doesn't do that, I'm not sure if Optic Gaming win that game 1, but because Trippy does that, they stamp their ticket in game 1. They're 2 more wins away from taking this winners finals, and if Trippy can continue to play like that, Optic Gaming have a great chance.
Yeah, that was an absolute performance from Optic Gaming. I'm just not sure what Sentinels just needs to get more kills. Like you said, I think it was really the moments in which Trippy was able to stay alive and provide the plays, like you were saying. Like, he was just playing his life masterfully. He found opportunities, and now Sentinels needs to find an answer in this game too. We're moving on to Slayer. Sentinels has been dominant today in the Slayer, but man, we haven't really seen a close Slayer game all day, Clutch. Every single time it's been one team that kind of just blows it out of the water at the beginning half and start to run away with it.
I think how Halo Infinite can become when a team has the sandbox control with map control. How do teams fight against this deficit, right? Teams are still learning. It's easy to play when you have control. It's easy to play when you have all the advantages in the world. It is a very different story when you're fighting the uphill battle that it is against the sandbox, against the map control that some of these teams have. As Halo Infinite, competitive Halo Infinite continues to grow and the meta continues to be created, I expect that switch to be a little bit more even keel. But right now, teams definitely have a better time playing in the lead and with the majority, and in favorable positions, right? So it's all about who can get into those favorable positions, and then once teams do that, how can you break that quickly? Right now, we're starting off game 2, and it's great shots on the side of Lucid with a commander rifle to take down Lethal there, but an early even-keeled game as the start of this game is taken off.
ABG was able to find one to the back, but not able to stay alive for the time being. Lucid did take down Lethal, and Lethal had the shotgun. I'm curious as to whether that shotgun has been picked up or if we'll see it on the respawn eventually. We've seen Sentinels on the strongholds really favor the purple and cafe side. The question is, does that translate over to the Slayer? We shall see as Snakebite's able to trade out, and that is just this game thus far. It's so close. It's been so trade for trade. We see the shotgun was in the hands of Frosty. He goes down, not quite able to get the shots out for the trade as APG finds the double kill. And now it's up to Snakebite to find this kill over at Arcade. He's not quite able to make the push through. Not going to be able to pick that one up as there's 2 more players from Optic Gaming waiting in the corners.
A good job by Snakebite to stay alive there, though. He kind of understood that if he goes any further, he probably gets back smacked there. Unfortunately, he's going to end up trading his life as well. And Sentinels did have about a 4-kill lead at one point in this Team Slayer, but Optic Gaming doing everything they can to fight back into it. Now have the lead by 1 kill, 12-11.
Optic Gaming making the push forward. This shotgun can absolutely change the dynamic of the game if you can get it into the right positions, but you have to be able to break through. Ola looking for his opportunity. There's one in PD. Lucid able to find that kill. Gonna have to find it with the BR. Royal 2 goes down. 2 of the best to do it ever going up against each other, and now rockets into the hands of Ola. And look at that, he has both of them to work with. There we go. He finally drops one. He's gonna tell his teammates, hey, shotgun's down on B stairs, y'all take that. I'll use these rockets to my best of my ability as 2 are over in cafe. The first one hits the wall. Oh, just I think our observer. No, there we go. We're back into it. The kill comes in for Ola, and this looks to be the start of something great for this Optic Gaming roster in our second game.
Yeah, it's the momentum that Ola has built for his team right here. Ever since he picked up that shotgun, he's been on a roll with map control, power weapon control. The pressure is on Sentinels right now, and Optic Gaming look to continue to push that pedal down.
A 7-kill lead that could grow, make it 8 as they're starting to find more kills in the feed. APG finds the next. Shotgun is in the hands. This life started with the shotgun. He dropped it for the rockets, found a kill and got the shotgun back, and it'll end with the shotgun in his hands as well. Optic Gaming doing it their best to maintain the lead, but finally Sentinels has found some sort of stranglehold on the map. They're going to be able to grab A control, and they could push for B if they want. They're looking at the crosses, and they should have the information that 3 players from Optic Gaming are going towards B. The question is, how do they opt to take this fight as we see the push start to come over to top purple? The player in PD gets pushed out, and it's going to be a 2-2 split. Royal 2 and Snakebite, the duo, going to work with each other as they're getting up into tires. They find the shots on both, but not able to get either kill as those 2 players stay alive. Ola doing his best to keep his life. The Wizard back at it again as all 3 from Optic Gaming are able to stabilize, keep their lives, and find kills over at back B.
Just a perfect bait and switch in the tire situation right there. Both the players for Optic Gaming were knocked to no shield. Neither one of them actually died, and because of it, they actually turned that 2-2 split in their favor. Still up 7 kills with Rockets coming up. They've been able to flip the map. 3 kills do just come in for Sentinels, make it a 4th. Kills, a few of them were traded out, but right as Rockets are coming up, that was a perfect time for Sentinels to capitalize and get some map control.
Lucid is able to take out the perimeter player and Frosty, open up that A position for their team to push through, but Rockets have gone in favor of Snakebite, and he's leading the charge towards Cafe. The shield is up. Can it hold off the rocket? It does for now. 1 rocket down without a life traded. Snakebite kills his teammate and then dies. Lucid essentially goes 1 for 3 as he finds 3 kills in the favor of his team.
That is where Sentinels will lose game 2. I'm calling it now. Blunders like that cannot happen. Optic Gaming able to take advantage of the poor use of the rockets from Snakebite right there. And because of it, they now have a 10-kill lead.
Oh my. You don't expect to see blunders from the dynastic roster of Sentinels. They've won 2 world championships, dominated Halo 5. Basically, they don't make mistakes like that. It's so surprising to see. And Optic Gaming will absolutely take that make it a foot and run it 10 miles, because that is just a massive mistake that you can't afford to make. And now Optic Gaming, they're feeling comfortable. They're finding kill after kill, and it's just a matter of time before the second game's over. Sentinels have to find a miracle in the making. Ola finds another on Royal 2. It's going to be the push from APG trying to secure this lane for his team. Ola staying alive. Trippy gets the back spawns. They know that they're all over in this backbeat drive, and they're trying their best to get in as Snakebite finds a kill to withhold the push for now.
I love APG backing down in this situation. No free deaths, no dumb mistakes to allow Sentinels the opportunity to get back in. Now look at all the damage he's able to provide his team. Gets a kill, gets a melee onto a second, and even if those players don't go down, I believe his team was just able to swoop in, secure rockets, and even further extend their win condition here. They look like they're in a very comfortable spot here to end game 2, and it's off the back of multiple great decisions that everyone is making.
Love to see it, right? It's just about playing clean, solid Halo and taking advantage of their mistakes, and that's exactly what Optic Gaming has done. They played a world-class game 2. I've been impressed through and through. They're playing so well together, and now Sentinels are going to find themselves back down 0-2, and in order to win this winners final, they're going to have to do it through a reverse sweep as these kills start to come in for Optic Gaming. That Sentinel rifle not quite able to get the final kill. It's going to be up to APG to hold off for as long as he can. Trippy swoops in and finds the last one, and look how even that kill feed is for Optic Gaming. They all really just helped each other to get that job done.
I mean, at one point, I believe Lucid and Ola both were 10-4, and the game was semi-close, but when the rest of Optic Gaming were able to get control, able to get some power weapons of their own, they ran away with that game too. And that's the story that usually is told in Halo Infinite so far. When you get that kind of control, when you get those weapons in your favor, and you're able to apply the pressure that Optic Gaming was able to, you can run away with games. Unfortunately, for Sentinels fans, they got those rockets. They actually ended up having a massive blunder. We saw a team kill involved, and unfortunately, those kind of mistakes, they do not come easy, right? You learn your lessons the hard way, and unfortunately, this series all of a sudden lopsided heavily in Optic Gaming's favor.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically a 3-kill swing, right? They lost the original gunfight. They shoot the rocket. Snakebite kills Lethal, hurts himself, and then gets immediately killed by Lucid for a 3-kill swing in the favor of Optic Gaming. And they lost all map control. And from there, it's too much of a hill to climb. And now they're going to have to figure it out in game 3. We're going back towards objective. One thing about Sentinels, though, is they can be quick to forget. So many times that they've been in a position where they have to win a game to push it just a little bit further. They've been able to do so, and they have won championships from doing so. So I'm sure that we'll probably see a game 4. But man, Optic Gaming looking incredibly strong, trying to make the case that they are the true number 1 after losing that qualifier last Thursday.
Yeah, I don't think there's any debate that Optic Gaming is probably the favorite going into HCS Raleigh. They're looking extremely strong today, looking to advance all the way to the finals, to the winners bracket side here with one more game to clutch out. It's a matter of where is the competition up until Optic Gaming standards. And right now we're seeing even the best of the competition go up against Optic Gaming, and Optic look ready, prime, and set to make examples out of anyone that they see in the finals.
Man, I love this new Optic Gaming squad. They've been absolutely a blast to watch. If you guys haven't seen their content, they really mesh with each other. And I love the duo of Trippy and Lucid. Guys, if you didn't know, Lucid used to go by saying absolutely dominating the Halo 5 scene. He said, I'm going to make myself a duo of Trippy. What's the best possible name for that? And he chose Lucid. And now we have the best duo name, in my opinion, of Trippy and Lucid, because that's how you're going to feel after you get absolutely demolished by Optic Gaming. It's going to feel like they put you to bed. That you're feeling lucid in your trippy dream. I don't know where I was going with that, Clutch.
I thought you had something going there. I didn't know the background of the names change or whatnot, but I thought you knew a little bit more than me. But I mean, it's a believable story. I like the idea there. Lucid and Trippy obviously having a major impact on this Optic Gaming's team's success. Ola and APG also doing the thing. It's a collective effort, and you got to know Lunchbox as your coach could never hurt something. Having that patient experience in your ear. I mean, this team's going places, and they've already been able to just achieve whatever accolade it seems like they want so far in Halo Infinite.
No, I mean, absolutely right. Picking up a coach that's won a championship is always going to be in your best favor. I mean, Clutch, you're walking proof of that, right? You just pick up the coach that's won championships. They know what to do. They know how to get it done. And I love that pickup of Lunchbox to that roster. It seems as if he's really getting these guys on the same page. Guys, we're getting our third game loaded up. Optic Gaming up 2-0 after some dominating performances in game 1 and game 2. The oddball, man, there was opportunities for Sentinels to come back. Optic Gaming hold them off, and they win the game. Game 2, once again, Sentinels, they pick up the Rockets. They look like they're going to be in a position to make something happen. Mistakes happen. Players die. They lose control. Optic Gaming takes the inch. They take it a mile. Seems to be the theme of the match. Sentinels, in order to win this game, we have to see a clean game. No more mistakes. Play the way that we know that they can play.
Yeah, I mean, it's been Optic Gaming has won these games off being able to dictate the pace. They've had the majority of control throughout these first 2 games, and because of it, they're able to play around their own successes, have the numbers when they want to, push when they want to. It's the patience, it's the intelligence, it's the full package from Optic Gaming. Sentinels is going to have to figure out a way to steal the driver's wheel away from Optic Gaming and choose which road they want to go down and dictate the pace themselves. It's easier said than done, especially when Optic is feeling themselves as well as they are today.
Man, I want to say whatever team loses this match, I can't imagine them not coming back through the losers bracket, Clutch. There's no chance. They just look so great, but hey, we're having some difficulties getting this third game started. So, why don't you take a second, go get you some water, go do whatever you need to do. We'll be right back, and we'll have this game 3 ready for your entertainment soon. Did you get your beverage? Are you settled down? Get the blanket across you because you got to get nice and cozy for this series, guys. Game 3 is going to be incredible. We're getting started shortly. My name is Tools. I'm joined with Clutch, and we just saw Optic Gaming go up 2-0 in our winners final.
Yeah, if you told me this series was going to be 2-0, I'd be shocked. If you told me it was 2-0 in the format that we've seen it, it's been an Optic Gaming show so far here. We've seen Recharge Oddball, Street Slayer, the same result, heavily in favor of Optic Gaming. 2-0 in the Oddball, almost a blowout in the Street Slayer game. We have CTF Aquarius, and we're hoping the Sentinels can figure out a way to make this a series. As fans, we won a Game 5. I'm not sure we're going to get it, though.
Yeah, I mean, Optic Gaming, they look so impressive. It's hard to see a Game 5 happening, but CTF Aquarius is definitely a map for the momentum to change, right? You're talking about a map that largely relies on the BRs, on the team shot, making sure that you're playing together, close quarters combat. And if you're able to establish a dominant control on CTF Aquarius, that could translate into your following games and allow the reverse sweep to happen. But we'll just have to see what happens. Trippy, he's up and he's looking for a fight. And a fight he finds a snake bite, comes out on top, able to get that one. But 2 go down for his team as he's trying to make some action happen top mid. Camo in the hands of Sentinels. They're able to get away with it. And the flag for now, looking like a great start for the Sentinels roster.
Yeah, Frosty able to turn the corner with that flag, even though he was no shield, has now got it across halfway. 2 kills come in Sentinels' favor. And Sentinels, with the first signs of life so far in this winners finals, look like they're going to be able to punch this flag in and take the lead here in Game 3. If you thought this game and series was going to be a quick one in Optic's favor, Sentinels have come out swinging.
What a great, without less than a minute, they get the flag cap in. And now they're making their way back to top mid. 2 went down for Sentinels. So these two, Royal 2 and Frosty, by themselves on the overextension. They need to value their lives and try to find the kills necessary because Royal 2 and Lethal are finding them in the kill feed. Lucid trades out with Lethal. Flag is out and away for Optic Gaming, but it looks like Lucid wasn't quite able to get the throw out to where he wanted it. He's going to have to go back into the base and try for the reslay.
I actually like this play by Lucid, though. Even though the fight didn't get out, he needs to slay anyways. He needs to use this heat wave and this thrust to his advantage. Lucid, one of the best in the game with this combo, ending up getting the flag to the closet. Hopefully he's going to drop this for his teammate because you want to see him put this power weapon to use. Unfortunately, it looks like he's got some pressure, but pressure not a problem for Lucid as he's able to find that kill on the snake bite. Does get taken down. They lose 2 players, and now all of a sudden Sentinels might be able to stop this cap.
They're on their way. Frosty getting into this utilities closet. He's going to have to find a pick. And there it is. It is Ola that goes down. He's in the back base. He's causing havoc. He needs to win this next fight. Unfortunately, not quite able to get the perfect shot. One of the bullets missed, and it's going to cost his life. Lucid able to survive the dynamo grenade that came in. And now he's looking to find some more action. Lethal goes down. Lucid causing all sorts of havoc as he's in this base and he finds the kills and clears it for his team. Huge momentum swing in favor of Optic Gaming. But now it's about executing, right? You've done this before. You cleared out the base, you stopped them, but you weren't able to get the flag cap. This time, what's gonna be different?
2 members of Optic Gaming still in the Sentinels base, even though the flag was out. Unfortunately, they both go down, and Roll 2 on the opposite side of the map sees the window to pull the flag in the closet. Gets it safely there, and now Royal 2 all of a sudden has got the flag across the map. The kills, they came through for Sentinels. Royal 2 is under fire, but he punches it in. Sentinels take the lead 2-0.
I love the full commitment from Royal 2. He definitely could have thrown that flag and tried to value his life. He thought he could get around the corner and get it in. He does just that, but now a potential counter cap for Optic Gaming as Lucid is quickly running this through the top utils closets, and now he has it back in position. He's gonna opt to go away and try to find the slays. He doesn't think he can get that flag in without finding a couple to go, but unfortunately gets caught in the reload, and it's Frosty that comes in, finds the kills, and allows a return. As this game has looked all Sentinels thus far. Trippy still alive in the back base. He's gonna pull this flag out, but there's little chance that this is gonna turn into a flag cap. You have to find the kills.
I love the idea of him getting it out as far as he did and then turning around with this heat wave. They're not going to expect him to be in this space. He's probably going to be able to find one. Will he be able to find two? Finds one on the lethal. And now it is up to Roll 2 right now to find Trippy, take him down before he's able to do too much damage. Roll 2 does his job, goes back to the fight to get the touch. And we're going to look at a flag stalemate here. An unbelievable job by Sentinels once again to kind of flush out these players out of their base. Optic Gaming have been in such great positions, but they're not able to accumulate any of this objective work. And already you see multiple members of Sentinels fighting for the return.
That return not quite able to come in, and there we go. Royal 2 says, okay, I gotta go. My teammates are gonna spawn. They can take care of the flag. Lucid able to find one on lethal. He's gonna leave that for his teammate. He's pushing forward 2 players from Sentinels in front of him. He finds damage on the first, but not quite able to get to the second. Is there someone in the back of that base? That flag is almost returned. If APG can keep him off the touch, that flag could return by itself. Instead, the touch does come in time. So we have a full flag reset. I mean, a full flag standoff. Both flags over at the base. One thing to note though, Clutch, Camo just picked up from Trippy. Can he stay alive and get out is the question. As APG finds the pick across the map. Lucid looking for the next. This could be 2 down in favor of Optic Gaming. Can we get on with Trippy out? He should have the camouflage and he should be making the play right now. I want to see if he's able to get the return.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Optic Gaming, all of the kills feel like they're going in their favors. They find 2 more. Looks like APG's hears that the return's coming through. Trippy getting the kill across the map, able to punch this in. And honestly, Optic Gaming might be in a position to double cap in this situation.
Trippy making the play. He got the camouflage. He used that camo to get behind enemy lines and to get that return. And now all of a sudden it's looking as if this could be a 2-point swing. 2 flags could be coming in. Royal 2 and Frosty doing their best to get these kills and to get forward as they're going to be able to alleviate the pressure for now. Camouflage coming up soon. Frosty's in position, but they only have control of 1/2 of the map. They don't have the cross completely, so this camo is going to be a little bit difficult to get to at the moment. Looks like Lepo's finally taking that position, and they're going to value the flag over the camo. I don't blame them. That thing was almost reset. I want to see if they did get away with the camo. It should have been Lethal that has it if he did get away. And look at Lethal. He's already pushed forward. He could be finding 2 kills of his own if he does have that camouflage.
More importantly, Frosty able to stay alive for so long, get the kill, get the touch, punch that flag in, and go up 3-1. Sentinels now have that 2-cap comfortable lead as we approach 5 minutes and 25 seconds.
2 kill leads on Aquarius. I mean, 2 flag leads are so important in Halo Infinite, right? Because when it comes down to that final 30 seconds, you can pull out a flag and push this thing into overtime. When you have that 2 flag buffer, you force the other team to play more aggressive. They can't bank on getting the last second pull and extending out the game. They have to get it within 1. And this is huge from Trippy. He gets in, double kill, reversal. He's able to get the kills and the flag away. And there's no one from Sentinels that's in position to stop him. He's gonna go back. He's looking for the slays. He gets 1. He's looking for the second. The thrust in hand. He comes back for the reach out. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill. Now Royal 2 on the return, but APG is there for the trade out. This flag is in a devastating spot for, oh no, I was gonna say Optic Gaming just needed to get there 1 second earlier, and then we could have seen a flag cap on board. Instead, Sentinels able to stabilize.
Frosty frying, 2 players make it. A double and an assist. Snakebite gets the kill from the 3rd shot, and now all of the control back in Sentinels' favor. Optic Gaming expended all resources trying to get the touch on that flag, trying to get that flag a little bit further, and it could come back to bite them now that Sentinels have map control. They've got the flag into the closet. You're seeing Frosty run it. 2 go down for Optic Gaming, 3 go down for Sentinels. Optic Gaming should be able to stop this cap. Frosty has to stop running this and slay immediately.
Oh man, can Frosty, no. Frosty has the heat wave. He just needed to put that flag in a safe spot to where he can play a corner. Oh, Snakebite! Snakebite got the kill. He's staying alive. He's pushing forward. He knows what needs to get done. He's trying to find another. He's able to find the kill on Ola. He's pushing forward. That flag's still out and away. He comes back. He wraps back for the double. Lethal had camo, and then camo capped the flag. What a play from Snakebite.
all of Sentinels going off here to keep them in this winners bracket finals to make this one interesting. 4-1. We have 3 minutes to go. It would be a miracle for Optic Gaming to get some momentum and try and win this game 3. But it looks like Sentinels is pushing for the 5th and final cap.
You would imagine that Sentinels would be up 2-0 in this series with how they're fighting for the jugular vein at the moment. This looks to be as if they're applying a finishing blow as Snakebite finds another double. He's looking for the triple. Frosty's going to be able to pick that up. They're running this flag right down the middle. You don't see this every day, folks. They're going to throw this flag into the top base and potentially secure the last one. Nope, they're going to take it the safe way around. Lethal knows what's up. 2 went down for Optic Gaming, and at this point, unless if a miracle nade comes through, this will be the last flag. Sentinels, a dominating game 3 performance.
You had to see it from Sentinels, and you had to see it in this game 3 for their winners bracket run to continue. Optic Gaming let this one slip away, keep the door open on this winners finals, and it looks like Sentinels is not done yet.
Man, we're going back to recharge for Slayer. I'm not sure if that's exactly right. I'll get some confirmation. Normally our Slayers will be game 5, but you never know. We'll see what happens. If not, it could be oddball on Livefire, which would be an interesting one to see. Either way, we'll figure that one on out. Sentinels, though, talk about a dominating performance. You would imagine that they would have just won the game 3-0 with how they played that third game. They're looking absolutely incredible. They looked primed to take on whatever team comes next or whatever happens next, because I'm going to say it, Clutch, we're going to a game 5. There's no way Sentinels throws away this game 4.
I don't know, man. Optic Gaming, I mean, that was the first time we've really seen them slip up, really give that much control over to a team. Yes, Sentinels was able to continuously make the right plays, but I mean, there were just so many crucial moments. I felt like Optic Gaming was going to come out on top, and somehow Sentinels made the right plays in order to take the game, right? That the score 5-1, that's a blowout in my head. But when you watch that gameplay, like so many different flags, it felt like Optic was going to have a better opportunity to punch in, a better opportunity to cap. If they're able to just get 1 kill or 2 more kills in these situations, it is what it is. You lost a game. Optic Gaming probably didn't expect a perfect tournament in front of them, but I don't think that they're going to waver in confidence just because of one Aquarius CTF against this Sentinels roster.
We'll have to see. I mean, we're talking about wins being put back into the sails of Sentinels. They were dead in the water, a still sea, and now it feels as if there's a storm brewing in the background. This ship could be sailing at 100 miles an hour, depending on how Sentinels comes out in this game 4. But we'll just have to see what happens, guys. Do not go anywhere. This match is going to be one for the books. It's looking incredible. These teams have both showed that they have the capabilities of taking over. What's the problem is we haven't both seen them play at their best against each other at the same time. I want to see these guys go blow for blow, Juggernaut versus Juggernaut, go down to the wire in our next game.
I think everybody's rooting for a game 5, so maybe momentarily the audience becomes Sentinel fans for now. But it is going to be a recharge Strongholds game. Already Ola finding the Mangler one shot with the beatdown. 3 players for Optic Gaming are on camo, and that looks like it's going to be camo in the hands of Optic Gaming and potentially early control as well.
Ola trying to find the pick with this Mangler, not able to get the job done, and now it's up to Trippy to defend B. He's getting in the shots, but not quite able to get the kill as Frosty finds the pick over at B. That will secure back B, but they're losing C and they don't have control of A. So all this fight really for naught, as they're still gonna have to break out of the back base as they're able to find the first pick on Ola. Frosty getting damage on a player at A. Bottom tower able to trade him out as reinforcements comes from tower. Trippy gonna work with Lucid. The duo get it done as they're able to stop C.
Yeah, overwhelming. That player at C, I believe it was Snakebite, but the duo and Optic come through. The 2v1 allow them to get that reset. Nobody on Sentinels there to back up Snakebite in the situation, and because of it, Optic Gaming continue to score and keep this early lead. You love to see this AC setup if it's performed correctly, and that's exactly what Optic Gaming has been able to do. They do look to flip B and A. As you see, no spawn with the elevator, so now a new opportunity at a setup is here.
shots. Oh no, not quite able to get that kill. Lucid will be taken down, and that could provide an opportunity for Sentinels to break into C. We'll have to see where that player flanks off to. APG trying to stop B right now with the shots across the map. Not quite able to find that kill. Will be back down for the time being. While this was happening though, Lucid was able to get control of A back. And so far, Sentinels have tried their best to break the setup, but they just can't find the hold. So far, playing on their back foot.
The second camouflage is up right now, so map control is very important in these next 20 seconds. You're seeing 3 kills go in Sentinel's favor, and with that, the camouflage should as well.
Lucid, he's back with his team. The camo has been spotted, but can they get the kill? Trippy goes down. It's Frosty with the camo. He immediately gets naded out. They nullify the camo as quickly as they could, but it did cost them valuable time at B as the CNA hold comes out for the Sentinels roster. Finding kills and doing what needs to be done is Royal 2 as he finds this player going down the pipes. APG, you can't quite make that flank on Royal 2. He's gonna find you every time. And now Royal 2, can he hit the critical shots? He hits 2 with the Mangler. That player gonna try to get away, but no, you are not able to. B now in control of Sentinels as they have just absolutely flipped the map. A control will flip, but B will as well. The BC hold for Sentinels as they're starting to rack up the score.
A great job by Royal 2 to apply pressure to B, understanding that he's got to flip strong. He's got to flip strongholds. He's got to flip control for his team. He's able to get the kills he needs, but right now pressure is going to be on C. Multiple members going to be looking at Royal 2, and everybody in the lobby understands that Royal 2 needs to die for Optic Gaming to take this control.
So far, Optic has just been trying to rotate out hills, but Sentinels, the second they see the rotation, they make one of their own, and they've just been able to out-rotate this entire time. Royal 2 gets off to Lucid. He's going to be able to find the one-shot beat down with this Mangler. It's been so deadly. Optic Gaming is scoring for now, but Royal 2 is in their back, and he has a killing frenzy. This man is absolutely insane. The problem is they're not scoring. This man's doing everything, but they can't get the points on the board. Optic Gaming somehow still stabilizing from the position for now, but Royal 2 has something to say about it.
Royal 2 needs to find his way over towards elevator and jump into A. Unfortunately, he gets pressure from Top Yellow. He understands that if he goes to A, they're going to flip the map once again, so he's trying to figure out a way to stop these rotations from being an Optic's advantage. Optic Gaming is doing such a good job working around the map to deny Royal 2 from, although he's getting kills, although he's slaying out, his team not able to have the success they need in order to come back.
Royal 2 has finally made his way back to B. Snakebite has the sword and finds himself a double kill. Royal 2 has been alive for what seems like forever, and he's not stopping anytime soon. He's getting cross-map shots. One gonna come push back towards B, and Royal 2, he knows what he needs to do. Stay alive, find the kills. He's doing just that. One player in top red. Backlash, they're gonna rotate out, and now Royal 2 has control of top red to himself, although not the ideal situation that you'd like to see him as they're trying to get back towards C. I take it back. Royal 2 knows what he's doing. Oh my god, he has the perfect spot. I don't know what I'm talking about. Royal 2 does exactly what's necessary. That man is still alive, by the way. He's about to go on a run riot.
Yeah, we got to go back to Royal 2's point of view. He's got the grapple, he's got the Mangler, he's on a frenzy. That'd be disrespectful to get off if he hits the right. You see all of Optic Gaming, however, looking to push into C, but they lose A immediately. It's a game of rotations right now. You saw how successful Optic was earlier on. Now Sentinels finding that same level of success that they have controlled.
They're all Royal 2's life finally taken away. The Killjoy medal comes out. The one that's least fun. But finally, Optic Gaming able to take down the menace. That is Royal 2. He starts off this game 13-3. Lucid doing his best to stabilize the position. And, you know, for having a player going on a killing frenzy with the way that Royal 2 dominated the map, it's still surprising to see that Optic Gaming are right within striking distance. They really are ready to take advantage of any mistake. You would expect this game to be far and away in favor of Sentinels with how the killing frenzy that came out of Royal 2. It's just surprising.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a testament to how well Optic Gaming is playing around those kills, right? Even though Royal 2 is able to get all of these kills, they've been able to slay out the rest of Sentinels. They've been able to figure out the recipe. The rest of Sentinels need to figure out a way to also step up, because Royal 2 will not be able to win this game 4 on his own. It looks like they've done just that. They're in total control right now, 146 to 101, and the score continuing to climb in their favor. We're looking like we're going to see a game 5 unless Optic Gaming step up now.
Oh my, Snakebite hits the noob combo. He's spraying out bullets with the green gun. Gonna find some more damage, and they're trying to get away. Snakebite is ready for the push. Oh, and he gets him anyway. Ola trying his best to stay alive. And this is where it's nasty. The trip cap, if you have the rotation, if you can get them on their back foot off spawn, look, Sentinels can kill them on their way to B. Optic Gaming have to get around to Slays while under a trip cap in order just to get themselves out of the trip cap. This is the most devastating effect that you could possibly have on the game. And there we go, Snakebite's on his killing spree. Unfortunately, the help over at C has died, so they've lost C control, and now they're all spawning towards A. They're gonna make a quick rotation towards B, but they're gonna have to take this player out of top red.
Sentinels is up 100 points. They need to focus on slaying and then playing the objective. They cannot afford to play the rotation game that has benefited Optic when they've had the numbers. Sentinels has done a great job of holding A, making sure that they don't lose it. However, getting this B stronghold is going to be near impossible without some pressure into control.
Frosty does his best to stay alive, but Trippy's nade will find the better end. Once again, Snakebite been using that noob combo to great effect this game. Will swap it out for the Mangler. No one's gonna blame him for that, but APG will find the kill, and that's 2 into the favor of Optic Gaming. Sentinels now gonna have to find the Slays on the way back as 2 are pushing into A. Frosty goes down. Lucid has the shock rifle. This is where Optic Gaming can make their comeback as they're pushing for the trip cap, and they find another 2 kills, make it 3. Optic Gaming roaring back with a trip cap of their own.
The momentum, the sandbox, all in Optic Gaming's favor. The positioning favors them as well. I said Sentinels needed to get a round of slays. They've been unable to do so from that point. You're seeing Optic Gaming apply the same amount of pressure as Sentinels did earlier in this game to build this lead. Now, the game being a very realistic opportunity for Optic Gaming to close the door on this winner's finals.
APG doing his best just to stay alive and lay down as much damage as possible. He's the first line of defense at A, and he's going to be that back player to get the shots. Now, look at Optic Gaming. They're going for seed. They're going for trip caps. They're not stopping anytime soon. They're trying to make this comeback happen, and they're doing it as a pair. They finally are able to get C, B traded out at the same time. Royal 2 does have the shock rifle, so the power weapon in the hands of Royal 2 and Sentinels to try to break in. Sword has just spawned up, and we'll see who gets control of that. But it's going to be up to Royal 2, the tip of the spear, to break into C.
I mean, look at Optic Gaming about to take the lead now. It was once a 100-point game. Royal 2 trying to find a way to help his team get them to this game 5, but it won't be easy. They have to figure out a way to get C, but Optic Gaming's not giving them those kills. They're not giving them an opportunity to get control, and right now Optic Gaming doing everything right.
Royal 2 finishes his flank, but he sees 2 players ahead of him at tower. A being captured by Sentinels at the moment. APG does his best to stay alive at C. Lethal takes him out. Royal 2 able to get the camouflage. Although they didn't get A, they do get away with the camo. No grapple to be found. He's shock rifle and camo. 20 seconds to figure this out as we see Frosty take the top red position. It's going to be so hard to break in, but they're going to have to make it happen. Royal 2 finds one on Ola. Only 8 seconds to get into the hill. Lucid finds Frosty on the cross, and that's it. Optic Gaming get the comeback. Trip cap to win the game, and talk about a complete reversal of momentum. Optic Gaming go blow for blow with Sentinels. It looked like they were down and out. We were calling for a game 5. Optic Gaming get the job done.
They got total control, basically did the exact same thing Sentinels did to them earlier in that game. With that total control, it's so difficult to try and get out of that spawn trap, try and get out of those situations. Trying to even get all 4 members of your lives alive on this at the same time is almost impossible, it seems, to try and stop that snowball. Sentinels did not have the answers they needed, and Optic Gaming take that winners final series 3-1. But we look at Sentinels to make the losers bracket run to potentially return and look for an opportunity at a comeback.
Well, I can't imagine anyone else coming out of that losers bracket except for Sentinels. Guys, in our losers bracket, we have Pioneers versus Cloud9 ready for us to get into. We're going to wait for that match to come on up. But Sentinels, they'll be waiting over in that losers final for whoever makes their way. Optic Gaming, they have the treat. I believe they should have a game. They should have a match advantage in the winners bracket. So they're looking great. They know what needs to be done. Although, you know, this could be looking a lot like what happened during the qualifier clutch. It was Optic Gaming that had the match advantage, and it was Sentinels that came from the losers bracket in order to win that match. We'll have to see what happens today. $25,000 on the line. This is the biggest tournament that we've seen yet, and we're seeing these teams really come out and play as if this money is really important. I mean, guys, $25,000. You can't ask for more. This is an incredible tournament to happen right before Rally.
Yeah, we're actually going to hop into this Cloud9 Pioneer Series. It's 1-1. This is a best of 3, as we can see on screen. And it looks like Cloud9 and Pioneers are going to go the distance. It's a team slayer here on Streets. And it's already going to the 30 kill mark. 29, 30 to 30, 31, 31. A tied game as we go into the mid game.
Last time we saw the Pioneers, they were on this map on Slayer, and they dominated to take E United into the losers bracket. KCP trying to make it happen again. Cloud9 had an early losers bracket run when they lost that match versus Inconceivable, and now they have to match up against KCP, and this match could not be closer. Look at this thing, 35-36, shotgun in the hands of Talik as he was able to find a double kill, and KCP has broken through. Cloud9 just one player alive, and that's a 4 down for Cloud9. They're spawning all the way at C, and Druck, he smells blood. Look how fast he's pushing forward. He has the Sentinel beam. He wants to find an easy kill. Drop shield is out. It gives him the advantage necessary to find the kill. They're breaking through. KCP is finding Cloud9 on their back foot.
Yeah, Druck being aggressive, using all sorts of utility to find the win, to find the advantage, to help his team continue to push across. 42-36, up 6 kills now with only 8 kills needed to win this series against Cloud9, a team that has given them so many problems in the past.
Oh, there we go. Manny able to find one. A second one, he cancels his clamber mid-animation to get back and try to keep his life. Unfortunately, not able to get away from the BR of Penguin, but smart gameplay action in your face. I love that from Manny. He knows what needs to be done. The micro fights are where you win games. Not able to live that time, but it provides his team the opportunity. He's pushing forward. Soul Snipe finds the back of Penguin, and they're pushing for this game. 4 kills left. Can KCP finish the upset? Oh no, that nade doesn't get the kill. Manny pushing forward. He thrusts. There's no kill to be found. That player, there we go. Hunt him down. Penguin goes down. 3 more kills left to go. But Cloud9 still within striking distance. Only 6 for them. If they can find a wipe, they can absolutely make this comeback happen.
Renegade gets 1, and as we see, Soul Snipe, no shield, able to stay alive here would be massive, but he's got everyone swarming him. It's Stellar that gets the 46th kill for Cloud9. 48-46, you're seeing the pressure on Druck. 49-48 right now. No one from Cloud9 can die. 49-49, and all of Pioneers die on the street. You see Soul Snipe anchoring this back tram position. He gets information that multiple players are trying to push him. They're nading him out as well. He's got to back up.
All of B control in favor of Cloud9. They can dictate where the fight happens, and you can see it. They're all rotating back towards A. They're going to get together, and they're going to find the best way to break through. Who will be the player that falls? Manny, he has the stalker rifle. He's looking for an opportunity. He sees 3's player. Talik is in position to potentially make a sneaky play. He's going to hide in that cubby and wait for a player to push forward. Druck also down by B stairs. And once again, we're seeing a full rotation from Cloud9. They're just trying to find their spot. Druck, he's able to get the Sentinel beam, and he saw the rotation to B. I think he's telling his team that the purple is clear. They're able to push through shotgun, and that's what KCP is deciding to do. And he finds Druck down with his back
cut out without shield. Oh my God, the push from Druck, the confidence, the assist comes through, and Druck makes the play that wins his team not only game 3 but the series against Cloud9. What a call from the Pioneers to be aggressive with all of these rotations coming through from Cloud9, you think that they're going to be able to expose one player that might be out of position, but Pioneers see the opening that they need and take the series in their own hands.
Druck made the play at B stairs, Clutch, right? He's at B stairs. He went for the sentinel beam. He jumped up and he saw the first player that rotated, and he knew all of Cloud9 had left Cafe. He called for the rotation. He was the tip of the spear. He went around the corner, found the player on that top ledge, not looking, broke the shields, and let Talik get the cleanup. What a play from number 84. Druck showing why he's on this KCP roster. Absolutely love this for these guys. 50-49 upset versus the world champion Cloud9 roster. This is insane to witness. Love the fact that we got to get in on the late end of that game, because it would have been a shame to miss it, Clutch.
The Pioneer boys are here to stay. They make a statement that they can beat some of the best in the world and allow themselves into that upper echelon of just North American teams that really can dominate and win tournaments. It's a pleasure to see Pioneers get this far. But their tournament bracket is not over. This losers bracket continues. They can celebrate that they beat Cloud9. They got the monkey off their back for now, but they will be going up into another series here shortly, and hopefully they're not content with where this road is stopped.
Pioneers trying to make their way back to the grand finals. Let's go back to our desk so they can break down what's happened in this tournament.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeso here once again. I got Why Not joining me. He's got the cap on. And Tony, I just want to hand it to you here. We just watched 4 games of winners finals between Optic and Sentinels. We jump in for the back half of game 3 there between Cloud9 and KCP. KCP with the clutch. I just want to give you the floor, my man. We just saw some beautiful, beautiful Halo. What do you got to say about all that?
Yeah, well, before we actually get to that KCP game, I mean, that was crazy. I honestly, I really thought that Sentinels was going to force a game number 3. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Optic came out with some incredible comeback. They left it all on the line. They knew if you give Sentinels any room to breathe, they're going to take advantage of it. However, I think we need to check that scoreboard for Pioneers and Cloud9. It said that we went to game 3, but you notice that they were playing a Slayer. Slayer is always going to be game 2. So it was either a 2-0 going in favor of Pioneers, or we're actually going into a game 3. I think that might have been a little bit of a mistake there, so I want to make sure that we check that, because there's no way that was a game 3. Either it was 2-0 or we actually are going to a game 3. So I made sure to put my backwards hat on, because I know it's going to be really exciting to watch. And this tournament is absolutely going crazy right now. Yeah, so yeah. I've literally been at the edge of my seat this whole time. Tools is killing it. Clutch is killing it. And multiple times I almost fell off.
It was awesome. Honestly, we've had a ton of incredible matchups here today. And this is why we were so hyped all week leading into this. And a ton of people have been talking about it, because we have literally some of the best Halo talent in the world. Some of the most hyped up teams right now in Halo Infinite, all coming together to compete. And it's showing right now. Winners Finals was awesome. The finish to that losers quarterfinal was incredible. So, and it is only going to get better. I believe KCP did win that series. Production and the TOs will double check on that. But that would mean if they did win, it's inconceivable, and KCP in that loser semifinals, obviously both of them battling it out to get a shot at Sentinels there, waiting in losers finals. Tony, kind of give me your outlook here on the rest of this bracket, assuming KCP won.
I mean, it's really throwing a wrench in there. I mean, KCP are obviously like the ultimate underdogs. I mean, they're a dark horse squad. I don't just mean that's because that's their logo. They legitimately have always been the ultimate underdogs. And whenever they go up against some of these professional rosters, people consider them, okay, yeah, these are the top amateurs or semi-pro or right there at the cusp. But people always kind of widely consider them not quite there. But I'm of the total opposite mindset. I think KCP is here, and I think they are real. They are here to stay. And if they take down Cloud9 2-0, going in against Inconceivable, I feel like they're going to be the favorites to probably win that 2-1 and maybe guarantee a spot in the losers finals and guarantee a top 3 placing in our $25,000 tournament that we have here. If KCP came out with a 2-0 against Cloud9, that to me, I'm definitely having them favorites to at least make it to the losers finals. And now playing against a red hot Sentinels, I'm not gonna lie, that might be tough, especially Sentinels with their back against the wall, playing for their tournament life. But I'm a big fan of KCP, and I can't wait to see what they do throughout this tournament.
I also think it's a different conversation when it's a best of 5, right? Maybe in a best of 3, a KCP on their best game can, catch Sentinels stumbling and win a strong game on a map they're favored on and maybe steal another one in a best of 3. But to take 3 wins in 5 off of Sentinels is just that much more difficult of a test. But I think you make a great point there, Tony, when you talk about this is just a good team, period. I'll take a page out of your book. If you don't know, now you know after seeing KCP take down C9 there.
Yeah, like I said, I want to make sure that we'll have production go in and make sure that is a 2-0. Like I said, no matter what, Slayer's always a game 2. So I want to make sure that we have that right. But either way, KCP looking so good and really pushing Cloud9 to his limits. And by the way, there was a little bit of beef with KCP and Cloud9 back in the day, a little bit of Twitter drama. And obviously you remember back in Microsoft's Sundays when they first started, this even before I even joined with Esports Arena, Renegade used to play alongside KCP under Fung 4 way before they got their signing, and they used to run the Esports Arena tournaments week after week.
Yeah.
It was to the point where they were on payroll. They might have gotten benefits offers from Esports Arena with how much they were running things. Then eventually Renegade wanted to compete with his team going forward, and that's when they ultimately picked up Super CC and then eventually Manny, but it was always kind of like that little brother, big brother kind of thing. Always loved when KCP went up against Cloud9. Like, okay, you showed us the way. You showed us how to win in tournaments. Now we're going to show you that, the student becomes the master kind of thing. So I was always excited to watch them go up against each other.
It's an awesome one. We still have more action ahead of us, folks. Losers finals coming soon, but the losers semifinal we got to take care of here very quickly. We are going to go to a quick break right now, but we'll be back. We have more action from our $25,000 Halo Infinite launch event here in just a few.
We lied. Game 3 is live. Clutch. Game 2 wasn't it. That was just the precursor. This is what's going to decide all the marbles. We're back. Aquarius flag. Kansas City Pioneers trying to finish the job. Cloud9 trying to hold on. Look at them up 2-1 at the moment. Pioneers trying to get into this base and cause some havoc.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on here. That's 2-1, like you said. Cloud9's favor right now. Renegade 24-10 so far here in this elimination game. Loser goes home. Winner will continue their run in the elimination bracket. And right now, Cloud9 with under 4 minutes look like the favorite here to take this game. We'll see if Pioneers has what it takes to get a cap on the board, tie this thing up.
Let's take a look at that kill and death column. Renegade 25-11. The man is doing it all. Plus 14 at the moment. And Cloud9 has been looking great thus far. But here we go. A flag is out. Manny getting it past the halfway mark. He's going to get the dynamo grenades. He's going to throw this off and play his life. Talik finds a huge kill to take down Stellar. And look at this. We're going to be tied on up. No way that Cloud9 stops his flag from coming in.
3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but next cap will give the team a significant advantage. You see these lightning grenades coming through. A great opportunity to deal some damage there. Multiple kills, 3 go down for Cloud9 actually. Pioneers lose 2 of their own, but one's already off spawn. And the flag already in the closet, being worked across the map right now. Manny, he was the one that just punched in the last cap, and he's already got another flag in his hands into his utility. They need to slay right now, but Pioneers have an opportunity here to somehow take the lead in game 3.
My God, what a run. Z-Manny liked it so much he did it twice, and all of a sudden we came in, we're like, hey, Cloud9 our favorites. Well, Pioneers, they're sick of that storyline. They take the lead. They're trying to get the job done. Renegade, he's been killing it so far this game. He's trying to make a hole for his team using that pistol, getting up close. He eventually finds the trade out on Manny. Eco is able to grab the flag, but he won't be able to get it away for now as he gets traded out as well. Top mid, Stellar, last alive. This push from Cloud9 has been nullified. Camo coming up in 15 seconds, and if Cloud9 wants to make a play, it's gonna have to come off that camo.
That was such a big trade from Manny to allow Soul Snipe an opportunity to be in a one-on-one against the flag carrier there. It stopped the entire cap after that trade comes through. So great job by Manny and the defensive Pioneers to keep this game in their favor.
Oh my, was that Renegade that's on the flank right now? Whoever it was, it prevented them from getting the camouflage, and it was Renegade. He was able to get behind him, get the flag out, prevent them from getting the camo, and now potentially cap this last flag. What a series of events for Renegade. Beautiful plays as they're working on getting that return, as it's just sitting there on the flag, and they'll be able to get this one in. We're tied 3-3 with 1:30 remaining.
Renegade needs to be careful here. A kill already comes through for Pioneers. Somehow Renegade, no shield, finds the kill on the Manny, and that could deny Pioneers his push. You see, the numbers were against Cloud9 in this favor. If Renegade doesn't get that kill, the flag potentially being run. But no, Renegade shuts down that storyline completely, finds another one, and the defense of Cloud9 now has a chance.
If you're wondering how Cloud9 won a world championship, it's because they have it within them. They go demon mode when it needs to happen. Renegade's a world champion for a reason. Oh, okay. Renegade's able to find the kill in the base. That was a quick pull for KCP. But once again, it's the hero. It's Renegade who's making plays happen in the back. Unfortunately, the scatter shot, the scatter shot like ability of the Heat Wave will take down Renegade, and this flag is still on out, and it's going to be up to Soul Snipe. He's able to find one. The trade outs come through, but KCP, this flag is still alive for them as Manny gets forward. He's trying to get the kills in. Unfortunately, not able to find Penguin as that flag is still getting returned.
I don't know how Pioneers continue to come off spawn and get to this utility closet so fast, but because they've been able to do it, they were able to almost get the job done. Manny can't find that double, and now Cloud9 feel like they may have all of Pioneers out of their base, finally get an opportunity to be aggressive.
Well, with only 5 seconds left, it's going to be up to them to pull out a flag. I don't think that's going to happen in time. No, it will not. No overtime. No extra time as we go into overtime. First flag, Cap will win it. Sudden death rules. We've seen Renegade absolutely dominate. He had 30 kills in the first half. What can he rack up in the overtime?
Everyone knows the pressure is on. Next Cap will advance their team in this series. A very close quarter battle goes down here between Talik, and he's able to come out on top of Stellar. Camo's still up. Multiple members of Cloud9 go down, and I believe Cloud9 was able to secure that camo, but the flag in Soul Snipe's hands, he's going to have to miss the flag, and unfortunately, Pioneers are going to have to slay one more round if they want to punch this flag in, but Stellar comes off spawn, finds a crucial kill. The camo player for Cloud9 must have made a play time. But Talik with the double kill and the nades gets a touch. Both players were on return. They mishap. They collide with each other. The nades come through, and Talik may have made the play to push Pioneers all the way to the elimination semifinals. There it is. He punches it in, and a 4-0 performance from Talik in overtime. Get the job done.
My God, Talik, what a monster coming out when needed. He's the IGL for KCP. He understands the game as good as anyone possibly can. And it shows right there. He waited for his opportunity. He got behind and he struck in clutch. We thought game 2 was wild. Game 3 was just puts us over the moon. That was insane.
I mean, at the end there, 2 members of Cloud9 in such a small radius. They have numbers in their favor. There's no reason to be double cap returning that, especially if you don't know where everyone is on Pioneers, and they just kind of both collide and allow Talik to not pick up one kill, and like he picks up both kills with those grenades on the flag return. And not only that, they don't even get the return. He's there to get the touch. That's a massive blunder from Cloud9. They're going to be kicking themselves for letting that happen. But Pioneers, with a clutch in game 2, 50-49, and an overtime win, showed that they have some ice in their veins to close this series out and continue their run.
You can see all the practice that they put in Halo 5, all this time, this work, this effort, and what we've seen. They've done it on this stage in particular. Esports Arena has really been their platform where they make upsets, where they show off, and we're seeing it once again. What a performance from these guys over with the Kansas City Pioneers. They're going to advance one step further. Absolutely insane. I know we just went to the desk not that long ago, but I have to see what's going on over there. Guys, what did you think of that last game? Well, we just witnessed Pioneers do what many consider the impossible, and now they have another giant ahead of them. They're going into our loser semifinal versus Inconceivable, a roster that's been playing very hot today, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over here, Clutch. But let's get right into this as soon as we can. Best of three. We're starting off our best of three rotation on Aquarius.
Yeah, the last best of three of the night is the losers semifinals, and Inconceivables, they look so strong early on. They were able to take down Cloud9, but now we've seen Pioneers, what they can do. They take down Cloud9 as well in a very, very close series. We're going to hop into game one. Some things are going on, so we're going to hop out of game one and get a nice restart as an opportunity. But, I mean, it just gives us a little bit more time to talk about how this series is going to go, because Pioneers obviously elevating their gameplay to match that of Cloud9. They're probably riding Cloud9 right now, and they're going to have to do the inconceivable in order to continue on in this tournament. Pun intended, because Inconceivable right now, I love what we're seeing out of them. And like when we talk about the great teams in Halo Infinite, we usually leave their team name out, and I hate that, because I really do think that this team is going to be one of the biggest forces we have by the end of the year.
Yeah, the problem with this Inconceivable roster for many is just the question marks that surround it, right? Snipe Down, he's a well-known player, but it's his first time really playing with the roster and being back in Halo in 2 years. Although I don't necessarily think that's going to stop him from making absolute waves. He's a monster. He's a top 5 player of all time for a reason. But the biggest question mark on the roster has to be the young gun in Bound. And we know Bound. We've seen him in Halo 5. We know what he's done. We know that he's absolutely talented, but we haven't seen him on the main stage. And you know this better than any, Clutch. When certain players, when they get on the main stage, they might do it all online, but sometimes they don't show up when it matters most.
Yeah, and sometimes they play even better.
Ooh.
I think that's the exciting part that we get to witness. Sometimes that superstar shines brighter than the rest of the team and players that are on the stage with him. And that's going to be an exciting opportunity for Bound. This isn't just another step in that direction. He's not at Raleigh yet. He's not on land. He doesn't get that opportunity to really prove himself. But you want to see this Inconceivable roster start to gel and start to find themselves in their footing amongst the greats in this like, tier list, right? Like amongst the ranks of the top teams in the world. Inconceivable doesn't feel like their name should be left out. They think that they're going to be competing for championships this year. And in all honesty, I would agree with that statement, like wholeheartedly. I think that this team has the individual skill, has the players that they need to create, like to manifest wins. And it's just a matter of will they do it, right? And so far throughout the HCS qualifiers, we haven't seen the greatness that they are capable of. Today, we've seen some glimpses of greatness. It's just a matter of connecting all the dots, putting all the pieces in line, and consistently providing that across a weekend span or an entire day span, rather than from game to game or series to series.
Right. And what's interesting, right? That roster has its question marks. But the Kansas City Pioneers roster has their own, right? A team of very much new up and comers. We've known them for a while because of what they've done over in Halo 5. But to a lot of people out there, they're unknown, they're untested, and they're going to be on the main stage looking as if they're competing for top 3 right now, right? This team looks like they have the legs. The question is, are they going to be able to do at Rally? And a great first step to shutting up those haters is getting it done right here and right now. Kansas City Pioneers, they've had to fight adversity every single step of the way. They've had haters. They've had doubters. Everyone's saying that they're not going to translate over to Halo Infinite. Well, so far, it seems as if they've been doing a damn good job at making sure that they are the team to beat in Halo Infinite. The question is, can they push it a step further? Can they break that top 3 barrier? Can they make it to our grand finals today?
Yeah, the big thing for me is KCP. They've been able to create individual upsets throughout tournaments so far, right? They've been able to beat the Sentinels here, to beat a Cloud9 there. It's putting those series back to back that's required when you want to win a tournament. You have to beat several good teams in a row. How are they able to play at that consistent level and create those upsets consistently? Not every series can be as close as the Cloud9 series was, if that's the formula and the road you want to go down, because eventually you're going to lose those 50-50 games, those 50-49 games. They don't always go in your favor. And when they don't, that's when you don't get the results that you want. But right now they look great, right? They look like they belong amongst some of the top competition. there is that question: will they be able to do it at the tournament, similar to what we asked of Bound later on, or on LAN on the main stage, right, with that pressure on? But these guys, they've been prepping for this moment. They've been putting in so much hard work, and typically, you can't cheat the grind. And these guys, they put in the grind, and usually when you put in the grind, hard work pays off, man. So I'm rooting for these guys, in all honesty. Do they have what it takes to take down Inconceivables in this tournament? Yes. Will they? I'm not so sure. I like Inconceivables' chances. We're hopping into game one right now. Manny gonna open up the door and kick it in as he takes down Snipe Down with that thrust.
We just saw this Pioneers roster on Aquarius go down to the wire. Some funky things going on, and it looks as if Manny's gonna go down for now, but they did enough to clear out the running lane for Soul Snipe. He's gonna go through the top closet utilities, and now he's going to be able to get this flag back to their bridge. Looks like a great start from the boys over at KCP. A relatively easy flag cap. Almost felt as if they're playing a 3v4.
Yeah, Inconceivable not expecting Manny to be as aggressive as he was, and because of it, he's able to get into that base, get that touch, get it all the way to the closet. That made this cap so easy for Pioneers, getting into that closet position. And you're seeing how aggressive Pioneers want to start to play this map, this mode, even Halo Infinite all up. If they're able to kind of dictate the pace, they can throw teams for a loop. They're almost disrespecting Inconceivable with how they're able to skip steps in the process that are typically laid out in front of them. But right now, another flag already out. Soul Snipe creating chaos for Inconceivable.
Well-placed nade from Soul Snipe will continue his reign of terror, killing spree for him, and we can see the spawns coming out towards his left. This right lane completely open. Can he get it across the corner? Yes, he can. So close to getting this next flag cap in as he goes up the back stairs. Snipe Down was able to find one kill, and as this flag juggle, he biffed it for just a second, and that seems to be costing them, as it has allowed Inconceivable to get into that base. One missed flag juggle cost their flag cap for the time being.
You see kills continuing to come in Inconceivable's favor. Snipe Down able to get in there, get the touch, throw it out the window, find a kill of his own, and Snipe Down doing it all right now, finding another kill. Gonna look to pick up that flag and run it, but his teammate, he's got it already. So Snipe Down, you're able to go on, slay, do what you do best. Already with 6 kills in the game, leading the lobby. He's gonna allow his team to tie this game up 1-1.
Boo Boo Doo, he doesn't make the same mistake. He's just like, hey, I'll just sprint with the flag. I can't miss the flag juggle if I don't juggle it to start with. Bit of a 5-head play over there, but now Truck, he's pushing forward. The camo's in front of him. Is he going to be able to find the kill? The heat wave is down. Foul goes down as well. 3 of their team populate the utility, and look at this. Truck going to be able to keep the spree going. Killjoy on Snipe Down stops that for the time being. Flag is out and away, but can KCP find the stop as Manny, actually Manny has his own flag out as well. So it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a flag standoff for the time being.
Yeah, what a wild situation from Drug's point of view right there. He's doing it all. He's finding kills left and right. He's got control of the team's utility, and all of a sudden his flag's being pulled out of his window. It's got to be a head scratcher, wondering where the rest of the Pioneers are focused on right now. But because that flag is pulled out, they're not able to exactly punch this one in as of yet. One of the flags is returned. Maybe both actually get returned, and now teams continue to battle for map control, but a very perplexing situation as both teams kind of offset each other with opposite pushes, make that a difficult situation for both teams to deal with. But returns from both ends, no harm, no foul. We keep this at a 1-1 game.
I feel like this is the 3rd Killjoy medal I've seen on screen already this game. We're seeing some sprees happen from both sides. Snipe Down playing incredibly well at 10-5. He's going to get the return for his team out in the mid-map. Waits for that thrust to spawn up and puts it on his body. Once again, guys, scavenging. It really does tell the story of Halo Infinite. Having the thrust, having the pistol, having the heat wave, it can make all the difference when you're taking these fights, and we're seeing why. Snipe Down finds 2, looking for the 3rd. Thrust to keep his life for the time being, and in fact finds another one on the ground. Gonna refill that to full. Camo now up. He's gonna try to secure this for his team by alleviating the pressure. Finds one more, going for the 2nd, not quite able to find that kill, but Snipe Down did what was necessary to allow Boo Boo Doo Boo to get this camo out and away.
One of the most prolific camo players we had in Halo 5, Boo Boo Doo Boo made a name for himself on the plays that he was able to make with camo back in Halo 5. So we're going to expect big things out of this camo process right now. He does get nicked by a nade right there, and that's going to force him to be a little bit more patient with this camo. Does he know 2 players are going to be around here? And unfortunately, I'm not sure he did. Does get 1 player to no shield damage onto a second, stays alive as well. Camo goes out, but Boobadooboo does what he can with that camo. He doesn't try to do too much, and that's probably Boobadooboo's best quality as a player, is he doesn't overstep his boundaries. He lets the gameplay fall into his hands.
Boobadooboo's keeping this pistol out, something that we have seen from these players thus far, really valuing the pistol because of how close quarters this map can be. Having that pistol, even with the bloom, it can absolutely be the difference maker, as you have a much faster time to kill than the BR. Oh, Soul Snipe comes out on top. Boobadooboo misses the last shot, and that could alleviate the pressure needed for Pioneers to start to break out. As Talik looks for another, he has the help of Druck, and they get the job done. 1 more ahead. He's trying to find the shots. The dynamo grenades come out. They make him weak. Talik trying to reposition. The team help is there, but unfortunately Soul Snipe gets flanked, and that will be 2 down for KCP. As Druck tries to stabilize, he finds one of his own, but gets immediately traded. Now Snipe down, making his push forward. He's going to be right in front of this flag. The question is, how long can he hold off? They need to find some picks before this flag can come out.
Yeah, Snipetown can't even push into the base until his team kind of arrives and gets some impact, gearing some pressure onto these players. He is going to be pushed into this closet. Unfortunately, a trade is not going to cut it when you're on offense. You want to come out on top in order to have the space to grab this flag. Fortunately for Snipetown, though, the rest of Inconceivable have been in position to pull this flag. The flag actually stays in the window, and unfortunately, that's a massive blunder from Fallicated to not get that flag out on that first toss. It's going to buy so much time for Pioneers to come off their spawn.
Well, Bound, luckily, he has the camouflage, so he's able to recover the flag nicely for the time being. But, guys, you got to remember, you cannot jump and throw the flag when you're going out front base. It will hit the roof, and it will stay over at the flag. But Inconceivable able to recover the flag and get their own cap in. So even with that misstep, they're able to gain back, let Bound do the work with the camouflage, and get that flag back to their base and capped in to take a 2-1 lead over Kansas City.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't perfect, but the job got done. Inconceivable take the lead here in game 1 of this series. They do what's necessary on the back of Snipetown's 18-10 performance so far throughout this game. Inconceivable in the driver's seat as the Slays are concerned, and if they can dominate the Slays, they can get the job done to get to the losers finals.
Snipetown hugging this wall. The heat wave can make all the difference in a game. He's 18-10 at the moment, and if players push too close, he can just one shot, one hit with this heat wave. But the teamwork from Pioneers, they take 2 different angles, they're able to take him down, and now they have the heat wave to work with. 10 bullets left in this thing, and it can absolutely turn a game on its head. All it takes is some well executed shots.
Yeah, but you're seeing Pioneers just be forced to play defense ever since the start. We saw, what, a cap in the first 30 seconds? It doesn't feel like we've really seen life out of Pioneers since. They've been fighting for the defensive control of their base half the time. Multiple Slays come through. Inconceivable actually lose 3. And Pioneers finally on the aggressive now with Slays in their favor. A trade comes through from Bound, and I believe that's going to be a good trade if you're an Inconceivable fan, because now it's up to Talik to try and win a 1v1 and then pull the flag. A perfect kill with the CQC pistol. That was phenomenal shots by Talik, but he's going to have to do more work if he wants his team to be able to cap another flag.
And that's why it's so important to make sure you're blocking utilities when you're making that run, right? Because he went in, got the perfect kill, but the timing was just off. And even though he finds that huge kill in the back of the base, they just spawn at utils. They're on both sides of him, and he had to try his best to stay alive, but wasn't able to get it done. Foul, on the other hand, he finds a perfect kill of his own. This time he doesn't jump, and he gets the flag out and away, already past the halfway mark. This should be a cap for this Inconceivable roster as they're fighting kills in the feed. 2 more go down for the Pioneers.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder once again with the flag. Slides past it, and unfortunately because of it, it looks like Pioneer is going to be in a great position to get this return. You're seeing Boobadooboo slow play it. He's not going to overextend. He cannot afford to give his life. That would have been multiple members for Inconceivable down. Let the flag be returned. No harm, no foul. You still have this 2-1 lead to play off of.
You can tell how much these players value the pistol on this map. We just saw Boobadooboo drop his BR in order to keep the pistol heat wave combination. keeping utils control, being on top of the pistol spawns, and having that lane blocked for your team can make all the difference in this game. We've already seen a couple critical kills that go in a team's favor because they have the pistol, because they use the sandbox. As Tog finds one, he turns around, has two more looking at him. He's gonna fall as Snipedown's able to find that kill, and all while that was happening, the flag has been pulled away in favor of Inconceivable as they're trying to get this one out and away. And look at this, Bound already back towards his side, and I believe it was Snipedown that was just putting massive amount of pressure on the spawn of KCP, and that allows them to get a two flag lead.
Yeah, Snipedown having two of Pioneers focused on him. Nobody on Pioneers really in a position to contest that flag from being run. It was a pretty straightforward, easy cap for Bound and the boys as they take that 3-1 lead. It's the counter cap opportunity that Pioneers might be able to capitalize on here as we see Taluk pulling it across the Dynamo nades already.
Question, is there anyone on the side of Inconceivable that can stop it on the back end? There was Foul, but he gets taken down. Taluk taking some shots in the back, but he's going to get around this corner. Can he stay alive? The shot's coming in. He throws it on the flag point. That will be a cap in, so only down one. And remember, even if the game goes to time, if they have a flag out, there will be extra time where they could potentially cap and force an overtime.
Easier said than done. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Pioneers have to act quickly. Not very many pushes still in this game for them, and 3 dead is not what you want to see if you're a Pioneers fan. The 4th player being pressed. Manny gets taken down later than the rest, and the staggered Pioneer respawners are going to be in trouble.
Get that Snipedown with the awareness, gets the call out from Bound and drops down and still applies the damage. 2 spawning in the back base. Snipedown just laying down the hurt. Unfortunately, not able to kill Manny, and that's 2 big kills in the favor of Pioneers. They cleared their base, and now they're able to push forward. Unfortunately, not able to find that kill. It's going to be up to Druck to maintain the util spawns for his teammates. They have 1, maybe 2 pushes left if they're lucky, as Druck tries his best to stay alive. Snipedown comes out on top of that fight, and that's going to be a critical win for their success. But Taluk making some waves. It looks like he could be potentially pushing into the base soon as the heat wave comes through, and reversal for Snipedown. Get that heat wave out of his face. It does not matter. 2 more go down for Pioneers. The flag is out, but man, it's basically dead at this point. There's no chance that they're going to be able to run this one, and this game should end momentarily as that flag is returned with only 5 seconds left. KCP won't be able to pull it out once more.
If Snipedown doesn't get that kill onto the Heatwave player, Pioneers have a legit chance to tie it up, but those shots, the turn, the reversal, unbelievable from Inconceivable, and the defense stands true when they need it most. Time was on their side, and so is now the series as they gain that 1-0 lead as we look at Bizarre Slayer for game 2.
30-18 from Snipedown. The man went absolutely nutty with it.
Jeez.
In that first game. He just dominated the entire game. KCP had their opportunities, but once again, it's been the story of KCP throughout every objective game that they played. They usually get outslayed. They're a really efficient objective team, but they haven't been able to really show the slaying power to keep up with these top 3 teams in the objectives. Now they get it done with the efficiency, but you just can't rely on that. At some point, you just have to turn on the Jets and just win a game through and through, not just out objective them, outslay, out objective, clean victory in order to really feel comfortable in your best of 3s.
KCP has been strong in their Slayer so far here today, so Bizarre Slayer may be what they'd be looking forward to tie this series up. It's with everything on the line for this team, though. Their backs are against the wall. One more game and their tournament lives are over as they know it. But like I said, Slayers slaying may seem to be their weakness in the objective game types. But when Slayers come around, they've come out on top so far today.
I'm excited to see it. We'll have to see what this KCP roster can do. Once again, Bizarre, and an interesting Slayer map just because you have just about every tool in the sandbox available to you. There's a grapple, there's a thrust, there's a rocket, a mangler, a bulldog, an AR. You have just about every tool that you could want in the box. The question is, how do you use them? Who's going to take advantage? Making sure you're on top of those grapples and thrusts are going to be key to success for winning in the Slayer map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the amount of sandbox that's allotted to these players on a map mode combo like Bizarre Slayer, but you might be missing the most crucial one, and that's those dynamo grenades. What they're able to do, the entries damage that they're allowed to have onto enemy players. Not only the damage, but the locations, right? When a team is stuck on their half of the map and they're trying to fight out of their tree, they're trying to fight out of the bar situation, those dynamo grenades are going to give the enemy team not only a lot of damage output, but the audio cues from the grenades give away basically location as well. And when trying to clear those corners, walking through those doorways, it could be not more important that you get that information before you go in. It could be the recipe to success for some of these teams, and it could also be the demise of some of these teams that aren't able to keep control as well as the others.
Yeah, Coach, I'm going to have to ask that you go back to the team, next patch that comes out, those dynamo grenades, the sound cue, it's a little OP in my opinion. Maybe we could take those out, maybe stop it a little bit. The dynamo grenades are basically a power weapon, but on Bazaar, they're placed as a power weapon. You have to go through bottom mid in the most exposed part of the map in order to pick it up. There's basically overshield and dynamo. That's the only things there. And if there's a player in a better position than you, you're going to get taken out 90% of the time. So you have to value your life when you're going for them. But like you said, those dynamo grenades can be absolutely game changing. They can get players out of lockers. They can give you information on the map, and then they can allow you to set up, get the control that you need, control the mid map, make sure that you're getting the overshield, getting the rockets, and putting them to work. Guys, Bazaar Slayer coming soon to your eyes. I'm excited for it. Do you have any predictions? Do you think Pioneers is going to be pushing this one to a game 3 clutch?
I don't know, man. Inconceivable just has looked so strong throughout today. I think that they're destined to match up against Sentinels in that losers bracket finals. A best of 5 between those two teams is going to be something special. And I know Optic Gaming waiting in the looms of that finals already with the advantage of a best of 5 in their favor. They're very excited to see these two teams kind of knock each other out and beat each other up and get some rest of their own. It's getting late, so we're going to be seeing these teams push to the brinks of the gas tanks getting empty. What else do you have to refuel? We're going to find out a lot about these teams and their stamina here as these next two series follow up.
Yeah, luckily, Wes, we're both West Coast boys, so we don't have as much of the pressure of those guys over on the East Coast. But we're into the following day for anyone that's playing over on the East Coast, or for any of you guys, beautiful faces that are watching us today. I mean, guys, thank you for staying out with us for so long. A little bit of a later start for a tournament. Oh, what did you say, Clutch?
I said, even the ugly guys out there, like we appreciate
there's
you guys.
There's no ugly guys out there. Everyone's beautiful.
I mean, that's your opinion, I guess.
Yeah,
but
questionable.
Hey, I don't claim to be attractive, but I do claim to enjoy some Halo. So I'm gonna give a shout out to everybody that's out there, even the mediocre looking gentlemen, fellas, ladies, dogs. I got a dog she's acting like she's asleep on the bed, but she's keeping a keen eye onto this series as well. She's a big Inconceivable fan, and with that, looking forward to getting into this game 2 alongside all the viewers that have stayed up late, like you said, to watch this action go down.
Yeah, while we're giving out shout outs, guys, shout out to the most important person in my life. It's my mother's birthday today.
I was about to say.
Shout out to my mother. She's the birthday girl. I was able to go get breakfast and get some lunch with her. So thankful for the late start. Unfortunately, I told her, maybe we'd be able to do something tonight. I don't think that's happening. So, I'll wake up tomorrow. I'll give her a call, make sure that we're on good terms. But my Lord, guys, it's been a crazy day today. Some incredible Halo action, and we're rounding towards the end. KCP tournament life on the line. They have to do it here in this game 2 Slayer. Inconceivable, looking just so damn strong after that first map on Aquarius, and they're going to be really pushing it towards them. The player to watch, in my opinion, is Snipe Down. 30 kills last game. I don't think he's slowing down at all, Clutch.
Yeah, Snipe Down hasn't slowed down since he's hit the scene back in 2008, and it's no shocker that he's still doing his thing. He's one of the greatest prolific FPS players that we've had, right, in the history of esports. So it's great to have him back in Halo. He's already making waves for this Inconceivable roster, and if you're this Inconceivable team, you're thanking your lucky stars that Snipe Down was able to come back and he found his way onto your team, because I'm not quite sure what they'd have as a replacement for him if he was unable to do that. So it seems like a good mutual fit. They're having some success here today, and I expect that success to only be magnified and multiplied as Infinite continues to go on in the future.
Yeah, Inconceivable had a bit of a rough challenge to get here today. They did lose to Sentinels in round 3, the semifinals, in a 2-0 fashion, and now I've just been trying to claw their way back in. They had to take on E United, and that game went to a game 3. So both the Pioneers, the Cloud9, and the Inconceivable E United game both went to game 3s. And you can see why. These teams both massively underrated in my opinion. Both of them usually not in the conversation for those top 3 teams. Both of them trying to get themselves within that conversation today. I believe either of these teams, if things go right, they could win the tournament. But Inconceivable, I like their chances. If they can really push it and make sure that they're on their top game, I think Inconceivable can make some upsets happen and take on Optic in that grand finals.
Well, look at this push. We already got game 2 started. We got Pioneers off to an early lead. Great use of the rockets, great sandwich with the rest of the team, and Soul Snipe doing a phenomenal job of putting those power weapons to use. Great control. You'll love to see them be able to push into the base, slay out all of Inconceivable, because that's going to give them all the information that Inconceivable is spawning across the map. The Mangler comes through. Manny finding that kill is going to allow this sandwich to be even bigger. Hold on, Jared from Subway. Manny's got a sandwich that can compete with even the best.
I love you, Clutch. Look at this. Manny playing out of his mind early on. Guys, we've seen this from KCP every time. They come out, they have a bit of a weak slaying job in the first game, and then they come into the Slayer hot and ready to take them on. I love this from the KCP roster. They're not slowing down anytime soon. It looks like we're going into a game 3 early on, but you never know what happens. Ooh, did you see that tech from Talik right there? Okay, guys, if you don't know, if you do drop your gun, if you are using the Mangler, you can drop your gun and pull out the VR faster to try to hit those 2 shots faster. Fortunately, it didn't work out for Talik there, but I love seeing that tech implemented into the gameplay.
10-4 now as Pioneers continue to kind of snowball things in their favor. Look at them controlling both closets, getting information that there's a player in pink. Good patient shots from Soul Snipe. Unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension there on this player bottom middle. Druck actually gets taken down as well, and Bound with the triple kill tries to actually steal the overshield from Boobadooboo. Fortunately, Boobadooboo, who is no shield, able to punch that into his chest, or he may have lost his life. Bound kind of with a troll, but when you're able to get a triple kill, open up the map for your team, I guess you're able to troll a little bit. But now that Boobadooboos had this overshield, he's found not only a double, but a 3rd kill as well. 4th damage comes through. The challenge, the confidence from Boobadooboo starting to arise in this series, and with that, Inconceivable start to close this gap 16-10.
Yeah, Boobadooboos definitely feeling himself. We've seen him have incredible games thus far today. If you guys recall back to that oddball, went on a killing frenzy and absolutely did it all for his team. Oh, Soul Snipe, I think, yeah, he did get the stick on Boobadooboo, so he's going to be able to find that trade out. And so far, even with a huge spree from Boobadooboo and Bound, where it seemed like they were all over the map, the lead has only grown for KCP. Interestingly enough, I would have thought this game would have been a lot closer to what we saw from Bound and Boobadooboo. Like the Kansas City Pioneers getting the job done so far as Druck takes another challenge for the bottom mid position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it all day from Kansas City, right? They've lost game 1 in a lot of their series. They've been able to come back in game 2, win game 2, and then take it to the distance in game 3 and get the job done there. The formula, the recipe for success for this Pioneers roster, it's templated, right? It's in stone at this point. Kansas City Pioneers starting off such a strong game 2 performance right now that they are almost guaranteed at this point to push it the distance in the series. A 10-kill lead on Bazaar is so difficult to try and manifest a comeback against, especially when Pioneers still have complete control of the map.
Yeah, Manny really being the difference maker in today's game. 10-2 from him. He's been absolutely killing it, and Druck's just gonna hold down this lane. He tries to push in for a second, is made 1 shot, but once again smartly backs down, values his life, and that's what KCP has done thus far. They valued their life, they get their trade outs, and they win fights that they're not supposed to. Bound gets this overshield, but look at KCP, they flood onto him, and they go 1 for 1 with the overshield. Don't even let him get the second trade out as Druck tries to keep his life for the time being, and it looks like he will be able to recover his shields. A great neutralization from the KCP as they've been able to stop that overshield and land down more damage. They are running away with this game.
Yeah, 4 dead again for Inconceivable. The lead continuing to grow. It's up to 15 right now, 32-17, and it does not look like it's going to slow down. A killing spree for Druck, but this is all on the back of Manny. 11, 4, and 3 off the start of this game when his team needed the most. The change for Manny to come in for this KCP roster and start making names is a realistic like approach that they took, right? Pioneers had Super CC at the first tournament. They didn't get what they wanted. They added Manny to the roster, and ever since they've had a lot more success. They've been able to contend with these top teams. Manny's showing you exactly why his name was the one called upon when they needed him.
You gotta love that from this roster, right? They went back to their roots. They went and got Manny, the man they did it all with Halo 5. And he's really, it's been a difference maker. This KCP roster has looked much better. They look much more cohesive, and they look so strong ever since they went and got Manny back. Boo Boo Dubu trying to get himself back into this game as he finds the kill across the map. Unfortunately, the hill is becoming daunting to climb. They've hit the 40 kill mark, only 10 left for the Pioneers to take this game. But Boo Boo Dubu's been putting in work. He's basically gotten 4 kills for his team, whether it be through assists or kills without dying. The question is, how long can he maintain as he's getting pushed out? And Talik will use the assault rifle to find that kill. Once again, picking up the sandbox and using it for his team.
Yeah, it's been all Pioneers since this game started. Bound and Falcated do pick up kills. 3 go down from Pioneers, and Inconceivable potentially able to get rockets and overshield and maybe manifest what would be one of the greatest comebacks in a Slayer that we've seen so far in Halo Infinite. But it's going to take a lot more work than just acquiring the power-ups and power weapons. They're going to have to put them to use and contain Pioneers without trading kills, which is much easier said than done.
It's so hard to make these big comebacks because you'll see the weapons being used on the map. There's so many of them, and Talik's able to use that Bulldog to win the fight versus the Mangler. So you just see the sandbox really play a difference. There is no more like Halo 3, just BRs only. You can out team someone. You have to go find the tools on the map and use them to gain any advantage in the gunfight, and that's what the Pioneers are known for. They will manipulate the map, abuse whatever mechanic they can to give themselves one little bit of an edge. We have a 10 kill differential as KCP gets one step closer to ending this game with only 5 kills left. Talik staying alive in this top bar, looking for some more shots to take down, just getting as much information for his team as KCP trying to close this one out.
Yeah, great patience right here at Talik. With only 5 kills remaining, a lot of players would just fly out, try and get trades, try and understand that, hey, this game is probably over, but they understand how strong Inconceivable is. They show them all the respect in the world. Talik slows the game down, finds himself an easy kill, and now 1 kill to go for Pioneers to take this series the distance and force a game 3.
Drug not able to get that one, but Manny gets the trade out, and that will mean the victory screen for the team. They get it done 50-39, a dominating performance. You know, Inconceivable had some legs at the end, but you have to know Pioneers, they're playing more loose, they're playing more aggressive, so you can expect for the kill barrier to shrink a little bit. They get the job done, and now I think for the first time on Stream Clutch, we're going to see some live fire on Strongholds. I don't think we've seen any live fire today. I don't recall seeing any sniper action, so I'm excited to finally see some sniper on the map.
That's actually a good point. I don't think we've seen live fire today as well. So excited to see this series go the distance. These guys all have to step up in this moment of truth. Tournament lives are on the line. A shot at Sentinels in the losers finals on the line. And a nice live fire Strongholds game to decide the difference between the two teams. And right now, I mean, you saw a very close Inconceivable game 1. You saw Bizarre Slayer go heavily in the favor of Pioneers. So both teams playing off of their strengths right now. We'll see if an objective game can be won by Pioneers to close this one out, or is Inconceivable going to once again dominate the Slays in that objective, making that objective so much easier for them to dominate as well.
Well, there is one game type, and it's been Strongholds, where Pioneer has been consistently outslayed, and they somehow get the job done. Every time we see them on Strongholds, it seems as if they somehow figure out how to get into those hills, how to gain points, even when they're being massively outslayed. If you recall back, they had a game where they were outslayed by 20-30 kills. Did not matter. They won the game. It's insane.
No, they
to
didn't
watch.
win, but it was close.
Oh,
it was against
I misremember. We've been doing this for way too long, Clutch.
It's been a long day, but we still got series to go, brother.
Oh, we got 2 more fantastic ones. And who can, what's going to determine who faces Sentinels in that losers bracket final is this final game. And man, live fire is a fun map to think about, especially on Strongholds, right? You have the sniper rifle to worry about. You have the heat wave. Believe on Strongholds, it should be the camouflage, right? I'm trying to remember. It's been too long. But and an AR, you have so much on the map, so much utility to work with. it's really I think this game's gonna be determined by, once again, who controls the sandbox, who can get the heat wave in their hands, who can control the sniper rifle and execute with that sniper rifle, because this is by far the hardest sniper to use in Halo's history. And making sure you have the right person having it in their hands, cough, cough, snipe down, it can really make the difference.
Yeah, I think you pointed to the direction my head goes in when I think of this being game 3 and deciding the series. If you're a KCP fan, if you're a KCP player, you cannot allow Snipe Down to get control of that snipe. You cannot allow him to be in a nice anchor position where he feels comfortable, where the entire game is in front of him and he can kind of let the kills fall into his hands. Yes, this sniper is the most difficult probably to use in maybe Halo's history, but Snipe Down repeatedly is having success so far in scrims and matchmaking. However, every time I turn on Twitter, I feel like I'm seeing a Snipe Down clip involving some of this snipe. Involving the snipe and its usage. So he's having a lot of success with it. If he can get comfortable with that thing, he creates so much space and opportunity for his teams. It's up to KCP to deny that from even coming up as a potential like outcome in the game, right? You have to figure out ways to shut him down before he can get that in those positions, because once Snipe Down is in the position where the game's in front of him and he has snipe, it's almost too late.
Snipe Down, probably the most prolific sniper in all of Halo's history. And, KCP, they have to play the one map in their best of 3 rotation that has the sniper on it. On their same side, though, you have to have a lot of nerve to put the word snipe in your name if you're not damn good with that weapon.
Soul Snipe's dirty as well.
I'm excited to see. It's basically going to be a battle for who can control the snipe, and it's going to be between Soul Snipe and Snipe Down. Let's get into our game 3 and see what happens as Talik is throwing out the nades and trying to support over. Oh my god, he threw 4 grenades. He found the kill, and guess who? It's Soul Snipe who has the sniper rifle in hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, I said you got to stop that from happening. Snipe Down does get taken down, though, I believe. Soul Snipe actually going to have the snipe in hand, and because of it, the nice body shot points out the heat wave, trying to give it to Druck, but if Druck's just going to run away, I'd say pick up the heat wave. Let's do a snipe heat wave, little new era T2 combo, right? Unfortunately, he actually keeps his VR, and it's the right decision because he's able to land the body shot, finish off the kill. But Overshield and Snipe get transferred over because Soul Snipe finds himself by himself against 3 members of Inconceivable, and unfortunately, that's too many for him to try and take on.
Now, this is a map that is basically a children's playground for Bound. He has the monkey bars, whatever is needed for him. You will see him manipulate some incredible jumps on this map. If you ever go watch him stream, he practices on this map a lot, and there are some unique opportunities for him to potentially explore the movement in this game. But so far, he has the sniper, and kills are going into the favor of Inconceivable. He's going to be able to get himself into B. They're breaking the setup and a potential trip cap if Foul is able to stay alive over at C and prevent them from getting that reset. And look at this Bound. If he can hit the shot, he can potentially stop A. The question is, can he execute? Oh my god,
he hits one on the no scope with the body. Has to stay alive as he spots multiple members, and I like this by him wisely backing down, understanding that his team's not going to be there to follow up on that damage. That no scope subsides, maybe a push from Pioneers. No scope again. Bound doing some work with this snipe, showing him Snipe Down might not be the only player that can go off with this weapon on his team, and because of it, creating so much of an opportunity for Inconceivable to build an early lead. The trip cap's still in effect.
You know what doesn't show on the screen right here for everyone at home? Bound, he's one of the few pro players that plays at 120 FOV. So he's hitting snipe shots with a sniper reticle that's about a pinhole. That thing is absolutely tiny on his screen, and he's incredible with it. And there we go, Foul trying to hit the ghost jump up towards A, not quite able to land it, so he's going to opt to go through the bottom lane and try to find his opportunity to find a couple kills. He has 2 ahead of him. He's maintaining his camouflage for as long as possible. He'll get the damage in, the help will come through, he'll find 1, the second trying to push him out, and there we go. Snipe Down's able to pick up an easy double because of the work that Falcated did over with the camouflage.
Yeah, usually when you have camo, you get to be the player that the enemy team doesn't focus on, but he immediately shoots, draws focus from 2 players to give Snipe Down an easy double, and for that, they're able to transfer B in their hold, and now C and B belong to Inconceivable. Yes, you saw Pioneers transfer over A, but as Inconceivable has taken the lead from the trip cap earlier on, it's going to be up to Pioneers to figure out a way how to flip the map once again and get some control of their own in order to get back in this game.
Well, Druck tried to play sneaky in that top vent, not going to work out for him, as he is taken down by a spike grenade, as Snipe Down doing his own work is able to find the first. And look at this, This Inconceivable roster has definitely just maintained the pace of this game. But surprisingly, I thought they'd have a little bit more of a lead, but the trip cap's in effect. They're starting to get it done. If Snipe Down can find this kill over at C, they could potentially just get the trip cap right on back. Killing spree for Snipe Down, and this could be where Inconceivable start to run away.
Yeah, Inconceivable now up over 40 points and counting. Snipe Down in a great position to anchor this C stronghold for his team. Finds a nice kill with the heat wave, and the melee Bound obviously has Snipe from the kill feed's point of view, and 3 dead, fresh dead, 4 fresh dead for Pioneers. The spawn's probably going to come in from the tower. As you see, they push the trip cap once again.
Wow, guys, Bound has 12 and 2. He has a sniper rifle back again, and talk about a dynamic duo. When you have Snipe Down and Bound on both ends of the map, one has camo and heat wave and the other has sniper, and they're both absolutely disgusting, and we're seeing what kind of effect that can take on the map as Bound is somehow still alive and racking up kills as Snipe Down's working on the flank. He's going to be able to find one more as Talk's not able to escape.
Yeah, Talk was actually the last guy alive for Pioneers for that moment. Snipe Down takes him down. Pioneer players do jump into B, and a nice little cheeky nade off the ceiling is going to take down Snipe Down, or help take down Snipe Down, as he tries to contest into B right there. A little bit of a blunder there from Inconceivable's point of view, but they built themselves such a comfortable lead that they can play behind. Booba with the snipe, recapture B here with a couple sets of slays and continue scoring. Pioneers do get a nice kill. They get numbers in their favor, but will they be able to hold this? The answer is yes. 3 dead for Inconceivable, and Pioneers show life once again.
What an incredible series of event for KCP. This is the opportunity they've been waiting for. They're going to force scoreboard spawns, and if they can get pressure back towards B to help with the sandbags push and to stop this team in their tracks, keep them back at A, this could be successful. Druck, he opts to drop down underneath. They're going to leave C open, maybe opting for a quick A rotation. An interesting choice as we see 4 players from Inconceivable push to C. Druck finds the first. He's looking for a second. Not quite able to get it done as Foul finds the kill, and Snipe Down cleans up the next on Talik. I'm not sure what that rotation was, but KCP lost control for the moment, and now they're going to have to win the fights at B.
Yeah, Inconceivable actually sent all 4 players to C when they had just A control. Pioneers not catching any of that. Kind of got the map flipped up on them and weren't really expecting Inconceivable to be there. They've gotten a few set of slays in the meantime that have kept their advantages in their favor. B stronghold still in their favor. They were able to get to A and transfer it over with camo coming up right now. An important 1v1 between Bound and Manny. Bound's going to take down Manny. Manny with a 2-11 stat line at this current point in time runs into the hottest player in the lobby, and that's not what you want to have happen if you're a Pioneers fan.
Oh my, did he just stick him? Oh no, okay. I was about to say, did he stick him as well? Just missed seeing it on my screen, but Snipe Down, he's going to get the sniper back for himself. Says, hey, Bound, I'll let you have the first couple. I'm going to take over the game. We're in trouble. We're in a trip cap. It's time for us to start coming back, and it's going to be off my sniper looking for some kills in the feed. One's in front of him at B. Just peek your head and you're gone. 1 Snipe Down for Snipe Down, but unfortunately his entire team falls in between them. Did he see that player to his left over at top sandbags? No, he did not, but he hits the no scope regardless. The reset comes in, but Snipe Down's going absolutely ham with the sniper rifle. Unfortunately for him, Manny's nade will catch him at a lucky angle. Snipe Down, you can see why you give the man the rifle.
Could have potentially created the opening. Inconceivable needed to get back in this, but you want to see him play his life there. I know he felt pressured to play the objective, and because of it, he made his route very predictable, that grenade taking him down. Because of that, you do see Inconceivable lose C momentarily, but multiple members there to combat it, able to retransfer it in their favor with 2 kills going in their favor as well. Inconceivable now in control for the first time in a few minutes.
Basically 0-0 from 10 seconds ago, and you're starting with a trip cap if you're Inconceivable. Get this thing done, in their opinion. Oh, Druck not quite able to get that kill. The heat wave comes in handy as it's a 2-shot to the body to find the kill. We move on to Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's trying his best, having a bit of a rough game at 6 and 7. Has definitely not been able to keep up with the slays of his teammates, because it's been the show of Bound and Snipe Down throughout this game, as Bound finds another one, gets the bank shot medal, one of my favorite in this game, as they work to secure this camouflage. KCP is there, but Bound has the drop down on him. The question is, can he find the kills? This heat wave not quite able to find the first, and KCP able to get away with the camouflage. The question is, can they use it to get themselves back in this game?
Yeah, snipe down spots 2 players pushing open field. Boobadoo was able to take down 1. Snipe down knows that this player is in the drop down right here on the silo, but understands that as soon as he gets the reset there, he knows that player is going to try and flank him. Bound picks up another kill with the help of Snipe Down's Mangler, and Snipe Down has opened up the map once again for Inconceivable to continue to score points with 2:25 at the score line right now. With only 25 points remaining, Inconceivable are in every position to close this one out.
Foul using the drop technique to find a kill. Only 15 seconds for this, 25 seconds for this team to win this game. KCP needs to get into the hill to stop the timer. They're able to do so. They're in B. But do they have the strong rotation towards C? Because we're seeing the open spawn from this Inconceivable roster. They're trying to make it happen. The repulse comes out and it's able to get the drop on Mr. Soul Snipe. His sniper drops to the ground. Now Druck has to pick it up. He's not quite the same level of sniper as Soul Snipe as he misses that first shot. And now the worst has happened. You've given the snipe back to Snipe Down as they're trying to find an opportunity to get into a hill.
You do have control, but unfortunately you don't have numbers to probably keep control. Fallicated looking to push into the stronghold, able to find a kill in the kill feed on Snipe. On Soul Snipe right now, another kill from Boobadoo is almost going to guarantee that the map is going to be flipped. And right now with 9 points remaining, Snipe Down may have picked up the biggest kill of the series. Make it 2. If he can finish this kill off, he's hit the no scope. The points ticking in this team's favor. This player has to play his life. And unfortunately, that means Inconceivable are going to take this series 2-1 over Pioneers and advance to our elimination finals to face Sentinels.
Man, hey, you know, if I'm a member on KCP, I wouldn't be getting on Twitter for a second. I think Bound has some special words for him. There's a special rivalry between these two teams, and Bound has always been the one to chirp it on up. He just won a game versus KCP. He's going to let him know. And Snipe Down made the difference, Clutch. I mean, those snipe shots that he hit, his ability to change that game, he single-handedly stopped C and prevented KCP from stopping the score from happening. Love to see what we saw from Snipe Down and Bound, the dynamic duo. These two can slay out, snipe, do whatever is necessary to win a game.
Yeah, if Inconceivable wants to win this tournament, it's going to be because Snipe Down and Bound catch fire, right? Valkid and Boobadoo, they're going to pick up the pieces where they can. They're going to be those efficient, consistent players who they are. But Snipe Down and Bound are literally going to have to pop off. They're going to have a phenomenal tournament. We've seen glimpses of that so far throughout their run. But it's an exciting opportunity that those two get now that they're together on this Inconceivable roster to put the pieces together to win this team its first title.
Well, we're down to 3. Pioneers, they make their exit at 4th place. Now, playing for a top 2 finish will be Sentinels and Inconceivable. Let's throw it to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thanks, gents. Before we get into that, I just do want to give a special shout out here. We are, I think, approaching the 7-hour mark for this tournament. So I do want to do, it is almost 11 o'clock local time, correct, Connie? And the tournament started at 4, and this tournament started at 4 o'clock. That is 7 hours. So, 7-hour mark. I want to do a shout out to all the players sticking through it. Obviously, you guys are killing it. Awesome, great matches, a blast to watch. Shout out to the entire production staff out there. Let me hear you guys. You guys probably can't hear them in chat, but the TOs and the production staff crushing it. They've been here all day, working their asses off. Love it. And also shout out to our broadcast talent. Tony, we let Tony go to bed because Tony was grinding today. He did the Xbox event this morning. Then he came to hang out with us. We had to make him leave. He wanted to stay, and we were like, go to sleep. Go get some rest, my man. He was grinding. And Clutch and Tools, man, y'all have been a pleasure to listen to all day, bringing down all of the action. You've been grinding, long matches. You guys are doing incredible. I can't wait to hear you guys finish off this tournament. So everybody involved, we appreciate you. And everybody in chat who's sticking around with us, I know you guys are wilding out in chat, having a good time. I appreciate it. We still got more action ahead of us. But let's talk about that series. KCP fall 4th place here tonight. Inconceivable moves on, and they will now match up with Sentinels in losers finals here. And Inconceivable, a really good squad, but I would say this is possibly them overachieving tonight. I don't think a lot of people had them finishing in top 3 here, and now they're going to fight Sentinels for a shot to face Optic in their grand finals. They've looked really good. Obviously, that was a roller coaster of a series there against the Pioneers. They had multiple moments, not only with a strong showing in Game 2, but in Game 3, it looked like Pioneers were going to bring it back. They went down by about 100 points, charged back in that, made it very, very interesting all the way to the end, but Inconceivable closes it out and will move on. And now I'm very interested to see how they can do against Sentinels in this best of 5. It's going to be a very, very tough task, but Inconceivable looks to be riding a good bit of momentum right now. We'll have to see how that pans out. Do want to give another shout out, obviously, to our friends over at Razer. If you missed me talking about it earlier, they've got these awesome Halo Infinite peripherals you can grab. They've got a headset, mouse, keyboard, and a mouse pad. And the awesome thing is, if you collect them all, each one has unique codes for special in-game cosmetics you can get in Halo Infinite. So shout out to our friends at Razer. They've been partners with us here for a long time. They're a partner in Series E. We love that we get to work with them. Make sure to go pick these up. They're awesome products. They look super sick, and you get some awesome stuff in Halo Infinite. We're going to go to a quick break right now, but when we come back, just 3 teams remain: Inconceivable and Sentinels, when we come back.
It's time. Losers finals is here. Sentinels versus Inconceivable, a matchup that we're going to see quite often in the future. I'm Tools. That's Clutch. Welcome on back. This is going to be an exciting one. We're back to best of fives, Clutch.
Yeah, best of 5 here for the losers bracket or elimination bracket finals. It's going to be Bizarre CTF, I believe, is game 1 of this series, and we're already getting into that match. Very excited to see what these two teams can provide for us in this elimination finals. Both these teams have had such a long day, have persevered throughout this tournament, but it's not over yet. Neither one of them want to go home, want to go to sleep just yet.
Oh man, this is what I love. No time for talk because it's all action. Royal 2 starting off quick with a triple kill.
Make it an
overkill. First one of the tournament. Snipe down. Thank you for the medal.
What a way to start off a series. Royal 2 with an overkill. Mangler in hand, looking to push in from the Rockets side right now. Gonna have probably players above him though. Doesn't quite check his corners. Only one player down for Inconceivable, but a Royal 2 behind enemy lines, already on a killing spree. A great opportunity as he drops the flag so the Snakebite can grapple it to him. Roll 2 doing it all.
Oh man, Foul finally able to take down the Reign of Terror. Snakebite still has one grapple to use, so he could leave this flag behind if he needs to and grapple it to his position. Instead, just gonna get this thing in, and that's an early flag cap on Bizarre. This map is not easy to capture flags. That's gonna be a big one on the side of Sentinels.
This is the second game we've watched Inconceivable start of CTF down 1-0 in the first minute. They have to figure out what their starting strats, what's going on wrong in their starting strats, and fix that very quickly. We did see them rebound very quickly and win the CTF earlier on Aquarius against KCP, that they went down early in, but Sentinels is a different monster. And right now you cannot continue to make the same mistakes because Royal 2 looks like he has every bit of an opportunity to continue to go off, already at a 7-3 performance.
Yeah, something is going wrong with your opening strats if you're allowing a team, a player from the other team to get an overkill. Some sort of gap, some sort of knowledge that is missing, and we'll have to see if Inconceivable can fix that before rally. But what they can't fix is seeing the respawn screen because, oh my, that's another 2 down for Inconceivable as Sentinel starts to push out of the base. Snipe down able to get 1, looking for the second. Oh, Snipe down going big, and he's able to steal the overshield away from a player. I don't know if they didn't know they had it. Triple kill in favor of Snipe down as he's starting to lead the charge. Tip of the spear it is. Can he find the kills? Looking for the first, able to get the perfect medal. Looking for the next, another double kill. Snipe down taking over the lobby, blocking the tree spawn as they're gonna start to run this flag. Watch out for the rock splits as as Inconceivable runs this flag. Sentinels should be spawning out and ready to defend.
Yeah, you see multiple members overextending of Sentinels. They're already in Inconceivable's base. Will Inconceivables expect them to be here? Snakebite finds a kill. A second one goes to Frosty, and now this flag, it's going to be returned from Sentinels. A great job by them to somehow get in a position to get that return. The kills just didn't come through for Inconceivable, and this could be a massive opportunity for a counter cap situation. When Inconceivable look to tie the game, they could fall down 2-0 very quickly if they don't get off spawn and slay now.
You have to have serious questions about the mental when you go and try to run a flag. You think all signs point to you getting that cap, and then all of a sudden it turns into a return and a potential counter cap. If the Sentinels can put this in, it to me will be the dagger in game 1. I just can't see Inconceivable recovering from that one. And look at this, Royal 2, he's slaying out some more. The man is absolutely melting at the moment. 11-5 as they slowly run this flag. They're waiting for their opportunities. Rockets come in. Snakebite just trying to get the burn on those rockets, make sure no one else can use them. He grappled the flag, but it wasn't quite able to reach to his hands. And it gets stuck and returned instead. A huge break in the favor of Inconceivable.
Oh my god, if that flag gets to Snakebite's hands, he at least gets a touch and resets that timer. Unfortunately, because it gets stuck on that hut bottom middle, he's not able to get the touch. Slays do come through, however. 3 were just momentarily down for Inconceivable. They do come off spawn, but they have to deal with Frosty in their base. Inconceivable dodged a massive bullet there, not to be down 2-0 right now, but they've done a good job of bouncing back and making sure that this game doesn't get out of hand.
And look at this, Frosty waits for the point of no return and then pulls out the flag. So yes, Inconceivable are in but they have to worry about the flag run on the back end, and it's Frosty basically getting that as far as he can in that back base. I'm not sure if he's still over there. We'll have to figure out what's going on with that flag in a minute, but Snipedown's able to find a big kill alongside a Foul as they're pushing their way back in. That flag is still out and away. Foul's going to be able to get it, but once again, remember, the spawns are going to come rock side, and they can overextend quite easily from there. Inconceivable have to find the slays on the way back.
They do find Lethal. They unfortunately lose Boobadooboo and Bound. They do get the return on their flag, and now you're seeing Snipedown put in a very difficult situation. All 3 members of his team go down. That flag, it's going to be dead. Snipedown needs to stay alive, play his life, and he understands the situation, but he doesn't expect the flank to come through. That was momentarily 4 dead once again for Inconceivable. Royal 2 once again in the base, already pulling the flag into the bar. Another very difficult situation that Inconceivable is going to have to figure out a way to stop this flag from getting punched in if they want to stay in this game.
Well, so far we've seen 2 very different strategies from both these teams, and it's worked in Sentinel's favor. Inconceivable often going into the base, slaying out, and opting to do an antenna/tree run, and it hasn't quite worked out. This is the second flag that's been ran through the rock side, going through bar for Sentinels that has come into a capture. Absolutely, that difference in the meta could be what defines this game. Which team is playing this map better? So far, Sentinels have executed on their opportunities.
Yeah, every time it feels like Inconceivable's in a really good position, they just lose a member or 2, and without the numbers, it's very difficult to continue to progress the flag across the map. Unfortunately for Inconceivable fans, Sentinels once again get a couple of slays, and with that, they have the flag already to the middle of the map. Inconceivable needs to find a way to stop this from happening, but Sentinels overwhelming them once again are going to look to push this to a 3-0 lead so quickly.
I mean, if Sentinels ends this game by getting 5 caps,
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it on this map. I'm not gonna be honest, but Sentinels has looked just different on the flags today. I mean, it was versus Optic Gaming, where they just absolutely demolished on Aquarius flag. It didn't look close whatsoever, and it looks like they're doing the same here to Inconceivable today. Something just is going on with Sentinels that's clearly making them the best flag team in the game.
Yeah, it's no surprise that they're having CTF success, right? They were a very strong Halo 5 CTF team, but to the degree that they are is quite impressive right this early on, especially knowing how they struggled in the past 2 qualifiers in CTF game modes. They've found that switch, they've found their footing, and how they like to play some of these CTF maps or these modes. It's already a 3-0 lead. The 4th flag is at their base. Bound getting a crucial kill on the Royal 2 could potentially stop this 4th flag, but you're seeing the touch come through for Snakebite, and with that touch, you know he buys so much time for reinforcements. It only feels like it's a matter of time for Sentinels to punch this 4th flag in.
I'm not so sure. 2 from Inconceivable have just broken through that front door. They have the potential to stop this. Royal 2 gets 1, but it's Foul that's on the back end. He's going to be able to find the next. Lethal's at the halfway point, so he's not going to be able to stop any sort of push towards that flag. Foul gets the flag out and the return. Talk about a save from Inconceivable. The problem is we're on Bazaar, and you have to capture 3 flags in 4 minutes.
They do get a grapple on touch onto the flag, pulling it through the door, and already Inconceivable getting it across halfway mark, getting it into their doors. This is going to be Inconceivable punching in their first flag of the game, but down 3-1. It's going to be still an uphill climb with 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Holy, well, I said they had to get it done in 4 minutes. They got that first one in mighty fast. The question is, can the kill feeds keep going in their favor? Snipedown able to find another. The man's 18 and 16 at the moment. Sentinel's push has slowed down dramatically in the last 3 minutes, and it all started with Bound getting that kill on Snakebite when he was running that flag and stalling out the game. That seems to have ruined the momentum of Sentinels, and Inconceivable trying to take advantage as Snipedown leads the charge, finds one more for a killing spree.
Yeah, Snipedown really creating some space for his team. Unfortunately, a player coming behind him. Not often do you see that. Back into the tree, Snipedown gets taken down, and that killing spree, it's a wash. Right now, 3 members were down for Inconceivable. Rockets coming up is big, but Falcated even bigger with the kill under Royal 2 from behind. Able to get Rockets potentially in his team's favor. Rockets could be exactly what Inconceivable need to put a second cap on the board.
getting this lead down to 1 is so vital for Inconceivable. It doesn't matter if it goes down to the end of the game, as long as they can pull out 1 flag before time ends and they're down by 1, they'll have extra time. Down by 2, no chance. They'll have to get 1 in within the next 2 minutes in order to have that opportunity for the 3rd flag cap. But here we go. Royal 2, he's pushing out. Snipe Down has found a pick of his own. And now, oh no, Snakebite pings the truck. They're trying to find this kill. Eventually, Lethal does find it. And there we go. 2 go down for the side of Inconceivable. They need to recover quickly as they get 3 go down for Inconceivable. This is looking deadly as Overshield will be coming up momentarily. Frosty's going to be able to put that on his body, and that could spell disaster and an end to this potential spree. But what a burn! He had it for 2 seconds, didn't get 1 kill, and now grappling into the base of Snipe Down as he's trying to make a play of his own.
Yeah, 2 members go down for Sentinels, and Inconceivable smell blood in the water, but unfortunately, Lethal creates a little bit of space for his team with that kill on the Snipe Down, getting control of his bar. Unfortunately, the nade does come through. Inconceivable continue to trade kills here, and that cannot be the recipe for success that they're looking for. They have to figure out a way to keep numbers in their favor as they breach the base of Sentinels.
Snakebite throwing up some nades, not quite able to find the kill as Snakebite opens up the rock lane. They basically have 45 seconds to do this. So you're gonna have to keep a player in the back base to immediately pull out another flag, which basically means you have to dominate this next round of slays. And there we go, 3 go down. That's exactly what you're looking for. The last one's in double doors. You'll have the info foul. You just have to get this flag out and away. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Snakebite comes back for some more action. Can he win the fight? And that's a pivot by Scene1. Get the killjoy, shut foul down, and shut the hopes of Inconceivable from getting back into this game.
Yeah, if you're on Sentinels right now, you're focused on defense only. You're trying to just keep control of your base, create space, and slay out. You see 2 kills immediately go in their favor. Snipe Down does find 1 though, and with that, you're gonna see Snakebite immediately go back to his base. Unfortunately for Snipe Down, Roll 2 and Snakebite predicting that they have to pull the flag here in the next few seconds in order to have any chance or opportunity to tie this game or get it to a winnable point. And unfortunately, Inconceivable going to be out of luck, out of time here in game 1, as Sentinels will take this game 1 3-1 in the last final seconds.
Royal 2 absolutely turned up. The big difference maker, in my opinion. He was responsible for all 3 flag caps that went in today by pushing into that back base, finding the timing, and getting those flags out. We saw him start the game with the overkill, allowing his team to cap the flag within the first minute, and it made all the difference. They started off strong and they finished strong. As we're moving on to Aquarius, Inconceivable needs to find an answer.
Inconceivable did show us signs of life, however, at the end of that game, right? A lot of the last 4 minutes of that game were Inconceivable on the offensive side. They just couldn't manifest those flag runs they needed to get back into that game. They fell from a deficit, like you said, of 3 flags on a map like Bizarre CTF. I mean, that is a steep hill to try and overcome. Inconceivable didn't have enough time on the clock to be able to play around that. And Sentinels are able to take this game 1. But fortunately for Inconceivable fans, you've made it to a best-of-5 series. Game 1, far less expensive of a game than a best-of-3 situation that we've been looking at all day. So Inconceivable not out of this yet by a long shot.
Well, we're moving from the largest map in the HCS pool to now the smallest, moving on to Aquarius. Very close quarter combat-esque map. You know, we have tools in the sandbox such as the pistol and the heat wave, the camouflage, that are really going to make the difference. And what, in my opinion, will make the biggest difference is who can control the dynamo side. Keep the utility closets, get those pistols, refresh them, make sure you have the dynamo nades, and make the pushes when necessary. Controlling camo is important, but honestly, camo is pretty weak in this game compared to others where it's very easy to see, and sometimes it doesn't make quite the impact that you need. I think making sure you're on top of the toolbox is going to be your recipe for success.
Be on top of the toolbox from Tools. That's his advice as we go into game 2. What he means by that is controlling that sandbox, heat wave, dynamo nades, everything that's at your expense. Even the Magnum comes into handy on Aquarius, right? Close quarter combat DPS is outrageous if you're able to hit your shots, and these top players, they're able to hit their shots consistently. That's why we're watching the elimination finals right now at such a high level. Frosty finds the first pick, make it a second for the Slayer, but it's immediately answered by Inconceivable finding 3 of their own.
Guys, I'm rebranding. We're changing the sandbox to toolbox. I'm ready for it. I changed my name just for this occasion. Frosty finally able to find Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he's going to be controlling the top end of the map. Camo still up for grabs. It's just up to the team to find the opportunity to grab. Frosty's still weak. He pushes forward regardless. Oh my, Frosty almost gets sniped down, but the punch comes just in time. If he would have found that kill while down 2 shots in the fight, it would have been the difference maker. But Foul is able to kill Lethal before the camo goes on the body, and there we go. Inconceivable with the first real advantage in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boobadooboo is going to go down, but this camo in the hands of Falcon is a major opportunity. Immediately wiped off the face of the planet by multiple members of Sentinels. A little bit of an overextension from Falcon while he was by himself there, and loses the camouflage for his team. That was a big moment for Sentinels to erase him off the map and make sure that he's not able to do too much work. This game still remains as close as it can be, 9-10, as we enter the mid game.
An absolute answer for the side of Sentinels, right? That could have been disaster if that camouflage made more of an impact. Instead, they stabilize and they're looking for their opportunities. Foul able to use that pistol to find another kill, and look at this, the kill feed is just racking up for Inconceivable. Frosty's able to get behind one and find the pick, but so far it seems as if Frosty really has been the only one that's been able to stay alive and find kills on the map. It's been 3 down consistently for Sentinels, as Inconceivable has been taking advantage. They need to clean up these 3 down moments, as they're keeping within this game, but they're allowing too much control for Inconceivable, and it's allowing the camo to go into their favor.
Yeah, not only the camo, but Grace uses the dynamo grenades you see in the kill feed. Falcon is going to have that heat wave, and with it, a 7-3 scoreline. Falcon really starting off this game the way Inconceivable needs him to if they want to stay in this series. A phenomenal job by him to take the bull by the horns and start to impact this series on his own.
He's gonna miss that jump, man. That jump, it looks a lot easier than it is. Many people miss that one. It's a tough one to hit, but Foul looking for some opportunities, looking for one above. Gonna be able to get the 1-shot beat down. Only the Mangler and the Heat Wave are effective at doing that 1-shot, 1-tap beat, and it absolutely makes a difference, especially on a map like Aquarius, where you can just play your corners. Lethal able to trade out with Snipe Down, but the lead is growing for Inconceivable. Sentinels needs to find a 2 or 3 down and regain map control so that they can even up this game. Foul looking to stop that in its tracks, playing the top positions, maintaining his life, and trying to be the supporting player for these players pushing into the base.
It does look like Sentinels has an opportunity here with a little bit of space on the map. Roll 2 pushes with the heat wave, able to find that kill on the Falcated, and for the first time you see Sentinels with like a power weapon in hand, right? They're able to apply some pressure. Inconceivable needs to figure out a way to rotate out of this situation because they've lost numbers, they've lost map control. How can they plan to regain it back?
Boo Boo Doo Boo once again missed his jump and is now forced to stay at the bottom end of the map for the time being. He eventually does recover and gets up high, but a 6-kill lead. They've been able to maintain it for the time being, but with Lethal getting the double kill, this could be dangerous. Snipe Down taking the shots. He's gonna have to back down for the time being. Grabs himself a pistol to work with as the push starts to materialize. He needs to win this fight. This could be pivotal to their success. Sentinels trying to break through and gain control of the map. With camouflage coming up, these next couple kills could be the most impactful of the game.
This 5-kill game hasn't wavered since this 5-kill lead has been gained by Inconceivable, but Snipe Down picking up this camo, and now with the extension to 6, Snipe Down gets all the information he can on this player on the flag. He's getting collapsed on by multiple members of Inconceivable. That's an easy kill for them to pick up. Boobadooboo in the feed finds one. Lethal trades it out across the map with Bound, but Snipe Down in such a good position with this camo to stay alive, but unfortunately he gets sniffed out, and not too much done with that camo is going to result in a win for Sentinels. However, they have to figure out a way to still cut into this lead that Inconceivable has been able to build, and they haven't had a recipe for it yet. And now with 3 dead for Sentinels, Inconceivable extended all the way to 8.
I'm about to have to call Shyway up on the phone or something and give some jumping lessons to Inconceivable. They have consistently missed that jump to top mid from the Dynamo grenades. Not sure what's happening over there, but Foul eventually does find the kill for the killing spree as this game starts to open up a little bit more. A 10 kill lead gets cut down to 9 as Frosty finds the kill on Boo Boo Doo. Snipe down, ready for this next cycle as he's looking for this solo player over at Blue Base. Just one to deal with. He's listening, he's looking, and he finds him. That's going to be a kill. And this leads too much at this point. I think we're ready to go on to game 3. Let's take a look at this stat line as Falcated doing what's necessary. 13-6 this game, really executing on his plays.
It's been about time we've seen Falcated really step up for this Inconceivable team. He's one of those players that randomly will just have an unbelievable performance that pushes his team over the edge. This 13-7 performance as they were down 1-0 in the series is much needed for Inconceivable fans out there. And when pushed to the limits, you know that one of these players is going to step up, is going to make a play. This series is not going to be a blowout by any means, and Falcated making sure that that's the case.
Again, though, it comes down to the Slayers. Slayers, normally, colloquially known as the easiest game to take off the best teams. It's where teams that don't quite play as well or play as good as others, they usually find their success. And maybe that's the case right here. Inconceivable, we've seen them get trounced in the objective. They're able to get it done in the Slayer. We'll have to see what game 3 decides, as that's really going to be the turning point in this best of 5. We have 2 objectives back to back. Inconceivable needs to steal one off Sentinels.
Yeah, to me, it was just a story of the overwhelming control that Inconceivable always felt like they had. They had just about every single camo. Heatwave was in their favor a lot of the time. Even map control, you could feel that Inconceivable was never really relinquishing over to the Sentinel side. Because they're able to play from such an advantageous point, the game looked fairly easy and in control in their hands the entire time. They need to be able to find that how to perform that recipe throughout every game map mode combo in this series in order to come out on top, right? When they play from an advantageous spot, Inconceivables is one of the most dangerous teams we have on the circuit. You love to see them find their footing in this series, tie it up as we enter game 3.
Right, they opened up the cookbook in that Slayer. Now the question is, can they find the recipe and get cooking on strongholds? We're moving on to recharge. The shock rifle is so important, and we're going to see some of the best players with the shock rifle. Snipe down, Frosty. What they've done with this weapon has been absolutely insane. I am expecting it to play a huge part in this game. The other player to look out for is Snakebite. What he does on this map is really unique. I feel as if he has the best command of the grapple yet. You'll see him make play after play with that grapple hook. You'll see him prioritize it. I'm interested to see what he's able to do on this strongholds. I give the advantage towards Sentinels, as I think we're going to be pushing to live fire where Inconceivable has their edge, but I think this is a map for Sentinels to win. Inconceivable needs to figure out a way to steal this one away.
I think both these two teams are as strong as they can be. I don't know if any game map mode or combo is going to favor one over the other. I don't know enough about these two teams and their strengths and weaknesses as Infinite continues to be built on, as metas continue to change. But like you said, it really is going to come down to camo control, shock rifle control, and getting those weapons and opportunities in the right player's hands. All 8 of these players are all-stars in my eyes, but they each excel in different situations. Royal 2 snipe down, you get them with a shock rifle in hand, they're going to be dangerous, as well as Bound, as well as Frosty, right? It's camo going in the hands of potentially a Boobadooboo that could really change and put this series on its head if he's able to find the footing and find the openings with that camo as well. So I would like to favor whichever team can really dominate the story of the power up, power weapon control throughout this game 3. But that's a given, right? Like teams that typically control those usually have map control and numbers in their advantage in order to secure those safely. And then once you put those to work, you're able to build on that snowball as it continues to go down the hill.
One thing
we saw what happened to Sentinels when Optic Gaming were able to get complete control. Have they talked to each other and found out how to get out of that situation in a much in a simpler period of time, because they were never able to get out of Optic Gaming's threshold? If Inconceivable can apply that same level of pressure, will we see Sentinels once again fall spell to to the demise of getting out of a trip cap, right? Teams struggle so often on this mode when they have lost complete control. It's whichever team can get out of that I think will have the best opportunity to take game 3.
We'll see if the pressure can be applied as Snipe Down finds the first kill. Fallon finds the second. Frosty's going to be able to stack behind Bound and find the back. Smack it on away. Double kill for Frosty. He's looking for the triple. He's going to get it. And the Mangler to go as he's going to be able to push into C. What a play from Bradley Bergstrom. Frosty, he's a reason why he was the Halo 5 MVP, because he makes plays like that.
Frosty creating space for his team, the opening, the early lead, going to Sentinels because of the triple kill. They are able to hop into B, and that's a bit of a blunder from Sentinels right there. There's no way Inconceivable should be able to come off spawn and get B controlled that quickly. Frosty a little bit frustrated, I would imagine, as he does all he can to help his team, and unfortunately it's not enough, as you see Inconceivable actually hop out to that lead. A and B actually do get immediately transferred, so a good job by Sentinels to weather that storm, but back and forth these two teams go.
A and B, not the ideal hold for either team, though. We're going to see at least some sort of play made towards C. You usually want to spawn your opposing team over at back yellow in that pipes room and force them to play out towards your 2 cap. We'll see what happens right here as Snipe Down's making his play, as they've been able to get AC control. And this is what we're talking about. Sentinels is trapped back over at B. They're going to collapse in. They're going to play for the trip cap. Then they're going to open up back B once again once they get the trip.
Yeah, you do see Sentinels hopping into C, but just like that, you see Snipe Down making the heads up play, understanding the situation perfectly. He's going to hop into B. Unfortunately, taking a look at the kill feed, 3 were dead for Inconceivables, and that could be exactly what Sentinels needed to take A and C and start to regain points in their favor. Frosty with this shock rifle, we alluded to the damage that he's capable of with this thing. Unfortunately, Valakid tries to stay alive, but Frosty immediately rips his head off, the head glitch right there, and because of it, he's going to be able to help his team get the reset. A nice kill on a Snipe Down as well, and Frosty showing you exactly how powerful this shock rifle can be.
Yeah, oh my God. This is the difference. All of you in chat, I know you're watching this right now. You're like, wow, this gun's really good. You're not that guy. You can't do this. This is what Frosty's able to do. He hits these shots. He has one of the most pure aims in the game, and it makes the difference right here as he's finding kill after kill. The shock rifle difference is real. Oh my, what is Frosty doing to Inconceivable? Trip cap in effect. Inconceivable trying desperately to break in.
Yeah, Frosty just holding down this control room so well for his team. A killing spree comes through. I guess I'll use the BR for one of these kills, he says, as B does get transferred over, but 4 dead again. And this is what I was talking about, a trip cap in effect. How long will it be in place until Inconceivable can get out of it? It seems like they're having a very hard time with split spawns coming through. The reset, the assassination comes through as well. And Inconceivable once again on their back feet. They do get control of C, but the pressure is still on as they lose numbers once again.
Frosty able to find another double kill, off to a hot start at 11-3. And look at this, a potential trip cap back into effect. They're gonna trade out B at the same time, but man, that player is not long for this earth. He's gonna try to get away. You can see Frosty and Royal 2, they already have ideas of their own. They're trying to find an angle and to get this kill. It looks like Royal 2's aware of maybe someone trying to get the flank. I don't see it on my screen. Maybe he knows something I don't, as he's going to be checking all his corners, making sure that his team is clear. And look at this, Snakebite using the Mangler to its best of its ability. This is where it's the most deadly, in my opinion. When you're holding down an A, you can 2-pop someone coming from Turbine. You can one-shot one hit anyone that comes from A cat. Oh my God, he almost stuck both his teammates down there. That would have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, that would have been the opening Inconceivable needed, but unfortunately, they're going to continue to lose lives. A killing spree for Snakebite now, as he starts to pop off, like you said. And unfortunately, Sentinels doesn't get that camo, but Inconceivable, they lose their life securing it in their own hands. And still, it feels like ever since Inconceivable lost control, they've never regained it at this point.
Sword in the hand of Royal 2. Man, there's so many goodies on this map, and Frosty has the shock rifle again. This is looking just not it for Inconceivable. You've given up too much of the map. You've given up too much of the sandbox for Sentinels to use, and it's really made the difference. You see Frosty trying to land the no-scope from across the map, not quite able to get it to hit, but kills still going into the favor of Sentinels as they're leaving Inconceivable in A, trusting Frosty to hit whatever shot is necessary for them to stop whatever push materializes. One player in that back spiral. 2 for Sentinels watching the escapes. There's one player pushes through the headshot, not quite able to land the full shock, but able to break the shields as Royal 2 finds one more. The grapple play comes in, Frosty breaking the shields, the trade out comes, 2 more go down, Snakebite wins his piv, and this is looking all Sentinels. What a dominating performance in the strongholds.
I mean, all I'm doing right now is paying attention to the kill feed and the observer mode, watching Inconceivable's numbers. They have yet to have 4 players alive in the past 5 minutes of the game. They have continued to struggle to find their footing in this game. 217 almost consecutive unanswered points in their favor, and it's because they've been able to apply this pressure onto Inconceivable so consistently. They're so aware of these spawns, so aware of where they want to go, how they want to rotate, how to keep this game in their favor. And Bound gets taken down immediately the first time Inconceivable get 4 players alive. They may have a split second here, but in such a bad position, you already see Sentinels smelling blood in the water again with 14 points remaining.
They were able to secure the camouflage, so that could be what's necessary, but they have to basically jump into hills right away with only 5 seconds left. They can't afford any mistakes, and Snakebite's looking for this camo player. They've spotted him in the middle. They're trying to get the kill. He tries his best to stay alive. It's not enough, but he was able to buy enough time for them to secure A and C. Now Sentinels, they're going to have to break in once more, and there's still a player over by B. Frosty's going to be able to quickly take that player out with the shock rifle as he's looking for more, trying to find that head on Bound, not quite able to do so as Boo Boo Doo-Boo's going to be able to get the trade out, but now it's up to Snakebite to find the kill, and he has the one-on-one engagement. He's able to win it. Boo Boo Doo-Boo's gone. Snakebite, he's on a killing frenzy of his own, and this could potentially end the game, though Inconceivable in the hill of B, right? So as long as you're in the hill, it stops the scoring. So they're slowly making their way back into this game, but it's not pretty clutch.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much work to do. They literally would have to play perfect for the next 5 minutes to come back in this game. And unfortunately, I feel like that's too tall of a task to ask for, right? We've seen monumental control go in teams' favors as of today, but to ask Inconceivable to do this for the next 5 minutes, I think it's just too tall of an order to ask. They do get a few round of slays here. Unfortunately, 3 go down, and just like that, you'd have to think this is the beginning of the end of this game 3, and they're tied series 1-1 right now because Sentinels look to take this lead with just 1 more round of slays.
And that will do it. Frosty finishes the game 20-8. We alluded to it at the beginning in our pregame talk. The shock rifle, in my opinion, was the difference maker. The utility that Sentinels was able to use. They clearly showed an effort to make sure they had any tool necessary to win whatever gunfight they were in. And Frosty took full advantage with that shock rifle, making some absolutely bonkers plays throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty really creating like that momentum that Sentinels needed to get their feet on the ground, hitting some of those shots, all the DPS that he was able to provide Sentinels in that early window of time. You could tell Snakebite was able to feed off of it. Rule 2 was able to feed off of it. And because of it, you see the killing frenzy later on out of Snakebite. Creating that space for your team and then putting them in a position where they can exceed is what Frosty does best. And those entry frags, those momentum-based kills, they just allow Sentinels to get all the space in the world they need, the control they need, the pressure they need. And Inconceivables, like I said, they couldn't get off their spawn. They were looking for like room to breathe. It's like they're being strangled for 5 minutes, and a result in the score line of like 227 unanswered seconds. Yes, Inconceivable finally get control, finally able to play with a little bit of comfort. But I mean, when the score is as big as it got to, you feel too much pressure. You feel like you have to play perfect, and when you get that feeling as a player, it's only a matter of time, it seems, for that to like come crumbling down around you.
Well, we're moving on to a live fire oddball, and we saw it in the previous game. Inconceivable, they are absolutely deadly with the sniper. Bound and Snipe Down both put into work, but I always like this stream, that this story that Frosty would tell on his stream. For one tournament in Halo 3's history, Frosty teamed with Snipe Down, and he said, you know, I've never heard Snipe Down ever tell someone else to pick up the snipe. Well, that tournament, Snipe Down was telling Frosty to pick up the snipe. So we have two incredible snipers that are going to go at it. Snipe Down and Bound are the first to draw blood, though, as Inconceivable will start scoring points.
Yeah, and that story about Frosty and Snipe Down, what that says is just the level of respect these two players, these competitors have for each other. They're very aware of how talented the other is. The ultimate level of respect for Snipe Down and Frosty amongst each other, and rightfully so. Both legends of the game, both have impacted teams very similarly as the MVPs of their squad. A nice early lead is exactly what Inconceivable need to get their confidence rolling for this game, because game 3 of this series was very ugly, but Inconceivable knows that it's just one game in a series and they can come back, but it has to be here and now in this live fire oddball.
Frosty able to hit the body but not get the finish. He eventually does find Snipe Down in the head, and he is absolutely going crazy with the sniper. Doesn't look like he's missing a shot so far. Sentinel's able to hold this ball. Royal 2 in that middle position. I'm curious as to where they eventually decide to hold that ball. Frosty finds one, and they're just holding the ball in mid. I was trying to figure out where Royal 2 was. They're just standing top mid with the ball. It's such an interesting play, but we see Frosty finding kill after kill. He's absolutely crazy with the sniper. Eventually is taken down, but control of the tower still in favor of Sentinel, so they'll be able to pick that sniper right back up.
Frosty about to make me drop an F-bomb on stream with the shots that he hits. That's as incredible as a player as he is. The passion he plays with, the speed he plays at, the skill he plays with, it's exciting to see. You don't expect him to do some of the stuff that he does so casually. A nice nade from Lethal, able to find that kill onto the ball carrier. He's going to pick up the ball himself, get his team right back into this. It was an early lead for Inconceivable, but the plays that Sentinels are making right now really make me wonder, is Inconceivable, are they going to lay over and fall over to Sentinels here and now in this game 4?
I mean, if Frosty has something to say about it with the plays that he was making, it's going to be a tough task for Inconceivable to break on through. The great thing about Oddball, though, right, we're going into a round-based system. You can have a horrible first round, choke away something, and you get to start the next one at 0-0. The momentum stops. So we'll see if that can play a difference for Inconceivable. But they still have plenty of time to break this ball and get a setup of their own. A 20-second lead for Sentinels as the push comes in from Inconceivable. 3 go down. What a break. That's exactly what you needed. Royal 2 last alive at back B, and Bound takes care of him. A clean 4 down and ball control in the favor of Inconceivable.
Yeah, all 4 dead for Sentinels, and now Inconceivable have time to set up how they want, right? They have an opportunity here to really be where they want to be, get this setup they want, and let's see what they can do with it. Unfortunately, Fallicated trying to make a play for that snipe, able to find 1 kill, but he ends up getting flanked, and because of that, now Royal 2 with the snipe. We talked about Snipe Down, we talked about Frosty. Royal 2 must be listening to us, because one of the most prolific snipers in the history of Halo, now with an opportunity to close the door on a series as he looks to take round 1 of this game, starting to rip faces and take some names himself.
There's something so clean about the way that Royal 2 snipes. It just gives you that old Halo feeling. He's looking for another, not quite able to get the kill, but the assist comes in. A snakebite finds the lucky nade. The last sniper bullet won't connect, but no sniper for Inconceivable to use. And Frosty, yeah, you know, one of the 2 snipers has the sniper, the other one has the heat wave. It's like what we saw from Inconceivable in their match versus KCP. Now Sentinels putting it to work versus Inconceivable. 3 go down for Sentinels at the moment, though, and this is ball time and the lead for Inconceivable. It's been a rough road, but they've finally been able to take the lead, and now they're in closing distance.
As soon as they're able to take down Royal 2, the setup is much easier to break. Obviously, Snipe Down, Booba-Dooba, they find kills, they get the ball. A rotation towards tower with 8 points remaining could give Inconceivable the early round win in this game 4, but unfortunately, Frosty able to apply some pressure, able to get a 2 of his own. Can they get the ball? The ball does get played. The next 2 go down for Inconceivable, and they're going to be staggered here. So Sentinels may have an opportunity to get the ball towards tower, but they're going to have to slay out Inconceivable. If they're able to break just 1 setup, they will take the lead.
Royal 2 trying to get up close and personal. He's going to fall. They kill a player on ball. Yes, they did lethal. Last up in the front. Finally, the team help is coming through. Snakebite on top of that ball. The problem is you only have 6 seconds of leeway, right? You can't afford to give up the ball for 1 moment as Foul finds the kill on Lethal. Snakebite, that final player, that ledge keeps that player alive. The Repulse not able to get the job done as Snakebite trades on out once again. It's up to Frosty, the last line of defense. He's not going to be able to hold. Snipe Down gets the ball. At the last second, Royal 2 comes in, but the play's not in time. Royal 2 trying his best to stay alive. He's able to do so. What in the world is happening? Sentinels clawing their way back into this game. They only need 9 more seconds. The spawn's coming at Nest. Lethal with the ball kill. They're coming in. 3, 2, 1. It's done. Sentinels have done it. They steal round 1 away from Inconceivable.
Oh my God, what a heartbreaking round for Inconceivable. It looked like everything was going right in their favor, and somehow Sentinels get the spawns to be in a position to defend Royal 2 with that ball. That's heartbreaking for Inconceivable fans, and now their tournament lives result on the next 2 ball rounds here as they are forced to win back-to-back consecutive rounds to stay alive.
Pound hits the last second snipe on that player bottom mid. Frosty is gonna go down as well as Lethal, as now Snipe Down as a sniper playing some hot potato with the snipe so far, but it looks like Snipe Down is going to be able to secure this for his team. Camouflage is coming up as Inconceivable makes the play for it. It looked like Snipe Down dropped that sniper in the back hallway, maybe not wanting to give it. No, he has it in his back pocket. Okay, it looked like he dropped it. He didn't drop it. I'm just being crazy. But here we go. Snipe Down, he has both the goodies. He's trying to make the play happen. He's soaring right on out. This is a man that has no fear, that has supreme confidence in his shot. Unfortunately, not going to work out for him. But I love that sort of play from Snipe Down. It's loose, it's risky, but man, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's risky, as you say, right? Like, Snipe Down with both power weapons in his hands knows that he's the guy on his team in position that's forced to push that ball carry. Unfortunately, he's going to have to hit a nasty shot. He misses that shot, loses those power weapons, but it does look like Inconceivable has broken this setup, has gotten the play ball that they needed. So Snipe Down, you know he hates to use that sniper and that heat wave, but it was a play that he was forced to do. Lethal with some great shots on screen on the foul kit. It spots another player bottom middle, but wisely waits for his shields to recharge before trying to engage with this player. And now it looks like his teammates were potentially going to have a sandwich, but that player gets out, and with it, 2 kills in favor of Inconceivable. And right now we're seeing Bound get away with the ball back to tower. Kills come back in Inconceivable's favor, and they're going to jump out to an early lead here. Sentinel's going to be forced to try and break this Inconceivable setup. Inconceivable wasn't able to really hold a great setup in round 1. Let's see if the stories change here for round 2.
When the ball's in this back tower and you have full control, it can be an absolute pain to break in. Bound just keeps that ball time. Foul gets the heat wave. He has a player in sight. He knows he's going to wait for his opportunity. Oh, maybe waited a little bit too long. Didn't execute on the kills. Royal 2, he's going to be able to pick up that heat wave, and that blunder could be deadly. They looked as if they were able to just keep making that time. Unfortunately, they give up all the goodies to Sentinels and control of the map. That is an interesting series of events that happens right there. Was surprised to see Sentinels break that one.
You say interesting. I say tragic for Inconceivable right now. They need to find a way to break this setup, and unfortunately this player stuck back spiral trying to get out, but he's been pinned down for the last 15 seconds by Frosty. Eventually Frosty's actually going to get the kill, so all that time wasted on trying to stay alive does not provide Boobadooboo any results other than a death. And with it, Sentinels continue to climb away with this game, 45-35, but already a round up in this game. You see Frosty with the aggressive play, the plasma pistol, easy kill on the Bound, who's not expecting Frosty to be in his face right there, puts him back on respawn, and Sentinels once again keep numbers in their favors.
Royal 2 opts to keep that heat wave. The dodge grenade. Sniper still up for the taking, whichever team gets there. All 4 players of Inconceivable towards Nest side, pushing through to this tower, trying to find the kills. Royal 2 trying to land some crazy shots up the top tower, not able to do so. But while all this has happened, I believe Sniper has gone back into the favor of Sentinels. And look at this, Royal 2 with the quick play to get the killing spree. They break the tower center. The ball does get played, but we're seeing most of Inconceivable back towards Nest and Pillars. Lethal able to grab the ball and trying to get it away for now. Snipe Down's going to put a stop to that, but Royal 2 has the heat wave, and this is the perfect spot for it. Get him in that hallway. It's absolutely deadly. in this position.
Such an important kill from Snipe down there on the ball carrier before Lethal can get it out towards Brutes. He does bring it back towards House, but unfortunately loses his life. Overshield looks like it's going into the hands of Sentinels, and right now Inconceivable is forced to make a play down a member inbound against an Overshield player. This is going to be where Inconceivable's tournaments is decided.
Lethal able to find one to the back. Gonna get sniped down on the respawn screen, and with only 15 seconds remaining for this game to go, it's looking dire for Inconceivable. They have to figure out the push now. Lethal gonna be able to find another one on Foul, making a double on Boo Boo, stops the camo from playing an impact, just going left and right, switching, blowing, blow for blow, left hook, right hook for Lethal as he's just absolutely dominating in the middle of the map. Bound goes down, one last player to deal with at the back of the base with 2 seconds left. Frosty gets the job done, and Sentinels look too good in the objectives. Inconceivable not able to get it done.
We wanted a game 5. We did not get it. Sentinels closed the door on the elimination finals 3-1 over Inconceivables. Inconceivables having one hell of a tournament so far today, but their tournament is now over. They placed 3rd as we watch Sentinels advance to the grand finals to face Optic in a rematch of the winners bracket finals and a potential opportunity to reset the bracket with a best of 5.
Man, what an incredible series. And what I love to see from that is how well Sentinels is playing, right? Inconceivable, they had their moments. They did well on the Slayer, but the objectives in Sentinels looks infallible at the moment.
I mean, up until they played Optic, that's right. You saw Sentinels have so much success against everyone other than Optic today. Inconceivable has played very impressive, to your point, and have a lot to grow on here, right? That team has made leaps and bounds since Halo Infinite has come out. They've had nothing but success, I feel like, in every single tournament that they've competed in. They are continuing to get better and better and better. And with the 3rd place finish, you're hoping that when Raleigh comes, you can even improve on that placing of 3rd place. But for now, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, review some tape. Sentinels, like you said, they had a very strong series there against a very strong Inconceivable team. But there's this one monster that's been waiting in the grand finals for a while now, and that's Optic Gaming. And they've been waiting to see who can come. They've been ready to see who can come, and now Optic Gaming get another opportunity to prove that they are the best team in Halo Infinite to this point.
Inconceivable, they make their exit in 3rd place. Optic Gaming, Sentinels, grand finals coming up next. Do not go anywhere. In fact, let's go throw it over to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thanks, gents. We're down to just 2. We started with 16 teams, and only the final 2 remain. It will be Optic and Sentinels duking it out in the grand finals for the lion's share of that $25,000 prize pool. It's been an incredible day, and crazy to think that we are almost at the finish line here, but let's talk a little bit about that series. Now, I said in my last segment that maybe Inconceivable was overachieving a little bit. Chat didn't quite seem to agree with that opinion, and I think that is totally fine. At the very least, I think Sentinels made quite a statement here. Couple of good flashes from the side of Inconceivable, but they really looked throughout the entirety of that series to be outmatched. Sentinels looked incredibly controlled. They dictated the pace throughout this series, and taking a strong 3-1 win here moves them on, and they secure at the very least 2nd place. They will have a tough test ahead of them, of course. They're going to have to force a reset. They have to win 2 best of 5s here against Optic, and obviously they will have the benefit at the very least of carrying the momentum from playing this matchup against Inconceivable into the match with Optic, but it's certainly going to be a tough test. Optic look like the best team in the world right now. They are, I would say, favorites going into Raleigh next weekend, and I would say they're favorites going into grand finals here. So let us know in chat who you think is going to take it. Loved that series. Shout out to Inconceivable. They were fun to watch today. Snipe Down and the entire squad were really, really good. A lot of fun matches from them. And interestingly enough, if you guys look at the bracket, there was only a single upset win on the winner side of the bracket in terms of seeding, and that was Inconceivable taking down Cloud9. They've had a hell of a run today. They finished in 3rd place, so well done. Now, Optic and Sentinels up next. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Tools and Clutch will get you ready for the grand finals. Again, the lion's share of $25,000 on the other side of this break. On, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done.
I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong.
Really if the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that, like,
It's all led to this grand finals finally here. I'm Tools, that's Clutch. Sentinels versus Optic Gaming. We saw it once in the winners final. We said, hey, we like that one a lot. We got to run it on back. Clutch, what are your thoughts about this grand finals?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very uphill battle for Sentinels. Imagining trying to beat Optic Gaming in another two best of fives. Honestly, if they want to come away with the win, they have to win both. Well, the camera's down, but ignore that. I mean, if you saw the setup, you'd understand what's going on. But either way, I think it's going to be an uphill climb for for Sentinels. Optic Gaming in the driver's seat here has a lot of confidence coming off that winners finals performance, and wouldn't be shocked that they're able to continue the momentum they were able to build. Although a few of those games were just based off very small moments in that game. So if Sentinels can turn that story around, they'll have a real opportunity to potentially steal the first best of five, push this series the distance.
Man, guys, I just have to say, whatever happens in this grand finals, it's going to be incredible. It is currently past midnight on the West Coast, 3 a.m. on the East Coast, and we're still maintaining 3,000 viewers in the chat. So I just got to take a second and say, guys, I respect your dedication to Halo. I absolutely love what's been happening, the excitement that's been around the game. And Clutch, hey, look at that. We have you back and in
small
action.
Small earthquake won't stop us from getting the show on the road, right? But a great shout out to the production team to be able to switch it to the graphic full screen of the game map mode combos as quickly as they were, because yeah, you just can't predict what's going on with this setup. The camera is on a very vulnerable spot. Speaking of vulnerable spots, though, Sentinels needs to start the series off right? They've had a long day. You got to question how much gas is left in the tank for them. Optic Gaming, they've been sitting around for a while as well. So will they be warmed up and ready to go here in this game one? Aquarius CTF has been a very strong point for both these teams coming into this series, and only one team can come out on top, right? So getting off on the right foot for both these teams in this series, I think, is extremely important, and only one is going to have that advantage going into a game two.
Well, that always leads to the interesting question. There's always the dilemma that everyone asks. Is it better to wait a couple hours, have to like really milk your time and not be warm anymore? Or is it better to drop down to the losers final, have that warm up before you get into the grand finals? I think most people, the actual answer. You always take the extra series when you're able to. But it always leaves that question. Optic, they haven't been playing for a while. They're going to need to come out strong. And, we're starting on CTF Aquarius. And if you recall back to our winners final, that wasn't a pretty one for Optic Gaming when Sentinels was on that map.
Yeah, I don't expect that to be the same case here and now. Although how strong Sentinels has looked in CTF throughout today's tournament, it's very impressive. Optic Gaming, I do not expect to lose in the dominant fashion that we saw them lose this one map in that winners finals again, right? They have typically been the best team at Aquarius CTF. We've seen what Lucid can do with that heat wave thrust camouflage combo. We've seen the openings he can create. I expect to see a Lucid show here as well. So, I mean, it's going to be such an uphill climb. We did see Sentinels come back and win two best of fives in the last tournament, ACS kickoff qualifier for Raleigh, that these teams matched up against in the same exact position for both these teams. But for Optic, you have to think that they learned from their first opportunity to kind of experience that, right? You have to think that they're not going to let that happen twice in a row. These guys have so much experience when it comes down to just being a veteran and years of a professional player that's been able to weather storms, that have created comebacks themselves, that have dealt with situations like this. I don't expect that kind of momentum to be allowed to build against them twice in a row, back-to-back tournaments.
Well, guys, take a look towards your right. We're on our final two teams, so we're playing for $10,000 split between the four. Congratulations to our rosters that did place within the top six. They're all going home with a little bit of cash. KCP, they took that fourth place spot, so $2,500 between them, and then Inconceivable will take that third of $4,000. But Les, this has been an incredible tournament. $25,000, the most that we've seen thus far. 16 teams duked it on out. And finally, it's past midnight over here on the West Coast, 3 a.m. on the East Coast. We're finally in our grand finals, and it's going to be an exciting one. We've seen the best of the best go at it. And for the first time in this tournament, what we did witness was international play. Navi was in this tournament. The Pittsburgh Knights were in this tournament. We've seen how these guys stack up against each other, and it's been very interesting and telling about which teams have taken on the others.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing upsets left and right. We're seeing teams rise to the occasion, teams improve so drastically. Inconceivable as being one of those teams, right? That's really stepped up every single weekend and gotten better, placed better, had more success. They put in so much practice throughout the past week. It's no shock that they got third place. It's actually a shock that they don't find themselves in the finals, right? Like you expect to see that team eventually make it to the finals. We're gonna have to wait and see. Cloud9 a little bit of a letdown today, but who knows what's going on there, right? I expect that team to be a very strong LAN team as well. So a lot of excitement going into Raleigh, but we still have this grand finals in front of us to decide the battle between these two juggernauts. The literally, we are building one of the biggest rivalries that we can going into Raleigh right now as these two teams match up against each other. Jumping into game one of our grand finals. We're going to start this one none other than Pistola's point of view. And you'll love to see that because he has so much grand final experience. You have to think he's going to be damned if he lets another grand final slip through his fingers, especially with this rivalry that's forming.
Well, Lucid's going to come in and find 2, and that's going to allow Ola to start pushing on through as the damage has been done. It looks as if, like you said, is true. Optic's not going to allow themselves just to get absolutely whopped again on this map. They're starting off hot. They have the utils control, the ideal spot for them to run, and the first flag is out. Although we did see 2 players from Sentinels already on the overextend, we're going to see a fight in the opposing base.
Yeah, Sentinels has gotten into the base of Optic Gaming. You see APG in the top of our screen here trying to fight out of his closet right now, and unfortunately it's going to turn into a bit of a stalemate, a 2v2 situation. It's Lethal, Frosty versus Trippy and APG, and the winner of this battle likely to get the first cap on the board.
Push comes through, and it's Lethal that comes out on top. Trippy not able to stay alive. APG is gonna trade out with that flag. The double melee comes through, and now both flags are out. Ola has a decision to make, and he takes the right one. He finds Frosty. He's pushing for the second, but the return comes in just in time. Unfortunate, and the flag is going out at the same time. The players are here. It is Optic Gaming does have the angles, but can they keep the team off the flag is the question. No, they cannot. What a turn of what a turn of events for Sentinels to get that flag in.
Yeah, Ola was stuck in such a hard spot there to make a decision. Does he play offense? Does he play defense? Which flag does he play for? Unfortunately, he's just a second late to get the touch, but the counter cap opportunity here now for Optic Gaming is a very realistic possibility. Their fight doesn't get pulled, but return does come through as well, and already you're seeing that counter cap produce results. A tied game now with 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Camo was up, but a great job by Optic Gaming to immediately respond to the cap of Sentinels.
Well, guess what? Another flag is out and it's on its way. Sentinels was able to get away with that camouflage. I'm curious as to who got it and who's making the plays, but so far the feed lighting up for Sentinels. Finally, Trippy able to work with Ola to find Lethal and to get control of the utils, but there's 2 in this bottom base, and the camo is what makes the difference as this flag is still away. The double kill for APG, but is it enough? Can he get into that flag and return it in time? He's gonna have some more action to deal with. Can he win the fight? No, he cannot. Lethal comes out on top, and this flag still on its way. The overextension coming in from Optic Gaming. They're gonna have one more chance to stop this flag.
Lethal's actually getting so many clutch kills so far throughout this game. He gets the flag all the way to the stand, and because of those 2 kills, Lethal awards his team the second cap of the game. He was the player that got the double kill in the 2v2 to help his team get the return on the first cap. You see Lethal starting to heat up and impact this grand finals early on.
Trippy taking his time working with Lucid, and look at that, the dynamo grenades come in for the double kill. Lucid makes it a triple. Holy, that breaks the spawn open, and you can see Ola already coming in to flank into the base, but who else but Frosty to make the perfect play in the situation? 3 players, a triangle around him. He's able to find the kill and slow down the flag for now, but is it enough? Lucid flag on out, Trippy spawning in front of him. He knows this route is clear. Is there anyone in the back base for Sentinels to stop this run? No, there is not. We're tied back up 2-2. This is some of the most high octane action I've seen on this map between top teams.
Lucid getting those 3 kills, 2 of them with the dynamo grenades, is such a crucial opportunity and opening that Optic Gaming was able to capitalize on. Right now, they lose control of the map to punch that flag in, though, so it's up to Lucid to once again try and regain control of his closet. The shots are good, but not good enough. He gets taken down, and now you see Sentinels looking to swarm the base. 3 kills come through, though. Optic Gaming play defense and get some space of the map.
Optic Gaming now pushing forward. They're going to be able to have map control if they can find these next couple kills. The flag is theirs for the taking, and they can start to finally be in the driving position. So far, playing on their back foot after allowing that first opening cap from Sentinels. This is their chance to start taking momentum. And Trippy, Lucid get the job done. Flag is on out for Sentinels, but I think this should be a quick return for Optic Gaming, as they only have 1 more player to deal with. And yep, the thrust is what makes all the difference. Lucid able to find that kill on Frosty, picks up a pistol. They double team the heat wave. This is looking incredible for the side of Optic Gaming, as they are just dominating the kill feed. Lucid looking different as he just pushes forward. Double kill. My God, Lucid, what an event. Ooh, man, this man's different.
Different indeed. Able to get those kills, and already APG in the enemy's base, pulling Sentinels as flag. APG does go down to a grenade, but another player for Optic Gaming is in perfect position to continue running this. Ola gets a kill under Rule 2, and now with 2 fresh dead for Sentinels, this flag cap for Optic Gaming is looking to take the lead for the first time in this game 1. Unfortunately, a little bit of a fumble here could spell trouble, but APG with a double kill in the kill feed is going to make this flag so much easier to punch in safely.
Ola able to get it in, and for the first time this game, they have the lead, and they didn't have to give up map control. We've seen it a couple times where you put all their resources in to capture 1 flag, and you give too much up, and a counter cap comes right away. No, Sentinels are gonna have to earn their way in. They find 2 as Optic go 2 down. Snakebite, he's gonna get the camouflage. If he can get away, can he make the play necessary for Sentinels to tie this game up?
Yeah, but there are 2 currently dead for Optic Gaming. Make it a 3rd. Snakebite surrounded by all of the last remaining players. A nice reversal comes out from Snakebite, and a great job by him to use that camo, put it to effect, create some space on the map for his team. You see him and Lethal looking to push into this closet. Lethal does stay alive, and that's a massive job by Lethal to stay alive and not trade that kill out, because Snakebite's going to need some help. Unfortunately, Trippy with the trade is going to be everything that Optic needed him to be in order to play defense and buy some time for respawners to come through and follow up.
World 2 gonna drop down and find himself an easy one on Lucid. Now regains his shields, pushing back up. Players shooting him in the back, trying his best to stay alive. He can't quite land the full burst of both the rounds to get into that body and give himself the 2-shot beatdown. Is unfortunately gonna get taken down before the damage can be done. But Lethal is just running into this base, trying to get this flag on out, and they're gonna be able to do so. And this could be potentially the flag tie that they are so desperately needing, as this flag is already past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, pay attention to the kill feed now, though. Sentinels do lose 2 players, and now Optic Gaming with numbers are going to get some good damage onto this flag carrier. He's going to get stuck in this closet, not able to continue to run this just yet. A member of Optic Gaming does go front the base, and that's a predictable nade that you see Snakebite come out. Can he win this pivotal 1v1? APG goes down, and Snakebite making plays to get a double kill there. Can he find himself a 3rd? Can he buy enough time for the rest of Sentinels to try and successfully punch in this 3rd cap?
Wasn't able to find the 2nd kill, but he might have been able to buy enough time. No, that flag does get returned. I feel as if Sentinels still had a chance to go get that flag. I'm not sure what exactly happened on the back end, but I think that might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity for Sentinels to maybe try to grab that flag and try to keep it alive.
1 player in the closet denied that from happening, though. Whichever player that was just created so much of an opportunity for Optic to take this game 1. It may come down to that play alone that separates these 2 teams here in game 1, and because that player for Optic Gaming, unknown who it might have been, was able to do so, he has given his team that comfortable 1 flag lead, but you see camo in the hands of Optic as well. The flag already in the closet, and right now, Trippy and the boys look to extend their lead by 2 flag caps.
I love this from Trippy, right? He knows he can't just get that flag in. He goes back to try to put the damage in. Unfortunately, not able to execute on that kill, but it might be enough for Ola to get behind and find a quick double. He's trying to put in the damage, the hurt, but Frosty's able to stay alive. And really, if Trippy was able to execute just a little bit better and get some more damage, I think Ola would have been in a prime opportunity to get a double kill and keep that flag alive.
Yeah, he definitely would have had a better opportunity to make a play there. Unfortunately, you're seeing right now Sentinels does have that flag into the closet. Lethal picking up multiple kills so far in the kill feed, using this heat wave to a success. It's about, can they get the slays they need in order to continue this flag run is the biggest question here. 3 go down for Sentinels, and now Snakebite, the last player alive, knows that multiple players are going to be on this return. There's no way you think he can get a touch, right? Snakebite actually gets the kill, gets a touch. Trippy, he comes out, takes down Snakebite, but knows that if he hops that return, he's probably likely to get naded out. And right now, Optic Gaming trying to force their way onto this return could spell trouble as Frosty picks up a massive double, make it a triple. Frosty gets the touch as well, and with 2 minutes remaining, that is going to tie the game for Sentinels.
And Sentinels, that triple kill while flags back in their base, that means they have the opportunity to push on up. And look at that, all of Optic Gaming trapped in their back base. They have to win on the slay outs. Ola able to find the first pick, Lucy gets the second, but the right side is weak. They get util control, but lose closet as it's going to be Frosty that pushes on forward. He can't win the pin versus Trippy. Trippy gets on top with the commando. Royal 2 finds the kill on the escape, but now Optic Gaming is in a position to potentially try to work for the counter. Let's take a look over at this stat line, because Lucid 23-17 this game. He's trying his best to keep Optic Gaming in.
Yeah, however, though, still a tied score line with 1:21 on the clock. The next team to cap likely gives their team the massive advantage of closing this game 1 out. We talk about it. Roll 2 with the flag. Only 11 kills to his name, but getting this flag to the closet could be the start of where Sentinels win game 1. Roll 2 patiently getting his shield back, knows that if his team's able to get a few slays, this is where they take control of the series. Frosty, Snakebite in the kill feed find one of their own, and now Royal 2 wisely, patiently playing the situation. 49 seconds on the clock, and Sentinels take the lead.
That's a man that knows how to get the job done. Patiently waited for his opportunity to have the best flag run possible. If he played too fast, he would have costed his life and potentially the game for his team. Now they have a 1 flag lead and control the map. It's going to take a miracle for Optic Gaming to get this done. The kill feed needs to light up red right now. Trippy pushing on in. He's trying to find someone who's going for that flag. He's going to be able to get the assist, and now with only 12 seconds left, they have to get into the base and get a pullout. You don't really have any opportunity to look back. It's all forward. Push on through and get the flag out in 3 seconds. Is anyone there? The flag did get pulled out for the time being, but Snakebite's in position and should be a quick. Oh no, the kill comes in. The flag's still out. What? There's the pie chart. Oh no, it's done. It's done. My God, it was close. But Sentinels, they're able to secure the first game behind an impressive performance from Snakebite.
It wasn't as pretty as the winners finals Aquarius CTF, but the result in the score line remains the same. Sentinels take that Aquarius CTF, give themselves the lead for the first time. And today, against this Optic Gaming team, they have so much further to go, but that could be the first step up the hill that they plan on trying to achieve this Grand Finals championship. The money, it's secondary. The pride, the recognition of the best team in the world, that's the primary goal here. And both teams have so much further to go if they want that title.
Sentinels has looked damn impressive on flag today, but man, it's been a different story on the Slayer. This is by far their weakest link, and last time we saw Optic Gaming take full advantage in the Slayer. Question is, does it run back? We're going back to Bazaar once again. It really is the story of the sandbox on Bazaar. You have all the goodies. You have an overshield, rockets, shotgun, mangler, assault rifle, grapple, thrust. I mean, there's just about every single weapon in the Halo sandbox is on this map.
Yeah, this could just be me, but I feel like every time I watch Optic Gaming play Bizarre Slayer, they win. I feel like they've played it twice in grand finals. They won the first grand finals they won that game 5, and then they came back and played another Bizarre Slayer where they staked that team. And then I feel like every time now Optic Gaming loves seeing this game type come up in the series list, right? Like they've had so much success. When I think of Bizarre Slayer, I think of the dominant performances I've seen from Trippy, that I've seen from Lucid and the boys over in the Optic Gaming squad. Sentinels, if they can steal game 2 in this series as well and go up 2-0, they're going to reset the bracket. It's just a matter of what will happen when that happens. So Sentinels fans, you want to win this one so bad to give your team that opportunity.
An early lead for Sentinels as Lethal's trying to put the damage in. Overshield on the body of Snakebite as he's going to be the first one into that bar, trying to find the pick. Royal 2 able to take down Trippy, and so far looking advantageous for this Sentinels roster. The Rockets did go in favor of Optic Gaming, but is it enough to stop the map control that Sentinels had early on?
Yeah, this is the first time I feel like we're seeing Sentinels get off on the right footing in the Slayer. The first time I feel like we're seeing Optic Gaming get off on the wrong foot in a Slayer as well. So a much different story here in our grand finals right now. We're on board with Trippy. He's trying to figure out a way to get out of the base, but the Dynamo grenades are going to deny him from being able to leave just yet. Frosty does go down, and that could be Optic Gaming's point of how to get out of this base. They have potentially a little bit more space now with numbers that they can create and look to take the lead here.
Lucid pushing forward. He's going to put down the initial damage. He was counting on Trippy to find the kill. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Lucid's going to get is going to die and not get traded out. And those are the type of deaths that you just cannot afford on this map. You cannot let Sentinels get a lead. Keep this game close. And oh my God, every piv is going in the favor of Sentinels thus far.
It does get traded out, though, so that's a massive kill. But you want to see Optic, when they get that kill, when they get a numbers advantage, when they get an opportunity to create some space, you have to take advantage of it. You have to figure out a way to get out of these side bases on Bizarre Slayer. Unfortunately, APG is going to have so much pressure in his face from Royal 2 right now that that's not his job. Overshield coming up right now, and Ola can't quite stay alive in order to did that. Royal 2 denies him, and with a 5-0-1 scoreline, Royal 2 looks to continue his slaying prowess here on a player bottom middle with shotgun. Oh wow, Lucid.
Jeez, what? Lucid one-on-one with the Overshield player. Hey, he says no problem, I'll get it done with my shotgun, and that's exactly what happens. That could be the turning point in this game, to be honest. Like that Overshield, it looked like it was all going Sentinels, and they were going to start running away with the game. All of a sudden we're tied back up, and it's a fight for map control.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a 1v1. Lucid did have a little bit of help, but I mean, just getting rid of that Overshield is so important. Roll 2 not finding a kill with an Overshield is almost unheard of. But Optic Gaming's teamwork provide enough of an opportunity for them to not only get back into this game, take the lead here, 15-14. They start to get control of the map. Actually, it's Frosty and the boys that have taken the lead, 15-14. A trade comes through, an awkward situation where both players are trying to get into the tunnel to drop down bottom rockets. They both end up trading, and with that, rockets have become ready for use. It's just a matter of which team can get to those rockets first.
Rockets still up in play. It's APG, the one able to get away with them. The question is, can he execute with those rockets? Halo Infinite's rockets much harder to use than others. He's going to be able to find the first on Snakebite and the second on Frosty. Beautiful execution, and because they kept the rock control, it has allowed Ola to get the Bulldog to go. This could be the turning point for this Optic Gaming roster as the kill feed starts to light up red as it's kill after kill for Optic Gaming. Ola waiting for someone to push from bottom rockets. No one to come at the moment. Player at truck trying to cross the map. Shots able to get that player weak, but not survive as Frosty is able to pry himself into that position and get himself the Bulldog.
I mean, nice shots from Lucid there. 3 go down for Sentinels. Overshield, I believe, was up, but there's going to be a player for Sentinels that's bottom middle with its Overshield. Unfortunately, his entire team is going to be coming off respawn, so it's a very difficult situation yet again for an Overshield player for Sentinels. How do they get out of this situation? How do they put this to use? Because Sentinels has dominated the power-up story so far throughout this game, but we're looking at an Optic Gaming 1-kill lead as of now.
Lucid's going to be able to expand that to 2 as he finds Snakebite on the escape, looking for the dynamo grenades. Not quite up yet because he knows there's a player in library. He so desperately wants these grenades just to push that player out. Finally able to grab him. You see him throw both of them in there. Is he able to get the kill? Not quite. That player going to stay alive for now, but you got to know that those dynamos, so smart from Lucid to be prioritizing them to make sure players can't just live their life over in the lockers.
I mean, every time we flip to someone's screen, they're trading. Every kill being traded, every piece of damage being capitalized on by both these teams. Such a chess match for this middle of the map. Right now, we're seeing between 2 of the best teams in the world, 25-23. Optic Gaming have been able to separate the score line by just 2 kills up until this point. You see Ola goes down, making it just a 1-kill game. And right now, Trippy trying to figure out how can he gain control of the Rocket side of this map. Finding Frosty front the base is a great start for that. Spots the second player onto the balcony. Great damage as well. And I love that Trippy is not getting hyper focused on that fight. He's more focused on making sure that he's able to relocate, reposition, and potentially catch another kill for his team's advantage.
Trippy pushing forward with this Bulldog, 2 in front of him to take care of. Let's see if he's able to execute as he's rounding around the corner. 1 in front of him. Gonna have to back down for now. Overshield gonna be playing an impact soon alongside the Rockets, and it's gonna be so vital for this Optic Gaming roster to control the rock side of the map. You can get the cross towards Overshield. Getting these Rockets is pivotal to your success. He's able to grab the Rockets and he's away. Ola was able to grab the new Bulldog, and this is looking great. Actually, I think he has a Mangler, but this is looking great for Optic Gaming, taking control of what's important.
You see Lucid pings the Bulldog is coming up off spawn. An Overshield player is spotted out, but Rockets Overshield, they're traded out, equalized with each other. Unfortunately, Lucid probably didn't have to blow himself up there, but I mean, Halo Infinite Rockets, am I right? But back into the action, 32-29. Sentinels have taken the lead with the control of the map that they've had. Look at Lucid coming off spawn right now. Frosty able to trade with him. I'm sorry, that was APG, but great kills come through for Optic Gaming to make this game just a 3-kill game, to keep this game a 3-kill game. They've been fighting for map control the entire time, but still such a close game. That's a testament to Optic Gaming's teamwork and their ability to trade these kills out, especially from a disfavorable position like they've been in for so long.
Oh, Lucid tried to do his best to get up in the face, and now the lead from Sentinels is starting to get a bit concerning. It's a 5-kill lead as we're approaching the end of this game, and Frosty has the Bulldog, and he's ready for the next set of spawns as he's going to be chilling over in top bar, pushing on down, and actually going to get pushed out by Ola and killed. That's going to be a huge stop for Optic Gaming, getting rid of that Bulldog player that's up in your face and allowing some breathing room, but you have to start getting kills. Trades are not looking appetizing at the moment.
Look how patient Snakebite is. Look how smart he is, how aware he is to be able to finish that kill for Lethal's damage, be able to capitalize on that, keep this to a 4-kill, make it a 5-kill game. Multiple members of Optic Gaming trying to figure out a way to once again get out of this base. They have not yet had an Overshield in this game, and because of it, they are separated by 3 kills right now. The pressure from Trippy could potentially be the success they need. Lucid on Overshield spawn, able to pick this fresh Overshield up, and just 2 kills separating the 2. You finally see Optic Gaming with potentially the power swing they need.
You can see all of them starting to swing in. Ola trying to get to the face that player, and Bar Royal 2 comes out the victor, but Lucid with a quick trade out. APG has a big fight to win. He's gonna lose it to Snakebite, and all of a sudden Trippy he was looking at his team push forward, saying this is gonna be the change that we need. Instead, the grenades come in, he gets taken out, and this lead stays stagnant at 2. And now Sentinels, they're pushed up. They have control of the map for now. It's gonna be up for Optic Gaming to break in and out of this setup.
Sentinels may have control of the Rocket side of the map. Optic Gaming has control of both corners as of right now. One player does pop in front of the base. Lethal able to find 1, bottom middle, make it 2, and Lethal finding 2 crucial kills, 47-45. Roll 2. He doesn't figure out a way to get the headshot, but he rushes the player, runs him over with a melee, extends this to a 48-45 lead. Sentinels 2 kills away from taking game 2.
1 kill now, and the Rockets to make it happen. If I'm Sentinels, I say, hey, let Royal 2, let Snakebite get the job done, and that's exactly what happens. Talk about coming out in the clutch. Sentinels go up 2-0 in this series, trying to force the bracket reset and looking damn impressive at it. That was exactly what we needed to see from Sentinels. Have a definitive game 2 where they really felt like they had the lead. It was a close one, but I definitely give the edge to Sentinels. I think they played the better game and they came out on top.
They absolutely did. They controlled the middle of the map. Every overshield but one was in their control. Optic Gaming need to figure out a way to regain and very quickly, right? You lose this first series in a best of 5, 3-0. That's a much different experience than competing and pushing the series the distance and losing this series and then having the bracket reset again, right? It's momentum in Sentinels' favor. The confidence is building in Sentinels' heads, and you have to figure out a way to shut that down if you're Optic Gaming. This game 3 could be very important. One of, I would say, Optic Gaming's most strong game types is Street Strongholds, and for them to see this on the list, they need to figure out a way to extend this series and build some momentum themselves, even if they're to lose this first best of 5, to go into the second best of 5 confident and ready to go to claim this title and this cash.
Well, last time we saw Sentinels on Strongholds playing Streets, guys, remember, it was the unorthodox AC hold that we saw that they rotated between, and it blew both of our minds. Something that we haven't seen, maybe a meta-defining change that Sentinels has developed, and it was a filthy hold. And I'm excited to see it again. I want to see how true this AC meta change can be if Sentinels opts to push for that same hold, and to see how devastating it can potentially be versus Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be like a preferred setup, right? I think, if anything, they just found themselves in that situation and played off of each other very well and were able to find success with it. But I don't think that they like performed that as part of the strategy. It was just like, well, this is the situation we're in now. Let's make the most of it. But that just shows the versatility of this team. And when you have that versatility, what you're able to do resulting with the score is just so important, right? It's up to Trippy and the boys to see if they can combat and continue this first best of 5, or if Optic Gaming's going to go quickly to the second. Trippy opting to go straight for that Bulldog shotgun, finds himself in front of a player and immediately takes him off the map. That was Snakebite, and potentially now Optic Gaming with numbers can jump out to an early lead here in game 2 or 3 of this series.
That fight for Bulldog is so important because now Trippy's going to be able to bring it back towards B, and it's going to be so tough to break into that B hill when you have a Bulldog staring at you on the other side. Such a versatile gun. And once again, it's Sentinels that's pushed back into C, and they're playing for CA once again as you see the rotation come towards A. Lucid able to break the setup at C. Royal 2 not able to stay alive. So far, Optic Gaming out-rotating and outplaying Sentinels early in this game.
Yeah, but Frosty finds 3 in the kill feed right there, and that's going to be B Stronghold going over to Sentinels' favor. Unless it is one player on Optic Gaming that has something to say about it. Unfortunately, he actually only gets traded out. Spawns do come in over towards A, and I guess B Stronghold still in control of Optic Gaming. Actually, it was Trippy that gets the kills, and because of it, he keeps B in control for his team. He denies that stronghold from Sentinels, and right now Sentinels was at risk of a trip cap for a second. One player does spawn C, recaptures it for Sentinels, but right now it's been all Optic Gaming early on.
Lucid trying to work with Ola to get A. They're going to be able to win that fight and finally put the score back in their favor. Rockets going to be coming up in 15 seconds, and Rockets can make the entire difference on this map. Getting those 1-2 critical kills and getting your team set up is so valuable. Who's going to be able to grab these Rockets? How are they going to set up is what's going to be determined in the next 10 seconds as we see 2 kills go into the favor of Sentinels as it's 3 down for Optic Gaming. Lucid by his lonesome and back C has 1 player to fight, and it looks like these Rockets are going to be going over to Sentinels.
Yeah, the longer Lucid sits back here, though, the more trouble he builds for Optic Gaming. He's unable to get the stronghold, unable to start that transfer. Lethal actually gets fried. And a good job by Lucid, I guess, to stay alive, buy some time, and play the situation right instead of rushing into something. Unfortunately, he tries to get into the stronghold. Snakebite shuts him down, trades that damage out correctly, and with 2 dead from Optic Gaming, you see Sentinels now start to get control and finally start to clock points in their favor.
So again, the AC hold for Sentinels right now. Lethal going to be able to find the trade out. Lucid pushing towards C. He has one to deal with. Frosty's going to be able to find the kill. He's just putting himself in hard to kill spots at back C. If they push, he's going to try to get the drop on them. This stalker rifle can be absolutely deadly, especially when you have someone with such a great aim like Frosty. 3 shots to kill if you land the last one as a head. We'll see what Frosty's able to do as he starts to push out towards B. One player pushes on out. He's immediately made 1 shot. Can he get the finish? His teammates there. That player should die eventually. One more deal with the double melee comes in. Frosty making big plays as they're breaking their way through A.
Yeah, those 2 kills we're going to award Sentinels with A control right now. Unfortunately, throughout the chaos, B was lost. APG gets taken down, immediately erased off the map. Rocket's not up for 30 seconds. They try to contest C here, but you don't want to see an overextension from Sentinels. You want to see them sit back comfortably with B and A right now, but unfortunately, Frosty with an overextension, it seems, didn't expect that player to be in the shotgun, and because of it, he now turns this game into a 3v3, and if Sentinels isn't careful, they're going to lose control of B as well.
Royal 2 has the B-bow control. Unfortunately for them, they're not scoring. Bulldog in hand, ready for some push. Rockets are coming up. There we go. Royal 2 with the easy pick on APG. Rockets go into the favor of Lucid, but can he find the kills? First player in front of him gets 1. Can he get the second? No. Rockets are going to go down for the time being, but a quick trade out in favor of Optic Gaming should allow them to regain control of Rockets and have control of the map.
Yeah, big timing by Ola right there with the Bulldog to get into a position to trade out that kill for Lucid. They should be able to get that last rocket. You see Ola in the kill feed with that rocket, putting it to use already. 2 members go down for Sentinels. Optic Gaming continuing to score points and be aggressive. They are not satisfied holding C and B. You see them looking to push A immediately after those 2 kills come through.
Lucid trying his best to stay alive at the moment. Is made 1 shot. Will regain his shields through the middle of the map as Ola finds himself a double. Lethal able to find the kill on Lucid in mid-map. Royal 2 trying to take A all for himself. Unfortunately, the spawn at Cafe will cut that short. And now a potential trip cap going in favor of Optic Gaming as Trippy was able to nullify C. And there we go. The trip cap is in effect.
The spawn and PD is a dangerous one for Sentinels. You see the pressure on from Trippy right now. He catches an unsuspecting player off guard. It's going to be lethal. Roll 2 does find a kill, but Lucid able to find a kill on the Roll 2 as well. So this player in A is going to be by himself, and Trippy with great grenades can potentially make this a very easy kill. He does. Snakebite gets taken out. Yes, A is controlled, but you see the score, how lopsided it's been. Optic Gaming doing everything they can to make this best of 5 stay alive in their favor.
Finally able to get out of the trip cap as Sentinels momentarily was scoring. They're trying to get back on the board as they're working on C. Snakebite trying to put in the damage necessary, able to get the kill before the reset comes in, and this is the opportunity that Sentinels has been looking for. They're finally able to push in. The PD spawns coming in. Rockets are spawning up. They should have quick access. We saw the split happen over at B. 2 players from Optic Gaming are towards B. Can this rocket be the difference maker? Frosty finds the first, gets the second with the BR, and that's going to clear the way for a trip cap to be in effect for Sentinels, and they're not slowing down anytime soon. And the best part, Frosty still has 1 rocket to work with, which basically means he can hold down a base all by himself.
It'll be really interesting to see how long can Sentinels keep this trip cap. They have pressure at A, pressure at B. Frosty opts to go towards B. Can't get the reset though, so the rocket does award him a kill. But unfortunately, they're going to lose B. So this AC hold that you wanted to see, we'll see once again. Can Sentinels make this a real setup? All members of Optic Gaming making their way towards C.
1 cuts through the middle of the map, and that's going to cost his life as we see 2 push down into C. It looks like the B rotation could be coming in. Snakebite trying his best to stay alive. Look at that. They got the stop at C, so instead of opting for a rotation to B like I thought they would, they fully commit back to C. They find the kill, and now it's Frosty who's trying to get back into position to defend at C.
Frosty wisely going around, knowing that these players are going to be forced into this funnel right now. APG gets taken down, and now Optic Gaming spawning over towards A is going to have to flip their attention, but Frosty, he's going to apply pressure to B. He's going to find this player into Arcade. He knows he's no shield. This player trying to play his life. Frosty loses 2 teammates, though, and now Frosty's in a Optic sandwich right now. Optic doing a great job of not just jumping in a stronghold right now. They know they have so much of a lead to play with. They get the slates they need. Rockets, I believe, are coming up in 15 seconds, and Optic Gaming now regain control, but Sentinels is right back in this score.
Incredible patience from the side of Optic Gaming to make the play necessary. The pulse rifle comes in from Lucid to break the shields and allow Trippy to get the double kill with ease. And now a potential trip cap back on board. Rockets into the hands of Lucid. This is all Optic Gaming's game to win or lose. How do they execute? Royal 2 somehow doesn't die. Rockets into the hands of Sentinels. They have their opportunity. It's going to come from this flank from Snakebite going into C. Royal 2 gets the easy kill on Ola. Trippy trades out with the Bulldog. Royal 2 finding more kills as with the help of Lethal as they're breaking into B and C at the same time. Another potential trip cap could be in effect if Royal 2 can win this fight towards C.
Royal 2 wisely doesn't even stay in that fight, though. He allows himself to be a nuisance with this Bulldog. Does Optic Gaming know Royal 2's got this Bulldog? Do they even care? They flip the map onto A. The spawns and Cafeteria come through. One player to deal with, and Lucid with a massive kill under Royal 2 could have just won his team this game.
He's trying to get back into C to get the reset. The reset will come in. A still not captured from Optic Gaming, though. They lost that fight, and Lucid's all the way at C, forcing spawns back towards B as he's trying to find the kill on Lethal. And there we go, 1 down for Sentinels. Lucid trying to do his best in B, but not quite able to get the stop.
Doesn't get it.
Oh my. Royal 2 in position to kill anyone that decides to push forward. The reset did come in. We can see Frosty just playing his lane. He's looking for the opportunity. He spots 2 in the mid map. He's going to give that call out to his teammates, and we can see Snakebite getting ready to engage. This next rocket could determine who wins this game.
It absolutely will. You see Frosty trying to anchor from this balcony position, relocates towards the brew grenades, gets some damage on the players at B, but knows that his team is in trouble. He needs to advance on the map quickly. He's going to lose B, but what's the recipe for success here? Frosty in a very tough position to try and find success. Spots this player bottom tower, but that player wisely just plays around the pillars, stays alive, and because of it now, Royal 2 is the last guy alive. Lethal coming off spawn. Sentinels are forced to act quickly, and Rockets coming up with Optic Gaming in complete control of the map.
Royal 2 opts not to just get on those rockets, fearing that someone could be ready for the push. 2 go down for Optic Gaming. They're winning the fights over at A. 1 more to take down. Royal 2 is able to do so. Lethal is able to secure the rockets while at it. The AC hold once again staying strong for Sentinels as they're spawning over at back purple. 2 pushing towards C. This fight over at C is going to determine the game most likely. Frosty finds 1. Lucid trades out with Snakebite. Frosty finds the second. They stop C, but now it's Royal 2 by his lonesome at A. The PD spawns came in. He needs to win this next set of fights. There's 2 pushing towards him. He comes into A, not quite able to get the kill. C has been stopped for now. How much time does Sentinels have to make this a reality as they get another 3 down? And look at that, it's a 4 down for the side of Sentinels. They're going absolutely ham with it. They still have C and B. They can rotate for the trip cap, and that does it. They take the first best of 5 in a 3-0 fashion. What an incredible game 3 to witness.
Oh my God, the comeback to finalize the 3-0 in Sentinels' favor. Optic Gaming, the entire lead that they brought themselves coming into the grand finals is erased in just 3 games. The best of 5 is not needed for Sentinels. They close the door on that. They restart, reset the bracket, and now 1 best of 5 will decide who our grand finals champion will be between these 2 juggernauts.
Man, talk about the adaptability of Sentinels in that last game. No matter what hold they had, they figured out a way to work with each other to get the job done. And when they were able to push for trip caps, it was absolutely devastating. That's what we love to see. If you're sitting at home and you're wondering how to become a better team player, just a better player overall, will take down the notepad, try to see what Sentinels is doing and replicate it in your own gameplay, because these guys are playing out of their mind. And you know, there's one great way to shut up all the haters, Clutch, and that's to win a grand finals in a 6-0 fashion.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't even have to be in a 6-0 fashion. Winning this tournament shows that you once again proved that you were the best team on this day. And what that does for people's confidence going into Raleigh, whether you're Optic, whether you're Sentinels, no matter how the job gets done, it's so vital that they go in with a great headspace, knowing that they are the favorite for HCS Raleigh. Here and now, this will be decided in this best of 5.
Man, I cannot wait for our next best of 5. We'll have to see what the new map rotation is. Well, we played Aquarius flag, so I imagine we're going to Bazaar flag in the next best of 5. Oh man, Sentinels just look so much better on objective than every other team this tournament, especially on the flag. I'm not sure what it is, but they are by far the best flag team in this tournament.
I mean, how close were 2 of those games in that series? You're talking about game 1 separated by 1 flag, just as close as it could be, a nail biter, as Sentinels was actually down very late in that game to be able to come out on top and win it. Quite impressive. That game right there, they were down over 100 points at one point. It looked like Optic Gaming were going to wipe them off the face of the map in that game 3. But no, Sentinels dug deep, canceled that series out, and showed us that, yes, the answer to did they have anything left in the tank? Yes, absolutely they do. They have every intention of winning this grand finals. They didn't get here for no reason. And now Optic Gaming, you have to feel, how can they reverse this ship? Because they've been the team that came from the winner's bracket in that HCS Raleigh kickoff qualifier. They have had the advantage against this exact Sentinels team, and they have lost that advantage before, and they have lost the grand finals when that has been experienced. You have to think history repeats itself, and right now you have to find a way to deny history from once again rearing its ugly head in this situation.
Well, this rodeo's far from over. We have another best of 5. Do not go anywhere. We're going to get this all set up as we take a quick break.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true time trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
And here we go into the reset. We venture, starting off Bizarre Flag. This has been this has been Sentinel's bread and butter all tournament. It really seems as if they're built different on these flag games. Optic Gaming trying to change the narrative.
Optic Gaming knows what this series means to them. Will they be able to rise to the occasion, have the success we've seen them have so far throughout Halo Infinite, or will Sentinels once again change the outcome of the event with a loser's bracket run, a massive kill from Frosty onto Lucid, who potentially would have gotten an upper hand on him if he had not expected that player to come in. Unfortunately, Frosty's teammates go down across the map. The flag is no longer being run from Sentinels, but the map control still in their favor for now, as we see these two teams combat for the middle of the map.
Snakebite, he went and prioritized that Mangler, now getting back into the action as he's pushing forward. The overshield coming up soon. He has the grapple to put it right on. Once again, using the full extent of the sandbox to his best ability, getting up into the action, not wanting to waste any of this overshield. Pops 2 to the shield, gonna be able to kill APG. He's in the base and now has a potential flag run. One to worry about in the back. Snakebite taking some heavy damage, but able to survive the fight. Unfortunately, Ola gets the return, so that could spell an end for that flag run for Sentinels. But Optic Gaming trapped in their back base for now.
Yeah, fortunate opportunity for Optic there as the player spawned back. Thrust was able to get enough damage into Snakebite to allow that player that was bottom tree to get that kill. And now we're seeing Trippy advance on the map, pick up that Bulldog, and we've seen the work that he can do with this weapon in hand. Unfortunately, he gets sniffed out from the respawn of Snakebite, and already Snakebite with 7 kills, starting to build some momentum for his team. But with rockets coming up, every kill right now is crucial.
APG trying to do his best to find the pick. Unfortunately, that player gonna go right back into that bottom rockets and stay alive for the time being. APG now trying to push forward. Lucid was able to find one, but immediately got traded out. Lethal finds his own, and now Snakebite pushing forward. And guess what? Rockets in hand, 2 to work with. Gonna have to waste both of them to get rid of Ola. But he's gonna be able to just keep on the pressure, and getting this rock control is just so important for your team.
Yeah, controlling the inside of the map is everything on Bizarre CTF. The second step is getting into the enemy's base, but you're not able to do that if you don't control that middle of the map. You see Optic Gaming, those red dots on the observer mode right now. You see all of those dots are going to be stuck in the back of their base. If Optic Gaming can continue to play strong defense, the score will remain the same. But the second Sentinels find the opening, get this overshield, and potentially get numbers in their advantage, we could see the score quickly change in their favor.
Oh, this is so interesting. Snakebite obviously is keeping an eye on that timer and getting those grenades whenever they spawn back up, as he's used 2 sets of those grenades already, and he's waiting on the third right now. That you can, guys, if you take a look over on that pad, there's a little bar that fills up as the grenades come closer to spawning. But here we go, 2 in the bottom base. That's easy enough for a player like Snakebite to come get, and he's going to be able to give himself another 2 grenades to refill his inventory, and the push is forward for Sentinels.
And Snakebite, the respawner's coming through the corner. Snakebite actually predicts that to happen. These brew grenades, they're worth more than their value in damage right now. A double kill for Snakebite, as you see Lethal across the map with the flag, looking to punch this one in, and for Sentinels to take the lead. What predictable spawns from Snakebite's point of view, as those players were helpless against the brew grenades.
I think that's something that Sentinels has clearly seen in film and practice, is manipulating the bases for those spawns. And then Snakebite, you saw how he prioritized getting those spike grenades. Well, he knew exactly where to put them, and boy, they are just so deadly when you get them in those close quarters. And you saw both those players essentially made one shot when Snakebite was able to push in and find the double kill. Now Ola trying to do his best to find the push in. 2 of his teammates go down, but he's able to alleviate the pressure for now and provide opportunity. Optic Gaming needs to answer right here, and it's going to come down between Ola and Trippy to find these next couple kills.
Trippy somehow still alive in the bar. Great assist from Ola right there to try and keep him alive. Unfortunately, finally Trippy gets taken down. You see Ola on screen, forced to back down, forced to wait for help from his team. He does get some shots that allow him to trade with Frosty, but a trade is not what Optic Gaming fans want to see. They do have numbers right now as Overshield comes up, but if Sentinels is able to make it out, this will be a very important battle for this Overshield. The grapple does not come through. The trade does. The grapple the second time around is going to pull him towards the Overshield. Does get knocked to no shield, but Frosty's there to keep him alive. And Snakebite and Frosty, the dynamic duo at it once again, creating pressure on Optic Gaming once again.
These two are just working together. The team shots on point. It looks as if they're playing the same game with the same controller, with how their movements are synchronized. Snakebite finally able to get into that base and pull out the flag. He does even wait for that kill. Use that extra overshield to get this flag out and away is the priority, and he's going to be able to get it all the way back to the midpoint, but a quick back smack from APG will stop them. Those dynamo grenades gets APG one shot. Frosty's in position to potentially find the kills to keep that flag alive, but APG, wonderful job staying alive and getting that reset.
What a play by APG, coming out of nowhere, getting the back smack on that flag, or killing that guy where he did is even more important, because that flag, if it's advanced in front of Sentinels' base, if it's just a few more feet across the map, it's so much more difficult to get that return, but he's able to play around the hut, bottom middle in front of his own base, get that return secure, keeping this game to just a 1-0 flag game. Everything looked like it was going wrong for Optic before that, and now it looks like Optic finally have the map in control.
Ola trying to get behind enemy lines, able to find Royal 2 with an easy 2-shot. Now gonna be the most forward player for his team and needs to find opportunity as Snakebite has taken down Lucid. He's trying to find Snakebite on the hot back. Trippy able to get the help and the kill. Now Ola still just alive and forward, and this can be just the difference maker, just staying alive in the back base and preventing the other team from crossing the 50-yard line can be so critical towards your success. Unfortunately, he does eventually go down. This next overshield will go into the hands of Optic Gaming, as I'm not sure who got away with it, but Snakebite not able to find that kill in time, although finding kills hasn't been a problem for him all game. The man's 16-7.
Yeah, but forcing that overshield player to activate it immediately is honestly a big deal, right? You're able to make sure that he uses it quickly and doesn't save it for an opportunistic chance where he can change the tide of a battle where he's already received damage. So a good job by Snakebite to apply that little bit of pressure, but right now Optic Gaming look like they have a great chance to cap a flag and tie this game up. Kills coming in their favor, Snakebite being taken down, give them that 4-3 advantage right now with the players, but they do have to flush out their base, and there is a player for Sentinels in the back of their base. It's lethal. Lucid takes on the kill. Trippy finds one of his own, and it looks like they've done a great job to flush out the rest of their base. Frosty and Lethal being taken down. That only one player alive back here isn't enough to stop this flag. Wait!
Well, we say it's not enough, but that player played patiently. He's gonna pull out the flag. Look at him, head down, sitting in the circle, and a return to boot. Royal 2, what a play when needed most. Only player to make it happen. He gets it done. Low presence is what makes the play happen.
Dude, Optic Gaming thought they did everything right. They get hit with the oldest trick in the book, a player standing still on their flight. There's no way they expect Royal 2 to play like a bot, and because he does it, it's the best play that Sentinels could have made. Royal 2 unsuspectingly able to get that return, keeps Sentinels in the lead.
Frosty now trying to apply his own damage. APG will find him around the corner. Royal 2 is trying to do more for his team. Already has the reset. With only 2 minutes left, though, they can really start to maybe focus on the defense. 2 minutes is quite a bit of time, but if you can keep this team back on their side of the base and not allow them back in, you're really preventing the opportunity for a flag cap to happen. Royal 2 with a massive double kill, and now Overshield coming up. It goes into the hands of Optic, but not on the body. Oh, what a big kill, preventing the Overshield from getting away. This is Sentinel's opportunity to start running away and closing out this game.
I mean, all they have to do is play defense for 1 minute and 40 seconds, and on a map like Bizarre CTF, it is so easy to hunker down in your base, lock it down, and not allow Optic Gaming the opening they need. You already see multiple members of Sentinels have advanced on the map. Lethal actually across the rocket side of Optic Gaming. They need to be careful they don't overextend, but right now Sentinels have everything going in their favor. Snakebite
doing his best to stay alive, not able to grapple on away The back smack comes in from Royal 2. He's looking for more at pillars. That player staying alive for now. Lucid has one at the double doors. They only have a minute to pull the flag out and to try to get it away. And Frosty, talk about going big, double kill in the clutch.
A massive kill for Frosty right there, taking down Lucid, probably the most impactful player on this Optic Gaming roster, looking to shut down them in this game one. An aggressive push from Frosty, maybe too aggressive, but right now, 40 seconds on the clock. Every single kill for Sentinels is another step in the direction of stealing this game one. A triple kill from Lucid, though, right off spawn. He's able to impact this game, and that is the opening that we could potentially see. Optic Gaming need, they're in the base of Sentinels, looking to pull this flag with 23 seconds remaining.
They're swarming in. We know for sure that this flag's going to be out and away. The question is, can they get the slays on the way back? Bazaar is a map where you're going to have to slay 3 or 4 times to get a flag out and fully away, and you can't afford to trade right here. This flag is too valuable. Trippy, he's made absolute. Can he leave the flag behind, though? As now we're in extra time, and you can see at the bottom, there's a little bit of a pie graph, and as that goes down, your time diminishes, and that is it. Optic Gaming fall in game one. Sentinels get the job done once again, showing their dominance on flag.
I mean, that was as close of a flag game as we're probably ever going to see. A 1-0 scoreline, but I mean, such a highly contested match. And it all goes down to Royal 2's play. He literally watched his teammates die trying to stop that cap, hiding in a corner on their flag, because he had the confidence, the awareness that if they clear out those 2 players on his team and he's able to stay alive and go unseen, unchecked, maybe, just maybe, he can kill the flag guy right before he punches it in, hop the return, put his head down, and get the return before anyone else is able to react in time. And that just so happened that works. I cannot believe we just saw that. That was an unbelievable, either it was a 5,000 IQ play or it was one of the lowest IQ plays I've ever seen, and it works out. But Roll 2, once again, just, I mean, it always seems to work out for this kid, and another play in the books for this kid to clutch a win for his team, because that flag, that ties the game, and Optic Gaming rides some momentum there, you have to think.
Man, like you say, yeah, I think they do ride the momentum if they get that flag in. And like you said, it was really like Royal 2, it was his only play. Like, it was his only option. He's in the back of the base. 3 players from Optic Gaming had just cleared everyone. They're starting to come back, and you just see this one blue dot there, and he's just standing still. He's waiting. He makes them feel secure. And just like the bad man he is, he waits till the lights are off, gets you in the back, stabbed right there, puts that flag back home. Man, Royal 2 is a bad man, breaking and entering.
I mean, if that happens to me and I'm on Sentinels' team, I'm literally like, dude, I just died front their base, like fighting 3 of them. I needed your help. Like, now they're going to cap. And all of a sudden, Royal 2's like sitting there in the back of his head, like, chill, I got this. But
Trust.
I mean, it's an unbelievable play. No one on Optic Gaming saw that coming. And unfortunately, they thought the coast was clear. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's, because, I mean, all it takes is that one player to mess everything up, and Optic Gaming going to be kicking themselves after game one. They need to be able to refocus and quickly do so, because Aquarius Slayer being the next game type, having lost 4 straight games to the Sentinels roster, they are in desperate need of some momentum, and what better way to do that than on a Slayer?
What we have seen from Optic Gaming is on Aquarius, they value those pistols so much. I've seen Lucid really go after those pistols, Trippy as well, and they use those to the best of their ability. Watch out for the sidekick this time around, as we're going to start on board with Trippy on this Slayer. Sentinel's weakest game type by far. If Optic Gaming is going to start getting back into the series, it's going to come off this second game.
Already off to another good start in this Slayer. You see Sentinels up 2-1. APG able to trade one out for himself. Take down Lethal, but loses his life shortly after a 3-1 lead. Make it 4 for Sentinels. You see the members of Optic Gaming, they feel separated. They can feel the momentum slipping away from them. This camo still top middle is utterly important to their success. But right now, you want to see them build some confidence, gain some map control, apply some pressure to Sentinels, put them on their back feet for what feels like the first time in this grand finals.
Frosty getting up close and personal of APG. Gonna get the trade out as 2 more go down for Sentinels. 6-6, tied up all. Lucid doing his best to stay alive. He's playing as forward as he possibly can, and he's able to get the kill on Lethal. Beautiful shots to get that one on done. And the double kill to boot. Lucid just all over the map. And you can tell he's ready for the next spawn. He goes, he picks up the thrust. That thrust can absolutely just determine a fight right away as he uses that thrust to get the player one shot. And who is that? Ola that has the camouflage ready to push in.
Trying to hunt down that one-shot player. Unfortunately, that player's gone for dodge. Able to re-engage here now. Ola with this camo, unfortunately, taking a one-on-one gunfight. Wisely backs down. You see the assist come through for Lucid, and that's Ola just playing perfect to a T. Unfortunately, there's a second player they didn't sniff out, and Ola's going to lose his life as well. This game's still just neck and neck as it's 11-9 with 10 seconds left for the next camo to respawn.
All right, we're just waiting for one moment to really turn this map on its head, for one clutch opportunity for this team to start pulling away. And look at that, it's Optic Gaming that gets away with the camouflage. Snakebite tried his best to lay down the damage, but not enough angles at top mid. And now Trippy finds the first pick. And if this camouflage player can find their way around the map and find an easy kill, it could spell disaster, as it's Lucid at bottom mid with this camouflage and sidekick combo.
Lucid, love the idea that he's been able to scavenge up until this point. Creates an opening. Ola with a nice double kill, extends their lead to 4. A trade from APG is not what you wanted to see in that case when they have that 4-2 advantage, but everything seems like it's starting to flow for Optic Gaming. This is what you wanted to see, a highly contested match. If we can hope for anything as fans, we want this series to go the distance, and that means Optic Gaming needs to wake up. It appears that they've started to do so.
Oh my God, Lucid went on an absolute tear. That camo making all the difference. He starts this game 9-4. APG getting up, not quite able to find the double on Royal. That last burst gonna miss by just a hair to prevent the double beatdown. Lethal wins his fight across the map, and this is where Sentinels can start taking control of the map once again. It's going to be up to Frosty to win his individual fight ahead of him at utility as 2 push forward. He's getting the shots in, gets 1 weak. Can the push from the other side come in? Top base, oh no. I don't think Frosty was expecting a player to be ready for him. Unfortunately, he was, and that's gonna stop that push in its tracks.
Yeah, look at Lucid's ability to slay so far out throughout this game too. 11-5, double positive right now. The difference in the score as well as he continues to apply pressure. Ola hunting this player with heat wave down bottom middle. Can he figure out a way to get that kill? Unfortunately, he knows that if he overextends front that base, he is dead. And as well, Snakebite finds the opening to push Ola, capitalize on some of that damage, find the kill himself. 2 members of Optic Gaming go down, make it a 3rd, and Trippy. And right now, Sentinels look like they're on the comeback.
Lucid still has the camo, but has made 1 shot, somehow able to get away with his life for the time being. He has the heat wave and the camo. This is what you exactly are wanting in order to find big kills like that one. Frosty thinks he's clear to push through. No, the heat wave, it gets the job done. And so far, we've just been seeing a 4-kill lead really be maintained by this Optic Gaming roster. And it shows you how close these teams are. They're waiting for one opportunity to gain 4 kills unanswered. And then from there, it's trade for trade. These teams, it's so hard to gain a lead.
Yeah, but who's maintaining their pace is Lucid. 14-6 now, leading the lobby with almost double the kills of the next player in that lobby. Lucid absolutely creating the opening that Optic Gaming need. They have to find some life, and who better than their MVP to step up in their moment of need to create the difference in this scoreline right now.
Score only 3 separating them for now. Royalty and Frosty working together to get the job done. The Dynamo Grenade will stop Frosty for the time being, but Ola is going to pay with his life. Royalty has to back down as that Dynamo made him too weak. Frosty trying to get away as well, and this is beautiful from Sentinels. They're laying down damage, they're valuing their life, and you can tell Ola eventually able to find the kill on Lethal across the map to stop the flank play that Lethal was making. Frosty's just doing his best to stay alive. I mean, the man just zooming through bottom mid as Royal 2 and Snakebite work together to find another kill. Frosty in his pivotal fight versus Lucid, and no one has been able to stop that man on the map. Lucid 16-7 as they once again maintaining a 3-4 kill lead as this camouflage is coming up. This camo, it's gonna be detrimental to Sentinels if they aren't able to get that and get away.
And we've seen what kind of damage Optic Gaming has been able to do so far with these camos. This score line still remains just a 2-kill game. Like we continue to say, kills continue to be traded out. Both teams doing a phenomenal job of not letting this game get out of hand either way. Trippy with a nice kill under Royal 2 there. Keeps it a 3-kill game. Unfortunately, he gets shot in the back. Can he stay alive? He's going to be running right into the members that are spawning from Sentinels, but they don't expect Trippy to be there. He's going to have that heat wave and probably going to be able to find a kill here shortly. But it's literally Frosty finding a kill and then dying, and then another player finding a kill and then dying. And look at these trades coming through. Pivotal kills. Every single kill, every single life is going to be crucial as 38-40 as we enter the late game here and now.
It's small mistakes that can cost you a game. As who's going to be making that slip up, who's going to be finding the clutch as we approach the end of this game. 2 push forward. Lethal has the heat wave. He tries to lay down the hurt, not quite able to get the kill, values his life and gives up the top left of the map. This dynamo grenades, they're going to start pushing through, and once again that dynamo didn't do a lot of damage, but what it did do is it gave info, and it's going to cost Lethal's life. It's so easy to tell visually and through audio if your dynamo grenades are hitting, and that's what costs Lethal's life. And it's allows Optic Gaming to maintain a 1-kill lead.
It's just a 1-kill game, 43-42. Camo's coming up in 27 seconds. You see Sentinels not knowing how many Optic Gaming members are going to be over here towards the dynamo grenades. One player does actually push all the way out to the dynamo, knock Trippy down to no shield. The entry comes through, and it's Frosty that finds the entry. Camo coming up very shortly. 10 seconds, I believe, for it. Another player spotted front the base, and Optic Gaming starting to lose the space on the map they were able to create. And what does that mean for Sentinels?
What it means is they're free to push. Look at this. They're getting into that back base. These players stand no chance. Royal 2 is able to find one on Trippy. Ola backsmack Snakebite, but Royal 2 quickly picks it up. And that 3-kill lead that we saw from Optic Gaming, well, guess what? It's all gone. APG able to find the kill on Lethal. Frosty playing a dangerous game by patrolling this bottom mid, but he's looking for any opportunity to find a player with his back towards him. He's pushing forward. Dynamo grenades are out. He has to dodge for the time being, trying to stay with his life as we're tied up 47 all, and we see 3 players from Optic Gaming starting to push.
You see Lethal no shield right now, using Frosty as his bodyguard. Frosty finds a kill, making it 48-48. Frosty goes down from Trippy. 2 members pushing top green. Lethal's going to be in trouble. You see all the dots near Lethal. He loses his life, 49-48. And now Sentinels is going to be trapped green side of the map with no room for error, 48-49. Optic Gaming have the opportunity now to get all the space they want, as Sentinels cannot make one mistake to stay in this game.
Oh man, and it was Frosty who just exposed himself too much, but there was nothing he could do. He went to the right, he went to the left. He was trying his best to stay away, but at every corner that he turned to, there was a player from Optic Gaming ready in the shadows to take him on out. What a beautiful setup to really finish out that second game from Optic Gaming. They choked their lead a little bit, but man, they made up for it in spades in the second half.
What a game. I mean, just a 1, 2, 3 kill game max throughout the entire time. Hardly ever do you see a Slayer that close the entire way through. This is as competitive of a series as we're going to see. I know the first series in the grand finals was a 3-0, but games were close, and now we're seeing Optic Gaming wake up. We've seen them take game 2, and if anything, we want this game 5 to be a realistic probability. And right now, both these teams playing at such an equal level, with a 1-0 flat cap in game 1, a 50-48 in game 2. You can almost smell the fact that we're going the distance again.
What I love is that we're going to see the shock rifle back on the map. Last time we saw it, Frosty went absolutely crazy with it. Can he do the same? And the question is, you know, Lucid's also in this game. We've seen him with the shock rifle. What is he able to do as we move to recharge strongholds? One of my favorite maps to watch. The unique weapons on the map, the way that it plays itself, the angles, you have so many close range and long range fights. It feels like it has a little bit of everything in it. And the utility on the map is some of my most favorite to watch. You have the sword, you have the charge rifle, you have the camouflage that spawns bottom middle, and the mangler that can absolutely shut down an entire lane by itself.
Really, the biggest difference in that game too, to me, was the power-up control. It was heavily in Optic Gaming's favor. Can they repeat that? Will Sentinels let them repeat that? Because game one, Sentinels dictated the overshield control in a dominant fashion as well. I think that that's going to continue to tell the story of how this series goes. Recharge Stronghold's going to have camo bottom middle. It's going to be so crucial for both teams to control that camo and make sure that they're not only competing against an invisible player for periods of time on the map, but they're able to use that as creating opportunities and space for their own selves.
One thing I've seen from both of these teams in previous series is their ability to push for trip caps. And it shows how well they play as a team, because this isn't Halo 5 where it's more forgiving, where you're always wanting to push the trip cap. You have to find your opportunities. And so far, Sentinels and Optic Gaming have done it to each other in both the winners finals and the previous grand final before the reset. Guys, we're going to see some incredible things this Strongholds. I'm ready to see what kind of trip cap holds these guys can push, because everyone keeps saying, you see it in matchmaking, you see it on the Reddit threads or Twitter, wherever you're at, everyone's like, oh, you can only hold 2. Why do my teammates always push for 3? And we're going to see why you push for 3 in this game. It can be absolutely devastating if done right, but you have to have the team coordination to get it done.
Yeah, we're already hopping into game 3 here and now. You see Lethal's point of view, spots this player top control, but APG gets the better of Lethal this time around. Unfortunately, it's going to be a battle for the middle of the map that's controlled for the camo. Trippy finds a kill. That was 3 dead for a moment, and it looks like Sentinels is last player alive. Roll 2, bottom middle, not able to deny anything as they hop into C. Optic Gaming are going to take an early lead, I believe, here in game 3.
They're going to be able to capture B, as well as APG is able to stay alive in the back of that Strongholds. We can see Lucid using the ping system to call out the player over at top red as he's looking for his next opportunity. I think he got a hit marker with that, and he must have gotten a red bar, as that kill did not come in into his favor. Frosty tries to use that shock rifle to get away, not able to do so, and Trippy playing a cheeky corner with that sword, going to be able to find his first kill.
Yeah, nice little angle from Trippy to be able to watch both things at once, and because of it, he gets that easy kill, spots that player, and now you see Optic Gaming in control of A and C. Trippy in a very powerful position with this sword as well, able to deny either Stronghold depending on which side Sentinels choose to go. They're going to have to handle him before they have any chance of scoring points of their own.
The sword can be absolutely devastating on the map if used in the correct position, and Trippy has the perfect spot. This tower, if you're going to try to push him, you're going to be within sword range. A and B in the favor of Sentinels for now, but we can see a B push coming from Optic Gaming as they have confidence that Trippy can hold the tower by himself. Unfortunately, the one angle that can cost Trippy from the bottom base comes in. Trippy able to find one on Royal 2 and tries his best to stay alive, but C being captured by Sentinels, and they have to push in. Trippy needs to find this kill. 1 to go. He's able to do so, but C was captured in the meantime.
If you're Sentinels, you have to find a way to shut down Trippy. He's only got 6%, so one more swing, one more kill of this sword until it's over, but he's done the damage with it, right? He's been able to control right now, and that's given his team so much space, so much opportunity. Sentinels need to figure out a way to take him down, and there it is. The kill comes through. 2 go down for Optic Gaming, and now Sentinels look to potentially start to crawl back in this game, now down 25 points.
Ola repulses himself up the top glass, where he's going to have a couple engagements ahead of him. Tries to get the cross map into the turbine, not able to get that kill. Now has the one-on-one fight and wins it because of a well-placed grenade on Royal 2, and that's going to allow his team to start pushing forward. Unfortunately, a well-placed stick. Actually, was that a team stick from APG? I'm losing my mind. I'm not sure what happened over there, but nonetheless, the sticky grenade going to cost the life of Ola.
Yeah, 2 members of Optic Gaming are able to hop in the top elevator in the A Stronghold here. You see Sentinels trying to fight out of pipes. Very difficult situation for them to be in, and now only controlling B. You see Optic Gaming once again in control of the map, so Ola and boys over towards yellow, did their job. They created the space they needed to have the rest of the team get successfully over towards elevator, and that's the recipe for success that they've been looking for this whole time. They once again start to score in their favor, and it's going to be a very difficult setup to break, especially with the sword in the back pocket of Trippy.
Well, they have the recipe for success. Now the question is, how well can they cook? Can they follow the instructions? Can they get it done? They're trying to execute on this hill. Looks like Lucid's going to be able to find the first lethal using Frosty as bait. But look at that grapple play to get out of the action quickly after that fight and find another kill. What in the world is Lucid doing? The man is Spider-Man across the map, making play after play. Unfortunately, it won't be enough to stop A from changing control over to Sentinels.
Yeah, they do get into A, but immediately you already see Optic Gaming into B with a player looking over him from glass. Lethal going to be in a one-on-one for B. Unfortunately, not able to get that kill in time for B to be transferred, but Lethal already back in the stronghold, able to transfer that over eventually. A trip cap in effect right now for Sentinels, and we've seen the damage that this can create. The Sentinels have the pressure now, is the question. The last two members alive for Optic Gaming, they're spotted, they're killed. 3 go down. Trippy, the last guy alive, is going to be back blue by himself. He's by the sword, but are they going to know that he's here? They do. They sniff him out. They take him down. Optic Gaming spawn an elevator. They push out. They get A control, but damage has been done. Their lead is now dwindled.
Yeah, that trip cap is absolutely devastating, and they cheated it. They played for the trip cap earlier than most teams would, and they just had confidence that they were going to get the slays while the trip cap was potentially happening. Exactly what happens is Frosty now uses the sword to find 2 kills of his own. Trippy dominated the first half with this sword. Now Frosty looking to do some damage of his own. We see the back pipe spawn coming in for Optic Gaming. Can they get into B? This player that's capturing C is going to help alleviate some of that pressure towards B. I am so... Dude, what is going on in that hill?
Frosty, I believe, just got another double. Trippy, the last guy alive, he goes down. A trip cap back in effect, and Frosty played that so patiently, so perfectly, baiting his teammates the way that successful baiting is done. That's professional baiting, not the kind that I see in matchmaking when I have the power weapons, but a great job by Frosty nonetheless. And Sentinels now in the lead by over 50 points.
Hey, I'm just gonna say it for everyone who's ever told me never push for a trip cap, only hold 2. Well, guess what? This is how you play this map.
Frenzy.
Trip cap domination. As Frosty is not slowing down whatsoever. You can tell this man's feeling himself. He's gonna ego anything that pushes towards him. This trip cap is absolutely devastating. The long haul spawns coming in. They have to make a push through. They have to find a kill, but this trip cap is just racking up points. 2 ticks every second as they're only about 10 seconds away from taking this game, and Frosty's making it happen. Talk about utter domination. Trip caps are the wave. This is all but over. What a game from Sentinels.
Oh my god, what a statement from Sentinels on the back of a killing frenzy with Frosty. He saw what Trippy could do with sword. He says, anything you can do, I can do better. He goes on a frenzy with the sword in his back pocket. And Sentinels, look, to close the grand finals in their favor after resetting the bracket, after coming all the way through, they have 1 game to win to become your esports arena champions.
It's going back to oddball, live fire. Sniper is going to be so important to determining who can win this game. On one hand, you have Frosty and Royal 2 of the best to ever pick up the sniper. And then on the other side, Lucid and Trippy can get the job done. We've seen Lucid absolutely demolish in Halo 5 with the sniper. Trippy, we've seen what he's done in Halo 3 and the way that he's been able to snipe. This is going to be a match to watch to not go anywhere. Oh man, I just want to talk about that game 3 a little bit more, Clutch, because that was a masterclass in how you're supposed to play strongholds. Play aggressive, play fast, get to the trip cap, push them back into their spawns, and pummel them to death. What a dominating performance.
There was a pivotal moment in that game 3 where Frosty was top control with sword. I believe he had grapple as well. And C starts getting controlled, and so does A. And the split spawns came through for Optic Gaming. It looked like a very difficult situation. Frosty looked like he wanted to go A at first, but he understood that he was going to be way too late to A. And because of it, he opts to go C. His teammate comes through as well. They start shooting his teammate, and it allows Frosty to get the double. And that was where the game was really decided. They were able to get the kills and keep momentum, but I'll shut up. We're in game 4 right now. Royal 2 finds the first kill. And when it's oddball here on live fire, and you have to see Optic Gaming come out on top if you want a game 5. Everybody in the chat, you've already stayed up this late. If you want a game 5, type game 5 in the chat. Create it, manifest this game 5, because Optic Gaming need your help now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if I'm on the side of Sentinels, maybe I want a game 5. You know, it's pretty hard to get practice these days. Maybe get some more tournament time if you can. Let's go see it. Snakebite trying to get some damage on board. The ball is out, and he's going to be trying to push this back for his team. They given up the entire tower side. They're going to opt for the garage hold. I'm pretty sure Lucid still has a sniper. No, actually, Frosty has picked up the sniper rifle at this point, as he's been able to find the headshot on APG. I mean, if we're able to, I'd love to go see what Frosty's doing with that sniper rifle, as he's finding kill after kill in the feed.
Yeah, this situation with the ball is crucial, though, for Optic to break this setup. They do get the kill on the Snakebite. Snakebite begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him, and here comes the collapse from 2 of the members of Sentinels. The kills coming through. Frosty already with 5 to his name. Make it a 6 with a killing spree. The snipe, it's out of ammo. You know Frosty was doing work if that's the case. Roll 2 finds one of his own. The ball carrier goes down again. APG able to deny some of the time going in, but kills continue to be benefited by Sentinels, and because of it, the score going in their favor as well.
My, what a play from Frosty. The reversal medal comes out. He still has another 3 to deal with. Not able to get it done, but look at Royal 2 trying to make the quick rotation. He can sit behind B and be ready to play this ball at any moment. This ledge, so critical. It lets you dodge all the grenades that can possibly come in. And look at this time that Royal 2 is able to get. He basically milks for as long as possible and is able to play that ball off. And now Sentinel's ready to play the reset as one player pushes forward towards Frosty. He was in the perfect position to take care of that player, trying his best to stay alive. Unfortunately, not able to do so for much longer. But what a play from Sentinels thus far. They're playing oddball the way that needs to be done, and they're starting to rack up a lead.
Yeah, they do go down, and you see the ball immediately transferred into Optic Gaming's hands. 2 members were just fresh dead for Optic Gaming, so you have to think that the pressure is on this ball carrier to stay alive. Frosty trying to figure out the way. Where did these Optic Gaming players spawn? One player is going to be on that nest. Unfortunately, the ball carrier, he's the focus of the primary focus of Frosty's attention, and because of it, he's going to take down that carrier, then turn his direction and his focus on the nest. Gets that kill as well, and Frosty is feeling himself right now. 11-3 already. Oh my
God, what is he doing? Okay. Oh man, you gotta love it. That was like, that looked like someone was trying to make some footage for the Halo Infinite trailer or something right there. Handed snipe, throwing the sniper rifle over to Frosty. Love to see it. That's one addition to Halo Infinite that I have absolutely loved, is the ability just to drop weapons for your teammates. You don't have to wait for another weapon to pick up anymore. Unfortunately, the sniper not going to be putting much work in for Frosty, as Lucid's been able to find 2 and get that sniper back in their hands. Although, while all that was happening, they lost another 30 seconds of ball time. Only 25 more seconds for Sentinels to take round 1.
That's what I'm saying. The entire time Frosty's being a nuisance, staying alive, he might not be getting kills right in that situation, but the ball time was racking up in their favor. 46 points now separate these 2 teams here in round 1. Sentinels on the verge of taking round 1 unless Optic Gaming can complete a successful setup. The camo does come into the hands of Sentinels. The activation not yet the case, but somehow that camo player stays alive, dips, dodge, jukes around the sign. I believe it was Snakebite.
He's still alive.
No, he's still alive. He's still applying pressure, and the chaos, it's ensued. Snakebite finally goes down, but not without being a complete pain in the ass for Optic Gaming.
Oh man, they made you do it, Clutch. I was seeing Snakebite did. I was about to drop some certain words, guys. How do you let the man stay alive for that long? Another 2 go down. Unfortunately for Frosty, the ball resets right when he drops to pick it up. He's gonna have to try to get this one away without Optic seeing him. He's gonna try. Ooh, I like this. This rotation's risky. He's depending on Lethal to find the kill. Lethal repulses that player out. They're still racking up this time. This rotation from Frosty's crazy. Can he hit the overjump? No, he cannot. The ghost jump not gonna quite work for him this time around. If he was able to get that rotation, it would have been sick. guys, 6 months from now, you're not going to see a pro miss that jump. It's a bit hard to hit now, but just give it time, as round 1 looks to be going in favor of Sentinels, as they only need 3 more seconds of ball time. APG doing his best to prevent that from happening, gets the double kill, but can't survive the chase nade from Frosty.
Unfortunately, APG's death might be the last of this round. His team does actually secure the ball for now, but it's going to be perfect Halo that's required, a perfect setup from Optic Gaming, because one setup break is all Sentinels need, especially when the ball is in a position that it cannot be played. It's going to be so crucial for Optic Gaming. Tournament lives right now. A double kill for Frosty is not what you want to see from the green wall side, and because of it, this could be the beginning of the end for Optic Gaming.
They're trying to quickly rotate this ball away, maybe try to get it into a play spot to where they can replay, but Lethal's going to be able to find one. He's trying his best to stay away. He's not going to be able to survive, but the bank shot comes in with only 2 seconds left. Frosty will secure that time for his team, as he went 17-7 in that round 1. Really the MVP in my book in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise Frosty dominating this game, but really all of Sentinels playing at such a high level, and that's what's required to beat a team as the caliber of Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming look like they've taken the back seat here in this grand finals, which is so surprising. If you've been watching scrims, if you've been watching the previous tournaments, yes, Sentinels did win the last one, but Optic Gaming is no pushover. They are no slouch when it comes to their opportunity here in Halo Infinite, but right now Sentinels have no concern to who their opponent is. They have every bit of the opportunity to call themselves Grand Finals champions, and Royal 2 hits one of the most disgusting no-scopes we've seen today.
Man, you just always have that feeling when you see a player's reticle just all of a sudden go still, and he's lining up the headshot, the no-scope. Royal 2, you're seeing why he's widely considered one of the best snipers to ever grace the sticks of Halo, as he's trying to get his team one step further to victory. Finds one more, misses the first no scope, but Frosty has the help now, going back and pushing forward. No ball time for Royal 2. Sniper and camo in hand. He has more important things to take care of.
Yeah, he says that's not my biggest problem. Kills are anything Frosty does, I'm trying to match, and that's what makes these two such a lethal combination of Slayers. Royal 2 and Frosty, when they get the control, when they get the power weapons in their hands, they automatically are, it's assumed that they do work, it's assumed that they hit the shots, and right now everything you would assume as a Sentinels fan is true. They are looking to be the Grand Finals champions here if they can win this next round that they're playing in right now. 44-9. Optic Gaming have to find a way to immediately have success for their tournament lives.
If Sentinels can get this done, I believe that this, in my opinion, would change it to being the undisputed best team, being Sentinels, just absolutely dominating in this grand finals for right now. Royal 2 trying his best to stay alive. Unfortunately, he will go down. Camouflage is up. APG will lose the fight for Camo. Can Snakebite get away? Lucid trying to get the angle. Lucid chasing away that camouflage. Snakebite will go down, although the camo is burned. Not in Optic's favor anymore. And Optic Gaming, they need to get on this ball and get it away. You can't afford to fight in this bottom tunnel for longer. You know, you get the kill, you get the advantage. You have to push your advantage right away.
You see how aggressive Lucid wants to be. You see that he wants to create openings. He is that guy for this team. He needs to be able to continue that momentum against such a strong roster in Sentinels in order to get his team back into the series. The kills come through for Optic Gaming, and now we're looking at the first real setup for Optic Gaming here in this live fire oddball.
APG trying to rotate out. He's ready for the play position. That ball is going to go off the map. A nice 26-second chunk of time, but Sniper is up. And guess who's ready for it? It's Frosty. His teammates go 2 down, but Frosty going to be the one that's trying to make plays for his team.
Jeez.
Misses that first no-scope, but boy, was that one close, as he's looking for another lethal. Going to be able to take that first fight. Gets the trade out with Trippy. Frosty knows that he just needs to hit one shot and open up this setup.
I mean, all of these shots, you just almost expect him to hit. They're all so close to the heads of Optic Gaming. Lucky for Optic fans right now, Frosty not able to connect on any of the no-scopes so far, but with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot. The double kill comes through, and the highlight reel of Frosty might be what we showcase as the last dying moments of Optic Gaming in this tournament. 8 seconds for camouflage right now, and it looks like it's all Sentinels that's able to secure this as Frosty finds another pick and creates even more space for Sentinels to take the lead.
Yeah, Frosty just single-handedly bought about 30 seconds of ball time for Sentinels. That double kill is absolutely pivotal to their success, and what it also allowed was the camouflage to go into the favor of Sentinels. 15 seconds, they're trying to get the quick rotation. Oh, 3 go down, make all it 4.
Huge. Huge for Optic. This is the opportunity they need. They're down 40 seconds. I love the aggressiveness out of Lucid. He has the heat wave in his back pocket, expects this player to be back tower. He needs to get this kill. Snakebite takes him down. The missed shot from Lucid could be where he's wondering where this whole tournament went wrong. Unfortunately, Snakebite actually gets taken down. That was 3 dead for Optic Gaming. The majority of Sentinels' combat is here. They're able to provide help to each other. Trippy with a massive kill top tower is going to make this a very difficult situation for Royal 2. And with that, it looks like Optic Gaming down numbers were able to combat Sentinels' back tower, get the ball back in their hands. But 20 seconds still separate these two here in round 2.
Well, when the going gets tough, how do you answer? Optic Gaming showing that they are resilient as ever. This is the hardest position to play, where you can't make mistakes, but somehow they still get the job done. APG closing the gap. Only 5 seconds really separating these two teams, and APG plays the ball early and is rewarded with a kill for it. 2 players ready for the ball reset. Lucid comes in, Snakebite finds the first, the trade out comes in, but the chase grenade will find the kill. Lethal getting away with the ball. 10 seconds and counting. Can Optic Gaming get there fast enough? Where's the push coming from? They only have 3 seconds to do it. They aren't able. Sentinels with a statement in the grand finals. 6-1 map count as they are your $25,000 winners. 10,000 split between the 4. What a series to witness.
What an unbelievable performance on the back of Sentinels. Optic Gaming was unable to push that to the best of 5. They're going to take home that second place, but it was all Sentinels in the grand finals. In the scheme of things, they got momentum from that losers bracket finals against Inconceivable, and they never looked back, only losing 1 game in 2 best of 5s to what most people consider the best team right now in Halo Infinite. Sentinels want to get rid of that rumor and dispel who the best team in the world is, and they did so here tonight, going in as the favorites, I would say, into HCS Raleigh. You see Sentinels is back, baby.
Yeah, to me, that makes them the undisputed #1 team. Making a statement like that in grand finals. The last couple of times we've seen these two teams face off, it's been very close games. This time around, there's no question. There's no doubt. There's no whispers. Sentinels is the team to beat. And one great thing for them, right? They played a long tournament, go into losers, have to play as many, get the 2 best of 5 resets. That's enough scrimming for about a week right there. So I think these guys will be just fine with the amount of practice that they got today. They're heading into Raleigh champions, a little bit richer as they win the biggest prize pool yet. And now $250,000 over at Raleigh as they're going to try to make some more magic happen.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Sentinels for the grand championship. Congratulations, you guys played lights out. Optic Gaming, another congratulations. Second place is nothing to be ashamed of. I know you're kicking yourselves for letting that lead go from the winners bracket finals onto that grand finals. You want to come out on top. You want to make statements as you're the #1 seed going in to HCS Raleigh. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait till the land to make that statement, but you're still just there, right? We saw them beat the Sentinels team in that winners bracket finals. We see how strong Optic Gaming can be when they have the momentum in their favor. Inconceivable with another lights out performance as well, placing 3rd, falling barely short to these two teams, as well as great performances from all of our 12 teams that were invited to compete today. We saw some of the greatest Halo Infinite action I've witnessed so far. I know it's still early in the game, feels like it just came out, but every single match feels like it's highly contested. Every single game has some exciting boom moment that you just take in and you can just like feed off of the dopamine, the energy from these players, the plays that they're able to create. We got something special cooking in the books, and I couldn't be more excited to say that we started the E-Series off the right way.
Oh, man. We are going to be locked in. Guys, this has been an incredible time. Me and Clutch, we're going to say goodbye, but you get to go see the handsome face of Yasso as he's going to wrap this up for us. Congratulations, Sentinels, on your victory.
Did Tools just call me handsome? My man got me blushing in the studio before we close the show here. Folks, welcome back here into Studio Blue inside of Esports Arena HQ in beautiful Irvine, California. I'm back once again to close out the show. Please give some love to both Tools and Clutch. They absolutely crushed it today. They were warriors on the mic all night. A 10-hour tournament start to finish. They brought us all of the action through the entire thing. They were incredible. So both of you, honestly, it was a blast to listen to you both. Incredibly fun show. Thanks to both of you. So well done. And you definitely earned a good night's rest here tonight. Special shout out also to my friend Tony. Why not jumping in with us today earlier? He even did an event for Xbox earlier today. Came over here, jumped in on the show with us for a few hours. Appreciate him. Shout out to the entire production staff too, our TOs. They did a wonderful job today here throughout the entire thing. Everybody's been here for 12 hours right now. So they crushed it. They worked their asses off here today. Thank you to all of you for watching and sticking with us. It's been a really fun show. We are so excited to put this on for you all. Shout outs to the teams, all 16 of them coming out and competing today, giving us a hell of a tournament to watch. Sentinels and Optic delivering at the end of this bracket. Well done to all of them. Do want to give some special love to our Series E partners. Of course, we are here to kick off Series E Halo Infinite. So to our friends over at Razer, Intel, Nerf, Excedrin, Vizio, and Splash. Thank you so much. Obviously, we appreciate your partnership and working with us in this endeavor, and it's so much fun and so exciting to have you guys all on board for this. Special shout out as well to our friends over at Microsoft and the Halo Esports team. We couldn't have done any of this without your constant support. We appreciate all the help, and you guys make this all possible. So thank you so much to both of you. That's going to do it, folks. Congratulations to Sentinels. They played incredible today. A huge run there through the end of the losers bracket and an incredible performance in the grand finals. Well-deserved champions here today. They're certainly going to be feeling really good going into Raleigh next weekend. Guys, have a great rest of your weekend. Have fun at Raleigh next weekend. We'll be back here Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 4 o'clock Pacific time here at twitch.tv/esportsarena all 3 days. We got Apex on Tuesday and Wednesday, Guilty Gear on Thursday, so make sure you don't miss out on that. Let's get out of here, folks. It's been a long day for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, everybody here at Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We'll see you again next time.